Rayon, how did you? Eris looked at Rayon with trembling eyes as if she couldn't comprehend the situation. He burned the sorcery itself. Wrath also looked appalled, his round mouth hanging wide open. I analyzed the sorcery. Rayon sheathed the soul requiem sword and let out a thin smile. Analyzed? You analyzed the sorcery. Yes, the sorceries we encountered in this dungeon were diverse, but the principles behind them were the same. He squeezed another drop of blood from his finger, strengthening the flames that burned the sorcery as he looked at Eris. Blood and steel. They used the concept of both being weapons that bring death to amplify the sorcery's power. Certainly, blood and steel could have positive connotations too, but the sorcerers of the Iron Pillar Federation amplified their sorceries solely through negative energy. It was no different from a curse imbued with malice. Knowing the principle and analyzing a sorcery are two different things. Eris shook her head, saying that even if one understood that part, analyzing sorceries was impossible. Yes, which is why. Rayon calmly shook his head. I dismantled and analyzed every sorcery in the dungeons we cleared. While he couldn't cast sorceries himself, dismantling them was entirely within his capability. Eris blinked vacantly, as if she still couldn't believe what she had just heard, so you were staring at the ground to understand the sorcery's flow. Rimmer chuckled like he finally got it. I figured he'd do something amazing, but not to this extent. He clicked his tongue and tapped his own shoulder. No, it is impressive. Even with time, I wouldn't be able to analyze sorceries like that. Eris exhaled roughly as she looked at Rayon. This kid is the real deal. She already knew Rayon had an innate talent for swordsmanship. She was the one who had awakened that genius, so there was no way she wouldn't know. But analyzing and erasing unfamiliar sorceries, that was a completely different skill set from martial talent. She was so stunned by Rayon's monstrous ability that she couldn't form words. Auntie, you're really surprised, huh? That's just how he is. Martha shrugged, saying it was nothing out of the ordinary. You'll get used to it soon. Burin also nodded with a calm expression. No matter how I think about it, this makes no sense. He didn't know about these sorceries in advance, and he analyzed them the moment he saw them. Even Father couldn't do that. Eris shook her head furiously, still unable to believe it. Auntie. Run-On approached Eris and wiped her bloodied hand. Handsome Rayon can. She bowed slightly and told her to just accept it. You said you knew your nephew well, but you really don't. Rimmer wiggled his finger at Eris in a teasing manner. That kid keeps every promise he makes. Promise. He said he'd finish faster than breaking through with sword field creation. As he said that, he pointed at the ground where all the sorceries had been burned away. The densely concentrated sorcery energy had completely vanished, and it looked like the floor would collapse with a single punch. Let's save the talk for later and get ready to move. Rayon pulled back his clenched fist behind his shoulder. Before they escape, we need to catch them. He gathered aura into his clenched fist and struck downward. Kuang. Despite using far less energy than Eris's spatial severance, the floor collapsed and a black hole leading downward opened. It was possible because he had burned away all the sorceries that had been blocking the path. Here. The sorcerers went down this hole. Perez waved his fists, pointing at the black, rippling passage. It's gotten a little smaller, but it definitely connects to the lower floor. He stomped his foot, saying they had to enter before it closed. Right, then. I'll take the lead from here. Just as Eris was about to step into the dark path, Rayon blocked her way. Rayon, you said you trusted me. Rayon gave her a small smile and descended into the dark path first. Leave it to me. Rimmer stood beside Eris and chuckled. He dusted off his hands as if to say she could leave it to her talented nephew. Auntie will take care of everything. Take your time coming down. We'll clean everything up nicely. Yeah, rest. Martha, Burin, Run-On, and the Light Wind Swordsman all followed Rayon, telling her to trust them. Eris let out a hollow laugh as she looked at the bandaged hand Run-On had wrapped. Was I really that worked up, so much that even the kids noticed? You were like a wild boar. Rimmer nodded as he looked at Eris. Even had tears in your eyes. First time I've ever seen you cry out like that. He smiled as he wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Lady, Eris exhaled deeply as she looked at Rimmer. It's been a while since I heard that from you. Actually, I haven't heard that title at all recently. She lowered her gaze, saying she missed it. Now that I think about it, raising a child takes a lot of energy. Father must have had a lot on his mind too. Eris clicked her tongue, saying she finally understood. That's all that matters. Rimmer nudged her arm with his elbow. I'm going to find Father with that damn kid of ours. We should have a meal together after all this time. Eris straightened her back and said she'd go visit Glenn with Sif. Before that, I need to see just how much my nephews have grown. With a composed look back in her eyes, she descended the black passage. I guess I can't call him a little prince anymore. Rimmer recalled Rayon's dependable back and wore a satisfied smile as he was the last to head down the dark path. Sir Perez was right. Rayon marveled as he stepped onto the iron path. Here, fire! With a throat-tearing shout, brown flames and blue lightning surged toward them. The sound and impact were so intense it was clear the Iron Pillar Federation's sorcerers had been lying in wait. Kyriring. Rayon stepped forward with his left foot and drew the heavenly drive. He firmly raised his sword, forming a shield that could never be broken. Rayon Zeekhart swordsmanship. Form 5 white shadow slash. With a sword that rippled white like waves, he erased every incoming sorcery. Whoosh. As the mist-like sorcery faded, warriors clad in metal armor and sorcerers appeared. All remnants of the Iron Pillar Federation, it seemed. What a strange space, just like they said. The ceiling, walls, and floor were all made of steel, and a dense stench of sorcery filled the air. The mess of broken furniture and scattered documents made it clear they were preparing to flee. However, unlike Para's testimony, there were no traces of people being held captive nearby. They had either been killed or moved elsewhere. Stop them at all costs. At the shout of a middle-aged man who seemed to be a high-ranking sorcerer, the warriors of the Iron Pillar Federation simultaneously stomped the ground. They were clearly trying to block the path with their bodies to buy time. A fight right as we arrive? Perfect timing. We'll handle this. Just as Rayon was about to swing the heavenly drive, Martha, Burin, and Runnan leapt forward and drew their swords. With each unsheathing, sharp sword strikes burst out. Each held ore of wind, earth, and frost, respectively, and cleanly tore through the charging warriors. Gwarg, Ag, the warriors collapsed, clutching their gushing necks. Yua. Damn it, the sorcerers backed away with terrified expressions, the complete opposite of the stoic warriors who had died without flinching. Let's go. At Martha's command, the swordsmen of the Light Wind Division who had followed began pressing forward, pushing the enemy into a corner. They're all exhausted. The sorcerers must have used up all their strength managing the dungeon's traps and blocking paths. They were collapsing like straw dummies. Hold them, don't let them through. The high-ranking sorcerer, realizing the battle was already lost, threw his subordinates to the front and began running away himself. Where do you think you're going? Rayon blocked the path of the fleeing sorcerer and shook his chin. Hugh, the high-ranking sorcerer, sat down in fear, lips trembling. As expected, they're different. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the pale-faced sorcerer. Unlike warriors, sorcerers' mental strength was as soft as pudding. Are you the one in charge? If you don't want to talk, that's fine. We've got plenty of mouths to ask. He pressed the heavenly drive to the sorcerer's throat, implying that silence would mean death. And no, the high-ranking sorcerer quickly shook his head, saying he wasn't the one in charge. Where did you take the prisoners? Through there. He pointed to a large steel door further down the hallway. Thank goodness. At least they're still alive. When groups like this are on the run, they usually kill hostages, but it looked like that hadn't happened yet. Among those hostages, is there someone named? Just as Rayon was about to ask about Sif, Kugugugugu, the steel door at the far end opened, and sorcerers and warriors poured out. They made it here. Stop them, even if you die, they must not pass. Activate the spirit armor fusion. At the command, warriors in silver armor stepped forward while the sorcerers stood behind them chanting strange incantations. Kugugugu. Strangely, it wasn't the sorcerers, but the warriors whose energy exploded, exuding pressure close to that of a master. Light Wind Division. Rayon cut down the high-ranking sorcerer and gave a nod. Clear them out. Yes, the Light Wind swordsmen responded firmly and charged at the warriors. They swept away the negative energy the sorcerers had produced with the wind of the Light Wind style, unleashing blue aura. Kugugugugu. Not to be outdone, the Iron Pillar Federation's warriors surged forward with even greater sorcery-enhanced strength. Kuang. The outcome was decided in the first clash. Gurk. Though they came in overwhelming numbers, enhanced by sorceries in both body and aura, the warriors couldn't overcome the cohesion of the Light Wind Division. They were crushed, coughing up blood. This all you got? Come on, you're too weak. Martha laughed, telling them to bring everything they had as she struck down warrior after warrior. They probably used up their strength blocking the paths. Burin calmly sliced the throats of the sorcerers, saying now was the perfect chance. You're not getting away. Runnan froze the ankles of the fleeing sorcerers and shook his head. Eris let out a dry laugh as she watched the Light Wind Division overwhelmingly crush the Iron Pillar Federation. I told you, you just have to believe. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders as if to say, see. Perez glanced around and took a shaky breath. I am sure I heard people breathing nearby, but now I don't sense a single one. He shook his head, saying it seemed all the hostages were gone. He's inside. Rayon pointed toward the inner door from which the warriors and sorcerers had emerged. Auntie, go, we'll handle things here. Martha and Burin gestured for her to go ahead, telling her to trust them. So they say. Rayon gave a faint smile, took Eris by the hand, and walked the iron path to open the innermost door. Kriak, a shrill screech, like a child screaming, rang out as a dark mist rose and revealed a hollow chamber. The ceiling was so high that it would be difficult to reach even at full speed, and every wall was painted bright red. Don't tell me this is. Indeed, Wrath surveyed the entire chamber and slowly nodded. It's all human blood. That vile and repulsive sorcery energy seems to have come entirely from here. He bit his lip, saying this space seemed to be both an execution site and laboratory for the sorcerers. You filthy bastards. Eris clenched her teeth as if she too felt the malice permeating the chamber. Tap. Just as Rayon, Aris, and Rimmer started to step forward, a human figure emerged from the darkness. So you've come at last. An old man in a purple robe let out a sigh as he looked toward them. You the boss. Aris flicked her fingers as if she were ready to leap and strike him down. Boss, such crude language despite your considerable power. The old man calmly shook his head. Just answer the question. Yes, I am the head of this branch. He acknowledged his position and revealed cold eyes. Good. Your face tells me everything I knew you'd be scum. Aris raised her sword above her head, saying she'd kill him right there. You're rather impatient. The old man snapped his fingers and the black mist vanished, revealing people in tattered clothes alongside sorcerers. If you so much as move a finger, all of them will die. He gestured with his chin, telling them to go ahead if they wanted the hostages dead. Ha, you think we came all this way just to rescue some hostages? Aris didn't even glance at them. Despite the possibility that Sif might be among them, she showed no reaction. That kind of composure made her truly terrifying. Didn't think so. The old man calmly nodded. You were looking for the red-haired, red-eyed man, weren't you? He brought up the red-haired, red-eyed man, as if he knew everything that had happened on the first floor. You. The one you're looking for is here, but if you make a wrong move, all you'll find is his severed head. He's not among them. Rayon looked over the hostages and shook his head. Because we don't know what you'll do, he's been hidden elsewhere. And if that's a lie, Sif was stronger than expected. He gave us a hard time subduing him. Had he not been alone, it would have been more difficult. He said Sif's name like it was nothing. Of course, his body and mind were well trained, which made him extremely useful for our sorcery experiments. The old man twisted his lips in a sneer, clearly trying to provoke Aris. You son of a, don't move. The old man shook his head at Aris. I know you use spatial severance. Drop your sword now. He licked his lips, saying he'd order Sif's death with just a finger. You as well, drop your sword. He gestured toward Rayon. Understood. Rayon pretended to throw away the heavenly drive, but in truth, he drew the soul requiem sword with his left hand and hurled it at the old man. Thunk, but a sorcery-formed wall erupted beside the old man's face and deflected the soul requiem sword. It lost momentum and embedded itself in the chamber wall. I knew it. That look in your eyes screamed trouble. The old man sneered at Rayon. This is your last warning. If you attack me again, not only Sif, but all the humans here will die. As if to prove the point, the sorcerers grabbed the hostages' necks and began channeling sorcery energy. Rayon. Yes, Rayon met Aris's eyes, and they both lowered their swords at the same time. Clang. The two swords clanged together as they hit the floor, and at that moment Rayon activated sword control. Woong, the soul requiem sword, still embedded in the chamber wall, twisted down with an eerie spiral and unleashed whirlwind of precision. Crack. Blade, bent at a strange angle, tore through the sorcery barrier and stopped just short of piercing the old man's crown. What? The old man looked upward, his chin trembling. Guh, be branch leader. Don't move. Even a twitch and your branch leader dies. Rayon shook his head at the startled sorcerers. He retrieved the heavenly drive and stood before the pale old man. Now who's the one caught? Sword control. At your age how? The old man lowered his head, unable to believe it. Where is Sif? Rayon pressed the soul requiem sword deeper into the old man's crown and tilted his head. If you kill me, Sif won't survive either. The old man forced a grin, trying to threaten him, but that was just bravado. Unlike the brainwashed warriors, sorcerers didn't have the same willpower. Oh really? Rayon chuckled and brought the heavenly drive down vertically. Shraak, with a horrifying slicing sound, the old man's arm was severed and slammed to the ground. Jayag, the old man screamed, clutching his severed shoulder. There won't be a next time. Rayon stared coldly at the old man. Where is Sif, there? Old man raised his remaining arm and pointed at the wall to the right. At his gesture, the darkness parted and a new door opened. Auntie, our right. Aris bit her lip until it bled and opened the door. Branch leader, we've secured Ga. The sorcerers inside froze like statues, shocked to see their branch leader taken hostage. Freeze, move, and your branch leader dies. Rayon warned them, shaking his head. That's when Aris sprinted toward the center and called out the name she so desperately hoped to hear. Move. Aris cut down the warriors and shamans blocking her path and rushed toward the red-haired man bound in chains. Sif, Sif. She shattered the chains imbued with sorcery with her bare hands and called out to the red-haired man, calling him Sif. That man. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the red-haired man Aris had called Sif. Is that Sif? The man had long, tangled red hair like a rag, and his whole body was dried up like old tree bark. A thick stench of sorcery reeked from the wounds carved all over his body. He's been through hell. Just as the branch leader had said, Sif had endured horrifying sorcery experiments. Rayon couldn't even sense the natural flow of aura he once had, but still he wasn't completely broken. Perhaps because the sorcery experiments required it, his mana circuit and energy center hadn't been entirely destroyed. Still, considering how long he must have suffered, Rayon couldn't say it was a relief. Wake up already. After breaking the cuffs binding Sif's wrists, Aris grabbed his shoulders and shook him. You damned brat, I said wake up. She screamed at him to open his eyes, but Sif didn't budge. Explain. Rayon grabbed the neck of the Iron Pillar Federation branch leader and lifted him into the air. Why can't he wake up, KHK? The branch leader bit his lip, clearly refusing to speak. You think you can endure this? Rayon sneered and tightened his grip around the leader's throat. Ugh, the branch leader groaned like he was on the brink of death. His face turned red and veins bulged on his forehead. It's just a sleep sorcery. A terrified shaman in the back shouted that a sleep-inducing sorcery had been cast. Then undo it. Rayon gestured with his left hand for Sif to be awakened. He mustn't wake up while being transported, so the branch leader cast the sorcery himself. We can't undo it. The shaman looked toward the leader. Thud, Rayon twisted the branch leader upside down and slammed him into the floor. Cock Herg, the branch leader clutched his neck, marked by Rayon's grip, and coughed up blood. Wake him. If you try anything foolish, I'll make it so you can't even die even if you want to. Rayon lowered his chin, fury swirling in his eyes. Are you not going to do it yourself? Still too inexperienced. Rayon could undo the sorcery himself, but his control was lacking and might be too forceful. Given that Sif's body and mind were already damaged, he didn't want to risk hurting him further. The branch leader trembled all over, overwhelmed by Rayon's presence, then crawled on his knees and approached Sif. Auntie, please step back for a moment. Eris looked back while holding Sif's hand. Her glare was chilling, as if she'd crush the branch leader with her fist any second. Despite being exhausted both mentally and physically, she radiated an icy killing intent. Just a moment. The branch leader shook his head, wrinkles on his forehead trembling. Unless you promise to spare me, I won't wake him. He rolled his eyes and begged for his life. If he wakes without any issues, I won't kill you. I swear it on my name. Rayon nodded with serious eyes. After hesitating whether to believe him or not, the branch leader placed his hand on Sif's chest. As a red aura of sorcery spread from his palm, the lingering sorcery inside Sif's body began to fade. The branch leader stepped back after absorbing the remaining sorcery from Sif's body. He should wake up now. He nodded his chin, saying he'd wake soon. Then will you let me? Vice Division Leader, without even looking at the branch leader, Rayon called Rimmer. Boom. Rimmer burst through the iron door and turned his head. What now? Something else went wrong. No, please subdue this guy. Rayon pointed at the branch leader. The branch leader widened his eyes at Rayon. What are you saying? You promised to let me go. I wanted to, but our vice division leader said no. That's absurd. I'm staying put like I promised. Don't blame me. Rayon chuckled and waved his hand. You rotten swindling bastard cock. As the branch leader cursed through gritted teeth, Rimmer struck the back of his neck, knocking him out. Tusk. Trusting this bastard is like trusting the angels. Wrath clicked his tongue, saying he knew this would happen. Not sure what it is, but looks like you conned him again. Rimmer smirked at Rayon. It wasn't a con, just a righteous lie. Rayon shrugged. Yeah, I'll give you that this time. Rimmer nodded gravely, checking Sif's condition. You don't need me to kill him. A bloodthirsty aura rose over his blade, as if he still wanted to kill the branch leader right then and there. There's still a lot we need to ask him. The Iron Pillar Federation branch's headquarters location, its true objective, and how to restore Sif. There were still many questions that needed answers. Then I'll handle this room. Rimmer let out a brief sigh and stepped toward the cornered shamans and warriors. Auntie, try waking him now. The sorcery's gone, so he should be able to wake up. Rayon stepped back and gestured toward Sif. Eris didn't wake Sif right away and only bit her lip. Auntie, it's just... She looked down and let out a long sigh. I'm scared. Rayon widened his eyes and stared at Eris. Yeah, I'm scared he won't wake up again, and I'm afraid he'll resent me for being too late. Eris sobbed as she gently traced the wounds carved all over Sif's body. Auntie. It was the first time Rayon had seen Eris so weak. Always bold and refreshing like the sea, she seemed to shrink when it came to her child. Still, you have to wake him. Rimmer, having subdued the shamans and warriors, nodded his chin. The vice division leader is right. Rayon nodded as he held the back of Eris's hand. He smiled at Eris, telling her not to worry. Eris let out a faint chuckle and nodded. Getting comforted by my nephew, I must have gotten weak. All right, I'll do it. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and transmitted her aura into Sif, Wuwang. A blue light like the sea itself spread in all directions as Sif's shoulders began to tremble. With a groan that sounded like he was on the brink of death, Sif's eyelids opened. His characteristic Sieghart crimson eyes faintly glowed. Sif, Eris cried out his name, choked with emotion. Mother, what are you doing here? Sif looked at Eris in disbelief, his breath uneven. You stupid boy. Eris clenched her teeth and pulled Sif into an embrace. Why were you letting yourself get tortured like this here? She shouted, overcome with grief, and held him tighter. Seeing the collapsed branch leader and the shamans, Sif seemed to understand what had happened. His scabbed lips trembled. You saved me, Mother. He closed his eyes tightly, overwhelmed, and gave a faint nod. Sif lifted his right hand to gently touch Eris's back. Though his fingers trembled from weakness, to Eris, it was the most comforting touch in the world. Rayon quietly stepped back and watched the embrace between Eris and Sif. In a past life, he wouldn't have understood why someone would cry in such a joyful moment, but now he could sense the color of their emotions. I guess I've changed a little too. HMPH. It's true, HMMMM. Yo. Sif let out a heavy breath after drinking water from Dorian. Don't drink it. Spit it out first. You'll mess up your insides if you drink too fast. Having finally calmed down after crying her heart out, Eris immediately launched into nagging. Ha. Sif chuckled faintly and lowered the bottle. That nagging used to be annoying, but now I'm glad to hear it. His words were fragmented and awkward, unfamiliar with speaking at length, but he smiled faintly. Ah, sorry. Eris touched the back of her head and shook her head. We only just met again and I'm already nagging. I really. She scrunched her nose in apology. It's fine. Sif gave her a soft smile. I missed your voice even in my dreams. Please nag away. He waved his hand, saying it made him happy to hear her voice again. Are you really my son? You weren't like this before. Eris let out a laugh as she looked at him. I was rebellious back then, and I've been stuck in this place for over 2 years. I'm not exactly in my right mind. Sif ran a hand through his tangled hair, saying he didn't even know what kind of person he was anymore. Either way, I'm just glad to see everyone again. He licked his lips, expressing how happy he was to be free, but behind his eyes there was a chilling killing intent. His rage and grudge toward the Iron Pillar Federation was clearly visible. Think about revenge later. Focus on recovery first. Eris also sensed his killing intent and held his hand tightly. Of course. I'll recover as fast as I can and… Sif gritted his teeth and glared at the shamans. I'll wipe out the Iron Pillar Federation entirely. He let out a breath laced with the scent of blood, vowing to erase the remnants of the Iron Pillar Federation hiding in the shadows. HMMMM. Wrath groaned as he looked at Sif. Why are you groaning like a dog? You're not a puppy. I feel like I've seen that guy before, but I can't recall where. Brother Sif, yes, but maybe not. His body is too messed up, and the sorcery clinging to him is confusing. Wrath shook his head, saying he might have been mistaken. Maybe not, just ignore it. He turned away, dismissing his own thoughts. Can I call you Brother Sif? Martha approached Sif and lowered her gaze. Calling him brother right away, typical Martha, never backing down even against Eris. Yeah, you're Martha, right? Sif nodded, saying it was good to meet her. You're a grandmaster, but how did you end up getting captured by trash like them? Martha blinked, clearly not understanding. Martha, it's all right, that's a valid question. After wetting his throat with water, Sif turned to face everyone. Mother kept me locked up for training for so long that I was dying to go on a journey. I wanted to see ruins and dungeons I'd only read about in books. He smiled softly, recalling those days. As soon as she allowed me to leave, I explored ancient ruins, dungeons, and legends across the continent. Even now, I don't regret it. So that's why we never heard from you. Eris nodded as if she finally understood. Yes, I only wandered through remote places, but it helped me understand why you said strength was necessary. That makes sense. Rayon nodded as he looked at Sif. He could relate, too, had once wanted nothing more than to escape the life of an assassin and live in peace. I heard rumors that this dungeon had a different flow of time and suspected it held a hidden secret. Sif clenched his fist and struck the ground weakly. It was the Iron Pillar Federation's den. Even though they were strong, I could have escaped. But the guide who led me there turned out to be one of their shamans and ambushed me from behind. He pointed to a wound on his abdomen and bit his lip. More than the pain I went through, hearing other people scream was worse. This place, it's hell, where humans are used as sacrifices to amplify the power of sorcery. Sif lowered his head, covering his face with his hand, overwhelmed by the pain of those days. Brother Sif. Burin and Dorian bit their lips, their expressions mirroring the sorrow and rage they felt. Still, I learned something important. Sif slightly bowed his head toward Eris. Learned something? Yes, it's about our family's bloodline. Bloodline? What do you mean? Rayon stepped closer to Sif. That is kook. Sif suddenly vomited black blood mid-sentence. It seemed the damage accumulated in his body had erupted. Sif, Eris grabbed hold of him and screamed. It's all right. Sif extended a trembling hand to stop her. The Iron Pillar Federation's sorcery has seeped into my bones. This happens often. He shook his head, saying he could handle it. Let's get out of here first. Rayon frowned as he looked at the dungeon floor, still thick with sorcery. This space itself is bad for Brother Sif. We should prioritize getting him outside. Yes, that's best. Eris nodded and supported Sif. Light Wind Division, take the hostages outside along with the subdued shamans. Rayon gave the order to the Light Wind Division and slung the unconscious branch leader over his shoulder. Understood. I'll handle the shamans. With my fists. Leave it to us. Burin, Martha, and Runnan headed out to relay instructions to the Light Wind Division members who were tending to the hostages. I just need to deal with these guys, right? Rimmer led out the remaining shamans and Iron Pillar Federation warriors from the chamber where Sif had been imprisoned. Dorian. Gather all the sorcery equipment and documents in this place and come out last. Yes, sir. After issuing his final orders to Dorian, Rayon exited into the blood-soaked chamber they had first entered. No matter how many times I see it, I'll never get used to this. The stench of blood was so thick it made his head spin. If his realm hadn't advanced, even using sword control would have been difficult here. Might be best to come back later and destroy this place entirely. The negative energy lingering here wasn't something that could easily be cleansed by burning it away. Once everyone was gone, returning alone to level this place seemed like the best option. As Rayon offered a silent prayer for the dead while staring at the chamber, he heard noisy voices from behind. "You're so damn skinny, really." Eris sighed heavily as she supported Sif. "Why are you so light? Sorry." Sif couldn't even lift his head, clearly embarrassed. "Sorry my ass, shut up. The moment we get back to the house, you're eating everything I give you." "Got it." Eris fired off curses like her usual self as she scolded Sif mercilessly. They looked good together. Rayon thought about how he and Sylvia might look the same to others, and a smile naturally formed on his lips. The saint should be able to treat him without issue. He was just thinking that he'd call Frederick as soon as they returned to Zeekhart. Schluck, a sickening sound of flesh being pierced rang out from behind. Rayon's teeth clattered as he turned his head. Crackle, a pitch-black blade had burst out from Eris's chest, and behind her, Sif wore a wide, twisted smile. "Auntie." Rayon's fingertips trembled. His mind went blank. He knew he had to rush to Eris immediately, but it was as if his body and mind were disconnected. His body refused to move. Buran dropped his sword in disbelief. "What the hell?" Martha cursed, her face twisted in rage. "Sif." Rayon froze in place like a statue. "Sif." Rayon slapped himself to forcefully regain his composure. "You bastard, that's far enough." As Rayon prepared to use the Supreme Harmony steps to save Eris, Sif calmly shook his head. "You'd best not move from where you stand." Sif twisted the black sword embedded in Eris' chest slightly, as if to say he'd kill her if anyone got closer. KKKGH. Eris let out a suffocated groan, her whole body trembling violently. "You." Rayon gritted his teeth as he stared into Sif's calm eyes. Damn it. Wrath had said that he thought he recognized Sif, so Rayon had kept a thread of doubt. But Sif's body had been too stiff to even lift a knife, let alone a sword, and his aura had been completely dried up. Rayon had judged that he posed no threat. No, more than Thaith had let his guard down because the warm scene between Eris and Sif reminded him of himself and Sylvia. He never imagined this would happen, that Eris would be struck like this. "I asked Sif." Eris turned to look at him, black blood spilling from her lips. "I bear no ill will, mother." Sif smiled gently as he brushed her red hair aside. "It's just that I need you." His voice was as soft and kind as ever. "Why I would have done anything for you if you'd asked." Eris' darkening lips trembled. More than the pain of the sword in her chest, it was Sif's transformation that hurt her more. "Was it because I trained you too harshly? Or because I came to save you too late?" Even in this moment, she was asking why, putting Sif's feelings before her own. "Training, it was definitely tough. People always praised my talent, but at the time, I wasn't interested in strength." Sif nodded with a detached gaze. "But once I left you, things changed." His voice cracked as he let out a chilling chuckle. "I realized how extraordinary I am, and how pitifully low other humans are mere insects. Power is truly a wonderful thing." He caressed Eris' cheek, thanking her for helping him understand that. "I didn't train you for something like that. But didn't you always tell me never to lose to anyone? Hurting the weak and dominating others is immensely enjoyable." He twisted his lips into a cruel smile, trampling on the hope Eris had nurtured. "But there were no rumors about your actions. Had I acted carelessly, I would have been captured, so I hid my identity. The Crimson Blade Boz, the Blood Wolf Ghost Danshu, Mountain Slayer Isran. I went by many names." Sif listed off the notorious aliases of infamous killers and said he had slaughtered over 1,000 people. "Blood." Rayon narrowed his eyes and forced his dry lips open. "When they said our bloodline is special, it wasn't a lie. It really is different." Sif shook his head, saying that part, at least, was true. "I don't know what you're thinking, but I know I have to stop you." Eris bit her lip and grabbed the black sword stuck in her chest. It looked like she intended to snap it in half. But she couldn't. Her strength failed her and her hand trembled uncontrollably. "Auntie." Rayon swallowed dryly as he looked at her. "What's going on?" Even if she had been ambushed while exhausted, Eris was a transcendent who had overcome countless hardships. She should have been able to break a blade as weak as Sif's, but she couldn't move at all. "What did you do to her?" Eris tried to force her strength into pulling out the black sword, but it didn't budge. It was like trying to move a boulder. "This sword is special. I forged it with my own blood and soul." Sif shook his head, saying it was only natural she couldn't pull it out. "But if it's for my beloved mother's sake, I'd be happy to remove it myself. The time has come after all." He smiled sweetly and drew the black sword from Eris' chest. Shrrkk. As soon as the sword came out, Eris collapsed. Blood gushed out from the hole in her chest. Fwash. The moment Eris' blood touched the ground, the dried blood on the chamber's ceiling, walls, and floor began to glow red. Woo-wung. The crimson glow, like melted blood, rained down on Sif like a stage spotlight. As the bloody light soaked into his body, his wounds vanished, his flesh and muscles restored, and he began to transform into a robust, healthy figure. Thud, Rayon kicked off the ground without hesitation. I have to go now. If he didn't act now, Eris would surely die. This was the only moment he could still save her, before Sif's rapidly surging power fully awakened. Kyrang, he stepped forward with his left foot and unleashed the extreme speed of Frost Pond. His frost sword and heavy sword simultaneously slashed toward Sif's head and heart. You should have just gone to your mother and left. Sif chuckled faintly and nodded. You're too greedy, little brother. With a flick of his finger, the air split open, erasing both slashes from Frost Pond. As expected of Eris' son, his mastery of spatial swordsmanship was formidable. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue and rushed toward Eris. Auntie, her eyes were open, but her body was paralyzed. She couldn't even move a single finger. The psychological shock seemed far worse than the physical pain. Damn it, Rayon gritted his teeth and pressed his hand against Eris's chest. He poured all the divine power blooming in darkness into her still bleeding wound. F whoosh, Ra Rayon. Red tears welled in Eris's twisted eyes. Her gaze alone conveyed an apology. SB Spatial Sword. Perez, who had taken a step toward Eris, stopped and looked at Sif with a trembling jaw. How could Lord Sif use the spatial sword? What do you mean? Rayon narrowed his eyes and turned to Perez. Lord Sif never learned spatial sword techniques. He mastered a completely different swordsmanship. Why all of a sudden? Perez clutched his head, clearly unable to understand. That bastard. Wrath bit his lip as he glared at Sif. He's drawing out her power. Power? You mean he's extracting Auntie's aura? Eris's energy was clearly dwindling, while Sif's aura grew stronger and stronger. Not just aura power, that brute is stealing her very martial might. Wrath shook his head, saying even he had never seen such a phenomenon. Then Rayon realized why Perez had been so shocked when he saw Sif use the spatial sword. It didn't make sense, but the bastard had stolen Eris's spatial sword ability, and now I remember who that bastard really is. Wrath exhaled coldly while staring at Sif. He's the one who tried to kill you at the river. Tried to kill me. I told you, didn't I? When I awoke from my slumber, you were about to die. He was the one who tried to stab Yao, chased you down. Now that his aura was fully exposed, Wrath was certain. No way after his near death in the duel with the Axe King, he'd heard there was one last attacker hidden in the shadow of the evil shadow ghost who had tried to stab him. Bayorn. Rayon looked at Sif and gritted out the name like he was crushing bone. Huh, Sif chuckled at Rayon. You remember, even though you were unconscious. He tilted his head as if genuinely impressed. Well, there's no point hiding it anymore. Sif glanced at the collapsed Eris and nodded calmly. That's right, I'm Bayorn. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by eyes as unyielding as stone. Then is Sif dead? Rayon growled through clenched teeth. It seemed Bayorn had killed Sif and used his body as a disguise. What are you talking about? Sif smirked again with a twisted grin. I'm Bayorn and I'm Sif. Bayorn nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What? Rayon's lips trembled. You thought I died and Bayorn just played the part. That's too naive. Bayorn swept up his red hair and let out a sneer. Eris moaned, her gaze falling. She too had heard Bayorn's words, and the blood tears gathered in her eyes dripped down. He's just like him. Rayon bit his lip until it bled. Darius Robert. That pure malice with no clear motive, the kind that treated all people like chess pieces, was the same vile feeling he'd felt facing Darius Robert. I'll kill you myself. Rayon stepped forward in front of Eris like a vow and raised the heavenly drive and soul requiem sword. End it quickly. That bastard is. Wrath was waving his hand in warning when rumble, a massive burst of mana erupted from Bayorn's body like a volcanic explosion, releasing a vast blue radiance. This wasn't just the dungeon, it shook the entire island. It was the kind of power that only someone who had shattered the wall of Grandmaster and reached transcendence could release. This is. Bayorn looked down at his own hand and licked his lips in satisfaction. True transcendence at last. He smiled faintly as if he had finally touched it. This is insane. Rayon bit his dry lips and shook his head. There's no way you can reach transcendence like this. He knew better than anyone how high the peak of transcendence was. Reaching it by stealing someone else's power should have been impossible. Yet Bayorn continued to grow stronger even now, like he was approaching Eris's level. True, under normal circumstances, it's impossible. But Bayorn glanced across the chamber glowing like a ruby and laughed. With the despair and fear that fill this space and the blood of Sieghart flowing through our veins, it becomes possible. He nodded toward Eris, saying he had spilled the blood of over 1,000 people for her. Sieghart blood. Rayon exhaled sharply as he looked at Bayorn. The bastard had mentioned earlier how special the bloodline was. Have you never wondered why only Sieghart's direct line can use the sword field creation? Bayorn swung his black sword and pointed at himself. What? There are many grandmasters in Transcendence, but only those from Sieghart can wield the sword field creation. Don't you want to know why? He tilted his head slightly. You don't, do you? You just took it as a given. The reason we can use the sword field creation is because of the blood passed down from above. Our ancestor wasn't human. Bayorn licked his lips, saying their bloodline was mixed with that of another species. That's why only those with a thicker concentration of that blood can use the sword field creation. He nodded as if it were amusing. Whoosh. Rayon seized the instant Beorn's gaze dropped and surged forward using the Supreme Harmony steps. Too dangerous. If this went on, even if he used his full power, he wouldn't win. He was curious about the truth behind the bloodline, but now was the time to end it. Just as Rayon stomped down hard to unleash the full force of the sword field creation Genesis Blade. Rayon, Wrath's shout rang out a split second before the ground under Beorn's feet turned pure white, and a cold-eyed young man burst out of it. Do not interfere. As the youth raised his hand, a radiance so pure it seemed sacred erupted. Rayon, along with the Light Wind Division swordsman behind him, vanished like smoke. Bardiel, what the hell are you doing? Beorn frowned as he looked at the cold-eyed young man. Have you forgotten what he said? Absorbing Eris Sieghart's power is the top priority. Bardiel shook his head, reminding him not to forget the main objective. That punk's not even worth a warm-up after a meal. Beorn stomped the ground in irritation. I'll handle Rayon Sieghart and the other humans. You just focus on your task. Ignoring Beorn, Bardiel sank back into the white light. So much worry for something not even human. Beorn clicked his tongue and began approaching the fallen Eris. At that moment, Dorian, who had just emerged from a hidden chamber, froze in place and trembled violently upon seeing Beorn. Good. Beorn licked his lips with a blood-red tongue. At least one was left behind. What is this place? Rayon bit his lip as he looked around the entirely white world. The moment that cold-eyed youth had released his light, Rayon had been dragged here without any chance to resist. He still didn't understand what had happened, but it's not unbreakable. The space didn't seem too structurally strong. If he broke out quickly, it wouldn't be a problem. Cheating. As Rayon exhaled and swung down the heavenly drive, the space split open and the cold-eyed youth who had dragged him here emerged. Clang. The youth blocked the strike with calm eyes. Move. Sorry, but you'll have to stay here for a while. He raised a massive shield of light, saying escape was not an option, so you're not backing down in that case. Rayon tightened his grip around the heavenly drive and Soul Requiem sword as he stepped forward. His eyes glinted coldly, like darkness-consuming light. I'll cut off your head and leave. Whoosh, Rayon thrust out the heavenly drive as he stepped toward the cold-eyed man. He focused the flames of the 10,000 Flames cultivation into his sword strike, infusing it with the subtleties of the heavy sword. Rayon Sieghart swordsmanship formed two mid-air cannon. The gravitational pull emanating from the sword strike drew the enemy in, followed by an explosive blow of overwhelming force. Quang! A tremendous shockwave erupted, unleashing a storm of aura in all directions. Since he had assumed the opponent was a wall blocking his path and used full strength from the start, even the barrier trembled as if about to shatter. Prepare to return immediately. Just as he was about to shout at the Light Wind Division to prepare to escape the barrier. Wuong, from within the flames created by mid-air cannon, a burst of pure white light surged out. HMPH. Rayon took a step back and slashed diagonally with the Soul Requiem sword. The 36 forms of the 10,000 Flames cultivation erupted, and the 36 streams of flame collided with the showering streaks of light like a meteor storm. Kugagagugugugu. The red flames and white flashes clashed incessantly, triggering massive explosions. Had his body not been reinforced, that shockwave alone could have torn his limbs off. Strong. He initially thought the man was a sorcerer since he had dragged him and the Light Wind Division into this barrier in an instant, but his martial power was impressive as well. It wasn't quite at the level of a transcendent, but strangely he felt stronger than the first apostle. Whoosh. The flames left behind by mid-air cannon faded, and the cold-eyed man reappeared. His outer garments weren't even singed, confirming Rayon's feeling that he was stronger than the first apostle, if that's the case. He didn't have much time. Rather than confronting this unknown enemy, escaping this space took priority. Crackle. Rayon quickly turned his ankle and struck the white wall to his right with both the Heavenly Drive and the Soul Requiem sword. It was a dual-blade technique linking red line and spiral slash. Whoosh. Fierce flames slashed across the white wall, but the barrier didn't fully split instead. It slowly returned to its original form like water parting around a blade. What the? The power he initially felt from the barrier wasn't that strong. He thought red line and spiral slash would be enough to cut through it, but it had no effect at all. You won't leave as long as I'm here. The cold-eyed man shook his head, declaring escape impossible. HMPH. Rayon looked up and bit his lip. Did that bastard strengthen the barrier? From the way he said as long as I'm here, it seemed likely that the bastard had reinforced the barrier's durability. Well, that makes sense. Since he created the barrier, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reinforce it. That bastard. Wrath frowned as he looked at the cold-eyed man. He's an angel. What? Rayon turned to Wrath, his eyes wide. An angel, that guy, indeed, and not just any Angela high-ranking one. Wrath wrinkled his brow deeply at the cold-eyed man, his expression filled with disgust. A high-ranking angel, Rayon swallowed dryly. Why would an angel be helping Sif? He couldn't understand how Sif and the angels could be connected. Wait a second, Rayon looked up at the so-called high-ranking angel and bit his lip. Don't tell me. Currently, there was only one person on the continent connected to the angel's Darius Robert. That vile face began to overlap with the cold-eyed angel before him. No, it is him. Sif had said he met his god, and his behavior faintly reminded Rayon of Darius Robert. Something smelled rotten. That monster was surely behind all this. Angel. Rayon jerked his chin at the high-ranking angel. What's your relationship with Darius Robert? The high-ranking angel lowered his eyes, which trembled slightly. To think you'd piece that together, you truly are a human tainted by the demon race, just as he said. He covered his mouth and nose in disgust. Damn it. Rayon ground his teeth as he glared at the angel. It's that bastard again. Every loathsome incident on this continent had Darius Roberts' hand in it. He was now tempted to crack open that monster's skull to see what was going on inside. Originally, I was meant to buy time so Beorn could absorb her strength, but I can't leave you be. In the name of the angel Bardiel, I shall purify you. The high-ranking angel who called himself Bardiel revealed his cold gaze. Bardiel, revealing his name all of a sudden. Rayon chuckled at Bardiel. Why do you think that is? They delude themselves into thinking they're pure and righteous. Wrath wrinkled his nose, calling them a thoroughly disgusting race. An angel, like that monster from before. Burin trembled, his lips quivering in shock. Angel my ass, get lost. Martha screamed and slammed her aura-charged sword into the wall of light. Open up. Run-On, unwilling to sit still either, released a burst of blue frost from her entire body. Looks like I'll need to weaken you as well. As Bardiel snapped his fingers, the white ground rippled like thick paint. Then warriors of light wielding swords and spears rose up. Eliminate them. At his command, the warriors of light charged toward the light wind division without uttering a single cry. What the hell are these things now? Martha gritted her teeth and swung her Titan-infused sword downward. Bam! The warriors of light shattered like sandcastles under her heavy strike. Woo-woo! But they regenerated as if nothing had happened and lunged at her again. It seemed to be one of Bardiel's powers using the barrier. They won't stop regenerating. Burin shook his head, saying their regeneration was too fast. I'll do it. Run-On stepped to the front of the light wind formation and slammed down her sword. Frost spread outward from her blade in concentric circles, freezing all the warriors of light charging toward them. Hey, nice job. Martha let out a cheer and gave Run-On a thumbs up. Now break the barrier. Just as she suggested breaking the barrier during this opening, the ice shattered into pieces and the light beings began to move again. You idiot, I even praised you, now freeze them properly. This is the best I can do. Run-On pouted as she unleashed cold air again, but it only managed to slow the advance of the light beings momentarily. If that angel bastard isn't dealt with, this barrier and those light beings will persist. Wrath shook his head, saying that Bardiel must be eliminated first. That makes sense. Rayon nodded and turned to look at Bardiel. You've probably noticed already, but that angel bastard isn't using his full strength. Wrath snorted as he looked up at Bardiel. To break this barrier, we need to force him into a real fight. Draw out his wings first. He explained that angels revealed their white wings when going all out, nodding firmly. So that's it. Now he understood why he initially felt Bardiel was stronger than the first apostle. That bastard was hiding in angel's wings and power beneath human skin. Then Sif must not have absorbed all of her power yet. Based on Bardiel's actions and words, he had created this barrier to buy time for Sif to fully absorb Heir's power. Rayon didn't know what secret was hidden in Sieghart's bloodline that allowed such an outrageous feat, but his role was now clear. It's complicated but simple. Rayon lifted his chin at Bardiel. All I need to do is take that bastard down. As expected, humans walk a misguided path. Bardiel looked down at Rayon and shook his head heavily. A damn chicken squawking nonsense. Rayon scoffed at Bardiel. Whether it's demons or angels, why do you all talk so much useless crap? Hey, Wrath shook his head, asking why Rayon suddenly brought up demons. Focus. He wasn't just worried about Eris anymore, was anxious about those outside this barrier as well, clouding his thoughts and judgment. Even with a tranquil mind, imagining the worst made it hard to maintain emotional control. But there was always just one thing he could do: defeat the enemy in front of him. He gripped the Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem sword with that single thought. You've been deeply corrupted by demon energy. Bardiel narrowed one brow and extended his hand. From his palm, beams of white light surged forth, threatening to erase Rayon's entire being. Unlike the light forming this space, this one was clearly aggressive. Boom! Rather than backing off, Rayon stepped forward using the Supreme Harmony steps. He hurled himself into the wave of searing light, layering glaciers frost atop the Heavenly Drive. The Demon King's frost, riding the storm of the light wind style, froze all the light summoned by the angel. HMPH, Bardiel widened his eyes and retreated, surprised his assault had frozen over. Don't run, Angel. Rayon closed in so quickly the world turned black, swinging down with the heavenly drive. Wrath's frost imbued the blade that froze the light. Qa. He shattered the wall of light Bardiel had formed with the heavenly drive and pierced the bastard's chest with the soul requiem sword. Crimson resentment flared with white frost blooming atop its blade. Bardiel swallowed dryly and brought his hands together, summoning a searing orb of light like a miniature sun in front of his chest that forcefully pushed the two blades away. Rayon took a step back and let out a shallow breath. He's strong, but I can beat him. The light Bardiel produced was fast and powerful, but it lacked deep martial subtlety. He could win this. I'll turn your body into a sieve. Bardiel twisted his lips as a barrage of white flashes fired from the orb of light in his hand. There were too many to cut down with a sword. Whoosh. Rayon raised the heavenly drive before him. On the frozen blue blade, frost flowers bloomed. The ice flame formed with glacier clashed with the downpour of light from the orb. Kugugugugu. As the sword and beams of light collided endlessly, Bardiel's eyes gleamed with intensity. This one is truly dangerous. Seeing his divine power being erased, it was clear this human had accepted the demon's power into his body. If left unchecked, this barrier itself could be endangered. It might be better to eliminate him. Recalling the incident where he exposed Darius' identity, Rayon realized that no matter how powerful or talented this human was, it was best to kill him here. Wuong. Bardiel crossed both hands and compressed the orb of light to the size of a bead. The vibrating sphere fired toward Rayon. Qa. The compact orb exploded in front of Rayon, expanding like a cloud and unleashing a colossal blast. It's over. His ultimate technique, radiant light burst. No matter how much demon power the human had absorbed, surviving this in an untranscended body was impossible. As he began to lower his hand, convinced it was over, a pair of red eyes flashed within the surge of white light. Kuung. Rayon burst forth, cracking the ground beneath his feet. The void slash, infused with the authority of wrath, pierced through the light wall and drove into Bardiel's chest. Splat. Not only Bardiel, but the space behind him split apart, and the white barrier began to open. Now. As Rayon gestured to the light wind division, the opening barrier resealed, and a white glow rose from the ground. Kuung. Bardiel's skin peeled away, and a pair of white wings erupted from his back. How dare a mere human? His eyes twisted black, not an angel, but as if he had descended as a demon. Boom. Rayon gripped the heavenly drive and soul requiem sword in reverse and drove them into the ground. Wuong. Above the white-lit barrier, a golden sun and a silver moon rose, forging the divine and demonic swords anew. How dare an angel like you? Rayon grasped the silently descending divine sword and demonic sword, twisting his jaw. Do not block the path of man. Dorian. Sif chuckled as he approached Dorian. Dorian backed away, but soon his back hit the wall. You pretended not to know me, but I knew about you too. Rayon's closest subordinate and the quartermaster of the Light Wind Division, right? Sif spun his black sword with a grin. What do you think Rayon Sieghart will do when I show him your corpse, limbs torn apart? Wouldn't that make him easier to deal with? He raised the black sword with anticipation of Rayon's reaction. The spatial blade curled thinly as it aimed for Dorian's leg. Ag. I was aiming for your leg, you know. Sif narrowed his eyes at Dorian. Looks like you've learned a thing or two. He scoffed and shook his head. Fine, then I'll get a little serious. Dorian trembled at Sif's gleaming red eyes. This is bad. No matter how or when he moved, he didn't think he could escape that black sword. Next is your arm. Sif declared he would sever Dorian's arm and lightly swung his black sword. Division leader. Dorian screamed for Rayon's help and closed his eyes. Whoosh. He was bracing for the pain of losing his arm, but what reached him instead was the fresh scent of wind. Dorian slowly opened his eyes to see red hair swaying in front of him. That's harsh, calling for Rayon instead of me. Rimmer turned to look at Dorian with a smirk. Vice Division leader. Here, take this useless woman off my hands. He handed over Eris, which was hanging from his left hip, to Dorian. Sif narrowed his eyes at Rimmer. Where were you hiding all this time? I left right at the beginning, so I've been outside the cavern. Rimmer rested his leaf-shaped sword on his shoulder and tilted his head. I planned to circle around for a surprise attack while leaving the front to Rayon, but I guess plans change. He let out a laugh, saying it turned out better this way. Even if you erased your presence completely in Bardiel's barriera. Sif giggled as he looked at Rimmer's ears. So that's what it was. I suppose a hastily made barrier would have some limitations. He finally understood and nodded. That works out better. Sif's lips curved into a long grin as he looked at Rimmer. You at least look like you'll be fun to play with. Fun? Rimmer scoffed and shook his head. I don't know how you managed to steal this lunatic's strength. A blue wind rose behind his back, brushing away all malice. But I'll show you that a hastily built bridge is bound to collapse. A makeshift bridge, huh? Sif brushed back his red hair and nodded. Yeah, I guess that's the only way you could see it. He gave a thin smile, saying he understood completely. Not that it's the only way to see it, it's just the truth, isn't it? Rimmer tapped his shoulder with the leaf sword. I've lived quite a while, but I've never seen anyone ascend like this. There had never been a case in continental history where someone ascended by stealing another's power. Sif was undeniably exuding the aura of a transcendent, but there had to be a weakness. Then feel it for yourself. Whether I'm hiding a flaw or not. Sif stomped his foot with a twisted smile. A mighty wave of aura surged around him. It was the absolute aura that only a transcendent could emit. Rumble. Sif charged forward as if to end it in one blow. His razor-sharp sword strike came crashing in like it was about to pierce Rimmer's eyeballs. There has to be a weakness. Rimmer bent his left knee and imbued the leaf sword with a blue wind. As a refreshing aura that wiped out the stench of blood surged forth, he unleashed the true form of the wind-reaping sword. Boom! Neither Rimmer nor Sif avoided each other's blades. Their sword strikes clashed head-on, shaking the entire cavern. Rimmer let out a murky groan as he was flung backward. He forced strength into his trembling grip and furrowed his brows. How was it? In contrast, Sif didn't retreat even a single step and wore a sly grin. Do you see a flaw? Not from that alone. Rimmer shook his head as he shook off Sif's lingering energy from his palm. This is no joke. It was just one clash, yet his insides were churning. While it wasn't an internal injury, the shock had been significant. He was utterly outclassed in physical ability and aura. I'd better avoid a direct confrontation. Sif's physical prowess and aura level were beyond that of a typical warrior who had reached transcendence long ago. If he fought head-on, he wouldn't last more than a few moves before getting his limbs severed. You don't know. Sif nodded calmly. Then I'll just show you more. He twisted his wrist forward and raised the black sword. The moment he turned the sword into a single point like a thrust, a flash of blue light erupted in front of Rimmer. Spatial sword. Rimmer hastily lowered his posture and summoned the wind of Garanoa. Crash! A sharp slash tore through space and sliced apart the wind of Garanoa. It was executed so skillfully it could have been mistaken for Eris's spatial sword. Rimmer wiped the blood trickling from his cheek and swallowed dryly. What is this? Sif's spatial sword was the real deal. It was enough to make him question if his judgment about Sif revealing a flaw had been wrong. No, I have to keep going. Once the fight had begun, doubting his own judgment was not an option. He had to trust himself and press forward. Whoosh. Rimmer, cloaked in the light wind style's current, reached Sif's left side. He stomped with his left foot and slashed upward with the leaf sword strapped to his thigh. The condensed wind of Garanoa exploded as it was released. You're fast. Sif let out a small exclamation and angled the black sword diagonally. It wasn't a defense, it was an attack. Instead of blocking, he launched a spatial sword to bite into Rimmer's neck. I can't dodge. The moment he retreated, spatial swords would pour in from every direction. Trusting his sword, he charged in recklessly. Boom. The leaf sword and black sword crossed, and the blue wind collided with the slashes of space. A deafening roar, like thousands of glass panes shattering, erupted as a pitch-black fissure split open at the center of the cavern. SSSHHHH. Rimmer and Sif were pushed back 5 steps each, facing one another. But unlike the composed Sif, Rimmer's complexion had gone pale. Drip. Rimmer trembled as he looked at the blood dripping from his shoulder. How could this be? Paris had said that Sif never learned the spatial sword before leaving Eris, and yet he had now executed a flawless spatial sword even at close range. Contrary to expectations, there wasn't even a hint of a flaw. Seems like you're starting to believe it now. Sif nodded like he knew this would happen, just as you felt I've reached transcendence. That's nonsense. Rimmer glared at Sif and bit his lip. It's impossible for someone to reach transcendence through someone else's strength, not through magic, nor sorcery, nor martial arts. Sif had indeed stood closer to transcendence than even Rayon, but to achieve transcendence not through one's own awakening but by stabbing Eris would be a distortion of the world's balance. What if it wasn't human power? Sif planted the black sword into the ground and shook his head. What, Rimmer, since you've spent your life with the old man, I suppose I can tell you. He curled his lips like he was enjoying himself. The blood of the angels flows in the humans of Sieghart. Angels. Rimmer's pupils shook as if struck by a storm. As you said, with human abilities alone, it's impossible to steal someone's strength and reach transcendence. But with the power of the angels, it's a different story than what you did to Eris. Rimmer swallowed dryly and looked toward Eris, who was slumped on Dorian's back. That's right. Sif followed his gaze to Eris, smiling coldly. I accepted the power contained in my mother's blood using the vessel of the angels. So just like you said, it's a result impossible for humans to achieve. He shrugged like it was obvious. No, I still don't get it. Rimmer shook his head at Sif. How did you know that the blood of Sieghart had angel blood in it? And what even is the method of stealing that power? Because I studied both the angels and my own body. Sif pointed to his head with his finger and said he had opened up his own skull. You studied the angels and your body. Rimmer's fingers trembled as he gripped his sword. Research on the angels, there was only one person capable of that now. You don't mean? That's right, Sif nodded with both arms spread wide. Darius Robert, he is my god. He spoke Darius's name with a solemn gaze. It was as if his very humanity had been broken. His personality was shifting erratically. Did Darius kidnap you and experiment on you? No, I offered myself. As a sign of my reverence for Lord Darius. Sif said it had been of his own volition and smiled. He folded his hands together, genuinely treating Darius as a god. After fully drawing out the power of my mother, our goal is Rayon Zeeghart and then the grandfather. Sif lowered his chin heavily, saying he would become the blade to kill Glenn. Ha, Rimmer scoffed at Sif. You just said the names of two people who should never be provoked. Why do you think I told you? Sif raised his head with a chilling gleam in his eyes, because all of you are going to be buried here. Then, as if his demeanor had flipped again, he let out a giggle and lifted his head. All right, let's do this. Rimmer suppressed his heaving chest and straightened his back. My disciple killed a transcendent. There's no reason I can't. He closed his eyes and raised his sword while lowering his free hand. As he called forth the wind and lightning embedded in his mental world, he slowly opened his eyes. Sword field creation, song of wind and thunder. When Rimmer opened his sword field, green wind and red lightning raged across the entire cavern, sending out a massive surge of aura. The torrents of wind and lightning crashing down were no different from a divine punishment. A fake, huh? Sif called Rimmer's sword field a fake and tilted his chin. This time I'll destroy your false field myself. As he swung down the black sword, dozens of sword projections materialized in the air, splitting apart the raging wind and lightning. That's all it takes. Rimmer scoffed and swung his sword downward. The streams of wind and lightning that had gone still surged back to life. HMPH. Sif surged forward, pressing against the ground. Like he had infused spatial sword techniques into his footwork, he suddenly appeared from the right and thrust his black sword. A faint, flickering slasher was deploying spatial swords even in close combat. Blocking it would be a mistake. Spatial swords ignored the opponent's defenses. Defending meant losing momentum. Attacking was the better option. Wooum! Rimmer raised his sword, enveloped in wind and lightning, and struck down the incoming blade. Clang. Though Sif's aura was still superior, the power of wind and lightning allowed Rimmer to barely endure. Not bad for a fake. Sif sneered and twisted the black sword to the left. The rising, spiraling blade carried the destructive force of rupture. Boom! Even with the leaf sword reinforced by wind and lightning, Rimmer's insides churned. Because Sif's strike contained the essence of spatial sword, even a slight delay in response would result in devastating loss. Looking worn out already, I'm still going strong. Every time Sif swung his black sword, the air quaked and tore away the wind and lightning. As spatial sword fused more and more seamlessly into his swordsmanship, he became harder to handle by the second. I need to close in. If I stay at range, I'm at a disadvantage. Even if Sif could use close-range spatial swords, they were less effective than from a distance. A life-or-death fight at ultra-close range would favor him more. Thud. Trusting in his enhanced body and aura through the sword field, Rimmer closed the gap with Sif. Clang. At a distance too tight to even swing fully, he twisted his wrist and drove the blade of wind and lightning at Sif. Being close doesn't make it your advantage. As a transcendent, Sif twisted his waist and dodged the thunderous strike, though his expression contorted in irritation. But I can at least suppress your strengths a little. Rimmer fought at a range where he could hear Sif's breathing. He didn't just rely on swordsmanship or footwork, but used finely tuned movements to strike at his vitals. Fine, I'll fight you the way you want. Sif, seemingly too proud to retreat, remained at the same distance and slashed with a close-range spatial sword. Even with lightning and wind raining down in countless strikes, his blade didn't waver. Sif curled his lips as he looked at Rimmer. He certainly deserves to be called the Sword of Madness. An ethereal flow like riding the wind, a sharp edge wrapped in lightning, an unshaken composure even while standing atop the blade. A warrior anyone would have to acknowledge. But the longer the fight continued, the more Sif became accustomed to Rimmer's movements. So it's here. Sif clicked his tongue and swung his sword, splitting the wind and carving a shallow cut into Rimmer's thigh. Try moving faster. I can see everything. He mocked Rimmer as he unleashed a barrage of spatial slashes. A chain of strikes where the second spatial sword launched before the first even reached. Swish! Rimmer deflected 5 attacks, but the 6th spatial sword struck his waist. It wasn't a fatal wound, but it was a clear sign that he was starting to fall behind. So what? Rimmer panted harshly and stepped even closer to Sif. Power, speed, physical strength. Aura was outmatched in every way but not in will. SSSSHHHH. He felt a chilling sense of stepping into a pit of death, where a single misstep could cost him his limbs. Still, I have no choice but to move forward. Rayon couldn't fight in his place. The head of the house wouldn't appear. The only one who could protect Dorian and Eris was himself. How long has it been since I had a fight like this? An overwhelming disadvantage. A brutal battle where one wrong move could get your head sliced off. It had been a long time. And yet, strangely, he didn't feel afraid or burdened. Rather, he felt joy at being able to draw out everything within himself. Maybe it was, as Eris once said, because he believed in Rayon. This feels comfortable. As his mind relaxed, the heaviness in his body lifted as if wings had sprouted. His lower, middle, and upper dantians connected as one, and he felt as though his consciousness was linked to the heavens. SSSSHHHH. Sif's strikes, which had been nearly impossible to dodge even at full power, were now becoming readable. No could now perceive the flow of mana across the entire cavern. Whoom! Rimmer drove in from Sif's left side, summoning wind and lightning. Crimson lightning and azure wind gathered in one hand, generating an overwhelming shockwave. Boom! Sif was pushed back for the first time and slammed into the wall. What is this? His eyes widened in disbelief at the situation. Haha, Rimmer laughed. Pure natural mana surged through the mana circuits of his entire body. His body and soul were growing as if ascending toward the heavens. Thud, thud, he felt that the barrier of transcendence, which had blocked his path and been built up over a lifetime, was now breaking apart. SSSSHHH, he dodged Sif's slash and pierced his sword toward the man's shoulder. Previously, he wouldn't have had the speed or power to cut through, but now, with wind and lightning flowing through him, his blade tore into Sif's shoulder. What did you do to yourself? Sif furrowed his brow and unleashed a flurry of slashes. Each one was sharp enough to kill with a single cut, no matter where it landed, yet the wind still favored him. Wooum! Rather than relying on his usual footwork, Rimmer moved with the green wind and thrust his lightning-wrapped blade towards Sif's heart. Boom. Sif's black sword and the leaf sword clashed head-on, sending greenish sparks surging throughout the cavern. SSSSHHHH. Rimmer wrapped himself in the wind of the light wind style and pressed forward. Though he'd sustained internal injuries, his body was growing faster than the damage. It felt as if he was evolving into an invincible body. Transcendence. He felt certain he was reaching the very realm he had longed for, but more than that. I'm enjoying this. As if he had become the wind and lightning themselves, he felt he could go anywhere. Boom! Rimmer clashed with Sif once again. He was still inferior in strength and speed, but it was no longer an overwhelming disadvantage. With strength rising from all three dantians, it was enough to drive his sword into the man's body. Crash! The stronger Rimmer's strikes became, the more veins bulged across Sif's forehead. You think you're ascending, someone like you. Sif's entire body was drenched in black energy. A massive wave of aura surged out, infused with the essence of the spatial sword like the rising darkness of the earth itself. It seemed he too was now going all out. I can't block this. Rimmer bit his lip and twisted the leaf sword diagonally. Crack, crack, crack. He tried to divert Sif's strike to the ceiling and floor, but the power contained in it was too strong to fully deflect. Ruumble. The slash that tore through space escaped the leaf sword's edge and flew past him. Wait, that direction. Rimmer quickly turned around. The redirected spatial sword was flying straight toward Dorian and Eris. He could block it now. But it was too classy-doing, so it would undoubtedly cause a shock great enough to impact the entire battle. Of course, his body moved before he could even think of such dalmas dashing straight toward Dorian. Crackle. Rimmer shattered the ground beneath him as he hurled himself toward the incoming spatial sword. Boom! Even with all his might focused on defense using the leaf sword, the impact that struck him was the most powerful yet. Rimmer doubled over, coughing up darkened blood. Vice leader, Dorian screamed and caught him. Unbelievable. Sif looked at Rimmer and let out a hollow laugh. You could have reached transcendence if you had just kept fighting, and you threw yourself away for those worms. He frowned as if he couldn't comprehend it. Our leader. Rimmer wiped the blood from his lips and shook his head, made a promise to this brat that I'd watch his back. He smiled gently, showing no regret. As his subordinate, I can't let our leader break his promise. Rimmer said that was all, then slowly straightened his back. You're a fool. Of course someone who stabbed their own parent wouldn't understand. I'm talking about human decency. He had come close to transcendence while feeling the freedom of wind and lightning, but in the end, the path he chose was the burden of responsibility. It seemed he had truly become human. This isn't good. His body felt heavy. The freedom of becoming wind and lightning had already vanished, but that didn't mean he could speak of defeat. This was exactly when he had to keep fighting. Fine, die as a human. I'll live on as one of the angels. Sif pointed his sword at Rimmer. A massive force began to stir from his blade, strong enough to collapse the entire dungeon. Run. Eris opened her dry lips to urge them to escape, even if it was just her alone. My power, it's still leaking away. She shed tears, saying Sif was getting stronger by the moment. I told you. Rimmer gently wiped Eris's tears and shook his head. Rayon thinks of you as family. I can't let that disciple, who only just realized the value of family, be hurt with grief. He smiled warmly and stepped forward. A black and blue beam of light extended from Sif's hand. A transcendent slash etched in darkness surged across space. Ruumble. With trembling hands wrapped around his sword, Rimmer stepped into the pitch-black void. Lightning and wind that erased the darkness she strike, infused with his very soul, became a colossal light that tore through the void. I am the light sword of Sieghart. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at Bardiel, who had unfolded his pure white wings. He's definitely gotten stronger. Just as Wrath said, once Bardiel revealed his wings, the force of his aura surged dramatically. It was an energy even greater than what he had sensed from the second apostle. On the other hand, Rayon licked his lips as he scanned the ceiling and walls of the barrier. The barrier has weakened. As Bardiel grew stronger, the power sustaining the barrier weakened. It seemed he had reclaimed the energy he had used to create the barrier, but still. Wrath shook his head solemnly. We won't be able to leave this damn barrier without cutting down that angelic bastard. Even if the barrier had weakened, Wrath clenched his fist, saying that taking care of Bardiel had to come first. That's true. There was no way to destroy the barrier while Bardiel remained alert. His head had to come off first, and I have to do it quickly while conserving as much strength as possible. If his prediction was right, he'd be running straight into Sif the moment he exited this barrier. He had to preserve as much stamina and aura as he could to fight that depraved lunatic. That means relying on swordsmanship as much as possible. Rayon stepped forward with supreme harmony steps, calming his mind, which had started to rise with tension. As if he had become the wind itself, he moved swiftly and closed in on Bardiel's left side, shriek. Before Bardiel could react, he slashed down with his divine sword and demonic sword, imbued with the essence of speed. F-whoosh. A slash of fire and frost surged forth first, followed by the divine and demonic swords trailing like shadows. It was a double frost pond executed with an incredibly short time gap. Whoom. Bardiel brought his hands together in a prayer-like gesture toward the frost ponds flying at his neck and heart. A white light surged from his fingertips and formed a shield marked with strange runes. Clang! The 4 streams of frost ponds slammed into the light shield Bardiel had formed but failed to pierce it, rebounding violently to the ground. Your sword will never reach me. As Bardiel snapped his fingers, the rune-marked shield split into 6 and rotated around him, forming a wall of light. It looked impenetrable, no matter where the attack came from. Die where you stand. Bardiel extended his hand with cold eyes, summoning a white cloud that began pouring down a hail of light. F-whoom. Rayon twisted his ankle forcefully, supreme harmony step. With just an extension of his left foot, he escaped the space where the hail fell. Behind him, he heard the metallic clatter of hail pounding the ground. Running is useless. But Bardiel seemed to control the space itself, rotating the clouds in the direction Rayon dodged to keep the hail of light pouring down on him. He's hiding behind a shield and just throwing ranged attacks. Wrath scoffed, saying it was a disgrace befitting an angel. He doesn't seem like a martial artist at all. Rayon narrowed his gaze and stomped the ground with his toes. He surged forward more than twice as fast as before and thrust his divine and demonic swords at Bardiel's shields. Crack! He aimed for the gaps between the shields, but Bardiel increased their rotation, deflecting both blades. There were no longer any visible openings. So all you can do is charge in like a brainless monkey. As Bardiel scoffed and raised his hand, the hail of light rained down over a broader area, reducing Rayon's space to dodge. Even if I memorize the shield's movements, it won't help. No matter how fast he tried to stab through, Bardiel could spin the shields faster and prevent him from landing a hit. Even if you use a spatial sword, he'll just pull the shields inward to block. You'll have to break them eventually. Wrath shook his head, saying they had no choice but to shatter the light shields to drag that coward out. Though the aura cost will be significant, there's no other way. Break them with everything you've got. Perhaps because he couldn't assist Rayon directly with power this time, Wrath gave his advice with uncharacteristic gentleness. It felt like a friend cheering beside him, and that gave him strength. Wrath blushed and yelled for him to hurry up and smash the damn shields. No need to break the shields. What? If he won't come out of the shields, I'll just slash him from inside. Rayon aimed the divine sword at Bardiel. A spatial sword, I've already seen that. Bardiel infused more light into the shield, saying it wouldn't work on him anymore. That's right, a spatial sword. Rayon nodded, admitting it outright. But it'll be a bit different from what you saw. He rotated his shoulder and slashed down with the divine sword, embedding the essence of the spatial sword into the strike. Flames filling the air tore through space and erupted inside Bardiel's shield. SSSHHH. Like a flickering serpent's tongue, the blade of fire flared up and slashed across Bardiel's chest before he could even react, leaving behind a searing crimson wound. Thud, Bardiel widened his eyes as he looked at the blood gushing from his chest, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It wasn't this fast before. His jaw trembled, still stained with flecks of blood in disbelief. Didn't he just say that? Even Wrath exhaled in awe. Why the hell did your speed jump like that? I figured it out. Just before Bardiel revealed his wings, when Rayon slashed him with Void Slash, he had gained a deeper understanding of the spatial sword's essence. My aunt was right. Eris had said that the growth of the spatial sword was like climbing stairs. Even if it felt stagnant and without progress, persistent effort would eventually yield results, and she was right. By cutting Bardiel, Rayon had finally grasped it. The distance and speed required to penetrate space had improved drastically. Maybe not on Eris's level, but he had definitely reached close. GRRRGH, Bardiel raised both hands. The white clouds swelled to over twice their size, unleashing a barrage of hail so vast it defied counting. It seemed he was trying to overwhelm Rayon before he could use another spatial sword. So you're running away. Rayon raised his demonic sword and curled his lips. Womb. Like spreading out a sheet of blue silk, the demonic sword extended to enshroud the hail of light, the 10,000 flames cultivation, a swordsmanship originally created to soothe volatile energy, now, as if understanding the current situation, erased even the divine light of the angels. Not yet. Bardiel summoned even more hail, as if everything until now had been a mere warm-up. It seemed he was trying to buy time to recover from his wounds. Just as I thought, you're not a martial artist. Rayon scoffed. If Bardiel had been a true martial artist, he would have charged forward instead of retreating, but he pulled back without hesitation. Rayon had felt it since the moment Bardiel used the barrier. This guy wasn't a martial artist. So what if I'm not? Bardiel frowned and raised his hand. The rounded hail transformed into weapons of lightswords and spears. They carried a murderous aura, sharp enough to tear flesh and rip bones just from grazing. Running suits you better. Amidst the star-like hail pouring down, Rayon stepped forward with Supreme Harmony triple steps, the softest and most elegant form of the Supreme Harmony steps. Like trying to cut water with a blade, the weapons made of light couldn't even touch the hem of Rayon's clothes as they slammed into the ground. What is this? Bardiel groaned in disbelief. Your movements are sloppy. Within the ripples of hail, Rayon slashed the divine sword and swept the demonic sword. The crimson blade roared with the breath of a fire dragon, and the demonic sword wrapped in blue frost shimmered like a dream. SSSSHHHH. The flame dragon break and silver lotus dreamtwo incompatible techniquest fused into harmony through the essence of the spatial sword and erupted inside Bardiel's shield. Boom! A massive explosion erupted inside Bardiel's shield, sending crimson fire and silver frost shards flying in all directions. The shock was so great that the entire barrier trembled, and the fire and frost engulfing Bardiel blazed without end. I expected this. As Rayon slightly lowered his swords, Bardiel's voice emerged from within the fire and frost. Woo-um. As if shedding a shell, a powerful light burst out from within and Bardiel revealed himself again. Inside the shield of light that had surrounded him, a newly scorched black shield was now visible. Even your spatial sword no longer works. He seemed to have created another shield within the light shield to block the flame dragon break and silver lotus dream. I'll show you the fitting end for beings like you. Deciding there was no longer any need to retreat, Bardiel summoned clouds that filled the entire barrier. As they slowly descended, massive spheres of light emerged. Since he couldn't hit Rayon directly, he intended to detonate everything instead. Die, all of you. Standing still, Bardiel unleashed the massive orbs, fully convinced in the perfection of his offense and defense. It was clear he meant to wipe out not just Rayon, but the entire Light Wind division, moving exactly as expected. Rayon filled his entire body with the heat of the 10,000 flames cultivation and the chill of glacier, then stepped forward with his right foot, Supreme Harmony step. He pierced through the light with the swiftest form of footwork and raised the divine and demonic swords right in front of Bardiel. SSSHHHH. To avoid being blocked by Bardiel's tricks, he pushed the essence of the spatial sword to its limit and poured a storm of flame and frost into the second shield. I said I was expecting this. Bardiel sneered, moving the second shield inward to block the spatial sword. Your sword no longer works on me. Think so. Rayon smirked in return and twisted the blades of his swords. Woo-um. The slash cutting through space struck the second shield, but it didn't vanish. Instead, it burst forth with intense flame and frost, pushing through the shield. SSSHHH, the fierce art and art of the Beast King Agram that ignored defense and attacked the inside pierce through Bardiel's shield and dug deep into his chest. Thud, a roar like a great tree falling resounded, and Bardiel's chest exploded outward. Gwah. Bardiel staggered back, vomiting a blood-soaked scream. This can't be. Even through the immense pain, he couldn't believe it, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. I was aiming to kill you outright, but I guess your angel body is tougher than I thought. Rayon clicked his tongue briefly. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll just kill you now. Raising an even more intense storm of fire and frost, he advanced toward Bardiel. Ruyumble. With blood-soaked divine and demonic swords and his black dragon robe fluttering behind him, Rayon's approach appeared to Bardiel as Death Incarnatia, demonic god of absolute destruction. Urg. Bardiel coughed blood and stumbled back, but quickly hit the barrier wall. Stay back. Screaming in terror, he vanished into the wall of the barrier. Did he run away? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he stared at the spot in the barrier where Bardiel disappeared. He did. That's the true nature of angels. Wrath ground his teeth, saying that running away instead of fighting to the end was typical of the angels. Is it finally over? Martha lowered her sword with a long sigh. Looks like it. The light beings have stopped moving. Burin straightened up and nodded. Yeah, the puppets are disappearing. Run-On lowered her chin as she watched the light beings slowly fade away. Damn it. Crane bit his lip and stomped the ground. Dorian's gone. That idiot. His hand, still gripping his sword, trembled as he said Dorian seemed to still be up above. It's okay. Ranan shook her head at Crane. Vice leader will save him. She firmly held her snow flower, saying she was sure Dorian and Rimmer were together. Vice leader, Rayan turned back and bit his lip. He hadn't realized at first, but once the light beings appeared, he noticed both Dorian and Rimmer were missing. He believed Rimmer would protect Dorian and Aris, but their opponent was a transcendent. His chest ached with worry. We're heading out immediately. There might be an ambush. Stay alert. Rayan issued orders to the Light Wind Division and stepped toward the section of the barrier where Bardiel had escaped. After calmly regulating his breath, he used his crimson slash toward the barrier. Crack! Perhaps because Bardiel had fled, the barrier split apart even without Rayan exerting much force, and a dimensional path leading outward opened up. Let's go. Harnessing his perception of the snow flower, Rayan stepped into the darkened dimensional rift. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the first thing he saw was Bardiel, his complexion deathly pale. GHHK, Bardiel glared at him with eyes filled with resentment and terror. I didn't think you'd break through, Bardiel, this quickly. As expected of Rayan Zeeghart, Sif's voice rang out from behind. But you're a little late. Ignoring the sneer in Sif's tone, Rayan turned around. He was about to rush him. But upon seeing what lay before him, his legs froze. Sif wore a chilling smile as he pierced his black sword through Rimmer's left chest. It's already over. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up, starting next week. Chapter releases might be a bit inconsistent for a while. My wife and I just had our baby, and I'll be prioritizing taking care of them during this time. Depending on how things go, I might still be able to post chapters here and there, but I can't promise a regular schedule just yet. Huff. Rimmer exhaled a white breath as he deflected the spatial blade fired by Sif. Just blocking the blade made his arm ache as if he'd been struck by a hunk of metal, and a pain like his insides were twisting surged through him. You're going to keep trying to block it. Sif clicked his tongue briefly as he looked down at Rimmer. Wouldn't it be easier if you just dodged? He shrugged his shoulders as if wondering why Rimmer was standing still and taking it. Man, you're seriously a damn bastard. Rimmer wiped the blood dripping from his mouth with his sleeve and gritted his teeth. Why, even if you're injured, someone like you could dodge easily, couldn't you? Sif shook his head as if he couldn't understand. Oh, don't tell me it's because of the baggage behind you. He raised a slender finger and pointed at Dorian and Aris standing behind Rimmer. Neither of them is any help. One's a completely useless worm, and my mother is giving me strength just by being in this space. Sif raised his chin and waved his hands side to side. Just abandon them. It'll be easier. He then pointed his black sword properly, signaling to fight seriously. You sure talk a lot. Rimmer spat the blood pooled in his mouth and sneered. You keep firing your spatial blades only in this direction. Sif didn't attack in the direction he moved, but only sent slashes toward Aris and Dorian. Seeing him yap while holding onto their weakness made Rimmer want to break his neck, then keep trying to block it. Sif curled his lips long and thrust his black sword forward slowly. Pyang. Unlike the slowly advancing black sword, the slash he unleashed sprang out right in front of Rimmer, revealing a chilling murderous intent. Chiiging. Rimmer twisted his leaf blade diagonally and diverted Sif's spatial blade to the lower left. Quang. The ground hit by Sif's slash was gouged so deeply it was impossible to see the bottom, and the hollow shook as if it would collapse. It's not easy. When he blocked Sif's full-powered spatial slash earlier, a crack had formed in the artificial arm attached to his right shoulder, making it difficult to move his hand properly. His internal injuries had worsened as well, so his artificial dantian wasn't functioning properly. It was the worst-case scenario. V Vice Division Leader. Dorian trembled, his face soaked with tears. It's fine, I've been through worse. Rimmer gave a faint smile and nodded slightly. Yeah, I've been through a lot. Unlike the reputation of being a genius, he'd suffered many defeats. When was my first loss? Rimmer opened his blurry eyes, watching Sif's spatial blade shooting toward him again. Right, it was that man, back when he was no different from the other elves. A rare human guest had visited Sephia. Among the humans who entered the sanctuary today, there's a direct descendant of Zeeghart, Glenn Zeeghart. He's the son of the current head. Irian, who rarely showed interest in other races, said even his gaze was different as he swallowed dryly. Different. For even Irian to say so, it piqued Rimmer's curiosity. He decided to go see this human for himself. While waiting in front of his grandfather's house, the wooden door opened, and a man with brilliant golden hair like sunlight filtering through the forest walked out. Despite his young age, a fully formed warrior's aura was felt. Just as Irian had said, he thought it was intense when Glenn's gaze met his. Calm, sunken red eyes, eyes that would not waver even amidst a raging storm. Meeting those eyes, a fighting spirit he hadn't known he had arose within him. He became curious. Normally, he would have ignored it and focused on his own tasks, but he wanted to feel the presence emanating from that man through force. When evening came and the forest quieted, Rimmer went to Glenn's lodging and knocked on the door. What is it? Despite being young, Glenn spoke with the tone of an old man. Thinking about it now, it was laughable. I am Rimmer, guardian of Sephia. At the time, as the grandson of the guardian and the guardian himself, he introduced himself as politely as he could. May I request a spar? Fine. Glenn nodded without a moment's hesitation. Since childhood, Rimmer had been praised for his talent and was told he might succeed his grandfather as the guardian, so he had some confidence. However, before exchanging even a few blows, he found himself kneeling in the dirt. It was a complete defeat with no room for excuses. That was a good match. Without shedding a single drop of sweat, Glenn returned to his lodging. It was shocking. It felt as if the world of swordsmanship he knew had been shattered. Even lying in bed at home, eating, or standing guard outside, Glenn's overwhelming swordsmanship flickered in his mind. He wanted to see it again, to fight him again. The next evening, Rimmer went back to Glenn and asked for another spar. Fine. Glenn accepted so refreshingly it was almost absurd, but he lost again, and again the next day. And the day after that, after clutching his head and agonizing for days, the day Glenn left Cephia, Rimmer followed him without a backward glance. The look on the head's face was something. Perhaps liking Rimmer's will and initiative, Glenn immediately appointed him as captain of the assault unit. Of course, not everyone agreed. Assault unit, trusting a guy we've never seen before. Cheryl, a pretty-faced troublemaker, had grumbled ever since their first meeting. Just by looking, he's all looks and no skill. No way he'll do any real work. She scrunched her brow, looking much the same as she does now. Noisy human. Those were the first words Rimmer ever said to Cheryl. What? Don't talk. Show it with your sword. Unhappy at being dismissed, he immediately challenged her. And damn it, he lost. Crawl before me from now on. Forget about leading the assault unit. Cheryl snorted and left the training ground. Later, Rimmer realized that from that moment, Cheryl treated him not as an elf, but as an equal. He was considerate but had a nasty temper. Your sparring experience is too lacking. Glenn gave a small smile, saying it was a problem that could be solved with time and effort. From now on, spar with Cheryl once a day. Following his instructions, Rimmer sought out Cheryl every day to spar and lost every time. However, just as Glenn said, as he accumulated sparring experience, he gradually closed the gap. Around 6 months later, he finally defeated Cheryl for the first time. You little. Cheryl, sniffling in frustration, wiped her eyes without bothering to clear the tears and ran off the training ground. I'll see you tomorrow. I won't lose next time. She was cute. Rimmer hadn't expected such a side from the human who always barked complaints at him. You're now fit to lead the assault unit. Glenn patted his shoulder as if to commend him. More than the sense of achievement from growing stronger, Rimmer felt a warm glow in his chest. Although he still didn't fully understand humans, it felt like he'd gained a new family. The very next day, Glenn sent him the swordsman who would serve under him. Nice to meet you. I'm Slan. A cheerful man with a friendly impression bowed his head. You, sir. A woman, skinny with dark circles under her eyes, turned her head slightly and simply stated her name. I'm Curio Sieghart. A young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s greeted him with excessive formality. My name's Drebin. Leave anything related to money to me. An unusually plump, middle-aged man for a swordsman smiled and extended his hand. Unlike the similar-looking elves, every human was overflowing with individuality. However, unlike with Glenn and Cheryl, it wasn't easy to build relationships with them. They spent over 10 years together with a relationship that was strictly superior and subordinate, giving and receiving orders and teachings, nothing more and nothing less. Fortunately, after Glenn became the family head, they continued working together, and their coordination improved without a single failure. During one of their typical missions where only the assault unit was dispatched, while camping before reaching the site, Slan struck up a conversation. Captain, do you have any dreams? Slan tilted his head curiously as he looked at Rimmer. I don't know. At the time, Rimmer didn't have anything he could call a dream. Achieving transcendence wasn't so much a dream as it was a goal, and Glenn had risen to the position of family head without significant assistance. Then should I share mine? Slan smiled and leaned toward the campfire. I wish there were no more unfortunate children, so even though it's a small amount, I donate my earnings. He said he donated his salary to orphanages and childcare facilities, wishing that no children would have to grow up suffering like he did. It's not a small amount. You dump all your earnings. Drebin snorted as he looked at Slan. Better than hoarding it like you do. Slan wrinkled his brow at Drebin. Why save up money? Since Rimmer felt no particular value in money, he asked out of pure curiosity, because money is power. You wouldn't understand what it's like to live without it. Drebin, who had grown up extremely poor, said it was his dream to become the continent's richest man and waved his arms. I just want to gamble as much as I want. Curio Sieghart licked his lips and rubbed his hands together. The thrill of shuffling cards can't even be matched by battle. He said he was looking forward to hitting the gambling halls after returning. You always lose, though. Winning or losing doesn't matter. It's the excitement that counts. Curio laughed, saying that gambling itself made him feel alive. That's because you're rich. Gambling's only fun if you have money to burn. Drebin scrunched his brow, clearly displeased with Curio. You, sir. What about you? Slan looked over at User, who was already beginning to doze off. I just want to sleep. User barely lifted her eyelids as she shook her head. My dream is to be born a stone and sleep forever. She mumbled about dreaming even while dreaming. Actually, I'd like to try raising children too. Slan gazed into the fire with a gentle smile. You mean getting married and having kids? Curio clicked his tongue, saying it was too ordinary. No, I want to become a true mentor, not just a drill instructor, but a real teacher. Slan gave Rimmer a thin smile. Just like how you always looked after us in detail, Captain. I want to raise children to be outstanding swordsmen too. I see. Honestly, Rimmer couldn't understand it. Donations, greed, gambling, lazinessol were values completely unrelated to him. Even after 10 years, he felt he hadn't closed the distance between him and his subordinates. Captain, once this mission's over, why don't you come to the orphanage with me? Kids love handsome people, so I'm sure you'll be welcome. Forget the orphanage. Let's hit the gambling hall. I'll treat you to a full course. Slan and Curio waved their hands, suggesting the orphanage and the gambling hall, respectively. Better idea if you have money, invest it with me. I'll double it in a year. Even now, Drebin was rubbing his hands together, talking about money. User snored lightly, showing no interest in anything. If there's an opportunity, that's what Rimmer said, but it was a time when dozens of wars broke out every day, and it was hard to find time outside of missions. Several more years passed, and Rimmer and his subordinates went to war against the Holy Sword Alliance alongside Glenn, on that day which they thought would be like any other. Slan looking at photos of the orphanage children, User lazily sprawling in her sleeping bag, Curio shuffling his cards, Drebin counting his manhwaedit was the same as usual. But that day every one of his subordinates died, and Rimmer suffered injuries so severe it was a miracle he survived, his dantian shattered. When he finally woke up, he was back in Sieghart, and his subordinates hadn't even left behind their bodies. For elves, death wasn't particularly sorrowful. The dead would return as mana to this world, and they would meet again someday. Because my soul had melted into the life of humans, it felt like my insides were being torn apart by a knife, and my chest ached terribly. While I lived like a broken man for a time, holed up in my room, Cheryl kicked down the door and barged in. Ah, look at all this dust. Waving her hand as if it was disgusting, Cheryl glared at me. Hey, get out so I can clean. Without saying anything else, she kicked me out, declaring she would clean the place. I staggered out of the lodging with unsteady steps. Wandering aimlessly, I eventually found myself in a bustling area and saw a flashy sign. It was the gambling hall Curio often talked about. With the single gold coin I had left in my pocket, I entered the gambling hall. I lost it all in the first round. Curio said shuffling cards gave him a thrill, but I felt nothing. I didn't understand why people did this. The next day, I went to the bank to see the money I had accumulated. A mountain of gold coins stacked at my account window. Drebin would have been delighted, but I felt no emotion. I took 100 gold coins and went to the orphanage Slan regularly donated to. Some children were standing on tiptoes, peering over the wall. They seemed to be waiting, unaware of Slan's death. When dawn came, I left the gold coins and a letter that seemed to be from Slan, then turned away. The children were happy, but my heart remained unmoved. Lastly, I returned to the room Cheryl had cleaned and, like User, tried sleeping for days. No matter how much I tried, sleep wouldn't come. I woke naturally every morning. Donation, laziness, money, gambling, none of it touched me. I was still running parallel to those guys. Even so, I repeated those actions daily. Checking my money, donating, gambling, and sleeping as if dead. At some point, the money piled up and brought me joy. My heart throbbed with the thrill of shuffling cards. Seeing the children's faces during donations filled me with pride, and sleeping made me happy. The day I turned from an elf into a human. The day I became able to comfort my subordinates. For the first time, tears fell from my eyes, and I remembered the last thing Slan said. He said he wanted to become a true mentor, not just a drill instructor. Slan had said it as if he realized it after seeing me. For the first time in a long while, I donned my formal uniform and sought out Glenn, telling him I wanted to become an instructor. You took your time. Glenn gave a bitter smile, as if he had been waiting a long time. It wasn't a smile directed only at me, but an instructor. I can't give Sieghart's instructor position to someone with no qualifications. Earn it yourself by passing the exam. He didn't cut me any slack just because we were old comrades. He told me to pass the exam and come back. It was different from when he had been trapped in his inner demons and indifferent to everything. Glenn had completely escaped from his inner struggles too. HMPH. Cheryl snorted in disdain but couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Fine. I barely managed to pass the ridiculously difficult test Glenn gave me and earned my qualifications. And then, like Glenn had once visited Cephia, I met a child whose red eyes sparkled especially brightly. That was my new beginning and my greatest happiness. Kaiyang Rimmer bit his lip as he felt the shock twisting his wrist. Ah. Had he blacked out for a moment, the pain from his internal injuries must have been too severe. He seemed to have lost consciousness briefly. Where are you looking? You have to keep blocking, otherwise. Sif, lifting his chin, fired a spatial blade toward Dorian behind him. TRRRK, dragging his barely moving leg, Rimmer retreated and deflected the slash aiming for Dorian's neck. Huff. just as Rimmer exhaled to prepare for the next attack. Haluk Sif burst through the air and thrust his black sword into Rimmer's chest. Puke, Rimmer vomited blood and bent over. Damn, his reaction had been too slow. He could feel the sensation of the black sword piercing his flesh and breaking his bones. The agony tore through his soul, forcing a scream from deep within him. See, this is what happens when you bother taking care of worms. Sif threw a deep sneer at Rimmer. Even if you die, these guys die too. That's not it. Rimmer raised his left hand and grabbed the black sword embedded in his chest. As long as my disciple is alive before I die, that's enough. You still have this much strength. Sif let out a hollow laugh as he saw the black sword unable to be pulled free from Rimmer's grip. Vice Division Leader. Dorian cried out and charged forward, carrying Eris on his back, drawing his sword and aiming for Sif's neck. Tuong, Dorian's strike, sharper than his level suggested, melted away like mist without piercing Sif's aura. You trash, displeased, Sif kicked Dorian with full force. Cug, Dorian coughed up blood and collapsed, but immediately tried to rise again to rush at Sif. That guy, Rimmer's lips trembled faintly as he watched Dorian, who had forgotten fear. You've grown a lot. The Dorian he knew would have cowered in a corner in a situation like this. To think he would charge at a transcendent, it gave him a small but undeniable surge of strength. I'll kill you first. Sif pulled out the black sword and tightened his grip as if to kill him at once. You're not going anywhere. But Rimmer refused to let go, keeping his hand firmly gripping the sword embedded in his chest. You crazy bastard. Even as Sif pummeled him with his fists, Rimmer moved his creaking right arm. Puck. As if the very spirit of Sephia was answering his final wish, a grand wind blew, seemingly pushing back the darkness. What the hell is this? Sif recoiled in shock, trying to defend by drawing on Eris's aura. Still, I'm going. As if the lost freedom had returned, strength surged through his entire body. Gripping the sword short and sharpening his fingertips, Rimmer plunged it in, wrapped in the winds of Garanua that he had built Yupen, the light wind technique passed down by Rayon. Kayahang, the wall of dark blue distorted aura shattered, and a deep sword scar was carved into Sif's chest. But now truly out of strength, Rimmer could no longer hold his sword. You damn worm. Unable to contain himself, Sif struck his own abdomen with the black sword still lodged in Rimmer's chest. Death felt imminent. Even so, Rimmer did not release his grip on the black blade with his left hand. Even if he ended here, he had to protect his disciple and that child's family. His knees trembled, his teeth clenched against the pain, but he endured. However, even willpower had its limits. Eventually, the strength left his hand, and his vision began to fade to white. There was no regret in this battle. Failing to reach transcendence, suffering injuries while protecting others, all of it was fine. He just exhaled a thin sigh, feeling regret only for not being able to protect Dorian, and for leaving without seeing Rayon and the other children's faces again. You stubborn bastard. Fine, I won't let you die so easily. Though he could have killed Rimmer immediately, Sif, with a twisted sense of cruelty, poured aura into the black sword. The sensation of his bones and flesh being torn apart paradoxically sharpened Rimmer's fading consciousness. There was nothing more he could do. As he exhaled a bloody breath, awaiting death, the space tore apart and a human, cloaked in wings and drenched in blood, burst forth. Right after him, familiar flames split the air, and Rayon along with the Light Wind Division members appeared. As expected, it's Rayon Zieghart, but you're a little too late. At Sif's mocking words, Rayon and the others turned around, seeing their eyes brimming with emotion upon spotting him pierced painfully into Rimmer's chest. There was no need for such expressions. The reason he had stayed alive until now, the reason he had endured with a false arm and swallowed down a false Dantian was all for them. They were the ones who allowed him to live once more as a human. He could feel the last of his time running out. What should he say? Should he tell them to tear that damned bastard apart in the most brutal way possible? Should he ask them to tell Glenn to finally be honest with himself? Should he, though he wouldn't live to see it, ask Rayon to become the greatest family head of all? He believed that no matter what request he made, his disciples would fulfill it. But he didn't want to burden these already struggling children with heavy words. Then the answer was clear. Always. Rimmer swallowed the blood rising in his throat and smiled. He didn't want his final expression, the last memory he left them, to be a grimace. Be happy. With the brightest smile of his life, he delivered his final farewell to his young king, no, to his greatest disciples. Tuong Rayon rushed forward without even time to breathe and caught the collapsing Rimmer. Vice Division Leader. He shook Rimmer's shoulders, but there was no response. The once refreshing sound of his breathing was gone, and even the scent of the wind had vanished. Please. Rayon placed his hand over Rimmer's left chest, now darkened by death, and poured the divinity that had bloomed from the darkness into him. However, he had used too much on Eris earlier, and the wounds would not heal. Martha. Rayon called out Martha's name with a voice mixed with steel. Damn it, Rimmer. Martha screamed and rushed over, grabbing Rimmer's wrist. She tried to heal his wounds by infusing aura, but Rimmer still didn't move. Vice Division Leader. Burin and Runnan also scrambled across the ground, shouting Rimmer's name. Vice Leader. Instructor, please wake up. Dorian and all the Light Wind Division members, soaked in blood, ran to grab Rimmer, but his eyelids never opened. Now I understand why he was called the Mad Sword of Sieghart. Sif licked his lips as he wiped the blood from his black sword. To throw away a chance to ascend just to save those worms just as insane as his name suggested. He sneered at Rimmer with a face full of scorn. Do whatever it takes. Save him. Rayon gently placed Rimmer's cold hand down and stood up. Glaring at Sif, who was mocking Rimmer, he gripped the divine sword and demon sword so tightly that blood flowed from his fists. It was all my fault. If I had noticed the dungeon's abnormalities sooner, if I hadn't trusted Sif, if I hadn't been pulled into Bardil's barrier, if I had broken through the light barrier at full force and rushed here immediately, even if it meant dying together, Rimmer wouldn't have had to fall alone. It was all my fault. That guy even called himself human. Isn't it laughable? Using a fake sword art, even attaching a fake arm just to become human. Sif spewed his foul words without restraint. Well, it doesn't matter. Whether human or elf, to someone soon becoming a celestial, they're just insects. I wanted to tear that mouth apart. I need power. With my current strength, I can't even kill Sif. If I want to utterly destroy Bardil and Sif, I need overwhelming strength. Goo-woo. I drew all the anger buried deep within the soul of the Demon King. I didn't care if I was erased, I wanted the power to exact revenge. I wanted the strength to completely annihilate those pieces of trash. You mustn't. Wrath leapt forward, blocking my vision. This time even I cannot stop or control it. It's not my rampage, it's yours. Come to your senses. He shook his head desperately, warning that everything built up until now could be lost. Arg, Vice Division Leader. Sorry, Wrath, but hearing Dorian's scream and seeing Sif's laugh shattered the last thread of my rationality. Crack. It felt like something snapped in my mind, and rage surged up from the depths of my soul, flooding my entire body. Kriyak. Pure white frost seeped into my heart. The 8 fiery rings around it squeaked as if rusted and then froze completely. The flames of the divine sword subsided, and the demon sword's frost began to surge violently. As if returning to childhood, frost filled every mana circuit in my body and my vision froze white. Rumble, the balance between my elemental coarse flame core and glacier was shattered, and the 3 dantions were filled with chilling frost. Qa. I threw away the extinguished divine sword and raised only the demon sword. A storm of frost that could engulf the world roared from behind me, and a blue horn sprouted from my forehead. Accepted demon power for the sake of revenge. Sif licked his red lips with amusement. I'll kill you. Standing at the heart of winter, I exhaled pure white breath. Like a rampaging beast rather than a swordsman, I thrust the demon's sword forward. Qa. With a single strike, half the cavern froze over. Sif, overwhelmed by the sheer force, was hurled against the wall. It was a terrifying manifestation of strength. Trying to take everyone down with you. No wonder you're the Mad Sword's disciple. Sif, black veins bulging in his eyes, raised his black sword. A slash that split space itself surged toward my chest. Puuk, I didn't dodge. Clad in armor made of frost, I endured the spatial slash and pressed forward, delivering an even fiercer strike. Crack, as the frost strike and spatial slash collided, white cracks spread and then exploded outward. Boom. Explosions echoed in all directions as the cavern shook violently, threatening to collapse. Your strength is already beyond transcendence. Sif looked at his frostbitten right arm and let out a hollow laugh. Woo-woom. As Sif tried to retreat with footwork, I reversed my grip on the demon sword and slammed it into the ground. The blade flashed as if about to explode, freezing the space Sif tried to open for escape. A storm of frost erupted around him, forming a prison of ice. Cheating. With blue light gleaming in my eyes, I charged at Sif. Just as I was about to bring my sword down upon his neck, a pale beam shot from the right, piercing my waist and thigh. Qog, even injured, I didn't stop. I swung the demon sword down towards Sif. Qog, however, weakened midway by the wound, Sif managed to block the strike and slip to the side. What the hell, how is this even possible? Sif grimaced as he looked at the frost creeping up his black sword. It's possible. Bardil let out a cloudy sigh as he stared at me. The demon lending him strength is the Monarch of Wrath. He furrowed his brow darkly. Monarch of Wrath. Sif narrowed his eyes at Bardil. Among the monarchs who rule the demon realm, he's one of the most fearsome. Now I understand why even light is freezing. Bardil finally nodded heavily as if he understood now. We have to attack together. He's not a transcendent, but we must treat him with more caution than one. Sif narrowed his eyes, staring at Rayon, who was exuding an ever stronger frost. Shall we run a little experiment? Experiment, just wait and see. Dodging the frost Rayon generated, Sif unleashed a spatial slash toward the light wind division gathered around Rimmer. Qang, the slash tore through space, aiming to slice the light wind division members' necks, but Rayon, who was charging at Sif, hurriedly retreated and erected a wall of ice. Qang. Fortunately, he managed to save the light wind division from Sif's sneak attack, but perhaps because he had sharply twisted the flow of the frost, blood trickled from Rayon's lips. Qha-ha-ha. Sif ran his hand through his disheveled hair and burst into wild laughter. Even half crazed, you prioritize your comrades first, so you've inherited even his stupidity. He grabbed his stomach and laughed as if he couldn't believe it. Even Bardial frowned, seemingly surprised by Rayon's actions. This is why humans are insects. Driven by emotions, they can never accomplish anything great. Sif curled his lips in disdain. You know what we have to do, right? He raised the black sword over his head and looked at Bardial. Yeah, let's attack together. Bardial nodded and brought his hands together. Pure white radiance flared from his palms as divine power gathered. Crack! Sif's descending slash twisted and tore the mana of the cavern, a spatial slash born of transcendence. Cracks tore through the void, and slashes stormed from all directions. Rayon closed his eyes as he faced the deluge of slashes and waves of light targeting both himself and the Light Wind Division. I can't even choose. He had cast himself aside to avenge his master, yet he couldn't allow his comrades to die. Cursing his own indecisiveness, he exploded the frost he had accumulated. I'm sorry, Vice Division Leader. I'm sorry, Wrath. For the sake of protecting the Light Wind Division, not himself, Rayon raised his sword. Sword Field Creation Genesis Blade. A violet radiance like the sight of twilight soared along the demon sword's blade. A sword strike not to slay enemies but to protect comrades drew a great circle and clashed with the heavenly light and the slashes ripping through space. Kuang, an enormous explosion erupted. The cavern floor caved in, and the ceiling and walls began to collapse. The impact exceeded all limits, causing the dungeon itself to collapse. Cuke, Rayon vomited black blood and was slammed into the crumbling ground. However, within the wall of frost he had created, not a single member of the Light Wind Division suffered even a scratch. Rayon, get up. The Light Wind Division shouted his name, but he remained unmoving as if dead. Dead? No, we should check. We have to get out of here. As Sif moved to confirm Rayon's condition, Bardial grabbed his shoulder. What nonsense. We should at least bring his corpse. The time axis inside this dungeon is different from outside. If we don't escape before it collapses, years could pass outside. Bardial shouted that they had to leave, claiming those trapped would die regardless. Tusk. Sif clicked his tongue, slung Eris over his shoulder, and gestured toward the Light Wind Division trapped in ice. Should we call it luck? No, it doesn't matter. They'll die anyway. Leaving those words behind, he escaped the collapsing cavern with Bardial. Huff. Rayon barely managed to lift his head. Using what little frost remained, he thickened the frost wall around the Light Wind Division, then collapsed back onto the ground. Vice Division Leader. Among the Light Wind Division members, Rimmer's face came into view. Even in collapse, he hadn't lost his smile, and seeing him made Rayon's heart ache to the point of death. I'm sorry. Staring at Rimmer, Rayon closed his trembling eyelids. As he exhaled a faint, dying breath, the Requiem sword, restored to its original form, flashed with a clear green light. When I opened my eyes again, I was in my mental world. It was a place I had visited often, now familiar, but today it was different. The land, once divided by heat and frost, was now frozen white, and the swords were scattered across the ground, covered in frost. The 8 fiery rings that floated in the sky had stopped spinning and tilted downward, broken. Just like my heart, my mental world was frozen, really like a worm. I chuckled faintly, sitting down in the frozen mental world. I had resolved to avenge my master and entrusted my body to the Demon King's authority, yet I still couldn't sacrifice my comrades. I had become nothing more than a writhing worm, unable to do anything properly. TRRRK. I pulled out a sword frozen in the ground. I'm sorry for being such a useless master. Looking at the sword, which resembled the first family head's egotistic sword, I shook my head. What would he have done? Or rather, what would grandfather have done? The most resolute and strongest swordsmen I knew. I wondered how they would have acted in this situation. No, it doesn't matter anymore. I was already broken. Even if I survived, it would take an incredibly long time to take revenge. I lost too much. Rimmer was dead. Eris's fate was unknown. Sif gained strength and information. There were no gainsainly losses. My chest felt stifled. Everything is my fault. Still blaming yourself. At the sound of a familiar, clear voice carried on the breeze, I turned around. Seeing the red-haired elf standing there casually with one leg tilted, my jaw trembled. Instructor, Rimmer. The man I thought was dead had entered my mental world. In my shock, I called him the way I used to in the past, not by his current title. How are you here? What's going on? I don't know. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders, saying he didn't know either. No, that's not important right now. Like I've always said, you think too much, sometimes. He thumped his chest with a laugh. Think with this heart. Rayon swallowed dryly as he looked at Rimmer. The fact that he said such words made it clear thighs was no fake. It was truly Rimmer, Vice Division Leader. I saw it. Rimmer let out a sigh. You were just like always. Greedy little Rayon Sieghart trying to hold on to everything. He smiled as if he had expected it. But this time I understand. Rimmer lightly laughed and pointed to himself. I was the same. He chuckled, saying he had been battered while trying to save Dorian and Eris, Vice Division Leader. Enough with that title. Just call me Master. I'm tired of having my student call me their superior. Yes. Rayon nodded. This is your mental world. As expected, it's boring. Rimmer shook his head at the barren world filled only with swords. At your age, you should be dating, drinking all night with friends, traveling. He clicked his tongue in pity. Sorry. But now I kind of get it. Rimmer smiled faintly as he looked up at the floating rings of fire. Get what? Your swordsmanship and aura have long reached the transcendent level, but your state remains stuck at Grandmaster. If your aura was transcendent but your swordsmanship lacking, it would make sense. But even with perfect swordsmanship, you couldn't break through the wall. I finally figured out why. He squinted mischievously at Rayon. Now I know the reason. Rayon let out a low hum, not fully understanding. When I first met you, you were like a blank slate, not just in martial arts, but emotionally. Strangely, you had deep anger, but almost no affection, sorrow, or joy that children usually have. Rimmer waved his hand as he spoke, saying it was like his emotions were broken despite his talent. What was it, sorrow? Rimmer raised a finger toward Rayon. Among all emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, Ryu didn't know sorrow. You were cold as a child, but gradually became more emotional. Those human emotions must have greatly helped your growth. Ah. It was just as he said. His growth wasn't only influenced by human emotions, but also by the emotions of the Demon Kings. But even then, you never understood sorrow. You mistook sorrow for anger. Rimmer placed his hand lightly on his head. Every meeting ends in parting, and those who leave must return. Sorrow should be accepted as sorrow. There's no need to force yourself to endure it by turning it into another emotion. He laughed gently, ruffling his own hair. Rayon, you are Rayon Zeekhart. Return to the essence of what it means to be human. As he said this, Rimmer began to fade away, his body becoming translucent. Master, looks like my time's up. Rimmer smacked his lips as he looked at his disappearing hand. I don't know if we'll meet again, but I'm glad I got to have this last conversation with you. Nodding slightly, Rimmer added, oh, and make sure you kill that bastard. Got it. I wasn't going to say it, but seeing him torment you like that, I can't stand it. He shouted to kill Sif before disappearing, staying true to himself until the end. Haha. Rayon laughed, accepting the emotions he had been trying so hard to suppress. He found laughter instead of tears. He realized it wasn't yet the time to cry, it was time to embrace his sorrow. Kuwuyuam, however, the pain tearing through his chest, thy soul remained. No, it became even worse. The agony that followed sorrow was unbearable. As he fully accepted the emotions flooding him, his mental world vibrated. At the end of the frost that had frozen heaven and earth, golden flames began to rise. Softly like embers, the flames rode the green wind and spread across the heavens and earth. FYI, the frozen land melted, and the swords trapped in frost floated back into the sky. Finally, the golden flames reached the heavens and melted the 8 frozen rings of fire, forging a 9th ring tempered by sorrow. The ever-turning golden ring, like a wheel that would never stop even in the midst of battle, resonated, unleashing a roar that awakened Rayon's soul. Yoo-woo-woo. It was silent. That was the first thought Rayon had as he returned to reality. The mana is following my will. It felt as if the various energies spread across the world had become his own, like he had been blessed by mana itself. With just the slightest movement of his fingertips, the surrounding mana stirred. He slowly raised his hand and placed it on his chest. Wu-wung. From deep within his heart, 9 rings of fire resonated. Not only the flames of the 10,000 flames cultivation, but also the chill of Glacier and the wind of Garanua vibrated along with the rings. And in the deepest part of his heart, the sorrow Rimmer had passed on to him was etched. Ha! Rayon exhaled a heavy breath and opened his eyes. You have ascended to the Transcendence realm. Ring of Fire has reached 9 stars. 10,000 Flames Cultivation has reached 9 stars. Glacier has reached 9 stars. All stats. Transcendence level trait. The moment he opened his eyes, a series of reward messages appeared. Without looking at them, Rayon dismissed the messages. He already knew he had reached Transcendence, even without the notifications. Wrath shoved his pale face forward. Are you all right? The cold had filled your marrow. How could you? Wrath trembled his chin as if unable to understand, his blue, shimmering eyes filled with worry. I'm sorry. Rayon bowed his head slightly to Wrath as he sat up. And no, that doesn't matter. Just tell me what happened. Why did a man who should have died ascend to Transcendence? Wrath waved his hands up and down, looking like he would die from curiosity. That's, just as Rayon was about to answer, the sound of ice shattering filled the air and the Light Wind Division swordsman rushed over. Rayon, are you all right? What the hell did you do? Runan, Burin, and Martha grabbed him and panted heavily. What do you mean, what did I do? Rayon tilted his head as he looked at the 3. Your body froze solid as if you were dead, then suddenly you floated into the air and erupted with a dense golden flame that filled the entire cavern. It was like wings of flame burst out from your back. Martha's pupils trembled as if she'd never seen anything like it before. That flame melted the walls of ice that had trapped us. Strangely, it wasn't even hot. Rayon, are you really all right? Runan clutched his arm tightly, not letting go, as if only worried about his condition. I'm fine. Rayon nodded calmly. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed and his body wasn't in good condition, that wasn't important right now. You seem different somehow. Martha narrowed her eyes suspiciously. I feel the same. The mana around him is stirring as if it has a will of its own. Burin exhaled in amazement. Rayon, don't tell me. Realizing something, Runan swallowed dryly. Yeah, I've reached transcendence. Feeling the mana moving in accordance with his will, Rayon nodded. Ah, TR transcendence. How? You were dying, exactly, explain it properly. Not only Runan, Martha, and Burin, but even Wrath beat on his chest in frustration. Master. Rayon bit his lip deeply as he looked at Rimmer, who was lying down as if asleep. My master came to teach me. What do you mean? Burin, Martha, and Runan turned to look at Rimmer, their eyes trembling. Don't tell me you met him in the mental world. That's right. Rayon nodded, recalling Rimmer, who never lost his smile until the very end. Rayon raised his trembling hand and brushed his hair. Even though it hadn't happened in reality, he still felt Rimmer's warmth. It's not just that you reached transcendence, but how should I say this? You seem like a different person. Runan continued Martha's thought. Just as they said, the current him was like a completely different person compared to before. No, he was still changing even at this very moment. Young master. Dorian, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, approached and knelt down. I am sorry. I couldn't save the division vice leader nor protect Lady Eris. It's all my fault. Dorian bowed his bloodless face to the ground, seemingly more tormented in heart than body. Repent later. Rayon placed a hand on Dorian's shoulder and shook his head. First, we need to finish our revenge. Revenge will be difficult. Burin lowered his gaze and shook his head. Even if you've reached transcendence, the enemy has 2 transcendence, and it's already been 3 hours since they left this place. He bit his lip, saying they must have already reached the dungeon's exit. I want it too. I want to rip that bastard's face apart. Martha trembled, her bleeding fist shaking. But the dungeon collapsed, and it'll take us far longer to get out than them. Tears streamed down her face in sincere frustration. Besides, the time flow here is different from the outside. The reason they didn't kill us and left is probably because of the time difference. Crane sighed, saying that if they left now, it could be months outside. The flow of time here doesn't just run fast. Rayon turned around and looked at Perez. Sir Perez. Why, yes. Perez, who looked like he'd aged 10 years, bowed his head, still blaming himself for the incident. When you came here the second time, you said you stayed for a week, but only a day passed outside, right? That's right. I thought a month had passed, but only a day had gone by. He nodded, saying he was surprised himself. The time axis of this dungeon moves through sorcery. It can be sped up or slowed down. As Rayon lowered his fingertips, the boulders blocking the path crumbled into dust. Since the sorcerers are all dead, it's impossible for them, but I can do it. Before he could only dispel existing sorceries, but now that he had reached transcendence, he felt he could manipulate the very flow of sorcery itself. I'll pass along Master's final words. Rayon turned toward the light wind division with a faint smile. Kill that damned bastard no matter what, got it. I wasn't going to say anything, but seeing him torment even you guys, I can't stand it. That's what he said. As Rayon recited Rimmer's words exactly as he had said them, small laughter spread among the light wind division swordsmen. Everyone seemed to think it was just like Rimmer. Let's go, we have to avenge our master. As Rayon turned heavily, the heavenly drive and soul requiem sword that had been lodged into the ground automatically flew into their sheaths on his back. Us too will just be a burden. Burin and Martha trembled with worry. Division leader Dorian clutched his head, saying he didn't want to have any more regrets. This revenge isn't mine to take alone. Rayon shook his head as he looked at the green wind pooling in the cavern. At his final words, filled with trust, a blue glow lit up in the light wind division swordsman's eyes. Sif exhaled deeply as he smashed apart the boulders blocking the path. Still no teleportation. He waved his hand at Bardiel, urging him to try something. The barrier's collapse makes it impossible for now. Bardiel shook his head, saying he needed time until his heavenly power recovered. How much longer do I have to climb through this dirt? Useless, even an angel can't help. Sif snorted derisively at Bardiel. Bayorn. Bardiel narrowed his eyes at Sif. Your personality has changed. Personality. I've always been like this. Sif tilted his chin as if wondering what he was talking about. If you can't even notice, maybe it's a side effect of absorbing the power. Side effect my ass, I'm fine, it's just beyond your judgment. He waved his hand dismissively. What about the woman? Bardiel, seemingly thinking it useless to argue, shifted the subject to Eris. I already drained all her remaining strength while moving. Sif wrinkled his nose as he looked at Eris, slung over his shoulder. She's just dead weight now. Doesn't matter if we throw her away. He lowered Eris from his shoulder as if ready to toss her aside. No, not yet. Bardiel shook his head. King of Northern Destruction cherishes Rayon Sieghart more than anyone. If we want to bait him, even Eris Sieghart's corpse will be useful. That's a good idea. Sif said it was a good thought and slung Eris back over his shoulder. Of course, we'll have to tamper with the body. Can't let it be obvious that she was ambushed. Bardiel said he would handle that himself, lowering his gaze. All right, I'll leave that to Yao. Sif nodded, but then exclaimed in surprise as he saw sunlight filtering down through a small hole. We can finally see outside. As he reached out his hand, the hole where the sunlight shone exploded open, creating a passage large enough for a person to pass through. Ha, sunlight really is the best. Sif bathed in the sunlight pouring from outside the dungeon and smiled in satisfaction. You're not suggesting we walk all the way back because teleportation's down, are you? It'll only take a few hours to recover. Just wait. Bardil leaned against a tree, suggesting they wait a little longer. Just to be sure, we should post guards at the dungeon entrance. Even if Rayon Zeeghart is dead, other humans might emerge. He narrowed his eyes, gazing at the dungeon entrance. Still feels like a waste. Sif clicked his tongue shortly. Rayon Zeeghart. If we could have studied him, we might have extracted even the demon's power. You're too late. As he clicked his tongue, Rayon's voice rang out from the dungeon entrance. Step. Rayon calmly walked out of the dungeon as if he'd been waiting all along. His golden hair drenched in blood, his black dragon robe tattered into rags, and the still open wound on his chest. He looked more like a wraith than a living man, but his crimson eyes were calmly sunken. Huh! Bardil trembled at the jaw as he stared at Rayon. Why are you here? He shrieked, unable to comprehend the situation. I thought you were dead. Sif also let out a hollow laugh in disbelief. I never expected to see you again, alive and even having reached transcendence. He chuckled and shook his head. But how did you catch up? I didn't even sense anyone following. Are we close enough to chat like that? Rayon didn't bother answering and simply lowered his hands. Right, we're certainly not that close. Sif tilted his chin mockingly. Honestly, I'm glad to see you again, little brother. It was such a shame I couldn't absorb your blood. If I could have absorbed your talent too, only your grandfather would be able to stop me within Zeeghart. He laughed, saying even the blood he had stolen from Rayon during the ambush had given him great gains. Beorn, Bardil called out sharply, his brow furrowed deeply. Focus, that guy is different now. He swallowed dryly, staring at Rayon, from whom no aura could be felt. And it's not just him who's changed. I absorbed all of my mother's strength, and even if that guy has reached transcendence, he's dying. Sif shouted not to worry and swung down an exhilarating spatial severance aimed at Rayon's neck. HMPH. Bardil created a cloud of pure white and unleashed a hail of light toward Rayon in tandem. Rayon exhaled quietly and walked forward. Neither the space-cleaving blade falling like a lightning strike, nor the massive meteor shower of light raining from the heavens managed to even graze his robe. FYI, it wasn't that he was stepping to evade, it was as if the spatial blade and hailstorm naturally avoided his body. Phoo! Rayon didn't miss even the faint flow of mana blooming from the enemy's breath. The sunlight brushing down from the treetops, the dew gathered in puddles, the slowly falling Livesh could feel the mana of nature against his skin. So this is the realm of transcendence. His body felt heavy, as if sinking into a deep swamp. While he could sense the flow and harmony of heaven and earth, his arms and legs moved far slower than he intended. But it was fine, because his enemies were slower, heavier, and weaker than him. You're staggering, yet you dodge so well. Sif furrowed his brows, displeased, and unleashed a spatial severance tinged with a blue hue. It was faster and stronger than anything he'd unleashed inside the cavern, as if he had fully absorbed Eris's power. This one must be killed without fail. Bardil also seemed determined to go all out, gathering pure white light between his clasped hands. Woo-woo-wung. Just as Sif's spatial blade and Bardil's flash of light were about to converge, Rayon disappeared. Pua, he reappeared at Bardil's left side. His movement, both mysterious and swift, completely slipped past the senses of the two transcendents. Bardil reacted like a true transcendent, adjusting the direction of his light in a split second. The sharpened flash lashed out toward Rayon's entire body. Chi-ying. Within the twisted brilliance of space, Rayon drew his heavenly drive. 1,000 flames and yet heavenly flames. 1,000 flames touched the sky and fell as golden fire. 10,000 flames, cultivation, 1,000 flames, myriad incense of heaven. Quang. The golden flames incinerated Bardil's light and savagely tore into his chest. Gyuhaak. Rayon shook his head as he watched Bardil scream. Your movements are always wide whenever you use that technique. Our Rayon Zeeghart, don't call my name with that filthy mouth. Rayon roughly pulled out the heavenly drive and blasted Bardil's torso part. The angel, soaked in blood, plummeted to the ground with his wings in tatters. What the hell? Sif trembled his jaw in disbelief. You managed to gain something. Rayon didn't even deem it worth answering. He simply gripped his heavenly drive tighter. Dizzy, perhaps because he had ascended to transcendence while unconscious or because his injuries hadn't healed, his vision was blurry. But now wasn't the time for weakness. No matter what happened, he had to exact vengeance on Sif for his master's sake. Fine, but like I said, you're not the only one who has changed. Sif swung the black sword behind his back. A tremendous aura burst from his entire body. The force shook the entire island as if he was pouring every bit of the power he had stolen from Eris into it. Sword field creation, annihilation of fire. The black sword slashed through space in an achromatic gleam. The sky and ground split diagonally, and cracks bathed in blue light spread between them. It was an extreme sword formation, seemingly replicating Eris's sword field creation annihilation. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched Sif's sword realm tear through space. He couldn't use sword field creation anymore since he had already expended Divine Demonic Harmony and Genesis Blade, but he still had a new sword technique left. SSSS. He let go of the Heavenly Drive in his right hand. He naturally gathered a blade above the floating sword, infused it with the spatial sword he had learned from Eris, and wrapped it with the wind left behind by Rimmer. FYI. The one who had made his flames grow bigger and more brilliant than anyone else had always been Rimmer. Now that he could no longer meet his master, the lonely wind he had left behind pushed his sword forward. Rayon Zeekhart swordsmanship, Form 8 polar slash. Though Eris and Rimmer could no longer see it, the Heavenly Drive, imbued with both their dreams and winds, surged forth more brilliantly than ever, clashing head-on against Sif's sword realm. Quang. A faint yet straight path of the sword, the clear flame, reminiscent of Rimmer, burned away Sif's world-cleaving sword realm. Pooh, sword field creation annihilation of fire shattered like a thin pane of glass, and the Heavenly Drive wrapped in golden flame pierced Sif's chest. Kughyuhuk, Sif vomited blood, his jaw trembling. As he desperately tried to pull out the Heavenly Drive with trembling hands, Rayon stomped down and roared, Light Wind Division. With a cry mixed with blood, the dungeon entrance burst open, and the Light Wind Division stormed out. Their swords, as if wrapped in their master's wind, glowed blue, carrying sorrow and rage. You son of an idiot, Martha screamed and slashed toward Sif's right arm. You crazy idiot. Sif, thinking she had played right into his hands, reached out to her. A single flick of his finger could have torn Martha apart, but Rayon didn't stand idly by. Woo-wong. The Heavenly Drive embedded in Sif's chest vibrated violently, freezing the flow of aura running through his body. Kyuhuk, Rayon vomited blackened blood. Even though it damaged not just Sif, but his own body and soul, this revenge wasn't his alone. It belonged to the entire Light Wind Division. What the hell is this? Sif shrieked and reached out toward Martha, but no aura flowed from his fingers. Die. Martha seized the opening, slashing down with a blow imbued with the Titan's aura. Pooh. Sif's right arm was crushed and torn apart as if struck by a hammer. Kuag. Sif screamed and tried to retreat, but the true revenge of the Light Wind Division had only just begun. See if. Burin roared and charged, whipping up a fierce wind. His sharply honed sword ruthlessly tore through Sif's left arm. I can never forgive you. Run-On exploded the frost imbued in her sword, shattering Sif's right leg so he could never stand again. Because of you, because of you. Dorian, unleashing a strength rivaling the 3 Vice Division leaders, slammed his blade into Sif's thigh. He seemed to be pouring all of Rimmer's pain into the tearing of Sif's flesh and bone. Kuag, you worm bastards. Sif shrieked and tried to pull out the Heavenly Drive, but even as black blood poured from his eyes and ears, Rayon refused to let him go. Crane, his eyes bloodshot, stabbed into Sif's abdomen, and Ewer and Julius, screaming, slashed into his shoulders. The Light Wind Division surrounded Sif and stabbed their swords into his flesh. Kai-kakakakang, the sound of over 30 swords piercing Sif's body echoed in mournful resonance. Me, defeated by bastards like you. Sif trembled, his cheeks twitching from the unbearable agony. You said you wanted to become an angel. Rayon staggered forward, towering over Sif. You will become neither angel, nor demon, nor even human. You'll be burned away at the end of the world in the deepest pit, leaving no trace you ever lived. Muttering a curse like a declaration, Rayon drew the Soul Requiem sword where Rimmer's soul had once dwelled. You weren't defeated by us, you lost to our Vice Division leader. Rayon bit his lip as he looked at the wound Rimmer had left on Sif's waist. A man far too kind to have died by your hand. Wait, I'll explain everything. It wasn't just me. Sif's words were cut short as Rayon severed his neck with the Soul Requiem sword. Thunk. As Sif's head fell to the ground, Eris, who had been lying like a corpse, coughed blood and began breathing again. Only then did Rayon's vision start to blur. He didn't hold back the tears that flowed. Just as his master had told him to recover the essence of being human, pounded the ground and wailed, more desperately and sorrowfully than anyone. Rayon stared at Rimmer for a long while before lifting his right hand. He operated Glacier, scattering silver frost from his palm. FYI. The frost, spreading softly like powdery snow, wrapped around Rimmer's body and began to rotate gently. It was a measure to prevent bodily decay without causing frostbite to the skin. That's enough. Wrath waved his hand, signaling him to stop. With that, there will be no decay or frostbite. Wrath nodded, saying Rayon had controlled his power well. Is it done? Burin frowned as he looked at the frost surrounding Rimmer. Yeah, it'll be fine for a while. Rayon let out a short sigh. Since he had set it up to be maintained even while he slept, there should be no problem during the transfer to Light Wind. However, since he had squeezed out the cold while injured and exhausted, his head throbbed as if it would split apart. Hey. Burin scratched the back of his head, looking hesitant. What is it? Ah, no, it's just I didn't expect you to cry like that. I wanted to check if you were okay. He smacked his lips awkwardly, clearly embarrassed. Sorry, not very fitting for a division leader, was it? Rayon bowed his head and wiped the dried tear tracks from his cheeks. I wasn't criticizing you. I said it because I was worried, knowing your personality. Burin shook his head, saying he didn't mean it as a reproach. In fact, it was good that you cried. Martha came over and pointed at the light wind division. The swordsmen, having let their emotions flow just as much, were still sobbing and tearing up. She muttered that bottling up such emotions would have only made them sick. Sounds like that applies to you too. Rayon smiled faintly as he glanced at Martha's reddened eyes and nose. What? You annoyed that I cried? Thought I wouldn't shed tears. Martha bit her lip, displeased. The Rakshasa cried just as much as Rayon. Runnan came up beside Martha and shook her head. Hey, you were worse, and me too. Runnan, lips pouting sorrowfully, continued to let tears fall. Ha! Martha sighed and hugged Runnan, who kept sobbing with her head down. It was the first time seeing the two of them hugging each other so closely. Wrath stared at the faintly smiling Rimmer, his blue eyes crumpled. What are you thinking? Rayon flicked his fingers at Wrath. I was thinking of my own pathetic self. Wrath slowly lifted his gaze, frowning. I never thought I'd feel the helplessness of being able to do nothing again. Listening to Wrath, it seemed there had been a similar event in his past. I didn't like that frivolous fool who always slacked off and messed around, but still, I didn't want to just leave him to die like this. Wrath bit his lip in frustration. He usually cried easily, but seeing him not shedding any tears now showed just how furious he truly was. Rayon let out a short breath and patted Wrath's head. If only you and Master could have met. He had wanted to see Wrath, always angry, and Rimmer, slyly brushing it off, bickering. But now that it could never happen, his heart ached even more, felt like crying again. Young Master. Yua, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Rimmer, tugged at Rayon's sleeve. Zeeghart has lots of treasures, right? If there's something like an elixir that can bring back the dead, couldn't we revive our division vice leader? Hope shimmered in her still childlike eyes. And Mr. Dorian must have one. Yua's hands trembled as if begging him to do something. She had seemed fierce when stabbing Sif, but now such things didn't even cross her mind. I'm sorry. Dorian knelt down like a sinner and shook his head. Then and Zeeghart, that's not it. Rayon met Yua's gaze and shook his head. An elixir can save someone on the brink of death, but it can't bring back someone who's already died. He didn't know whether Zeeghart had an elixir or a similar elixir, but even if they did, it couldn't revive the already dead Rimmer. I see. Yua's large eyes started pouring out tears again, so we can't see the division vice leader anymore. She finally broke down and cried loudly. I'm sorry. Rayon wiped his own flowing tears and embraced Yua, patting her back. The girl, overwhelmed with grief, sobbed herself unconscious. I'll carry her. Burin, unable to watch any longer, let out a deep sigh and lifted Yua onto his back. But you said you met the division vice leader in the mental world earlier. As he carried Yua, Burin tilted his chin slightly. What did he say? I want to know too. Tell us. Not just Burin, Martha, and Runanother swordsmen also gathered around Rayon with curious eyes. In the mental world, Master didn't say anything special. He only pointed out what I lacked. Rayon began to recount everything that had happened with Rimmer. The only thing he left for us was, be happy. Rimmer hadn't made any requests or issued any orders. He hadn't even said the usual nagging words about becoming the Zeeghart head or getting closer to Glenn. He had simply left a final wish for them to be happy. Because it was so different from his usual self, it stabbed at Rayon's heart all the more. Guess he had no regrets. Martha chuckled, saying that was just like Rimmer. That guy was unbelievable to the end. How did he even get into the division leader's mental world? Crane blinked in amazement, finding it unbelievable, and yet somehow typical of Rimmer. Rayon gently caressed the soul requiem sword hanging from his waist. Before he lost consciousness, he had seen the sword flicker with green light. It seemed that the souls dwelling inside had guided Rimmer's soul to help him. I'm sorry, truly. Dorian knelt and began banging his head against the ground. If only I had been a little stronger, I could have protected everyone. He blamed himself for becoming a burden, hitting his forehead hard enough to bleed. You heard Master's final words too. Rayon held Dorian's head and shook his own. What he wished for was the happiness of everyone in the Light Wind Division. He had no resentment or regrets. As he said this, he placed a hand on Dorian's shoulder, just as Rimmer had done for him. Dorian clutched his head and wept once more. More importantly, what did Sif say to you and the division vice leader? Rayon asked, recalling how Sif had mentioned he wasn't acting alone. He wanted to hear what conversations had taken place. Dorian wiped away the tears streaming like a faucet and took a deep breath. There were important things. First, Sif stole Lady Eris's power because of Zeeghart's blood. Blood, yes. Apparently Zeeghart's blood contains the blood of angels. He used the curse carved into the cavern to siphon the angel's blood. Dorian explained all the conversations between Rimmer and Sif, starting from the story of the angels. Angels, huh? Burin's pupils trembled in disbelief even after hearing it. Given his pride in Zeeghart, the shock seemed immense. No wonder, no matter how much we trained, we couldn't manifest a sword field. Martha received the news more bluntly, furrowing her brow and grumbling that it was a realm only the chosen could access. Yeah, it's so unfair. Runnan pouted, looking disappointed that all her sword field training had gone to waste. Angels, angels. Rayon and Wrath locked eyes, jaws hanging open. You didn't know? Why would I know? Wouldn't it be weirder if I knew? You're the one who always said angels were enemies. How could you not know? How could I know if I didn't drink your blood? Rayon and Wrath pressed their foreheads together, glaring at each other for not knowing. No wonder. There was a reason you could withstand my power from the beginning. It was that damn angel blood. Wrath ground his teeth, saying he finally understood Rayon's outrageous resilience. So are you going to leave me now? Rayon tapped Wrath's head. You said you couldn't stand angels. Leave. Never. I'll cling to you until the end and take over your body. The thought of making a body infused with angel's blood mine makes me drool. Wrath gnashed his teeth, refusing to give up now. Is that so? Rayon smiled faintly at the growling Wrath. It would have felt truly hollow if Wrath left, but now his heart warmed slightly. Stop smiling. It's not because of you, it's because of me. Don't thank me. Wrath shook his head violently, refusing to accept the gratitude. But Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at Sif's shattered corpse. How did that bastard plan to steal grandfather's power? Roan was always at Glenn's side. Even if he wasn't, with Sif's skills alone, ambushing Glenn was impossible. Today, they had managed to take down Eris only after completely draining her stamina and mental strength. There was no way Sif could surprise Glenn under normal circumstances. Is there another method? It occurred to him that perhaps Sif or Darius Robert had prepared some other way to even strike Glenn. Regret no. Rayon exhaled a faint breath and shook his head. Killing him was the right choice. If he had let Sif talk, he might have escaped. Ending him here had been the best decision. Still, I should run through the possibilities. Even if Sif alone wasn't capable, if Darius was behind it, they might truly have found a way to seize Glenn's strength. It was better to prepare for every possibility. What should we do with this sword? Crane pointed at the black sword Sif had been wielding. Rayon let out a heavy sigh as he looked at the black sword in Eris, still slung on Crane's back. If Ant is to recover her strength, she'll need that sword. But whether she could even stand up again was uncertain. Eris had been ambushed by her own son and watched him kill Rimmer before her eyes. And in the end, even her son had been killed by her nephew. Even if she woke up, she likely wouldn't be in her right mind. Even someone as mentally strong as Eris would probably break under that. We should take it. I'll carry it. Martha nodded and grabbed Sif's black sword, wrapping her hand in aura. Let's go back. Rayon turned his body away from the collapsed dungeon and the pool of blood Sif had left behind. He carried Rimmer on his back, walking through the dense forest leading toward the harbor. Honestly, I still don't get it. Martha bit her lip as she looked at Rimmer. Why would he say his final words were to be happy? She questioned why he hadn't said something else. That's probably all he wanted to say to the Light Wind Division. Our division vice leader was surprisingly considerate. Burin nodded, walking carefully so as not to wake Yua. I saw his notebook once during our trainee days. He had written down each of our strengths and weaknesses, one by one. Rayon smiled faintly, recalling when he had first looked at Rimmer differently, though he still spent half the day loafing around on the platform. I honestly thought he was crazy, just sitting there moving his fingers, doing nothing. Crane snorted, saying Rimmer had been a truly strange master. I didn't like him either. If you're a leader, you should set an example. Wrath also grumbled like he was talking naturally with everyone. Remember when the Owen Kingdom delegation came? We fought against their knight trainees, won, and then Duke Tartan ran away without buying drinks, so Master got really mad and cried. Burin clicked his tongue, saying it was unbelievably pathetic. I can't forget when that man got kicked out of a gambling den looking like a beggar, shouting for meal money. Martha shook her head, saying she had never seen anyone look so pathetic. He often suggested we have a party and then shoved the bill onto Rayon. Run on side, calling it pathetic. But when it came to the blood-mad demon, he was so reliable. Rayon smiled faintly, feeling the lingering warmth left by Rimmer. Yeah. When he cut down an ogre with a single strike, it was honestly cool. Burin nodded in amazement. And when you were kidnapped by Eden, he didn't sleep a wink searching for you. Martha said that when his students were in danger, he transformed into the wisest and bravest master. He always looked the coolest when feeling the wind. Run-On tightly clasped her hands at her chest, saying that serious Rimmer was as impressive as Rayon. Master's teachings only showed their worth later. Thinking back, I never even thanked him. Dorian bit his lip in regret. Enough with the gloomy talk. Let's talk about his messes instead. Like when the tavern owners came to the training grounds to collect his tab, and when he got caught digging up grass on a mountain because he had no money to eat. The Light Wind Division laughed as they reminisced about their time with Rimmer. Though they walked for quite a long time until they reached the harbor, the conversations never ceased, continuing without end. It was like they were keeping Rimmer company, so he wouldn't get bored. By the time Rayon and the Light Wind Division arrived at the harbor, evening had already fallen. What is this? Rabwin was at a loss for words at the unexpected sight, only his jaw trembling. I'll explain later. Rayon handed Rimmer over to him, exhaling a breath that smelled faintly of blood. Later. Maybe because he thought it was truly over, his vision blurred and the world split into two. He could see Rimmer. As always, Rimmer wore a boyish smile, wrapped in a refreshing breeze. Next to him, Wrath floated in the form of cotton candy, his hair bristling. He flailed his arms furiously as if something annoyed him. Rimmer yawned lazily while speaking, and Wrath, turning into a bright red cotton candy, flailed harder. Cheryl and Eris approached, looking like they couldn't bear to watch, trying to stop them. Glenn and Roan watched the scene and chuckled warmly. Je, who had woken up at some point, was happily enjoying delicious food, and Edgar clung to her side, chattering nonstop. Sylvia smacked Edgar's back, telling him to leave the child alone. It was a dream, not the mental world, but his own wish, his longing. A reality he wanted to see but couldn't. It unfolded now in a dream. Crack, as soon as he realized it was a dream, the lively world shattered like it had been struck by a spatial blade, turning pitch black. Ah. When he opened his eyes, he realized he had been sleeping sideways. He could see the door of the ship's cabin. Feeling the still, windless solitude, an unbearable sadness surged up. But why did the pillow feel so soft? Finding it strange, he reached out only to touch not fabric but the sensation of human skin. He rolled his eyes and saw a thigh. Startled, he sat up quickly, and there was Merlin, mask removed, gazing at him. If you're sad, it's okay to cry. Merlin, for once, nodded with an expression similar to his own, as if he were looking into a mirror. Why you? Rayon gaped at Merlin. Why are you here? Judging by the way the azure wind was rocking, they were clearly in the middle of the ocean. They hadn't arrived in Zeeghart yet, so seeing Merlin here was unexpected. I finished the task you entrusted to me and came back. Merlin smiled as she explained that she had delivered the soul stone to Glenn. Your mother was really pleased, especially proud of you. She mimed clapping with both hands, saying she'd heard so many compliments that her ears hurt. I see. Rayon thanked Merlin and sat down on the bed. What will grandfather say? It had become routine to receive praise from Glenn whenever he returned from a mission. But this time he couldn't imagine what Glenn would say. He might resent me. The thought that Glenn might blame him for failing to protect Rimmer and Eris made his stomach churn with nausea. KGHH. Wrath's whimper came from the ice flower bracelet. It seemed he had run away inside because of Merlin. I heard what happened. Merlin let out a short sigh and covered her face with her mask. Her skin was so pale, as if it had never seen sunlight, that covering her face made the cabin feel momentarily darker. At first, I was going to follow the ship by borrowing a nearby animal's body. But when I heard what happened to Rimmer, I summoned my main body immediately. She stepped forward and wiped the tears that had formed at the corners of her eyes. Do you want to save him? She asked softly, tilting her head. Can he be saved? Rayon stared wide-eyed at Merlin. If his soul remains, I can make him into a mask or helmet. But Merlin shook her head, her expression tinged with sorrow. Yeah, you're right. Rayon clenched his fist so hard his palms bled. The truth was, he did want to see Rimmer again. If he could just see that relaxed smile, see him slacking off one more time, he would do anything. But just as Merlin said, reviving him in another person's body using a mask or helmet wasn't something Rimmer would have wanted. Especially after what he'd gone through with Jo and Edgar, he couldn't allow that to happen. Right, Merlin nodded as if she'd expected it. Then all you can do now is endure it and cry. I had no one to cry with, but you have people. Crying isn't a bad thing, it just means you're honest with your feelings. She gave a forlorn smile like someone who had gone through the same pain. No, she probably has. Remembering that Lokta had called Merlin a princess, it was clear she had also experienced the deaths of loved ones. Neither I nor Lokta had a good death. That's why I wanted to call him back and revive others. Merlin shook her head, eyes clouded with emptiness. I regret all of it now, though I'm happy I met you. She wiggled her fingers, saying she'd tell him her story if he was curious. He was curious, but from the look on Merlin's face, this wasn't something light to hear. Even with just Rimmer's death, his emotions were in turmoil. He didn't think he could focus on her story right now. I'll hear it later, I promise. All right, then you should at least open up to me about your story. You'll feel better. Merlin sat down on the floor of the cabin as she spoke. Wrath cautiously peeked his head out from the bracelet. The crazy woman may be annoying, but she's right. You'll feel better if you open up. Wrath flailed his arms, saying Rayon could talk to him instead. Tusk, I may not be a proper friend, but as your vessel, I'll at least listen. Here. Merlin and Wrath each spread their arms, urging him to open up to them. Rayon let out a hollow chuckle and shook his head. I'll tell you when my thoughts are more sorted out. I honestly don't know where to begin right now. Seeing the two of them made him laugh even when he didn't feel like it. Somehow, both had become comforting presences to him. All right, just do it when you're ready. Merlin said she'd wait, raising her fist. I too am always ready. Wrath shouted to speak day or night and glared at Merlin. He looked scared, but also seemed to be feeling competitive. Eris, I mean, Auntie's she awake? Aunt, I don't know. Merlin shook her head, saying she had no idea. Didn't you hear everything from someone else? I eavesdropped. But I was in animal form, so I summoned my main body here right after. She smiled, saying no one should know she was here. See, that's why she's a crazy woman. She could announce herself now, but sneaking around is just part of her routine. Wrath shuddered, saying that's exactly why she's scary. He couldn't deny that. But hearing what Merlin said reminded him of Summonino, one demon king. Where's Lust? Rayon narrowed his eyes and looked around. Though he wasn't fully himself right now, he couldn't sense Lust's presence anywhere. That damned directionless woman. Merlin ground her teeth in frustration. Judging from her words, the answer was obvious. She said she was going to return to you after giving the soul stone to your grandfather. She claimed she finally remembered the way and took off on her own, but now she's vanished. You didn't stop her, I tried, but she said she remembered the route and flew off by herself. She scoffed, saying Lust was full of confidence despite having no sense of direction. Did I not tell you? Wrath nodded solemnly. She's a stalker, a directionless one at that, and she thinks she's smart. He shook his head, saying her bizarre traits overlapped in the worst ways. She's never any help. You're only getting in the way. Merlin and Wrath cursed at her in unison, as if they shared a mutual understanding. Well, with Lust's skills, she won't be in any real danger. Since no one even knew of Lust's existence, there wasn't much reason to worry. Rayon slowly stood up. He was about to head out of the cabin, but paused to retrieve the Soul Requiem sword from the table. He couldn't leave it behind. Rimmer's soul might still remain within it. Going out, I want to check on my aunt. Even if Eris was alive, it wouldn't be much of a life. Though she normally displayed more composure than Glenn, she had crumbled more than anyone before Sif. That made him all the more concerned. Rayon was just about to step out of the cabin with the Soul Requiem sword in hand when it happened. You have slain 2 transcendents. You have killed a celestial for the first time in 1,000 years. You have achieved an impossible feat. All stats have. A new trait, a new title. He dismissed the messages without reading them. Gasp, this damned system. Wrath started cursing the system but stopped mid-sentence and smacked his lips as he looked at Rayon. You're not reading it. I don't want to right now. I see. Wrath placed a hand on Rayon's shoulder as if he understood. I'll read it later when I can make fun of you with it. Hey, Rayon ignored Wrath's outburst and stepped out of the cabin. Since it was nighttime, only a few sailors were on deck. He was about to head to the infirmary where Eris was when Dorian, who had been standing at the far end of the deck, approached. You're awake. Dorian bowed his head and asked if Rayon was feeling okay. Has my aunt woken up? Rayon looked directly at Dorian and asked about Eris's condition. I just came from the infirmary a little while ago, but she still hasn't woken up. Dorian shook his head, saying that Rabouin was standing watch by Eris's side. I see. Rayon nodded. Honestly, part of him felt it was better that Eris hadn't awakened yet. He still didn't know what to say to her or how to face her. What about the others? Given everything that happened, they all passed out from exhaustion. Dorian said the Azure Wind crew was keeping watch instead and gave an awkward laugh. And you? Rayon narrowed his eyes at Dorian. This guy was probably the most exhausted, yet he was clearly pushing through it. That made it all the more pitiful. I'm all right. I couldn't sleep even if I lay down. Dorian scratched his head, saying that was why he was on watch. You're still carrying it, huh? Rayon rested his arms on the railing and looked out at the softly rippling night sea. Well, of course, I keep thinking about Master. If he didn't force himself to look away, he would keep seeing Rimmer's face smiling even with a black sword piercing through his chest. It was maddening. If he felt this bad, then Dorian, who had witnessed everything from the very beginning, would never forget it for the rest of his life. Yeah. Dorian nodded. I keep seeing that moment in my dreams. I keep thinking, what if I had thrown myself in his place? It's meaningless. Rayon shook his head firmly. Even a grandmaster couldn't intervene in that fight. You did everything you could. No, I don't deserve to hear that. Dorian buried his head in the railing and started to cry. That crybaby had been bottling it up all this time, blaming himself, and now the dam finally burst. HNNNGH. It's okay, he never blamed anyone. Rayon patted Dorian's head, recalling Rimmer's smile in his final moments just as his master had once done for him. Whoosh. A pure, ocean-like breeze passed briefly over the Azure Wind's bow, as if trying to comfort the two of them. When the Azure Wind arrived at the northern port closest to Sieghart. We'll come with you. Rabouin loaded the unconscious Eris and Rimmer into 2 separate carriages and bowed. Honestly, I don't think we can go back to being pirates anymore. He explained that most of the Azure Wind's crew had originally been Sieghart swordsmen, and the rest had participated in the war, so there should be no issue returning together. He asked Rayon for permission. All right. Rayon nodded and mounted his horse, heading towards Sieghart. There were no smiles or idle chatter like when they had returned from the dungeon on the Azure Wind. Neither the Light Wind Division, nor Rabouin, nor the Azure Wind's crew said a word. They walked in silence, each quietly preparing their goodbyes in their hearts. At the end of the short journey, the snow-covered walls of Sieghart came into view for everyone. Rayon bit his lip as he stared at Sieghart's walls. The gray walls that had always felt so welcoming now looked impossibly tall and heavy. It felt like they were pressing down on his soul. The news of Rimmer's death had surely already reached them, but not knowing how those inside would react made his hands tremble with fear. When he turned around, the other swordsmen were also staring at the wall with eyes full of anxiety and dread. He was more afraid and worried than anyone, but he couldn't just stand there and stare at the wall forever. He needed to let Rimmer rest as soon as possible. Let's go. Rayon let out a small breath and headed for Sieghart's main gate. Normally, they would check his identity before opening the gate, but today, the moment they saw his face, the gate opened and Chief Inspector Ilyun and several swordsmen stepped outside. Kying, they wore black uniforms and raised their swords vertically in front of their chests, performing Sieghart's sword salute. Rayon clenched his jaw and guided the carriage toward the main road. On both sides of the road, Sieghart's swordsmen had lined up, each offering the same solemn and respectful sword salute. It was the swordsman's tribute to one who had died in battle for Sieghart. HNNNGH. Vice leader, why did it have to be him? Behind him, the sounds of the light wind swordsman quietly weeping could be heard, but he was the division leader. He suppressed his emotions and continued walking toward the main building. Kaya, the Iron Sword Division, Public Sword Division, War Sword Division, as well as the Armored War Division, Black Tortoise Division, and True Martial Palace all came out and performed a sword salute for Rimmer. Even those who normally bickered and clashed with him offered their respects without a hint of resistance. That made Rayon's chest ache even more. As the two carriages carrying Rimmer and Aris stopped in front of the main building, Sylvia, Edgar, the gambling monster, and Frederick came into view. Even Glenn and Roan, who were always waiting inside the audience chamber, were now standing before the residents, waiting. Grief and sorrow were written across every face. Seeing his father, mother, and grandfather made his chest feel like it was burning. His nose tingled like tears would fall at any moment. Thud. Rayon dismounted with trembling legs. He was afraid. He didn't want to go forward. It wasn't fear of being blamed for Rimmer's death, it was the fear that standing before them would make Rimmer's death feel real. Rayon exhaled deeply and forced his heavy legs forward, family head, to hold himself together to the very end, to endure even if he was blamed. He stood in front of Glenn with every muscle tensed. I'm sorry. I made the wrong decision. It's all my fault. He started to kneel and bow his head before Glenn, but Glenn caught him and pulled him into an embrace. You did well, and Glenn tightened his arms around him, his voice cracking like he was chewing on bone. I'm sorry. Rayon clutched Glenn's robes with both hands and finally let the tears he had been holding back fall. After shedding a flood of tears, Rayon followed Glenn to the audience chamber. Sylvia, Edgar, and the other executives followed behind with surprised expressions, likely not expecting Rayon to have cried. Who? Standing atop the dais of the audience chamber, Glenn let out a heavy sigh. He moved in front of the throne and extended a hand toward Rayon. Rimmer. He paused and bit his lip as he looked at Rimmer's casket beside Rayon. I heard that Rimmer died and Aris was gravely wounded, but the exact circumstances haven't been reported yet. Thinking that Rayon and the Light Wind Division were too emotionally shaken, he turned to Rabowin. Rabowin, you. Family head, allow me to speak. Rayon wiped the remaining tears from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand and stepped forward. Are you sure? Yes, I want to. No, I must. He nodded while glancing at Rimmer's casket. Very well, go ahead. Glenn lowered his eyebrows and stepped back. I'll start from the beginning. After we acquired the Soul Stone and were preparing to return to Sieghart, one of Lady Aris' subordinates came to us. Rayon deliberately omitted Para's name so he wouldn't feel burdened, referring only to Aris' subordinate. They had found traces of Aris' son, Sif. After some consideration, we decided to send the Soul Stone ahead to Sieghart and go after Sif. When we entered the dungeon, Rayon explained everything that had happened in the dungeon in detail, without leaving anything out. Recalling the events inside the dungeon made Rimmer's face resurface in his mind, and tears threatened to fall again. But he forced down the overwhelming emotion, didn't want to cry anymore. Darius Robert, that bastard. Baldur stomped hard enough to shake the audience chamber. Where the hell is he hiding while pulling this shit? He ground his teeth, saying he wanted to drag Darius out by the hair. You're in front of the family head. Quiet down. Karun shook his head without looking away from the dais. You're not angry. That bastard toyed with Sieghart. Baldur started to shout again but closed his mouth when Karun's gaze turned toward him. I said, be silent. Lightning flickered blood red over Karun's eyes. A man of great pride in Sieghart, he seemed more furious than anyone else present. Baldur pouted his lips but backed down. Even Denier, always the calm one, was trembling as he clenched his fists. So that's what happened. Glenn looked at Rimmer's casket, closed his eyes slowly, then opened them again. And that's why you were all blaming yourselves. He nodded heavily, saying he now understood the looks in the Light Wind Division's eyes. It's all my fault. Dorian stepped forward, choking back tears. Because I couldn't do anything, Vice Leader ended up. He grabbed his messy hair, saying he had only gotten in the way. No, it's my fault. Rayon stopped Dorian and shook his head. There were multiple chances to stop Sif's plan. Lady Aris was stabbed because I let my guard down, and even Vice Leader was taken because of me. He took full responsibility, hoping the other members wouldn't blame themselves. But it wasn't just emotional, it was also an honest acknowledgement of his own mistake. If I had just been a little more composed, I might have saved both of them. If he had retained the coldness of his past life, he wouldn't have trusted Sif to the end. Now that he had become Rayon Sieghart and learned to trust people and form bonds, he had gained a weakness. The Rimmer I knew might have been lighthearted, but he never spoke nonsense. Glenn stared at the casket and pressed his lips tightly together. He told you to be happy, and he smiled in Rayon's mental world before he left. That means he had no regrets. Neither the Light Wind Division leader nor any of you in the division have any reason to blame yourselves. He lowered his chin, his gaze cold and piercing. The one who played dirty is elsewhere, so why are you beating yourselves up? If you continue to berate yourselves, it becomes an insult to Rimmer. From the moment you leave this room, you're to forget that nonsense. Glenn gritted his teeth and urged them to blame Darius instead and to focus on vengeance. Understood. Why, yes, understood. Dorian knelt and nodded with a sob. Understood. Rayon also bowed his head, just as Glenn said, and as he himself had witnessed, Rimmer had vanished with a smile without regrets. As Glenn said, to tarnish his master's final moment would be unforgivable. There's one more thing I need to report. Rayon stepped forward again and looked up at Glenn. It's about how Sif stole Lady Heir's power. Before speaking, he scanned the room. Only the branch masters, direct line members, division leaders, and unit commanders were present, so it was safe to share this information. Yes, that's what I wanted to know. Balder nodded enthusiastically. Even someone like me knows it's impossible to reach transcendence by stealing someone else's power. He gestured with his finger, urging Rayon to speak. In our Sieghart bloodline. Rayon placed a hand over his chest as he continued. Flows the blood of the angels. Angels, you mean the ones that Darius Robert brought in? Karun's lips trembled in shock. Correct. Rayon nodded at Karun. Sif reached transcendence by absorbing the power of the angel blood that resides in Lady Heir's lineage. Martha. Yeah. Martha stepped forward and handed Sif's black sword to Rayon. Sif used the curse that remained in the pit and this black sword to steal Lady Heir's power. I believe the secret lies within this sword. Rayon handed the black sword, still reeking of blood, to Glenn. There's no doubt. This stench is suffocating. Glenn narrowed his eyes, admitting he hadn't expected such a sword to exist. I'll have to contact Balkan and Agram. He nodded, saying he'd summon Balkan, the renowned blacksmith, and the shamans of the Beast Union. Family head, did you already know? Rayon furrowed his brow as he watched Glenn examine the sword. The calm reaction made it seem like Glenn had already known about the angels. I didn't know angel blood was involved, but... Glenn lowered the black sword and shook his head, considering that only we can wield sword field creation, and that our growth doesn't stagnate even after reaching transcendence. I always thought our lineage was unique. This too must be investigated thoroughly. He frowned, saying even he hadn't expected this. Angels, how I don't know if that's something to be happy about or not. Balder let out a hollow laugh, still finding it hard to believe. Karun stared at Rimmer's casket, his eyes heavy, as if deep in thought. It's likely. Denier stepped forward, eyes fixed on the black sword. Darius Robert is working with the White Blood cult as well. The White Blood cult, Balder turned, confused. The ones who know human blood best on the entire continent are the White Blood cult. Those two groups are almost certainly deeply connected. Denier clutched his temple, saying Darius and the White Blood cult's leader likely collaborated to develop a way to steal Sieghart's power. That's definitely possible. Glenn nodded, stating that using Eris blood to achieve transcendence meant the White Blood cult's master was likely involved. From what we've seen, it seems Sieghart blood must pass down within Sieghart for its power to be stolen. But just in case, all branch masters and division leaders are to investigate every angle. He ordered all executives in the audience chamber to gather information on the matter. From this moment on, Darius Robert and his faction are Sieghart's primary enemies. Above all else, they take top priority. If encountered, kill them on sight. I give my permission. Glenn ground his teeth sharply, declaring that Darius must never be allowed to live. Yes, Sieghart's executives bowed their heads with unwavering determination to fulfill that command, even if it cost their lives. Merlin. Glenn beckoned toward the back of the Light Wind Division, where Merlin stood. Merlin replied in a brighter tone than usual, perhaps trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. How long will it take to prepare to awaken Ja? Glenn faltered for a moment, as if flustered, before asking about Ja. It'll probably take about 2 weeks. Merlin held up 2 fingers, saying that this was new even for her and she'd need to prepare thoroughly. Even if it takes longer, that's fine. It must not fail, so make sure it's done as safely as possible. Leave it to me. She smiled and tapped her arm confidently. Rimmer's funeral will be held in 3 days. He's from Cephia, so we should send him there, but I want to bury him here in Sieghart. With that, Glenn turned his back. You're all tired. Go rest. I'll take care of the rest. He motioned with a weary hand, signaling the meeting was over. Understood. Rayon bowed deeply and left the audience chamber with the Light Wind Division. We'll take our leave as well. Don't overdo it. HMPH, what a suffocating mess. Karun, Denier, Balder, and the other executives bowed toward Glenn's back and exited the chamber. Left alone, Glenn stood before Rimmer's casket. Like a statue, he didn't move even as night passed and dawn approached. His gaze remained fixed on Rimmer alone. Thud, just as Glenn clutched his head and hunched over in dizziness, the doors of the audience chamber burst open, and Cheryl flew in as if throwing her body forward. Huff, blood, still wet, stained her cheeks and uniform. She must have sprinted here the moment her mission ended. Family head, where is that bastard? She was about to ask where Rimmer was when she spotted the casket below the dais. Her lips trembled. Step. Glenn descended from the dais with heavy footsteps and stood before Rimmer's casket. His trembling hands rose and fell multiple times before he finally made up his mind and opened the lid. Amid the beautiful frost-like flowers, Rimmer's face came into view. He was smiling. It felt like he might spring up any second and say, "Finally hugged Rayon, huh? Took you long enough." With his usual cheeky grin. Unable to keep looking at Rimmer's face, Glenn lifted his gaze toward the ceiling. His vision blurred, as if mist had filled his eyes. "May you rest in peace." Roan bowed his head, hand over his heart. Even his aged eyes welled with tears. "You idiot, you stupid fool." Cheryl knelt and pounded the floor. Her tears fell, soaking her hair. "You told me to wait, you lazy gambler bastard." She screamed at Rimmer, asking why he hadn't kept his promise. "You died exactly like you lived." Glenn grasped Rimmer's scarred hand and bit his lip. "I'm glad you had no regrets, but I wish I could have had more time with you. Comradino, my dear friend." Hello. Rayon stared at the ceiling of his room and sighed. "I can't sleep." He had returned to the annex, washed up, and laid down, but even after a long time, sleep wouldn't come. Despite being more physically and mentally exhausted than ever, his mind remained sharp. No, not sharp exactly. His emotions and mental state were simply too heightened for sleep. "Then move your body instead." Wrath let out a short yawn and shook his head. "Move your body a little and you'll feel better." Unlike usual, he motioned with his chin for Rayon to go warm up. Upon returning to the house, Rayon hadn't been able to keep his promise of celebrating with a feast. Despite not having eaten anything delicious for a while, Wrath hadn't complained and had endured it silently. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just bored." Wrath snorted and told him to hurry up and get going. "Yeah." Rayon gave a faint smile and walked toward the door, but then he paused. A naturally blooming scent spread out, letting him feel the presence of Sylvia, Edgar, and Helen in the dining room. Sylvia and Helen were weeping, mourning Rimmer, while Edgar was quietly consoling the two. Rayon turned away and slipped out through the window instead. To avoid waking anyone, he made his way behind the lake and drew the heavenly drive. Wuwang. Just gripping the sword caused the mana inside his body and the mana of nature to resonate together. Heavenly connection. The aura of a transcendent, one who has touched the sky, rose from his shoulders. SSSSS. As he slowly brought the sword down, the lake parted without a sound. The path drawn by the aura of 10,000 flames cultivation was traced by nature's mana, carving a wall through the water. I've grown stronger. More than ever before, he could feel the difference within himself. Even though he had finally reached the long-awaited realm of transcendence, he felt no joy. Perhaps it was because the one person who would have celebrated with him the most was no longer there. Still, I have to keep moving forward. None of his goals had been fulfilled yet. Even if it cost his life, no matter what happened, Darius had to die. As he poured that heavy resolve into his sword, the aura-soaked blade twisted and split the air. The realm of transcendence allowed one to turn ideals into reality, even with faint aura. Fiying. After finishing his basic sword drills, Rayon was about to unfold the fangs of insanity when he sensed a presence to his right. There was no need to extend his perception. The flow of mana told him who it was. He finally understood why Wrath always noticed people before they approached. Step. With heavy footsteps, someone stepped onto the lake's surface. It was Cheryl. She must have come in a rush. Wet strands of hair clung to her tear-streaked face. Division leader. Rayon lowered his head, unable to look directly at her. "I'm sorry." He had nothing to say. She and Rimmer were not just friends but something more. "Enough of that, just take this." Cheryl pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her chest. "This is what that damn idiot left for you." She paused, biting her lip hard. "It's his will." His will? Rayon widened his eyes as he looked at the paper in Cheryl's hand. A will? Did Master somehow know he was going to die? Rayon had thought Rimmer's final words were simply "be happy," and hadn't expected a separate will to exist. The thought that he might have known about his death made Rayon's heart pound fiercely. A transcendent shouldn't make such a mess of his expressions, you know. Cheryl gave a faint smile with her chin slightly raised. "He didn't give it to me before this mission. He prepared it a long time ago." "Ah." Rayon let out a low breath as he stared at the paper. "And don't think it's yellow because of me. That bastard just used cheap paper and handed it over like that." She brushed off the yellowed paper with her hand, saying Rayon knew what kind of person Rimmer was. "I know." Rayon nodded. There was no way someone like Cheryl would have carelessly kept Rimmer's will. She must have stored it carefully, so the paper must have been yellow from the start. Even his will is filthy. That man was always consistent. Wrath let out a hollow laugh, saying Rimmer was a truly exhausting man. Would you like to read it with me? Rayon asked as he received the wool from Shirl. No, Shirl shook her head sharply like a blade. If he left it for you, then it has nothing to do with me. That's just how he is. She turned her back, saying she couldn't disregard Rimmer's intentions. Understood. Rayon nodded and unfolded the paper Rimmer had left. Thud. A small square note fell out from the letter. Rayon picked it up and read it first. The light handwriting unique to Rimmer made Rayon's heart tighten. If this letter reached you, it means I'm dead, right? I don't know how I died, but don't mourn too long. Death isn't that sad for elves. We return to the embrace of nature, becoming mana of the world. We'll meet again someday. Humans have a saying like that too, right? Even in a pre-written will, he mentioned the idea of parting and reunion. If nothing else, it seemed Rimmer had little regret about his own death. This is a will, but honestly, I don't have any final words. I have a few things in mind, but I won't say them. Rimmer had written in his will that he didn't want to leave any final message. Rayon could picture the mischievous grin he must have worn while writing it. The reason I'm not leaving a will is simple. I don't want to burden the kids. I'll take my wishes with me. Just live happily and keep smiling. He even drew a picture of a smiling expression, as if to say laugh with your eyes. You're probably wondering why I gave this to Shirl, right? It's because I have a favor to ask. Rayon exhaled lightly at the word favor. Go to my private safe at Bars Bank and use the code to take out the money. Use it to buy snacks and toys and go to the address below. Once you get there, you'll know what to do. Rimmer included the safe number, the code to unlock it, and a message asking Rayon to take care of it. Rayon memorized the code and bit his lip. PS1. If my body is intact, don't bury it. Burn it and let the wind carry me away. I want to watch over the light wind division from wherever I go. Glenn wanted to bury Rimmer in the Sieghart Cemetery, but since this was Rimmer's wish, cremation was the right choice. Rayon let out a short breath and moved to the second postscript. PS2. Give the note that was in the letter to Shirl. Visit her from time to time and play with her. She's weaker than she looks. Rimmer ended the will with a request to look after Shirl. It didn't feel like a will, more like a letter. Truly a will befitting that man. Wrath lowered his gaze to the ground, saying it was lighthearted but filled with deep care. Division leader. Rayon extended the note he had been holding to Shirl. This letter was addressed to you, to me. Shirl chewed her lips repeatedly, then reached out with trembling hands to take the letter. The moment she read the first line, her lips quivered. She tried to hold back, but tears soon spilled. What does it say? It's a secret. She said she didn't want to share it and clutched the note close to her chest. I see. Rayon nodded. If she wanted to keep it to herself, it must have been something precious, something only for her. But I'm curious. Wrath stretched his neck, trying to read the note over her shoulder. Don't. Rayon sighed and pulled Wrath's tail down. Rayon, since you're carrying on his will always. Shirl bit her lip as she looked at him. She's going to tell me not to lose, isn't she? Rayon braced himself for a declaration not to fall or be defeated, but Shirl's words were different. Carry a bit of lightness and smile more. If you stay that serious all the time, you won't even be able to use your full strength. She smiled faintly, not telling him to be a fool like Rimmerbutt to carry a bit of his lightness and joy. All right, I will. Rayon nodded calmly, understanding why she told him to smile. One more thing, Shirl turned back again just before leaving. You're going to take revenge, aren't you? I have to. Rayon nodded. There was no longer any way for him to live under the same sky as Darius. Even if it cost his life, even if his soul vanished, would stop Darius' plans and sever his head. I'll be there with you. Shirl said she would go with him, no matter the circumstances, and then left. Rayon looked up at the fading dawn and carefully folded Rimmer's will. As soon as morning came, Rayon took Dorian and headed to Bars Bank, as mentioned in Rimmer's will. Why are we going to the bank? Dorian blinked as he asked, saying that all the money was already with him anyway. Master left a request. Rayon pointed at the bank in front of them as he briefly explained what had happened yesterday. See, can someone like me really come along for something like this? I. Dorian started backing away, saying he wasn't worthy. That's exactly why I brought you. Rayon shook his head as he grabbed Dorian's wrist. Though everyone in the Light Wind Division was grieving Rimmer's death, Dorian's condition was the most severe. Even after receiving counsel from both Rayon and Glenn, his gloom hadn't lifted. Let's go in. Rayon dragged Dorian into the bank. You're Sir Rayon. The guard at the entrance widened his eyes in surprise and asked what business he had. I came to check a private safe. Could you provide the safe number? Number 44783. Rayon recited the number written in Rimmer's will. Vault Group 4. The guard said this wasn't something that could be handled here and led them to a room deep within the bank. Director. A guest has arrived for safe number 44783. With that, he closed the office door and stepped outside. I've heard the news. The bank director, a large middle-aged man, rose from his chair. I don't know what to say about such a tragic loss. He seemed to have had a connection with Rimmer and bowed his head, sorrow in his eyes. What was your relationship with my master? Rayon returned the bow and asked. Let's talk on the way. The director gestured toward the gray vault behind him, Wuwang. As his hand touched the vault door, a dimensional passage opened beyond it. Countless doors stretched endlessly along both sides of a corridor, each labeled with numbers starting in 4. This must be the dimension where all the vaults starting with 4 were stored. Vaults that start with 4 aren't linked to individuals, but to numbers and passwords. Anyone who knows the number and password can access them, even if they aren't the owner. The director smiled faintly, explaining the flexible use of Vault Group 4. Now then, could you provide the password for Vault 40478-3? He nodded, standing before the door labeled 40478. Rayan didn't answer right away. His lips only moved faintly. The director remained silent, seemingly understanding Rayan's hesitation. You okay, sir? Dorian blinked, not quite grasping the situation. Who? Rayan let out a deep, ground-sinking sigh and raised his head. 5th training ground. He firmly spoke the password written in Rimmer's letter. Ah. Dorian trembled as he realized why Rayan had hesitated to speak. I met Sir Rimmer on my very first day at this bank. By luck, I was assigned as his account manager. The director began entering the code, shaking his head as he spoke. True to his elven nature, he had no greed. At first, he deposited his money and didn't touch it again. He never changed the password. It was ideal from a banking perspective. He gave a faint smile, reminiscing. But after his subordinates were killed during the war, everything changed. He disappeared for a while, then suddenly returned, spending a long time staring at the gold in his vault. Days later, he withdrew 100 gold coins for the first time. After that, he visited frequently. The director sighed, saying it was a drastic shift. During that time, he changed the vault's password constantly. Sometimes it was a name, sometimes a date, and sometimes something cryptic. He bit his lip, saying Rimmer had looked mentally and emotionally unstable. But after becoming an instructor at the 5th training ground, he changed again. The gloom in his eyes vanished, replaced by light and vitality. From then on, the password 5th training ground never changed. The director grabbed the vault's handle, saying Rimmer's smile back then was one that could lift anyone's mood. Passwords, by nature, reflect something unforgettable, something one wants to remember. For Rimmer Nim, the 5th training ground must have been exactly that. He murmured that it must have held deep value and opened the vault door. Kuwang, the magically reinforced steel door swung open, revealing a vault overflowing with gold coins, silver coins, and jewels. It was hard to believe this belonged to Rimmer, who always whined about being broke. This is vice leaders. Dorian, who had been tearing up at the password, stared with his mouth agape. Rayan silently looked into the vault for a moment, then took 10 gold coins and stepped out. He used to withdraw about that much. The director chuckled knowingly and closed the vault. I'll be here when you return. He bowed as he sealed the dimensional corridor leading to the vault. Thank you for everything. Rayan bowed in return and exited the bank. What are you going to do with that money? He asked me to buy some toys and snacks. But I already have all of. Let's just do what he asked. Rayan calmed the worried Dorian, who was afraid Rayan would use his own wallet, and together they bought toys, snacks, and ice cream. Then they headed to the address Rimmer had left. It was on the outskirts of a medium-sized village outside Sieghart's walls. A red-roofed building behind a low wall stood out. An orphanage. Rayan widened his eyes as he read the name on the sign, Slan Orphanage. It wasn't that Rimmer had a child of his own. The place he sent Rayan to was an orphanage that cared for children who had lost or been abandoned by their parents. The red-haired big brother is here. No, it's a blonde guy I don't know. Kaya, a group of 5 or 6-year-olds peeked over the wall and squealed before running inside the building. What was that? I have no idea. As Rayan blinked in confusion, a middle-aged man with a kind expression stepped out of the orphanage. You kids, didn't I tell you not to treat guests like that? He gently patted the backs of the children hiding behind him. We didn't say anything. We only said he's blonde. We were just waiting for Big Brother Red Hair. The kids shook their heads as if insisting they hadn't done anything wrong. Really. The middle-aged man sighed and approached Rayan. I've been expecting you, Sir Rayan. He looked at Rayan's eyes, hair, and the toys and snacks in his hands before bowing deeply. Are you? Yes, this is Slan Orphanage, which Sir Rimmer regularly supported. The man introduced himself as the director of the orphanage and bowed again. V vice leader supported an orphanage. Oh, come to think of it, I do remember hearing something about that. Dorian clapped as he suddenly recalled it. He disappeared after that, so I thought it was just a rumor. The director smiled, saying Rimmer was an extraordinary person. He smiled faintly, saying Rimmer was the reason the orphanage was able to maintain such a clean and healthy environment. Then the name Slan Orphanage, Sir Rimmer changed it. The director nodded, saying everyone agreed to the change. I see. Rayan bit his lip and turned his gaze, locking eyes with some of the children peeking at them. The kids don't know. Sir Rimmer never told them his name. They just called him Big Brother Red Hair. He didn't want to risk making them sad if they heard his name again. The director said it had been the same when he was a child and gave a small laugh. Of course, the older ones who do know are hiding in the corners, crying where the younger kids won't see, myself included. He shook his head, still unable to believe it. Rayon raised a hand and covered his eyes. To think he was doing something like this, he hadn't known about the vault's wealth, nor that Rimmer was supporting an orphanage. People really did have many different sides. May I give the children some gifts, of course. The director welcomed him and stepped aside. Rayon carefully approached the children and opened the lid of a box filled with bead-shaped ice cream. Want to eat together? The children, wary of the stranger, swallowed nervously as they looked at the ice cream. It's okay. The director smiled gently and nodded. The children finally came out and each took a portion of the ice cream. They laughed happily as they took a bite. What flavor is this ice cream? What's your name, big brother? It seemed the ice cream had broken the ice and the children started chatting with him. That's mint chocolate. As for me, just call me Big Brother Blonde. Rayon didn't reveal his name. Just like Rimmer, he called himself Big Brother Blonde. Oh, are you Big Brother Red-Haired's friend? When is Big Brother Red-Haired coming? The kids gathered around, asking when Rimmer would return, for a little while. Rayon gently patted their heads and smiled. He went on a trip. Rimmer's journey would surely return to them someday within their hearts once they grew up. As Rayon learned more about Rimmer, the frozen sorrow in his chest seemed to melt just a little. MMH. Dorian, too, seemed calmer. He pressed his lips tight, holding back tears. Perhaps this was why Rimmer left his final request to him. Feeling the clear, flowing breeze, Rayon let slip Rimmer's familiar, easygoing smile. The clearing in front of the dungeon where Rayon had used the blade of transcendence to cut down Sif. Step. Sharp footsteps echoed atop the broken, shattered ground. A man in a dark robe, shrouded in shadow, picked up a blood-stained feather and bit his red lips. This is the place. Darius Robert. His voice, laced with deep fury, made the shadow assassins behind him tremble as if vomiting blood. Dig into this place and uncover everything that happened herein if you have to tear the souls inside out. Lord Darius, Kubara knelt beside Darius's right side. Both Beorn and Bardiel were defeated by Rayon Sieghart, who had reached transcendence. But why? According to the report Darius had received, while the plan to steal Eris's power had succeeded perfectly, both Bardiel and Beorn had been killed by the newly transcendent Rayon Sieghart. Given that the facts had already been confirmed, Kubara couldn't understand why Darius had come all the way out here himself. I can't believe it. Darius furrowed his brow as he gazed across the scorched clearing in front of the dungeon. Even if Bardiel wasn't a combat specialist, and Beorn hadn't fully adapted to Eris's power, it still makes no sense for them to be killed by someone who had just ascended. He let the feather he was holding crumble into gray ash and shook his head. It's more believable that the demon inside his body broke loose. Darius narrowed his eyes, stating he had to confirm both the process and the results for the sake of his future plans. Bardiel was one thing, but losing Beorn here is unacceptable. We needed him as a sacrificial pawn to break Glenn Sieghart's neck. He ground his teeth in frustration, his white fangs biting down on his lip. Rayon Sieghart, no, Rayon. Darius Robert whispered Rayon's name with a dry smile like cracked earth. Sticky blood dripped from a wound carved into the back of his hand. You keep getting in my way. His rage twisted the very air. The ground trembled as if in agony, and the shadow assassins and shamans behind him clutched their throats, trembling violently as they struggled to breathe. Lo, Lord Darius. Even Kubara couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and coughed up blood from her lips. Who? Darius eventually reined in the wrath that had surged from the depths of his soul, pulling back the overwhelming energy that had spread across the island. Find it, don't miss a single trace, uncover everything. He ordered half of the shamans and assassins to search the dungeon's interior while the others combed the clearing. My apologies. An hour later, the middle-aged leader of the assassins knelt before Darius. The entire area seems to have been scorched. Not even the slightest trace remains. He lowered his head, saying there was nothing left to retrieve from this ground. Lord Darius. An old man with a worn robe stepped forward and planted his staff in front of Darius. There are no traces we can recover through sorcery either. Even the lingering spells in the clearing appear to have been wiped away by fire. The old man narrowed his eyes, saying someone in Rayon's group must be a highly skilled shaman. However, I was able to retrieve something from another location. He summoned a gray mist into his palm, saying he had called forth the soul of a distant place. A wandering spirit that resides deeper within the forest, said a blonde human killed the man with wings and the red-haired one here. He bowed his head, explaining that while the spirit was too far away to see the details, that part was clear. The man with wings would be Bardiel, and the red-haired one bear. Kubara sighed quietly. Crunch. Darius clenched his fist so tightly it sounded like bone shattering. Rayon Sieghart, I want to kill you right this instant. His identity was already exposed, and with confirmation that a demon resided inside Rayon, it would be more beneficial to the greater cause for him to remain alive. But after all the years of preparation and pouring in astronomical amounts of resources, Beorn had died in vain. The fury bubbling within made him want to sever Rayon's neck right now. The second blade is broken, I'll have to sharpen the first one even further. There was no time to raise another pawn like Beorn. He would have to rely on the one he'd been preparing from the beginning. Darius clicked his tongue and furrowed his brow just as the group that had entered the dungeon returned. Lord Darius, a middle-aged man, apparently the leader of the assassins who had entered, knelt before him. The pit has collapsed. Couldn't enter. If we try to dig, the ground may cave in. It's impossible to proceed. He shook his head, explaining that there was no path inside. We inspected the inner ritual circuits just in case and found signs that time manipulation had been forcefully performed through sorcery. The leader added that it didn't seem like one of the shadow shamans had done it, and raised an eyebrow. So the rumor about manipulating the dungeon's time with sorcery was true. Darius let out a hollow laugh of disbelief. His gaze turned cold and heavy, killing intent swirling from his fingertips. Even with a demon inside him, his adaptability and growth rate are beyond reason. He bit his lip, trying to suppress the rage boiling in his chest. From now on, reclassify Rayon Zieghart's threat level to the same as the leaders of the 5 demons. Avoid direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Once again, Darius acknowledged Rayantha's time with a breath of red mist. Let's go. Darius stared for a long moment at the blood-burned earth where Beorn and Bardil had fallen, then turned toward the harbor. Kubara watched his back, swallowing dryly as if to calm herself. To remain so composed in this state, Darius had spent years preparing Beorn as a key pawn to neutralize Glenn. Even if those experiments yielded results, Beorn's primary role was different. And yet, despite losing him, Darius maintained complete composure. It was terrifying enough to chill her spine. He's becoming more monstrous. She wasn't even sure if Darius Robert could still be called human. Fear, creeping from the depths of her soul, slowly began to take root. When Kubara and the assassins reached the port village, chilled to their very souls, they saw fishermen near the entrance preparing their nets for the early morning. What are you doing out here so early? You don't look well. Are you all right? Did you run into a monster or something? The fishermen set down their nets and approached, concerned by Darius's pale face. Without a word, Darius brushed past them. Boom! The moment his foot stepped into the village entrance, the fishermen's heads exploded like fireworks. What the hell is this? 2 young village watchmen standing guard screamed, but before they could run, their bodies were torn to shreds, falling into blood-soaked heaps. Step. Wherever Darius walked, blood trailed behind him, buildings collapsed, and death followed like a natural disaster in human form. Kaya, please spare me. What did we do to deserve this? The few who survived collapsed to their knees, trembling in disbelief as their peaceful village turned into a hellscape. Step. As Darius stepped onto the edge of the harbor, a massive wave surged into the sky tall enough to touch the heaven sand engulfed the entire village. The survivors, the ruins, everything was swept away in that roaring torrent. Erg. Kubara bit her lip as she watched Darius's back. He's grown even stronger. Darius had killed people, destroyed buildings, and summoned tidal waves all with sheer will, a growth beyond imagination. At this rate, he could catch up to Glenn before long, but Darius never relied solely on his strength. He continuously gathered information, wove intricate schemes, and targeted his enemies' weaknesses. That cold rationality was even more terrifying than his overwhelming power. We're returning. Darius exhaled lightly as if he had released some of his anger, opened a dimensional rift, and vanished. Suppressing the nausea welling in her throat, Kubara followed after him. Once Darius and his shadows were gone, the island felt like it had always been a deserted rockinly. The sound of waves remained. Family head Rayon approached Glenn, who stood watching the smoke rise from the crematorium. He placed his hand over his chest and bowed. After reading Rimmer's final letter, Glenn had asked Zieghart's craftsman to construct a new crematorium owned solely for Rimmer. There were no words beyond gratitude. You have nothing to thank me for. Glenn calmly shook his head. It's that damn guy's fault for being a nuisance to the very end. He let out a short sigh, saying the man couldn't just leave quietly. Exactly. What kind of nonsense is become the wind? Balkan, who had handled the crematorium construction from beginning to end, snorted. Rayon gave a faint smile and bowed to him as well. Forget it. I had ties with that guy before you did it was my duty. Still didn't expect it to end like this. Clicked his tongue bitterly, seemingly still unable to accept Rimmer's death. Master. Rayon stepped closer and brought his hands together. I'm sorry to ask, but could I make one more request after the funeral? A request? Yes. I plan to bring Master's sword back to Cephia, but before that, I'd like you to look it over. Rimmer's sword was one of Cephia's sacred relics. While it would have been fitting to keep it in Zieghart, it felt right to bring it back as part of delivering the news of his passing. Good thinking? Glenn nodded, admitting he hadn't considered that yet. Doesn't sound difficult. Balkan nodded casually. But first I need to examine the black sword that stabbed Eris. Bring it to me later. Understood. as Rayon bowed his head to thank him. Creak, the crematorium doors opened, and Cheryl stepped out, her eyes dark and sunken, carrying a white urn. I'll leave it to you now. She passed the urn to Rayon with trembling hands. Truthfully, Rayon had wanted to go in and collect the ashes himself, but knowing what Cheryl and Rimmer had meant to each other, he had stepped back. Rayon took a deep breath and received the urn. It felt far heavier than its actual weight, like Rimmer's soul resided inside. Let's go. Glenn, biting his lips slightly, began walking up Buckmang Mountain. He stopped halfway up, in front of a large boulder shaped like a tiger. He used to lean on this rock to watch over you all. Glenn gently touched the boulder's back with a faintly trembling hand. If we send him off from here, I think he'd be satisfied. Rayon stood beside the tiger-shaped boulder and looked down. Just as Glenn said, the 5th training ground was clearly visible from this spot. Rayon, begin. Glenn lowered his chin slowly, signaling the final part of the funeral. Yes. Rayon nodded and carefully opened the urn. He stared at the white ash for a long time, then opened his mouth heavily. Burin. Burin opened his eyes, then closed them again before stepping forward and scooping some of the ashes. He called upon the cold wind and respectfully saluted with his sword as he released Rimmer into the sky. Martha. Martha stepped forward without a word and took some ashes in her hand. Goodbye. You pissed me off plenty, but there's no other master quite like you. She bit her lip until it bled and sent him off with a gust of light wind. Run on, hick. Run on stepped forward, tears still clinging to his eyes. Sleep all you want now, my nap buddy. He finally let the tears fall as he released Rimmer. Dorian, why yes. Dorian stepped up and clutched the ashes tightly. He bowed his head as he released Rimmer, promising to visit the orphanage often. It seemed he had finally begun to shake off some of the pain in his heart. You damn old man. Crane shouted through his tears as he sent Rimmer off, and Ewer and Yulia sobbed once more before they managed to scatter the ashes. Though the entire Light Wind Division bid farewell to Rimmer, they buried his soul in their heart somewhere they could always return to. Master. Rayon stirred the wind of Garanua as Rimmer had wished. You once told me that those who meet must part and those who part will meet again. If we do meet again, I'd still want to be your disciple. With those words, he released the final remains of Rimmer toward the 5th training ground. Whoosh, the green wind wrapped around the ashes and swept past Rayon and the Light Wind Division before drifting into the distance. It seems you feel a little lighter now. Wrath nodded, saying Rayon's expression had softened. Yeah, Rayon watched the green breeze rise far into the sky above Sieghart and nodded quietly, because in the end he saved us again. Rimmer didn't want them to be consumed by sorrow. He wanted them to move forward, and for him, Rayon couldn't stay still. Now then, yeah, time to train. Rayon nodded and smiled faintly. Not that, you brat, keep your promise already. After Rimmer's funeral, Rayon trained in swordsmanship in the clearing at the foot of Buckmang Mountain. He began with basic sword techniques, flowing into the full set of Rayon Sieghart swordsmanship forms, and finally turned to face a tree on his right. You can come out now. HMPH. Glenn stepped out from behind the tree with a gruff cough. So you've reached transcendence. I can't hide from you anymore. Takes the fun out of it. He clicked his tongue in mock disappointment. If you truly wanted to hide, I wouldn't have found you, grandfather. Rayon gave a faint smile and shook his head. So are you all right now? I think I'm slowly adjusting. If he hadn't read Rimmer's final letter, the pain would have lingered longer. But understanding Rimmer's true feelings had brought some peace. And what about you, grandfather? Do you think I've sent off only 1 or 2 people in all these years? But Glenn looked up at the slender moon and shook his head. This one hurts a bit. He admitted softly that it wasn't easy this time. Yes, I understand. Rayon lowered his head, his voice heavy. But I suppose it's right to send him off for his sake. Glenn clicked his tongue and turned his gaze to Rayon. How does it feel being transcendent? I still can't quite believe it. At the time, I felt like I could do anything. But now it just feels like mana is a little more familiar. That's the foundation. Glenn nodded calmly. When your mana and the mana of nature are able to communicate when you become one with the world around you, that is transcendence. It's a state where you can manifest whatever you will, and you, who reached it by accumulating the path of 10,000 swords, will be able to accomplish more than anyone. He gave a slight smile, as if looking forward to what lay ahead. Yes, I intend to, then in that case. He extended his hand casually. How about a spar? With you, grandfather? Yes, I'll go easy. Come at me. Glenn stretched his arm forward, clearly serious. Understood. Rayon nodded. A spar with Glenn wasn't just a fight, it was a rare opportunity to push his limits. He was thankful to be offered it. Then, just as he was about to move, he saw Rabouin running from the annex. Sir Rayon, family head, you're here too. Rabouin flinched and quickly bowed toward Glenn. Enough of that. What is it? Glenn waved off the formality and asked. Lady Eris. Rabouin bit her lip and lifted her trembling gaze. Lady Eris has woke up. Wow. Eris trembled as she stared up at the brown ceiling adorned with elegant patterns. Am I alive? She had thought she would never open her eyes in this world again, but now she was clearly breathing to live. Where am I? Turning her eyes, she saw ornate decorations and wallpaper. On a table to her right sat medicine and bloodied bandages. It appeared to be a high-class mansion being used as a hospital room. Uncle Frederick's mansion. Frederick had been using one of Sieghart's estates as a treatment center. This looked like one of its rooms. She weakly turned her head to look out the window. Beyond it, she could see the path leading to the annex. It was certain this was Sieghart. How did I get here? The last thing she remembered was being captured by Sif deep inside the dungeon. She couldn't recall how she had returned to Sieghart. After I was stabbed in the pit, as her mind slowly cleared, the last image from her remaining memories surfaced. Rimmer. Sif's black sword piercing through Rimmer's chest, and Rayon witnessing the Senian image so painful it felt like a nightmare replayed vividly in her mind. Eris clutched her head and let out a cry like her throat was being torn apart. No, if I'm here then maybe Rimmer, maybe he's alive too. If she had returned alive to Sieghart, perhaps Rimmer had also survived. She clung to that faint sliver of hope, but her instincts as a martial artist told her otherwise. No one could survive the wound Rimmer had suffered. The Sif she remembered was not righteous, but he was kind and gentle. She had trained him to be strong so that his fragile heart wouldn't be crushed, but never in her wildest dreams did she imagine he could change so completely. Is Rayon okay? Sif had broken through the wall of transcendence by absorbing her blood. She was suddenly overwhelmed with worry. What had happened to Rayon, to the Light Wind Division? As Eris clutched her head in agony, the door to the hospital room opened and Frederick and Rabwin entered. Eris, you're awake. Frederick let out a heavy sigh as he looked into her clouded, pained eyes. Lady Eris. Rabwin dropped the bandages and towel he was holding and rushed over to her. Are you all right? His lips trembled as he looked at her gaunt cheeks. Eris finally opened her dry, cracked lips, her voice painfully slow. What happened? What about Rimmer and Sif? More than anything, she asked about those two first. That is. Rabwin, go fetch the others. Frederick exhaled and gestured toward Rabwin. Yes, sir. Rabwin hesitated, then turned and slowly left the room, meeting Eris's desperate gaze. Uncle, why did you send him away? Please tell me. This silence is killing me. Eris touched her still healing chest and coughed up blood. Her internal wounds had reopened due to the surge of emotion. Neither I nor Rabwin can give you the answer you want. Frederick shook his head as he reached for a cloth on the table. Someone else will come, a Somion who has the answers you seek. Instead of speaking, he only wiped the blood from her lips. Someone with answers. Eris forced down the blood rising in her throat and lifted her head. Rayon? Yes, Frederick nodded calmly, as if that much he could say. Eris brought her trembling hands together and exhaled a breath of relief. She'd been worried about Rayon too, but hearing that he was coming brought some comfort. At the very least, it meant Rayon had survived. Thank goodness, really. Still clinging to a small hope that Rimmer might be alive, she waited for Rayon. From outside the room, there was the sound of voices. Who? A slow, calming breath echoed, then the door opened, and Rayon entered with Glenn. The moment she saw Rayon's eyes, the question she had prepared vanished unspoken. The once bright-eyed nephew who saw the world through light now carried a mature darkness in his gaze. Thud, the faint hope she had been clutching shattered, and her hands clasped before her chest fell limply. Rimmer, Rayon bit his lip as he looked at the trembling Eris. I never thought I'd see her look so fragile. In some ways, he had considered Eris stronger than even Glenn. Confident, dignified, a martial artist worthy of admiration regardless of gender. But now, Eris looked pale and shaken. Her entire body trembled in unease. She looked like someone completely broken by despair. After Rimmer's death, Rayon had blamed himself, then turned his resentment toward others. The one he blamed most was Eris. He had irrationally accused her of bringing Sif, of letting emotions cloud her judgment, of failing to stop Sif's ambush. But after saying goodbye to Rimmer, he realized. The one to blame, the one to resent, the one who needed to deal was Darius Robert. He was the one who twisted Sif, who killed Rimmer. Right now, the one suffering the most isn't mates her. She had been betrayed by the son she had finally found, watched that son kill the man who was like a friend, and then had him killed by her own nephew. If he had gone through that himself, even with his strengthened mind in this second life, he might have gone mad. Rayon let out a soft breath, releasing the emotion coiled within him, and stepped closer to Eris. Are you all right? Eris bit her dry lips as she looked into Rayon's heavy, sunken eyes. Can you tell me what happened? Though she seemed to already know the outcome, she needed to hear it directly from him. Yes, Rayon nodded and sat in the chair beside her bed. I'll tell you everything, after you were stabbed by Sif. This wasn't something to be hidden. He decided to trust in Eris's mental strength and tell her everything. That's how it happened, and I pursued Sif and Bardil outside the dungeon. Rayon paused, looked up at the ceiling briefly, then lowered his gaze again. Staring into Eris's eyes swollen with sorrow, spoke the final truth. After that, I killed them both with my own hands. I'm sorry. He bowed his head, confessing that he had been the one to end Sif's life. Eris didn't respond, only closed her eyes. A tear rolled down from the corner and soaked the blood-stained pillow beneath her head. I'm sorry. She opened her eyes and clumsily struggled to rise. Nearly falling, she forced herself down from the bed and tried to kneel. It's all my fault. Her voice scratched like metal as she bowed deeply. If I hadn't insisted on finding Sif, if I hadn't lost control of my emotions and weakened my strength, if I hadn't let my guard down around him. It was me. She pounded her still healing chest with her fist. Blood soaked through the white bandages, and a mouthful of blood spilled from her lips. It's not your fault, Aunt. Rayon caught her bloodied fist and shook his head. The one to blame is not you, it's Darius Robert. No, it's all because of me. Eris, lacking the strength even to pull her hand away, collapsed into sobs. Aunt. Rayon bit his lip as he watched her cry weakly, her body and spirit both broken. It hurt in a different way from when he had lost Rimmer. He wanted to say something anything, but there was nothing that could help. Aunt. Rayon, just as he was about to speak, Glenn placed a hand on his shoulder and gently shook his head. It meant Eris needed time. You weren't calm in the beginning either, were you? Wrath clicked his tongue bitterly as he looked at Eris. That unruly woman needs time too. Yeah, you're right. Just like Wrath said, Eris now wasn't so different from how he'd been when he first woke up after it all. Eris clutched her chest, gasping for breath, then collapsed unconscious. Aunt Rayon grabbed her shoulders and shook her gently, but she didn't wake. Step aside. Frederick exhaled and checked her condition. She's just mentally exhausted. It's not serious. There's no need to worry. He reassured them and laid her back on the bed. Lady Eris. Rabowin covered his mouth, eyes tearing up, clearly sharing her pain. Looks like our spar will have to wait. Glenn said somberly, shaking his head. Yes. Rayon nodded, then clenched his teeth as he caught a glimpse of Glenn's eyes. Now that I think of it, even grandfather's face looks terrible. He'd been too caught up in his own feelings to notice before, but Glenn's eyes were clouded with sorrow too. Of course, he had just lost Rimmer, his most trusted subordinate. His grandson had killed his other grandson. His daughter was physically and mentally devastated. Right now, Glenn might be the one carrying the heaviest burden of them all. Yet as the head of Sieghart, he bore it silently, showing no weakness and caring for those around him instead. That kind of self-restraint was admirable and heartbreaking. I'll stay here. You go inform the others that Eris has woken up. Understood. Rayon bowed deeply and left Frederick's mansion. As he looked up at the radiant sky that didn't match the mood of anyone's heart, Rayon let out a thick, weary breath. Human relationships really are complicated. So this is the Black Sword. Balkan narrowed his eyes as he examined Sif's black sword, its surface gleaming like fused black amethyst. Disgustingly strange form. It's not forged, it looks like it was carved from a gem. He stroked his chin, saying it was unlike any weapon he'd ever seen. Sir Rayon said it looked like this from the start. Roan placed the sword on the table and nodded. There's a demon sealed in this sword, a powerful curse demon. I've never felt such intense killing intent and malice from a weapon before. Balkan exhaled sharply, murmuring that now he understood how it managed to steal Eris's power. Don't touch it directly yet. Roan stopped Balkan's hand as he reached for the sword. As you said, it's cursed. Anyone who's not the owner will be rejected. Even now, while it's dormant, touching it without being the master will render you unconscious. He furrowed his brows, saying at minimum one had to be the weapon's master to hold it safely. Then what do you expect me to do with it? Balkan shrugged. If he couldn't touch it, what was he supposed to do? That's why we've brought a shaman from the Beast Union. If he can suppress the curse, you should be able to examine it safely. As Roan stepped back, an old man with gray beard leaning against the wall stepped forward. I am Facelin. The shaman introduced himself and stared at the sword with hawk-like eyes. This thing is steeped in a vicious curse. It must have absorbed the blood of at least 1,000 people. Facelin let out a low groan, saying it had been a long time since he'd seen an artifact with such a potent curse. This blade was forged by congealing compressed blood through a sorcery-based curse, not still something far denser than any metal. He covered his mouth and nose, as if nauseated. Fortunately, the curse is dormant now. It seems it only awakens under certain conditions, just as you said. Roan nodded toward Facelin. According to the Light Wind Division leader, the curse from the pit, soaked in blood, was also used for this blade. Then many must have died there too, but I don't think that's all. Facelin placed his hand on the edge of the black blade and muttered an incantation in an unknown tongue. What do you mean? Balkan tilted his head, puzzled. Restrictions. Whether martial arts, magic, or sorcery of conditions are imposed, the power becomes stronger. For example, if the blade is used only on a certain person, or if it can only kill in a specific place, the curse gains greater strength. Facelin furrowed his brow and said this was a basic principle of sorcery. Roan remained silent after that, saying nothing further. The only forces capable of handling a sorcery of this scale are the White Blood cult and Eden. Of course, if Darius Robert that demon has a hidden faction that changes things. Faslin sighed, saying they would need to examine the sword further. So can the curse embedded in this sword be broken? Balkan's eyes glinted with interest. Without lifting the curse, he couldn't properly examine the weapon. Faslin silently inspected the sword for a while, then slowly shook his head. It can be broken, but not by me alone. As I said, it has absorbed the blood of over 1,000. Dozens of shamans would die in the process. He closed his eyes, saying the cost of lifting the curse would be steep. Damn thing. Balkan bit his lip, clearly annoyed. Then may I take a look? The door to the drawing room opened, and Denier stepped in with a faint smile, asking if he could examine the sword. Ah, that's right, Master of the Black Tortoise Unit. You studied this field too, didn't you? Roan clapped softly, recalling the detail. Yeah, I remember you were nicknamed Omnivore for a reason. Balkan nodded as well, saying he'd heard the rumors. It's not omnivore, you just have a lot of random knowledge. Denier chuckled and reached for the sword on the table. I'm no shaman, but I do know a thing or two about curses. This one is just as he was about to lift the black sword. Whoosh, a hand appeared with a burst of blue wind and snatched the sword away. Apologies, but... It was Rayon, appearing like a lightning strike. He gripped the sword tightly, his voice cold as he shook his head. You cannot touch this sword, Vice Master. Rayon did not panic. Instead, he bit the inside of his cheek as he looked at Denier, who was calming his gaze. As expected, that person is strange. Among the key figures of Sieghart, the most difficult person to read is that Denier Sieghart. Karun is sensitive and cold, but he has a strong sense of pride in Sieghart. Balder is ignorant and gullible, but he's even more loyal than that. But Denier is different from the two. He seems kind and righteous, but when it matters most, he never steps forward and instead reveals his incompetence. The peak of this was during the White Blood cult's attack. Even when the White Blood cult invaded Sieghart, Denier was said to have defended the main house but ended up causing the deaths of many elders and swordsmen. Considering his strength as the family head and his usual display of intellect, it was odd in many ways. If there's a spy in Sieghart, Denier is the most likely. Sif said that after Eris, Glenn would be the next target, but Rayon thought that was impossible. The difference in strength is overwhelming. Even if Sif absorbed Eris' strength and reached transcendence, the gap with Glenn is on a different level. If Sif drained Glenn's strength and spirit like he did with Eris and then ambushed him, there might be a minuscule chance to land a strike, but there's no way Roan or Shirl would stand by and watch. Honestly, even weakening Glenn or catching him off guard is impossible. That's because Glenn would never trust Sif, who returned alone after losing both the Light Wind Division and Eris. Then there's only one method. Use Sif as bait and have one of the spies inside Sieghart exploit that opening. Others wouldn't do it because Sif's ability would be wasted, but for Darius, it's a perfectly plausible plan. So that pale bastard is the spy. Wrath glared at Denier with eyes full of fury. No, it's just my gut feeling for now. Ever since he was young, there were times when Darius Robert and Denier Sieghart seemed to overlap in Rayon's mind. Especially at times like this, when he should be angry but instead smiles and endures. It reminded him of that bastard's filthy face. Strange. Wrath turned his head, narrowing his eyes. Normally, you'd gather information and slowly make your move after assessing the situation. I don't want to see any more people close to me die. Rayon bit his lip. As Wrath said, his usual self would only act after collecting enough information on the enemy. But after experiencing Rimmer's death, he realized that sometimes you have to act first even without certainty. The black sword in his hand right now is an important item that could restore Eris and ruin Darius' plans. He didn't want to hand it over to the inscrutable Denier. What are you doing? Denier looked at his own hand and then raised his gaze to Rayon, Light Wind Division leader. His voice was calm. Even though the sword had been taken from his grasp, he showed neither anger nor surprise. As I said, Rayon shook his head calmly. This black sword is cursed, so not everyone can touch it. Are you looking down on me just because you reached transcendence? Denier joked lightly, not seeming angry at all. Ra Rayon, young Master Rayon. Instead, Balder and Roan called Rayon's name in low voices. That's not possible. Rayon shook his head as he turned the black sword behind him. Because this sword could hold a dangerous curse beyond our understanding, the family head limited who can handle it. He said that the name of the Black Tortoise Palace Master was not among those allowed, raising his gaze. Rayon politely bowed, saying to leave matters regarding the sword to himself and others. The old man didn't say that. Wrath's eyes widened in disbelief. Denier never goes against the family head's words. He always just listens. What if he argues with the old man? He won't. Unlike Karun and Balder, who sometimes complain or argue with Glenn, Denier never steps forward. Invoking the family head's name was bound to work. Even if he does complain, I can find another way out. He had already thought of what to do if Denier brought it up with Glenn, so it didn't matter how he acted. The important thing was to keep the sword out of Denier's hands, but I already touched it. Denier said he had held the black sword, giving a faint smile. Even dropped food is safe to eat if picked up within 3 seconds. Since I took it back right away, it should be fine. Rayon told him not to worry and shook his head. Are you all right? I even fought Sif, who wielded this sword. Even if I was cursed, it's already too late. He shrugged his shoulders at Denier. I see. Then did you come here just to tell me that? Denier lowered his lightly clenched fist. No. Rayon looked back at Roan and sighed quietly. My aunt woke up, so I came to let everyone know. My sister, Denier let out a rough groan, furrowing his brow. Is Lady Eris all right? Roan asked, sounding worried. Her body is fine. She fell asleep again. Hearing that her body was fine, Roan let out a sigh and Denier turned his heavy gaze away. She fell asleep again, so I'll have to visit later. Denier clicked his tongue briefly and turned around. It's nothing. You're a palace master, so you need to take care of yourself more than anyone. Is that so? Now I think you need to take care of yourself more than me. He murmured something indecipherable and stood before the door to the drawing room. Honestly, even if I'd seen that sword, I wouldn't have found a solution. Please keep up the hard work, everyone. Denier politely greeted Roan, Balkan, and the Beast Union's shaman, Facelin, then left the drawing room. Walking down the corridor of the family residence, he opened the hand that had held the black sword. VMMM. Denier looked at the faintly shimmering fragment of the black sword in his palm and gave a brief, ambiguous smile. He looked both pleased and bitter. Young master, what in the world? Roan blinked, as if unable to understand the situation. It just turned out this way. Rayon shook his head, telling him not to ask. You're up to some strange idea again, aren't you? Balkan snorted, saying he couldn't figure Rayon out. Yes, please understand. Rayon gave Balkan a thin smile. I can't say it. It was still only a hunch. So far, there was no evidence Denier had done anything or leaked information. Since his suspicion was just a feeling, he couldn't bring it up with others. So you're Rayon Sieghart. The shaman from the Beast Union approached Rayon and put his hands together. I am Facelin of the Union, here to greet our benefactor. He bowed to Rayon with the utmost courtesy. It seemed he was referring to when Rayon had entered the White Blood cult to save Beast King Ogram. That was ages ago. Please don't. Rayon waved both hands, embarrassed since it had been quite a while. If I'm rude to our benefactor, the Beast King will take my head. Facelin bowed even deeper, asking not to reject his greeting. I suppose that's true. Rayon accepted the greeting with an awkward smile. Facelin bowed once more in gratitude and straightened up. So is it impossible to break this sword's curse? Rayon went straight to the point, not wanting Facelin to say anything more embarrassing. Upon returning to Sieghart, he'd examined the sword, but he couldn't break it with sorceries he knew. It was fundamentally different from dungeon curses. I wouldn't refuse if you asked. Facelin looked at the black sword and shook his head. It will take a lot of power and time, but it can be done. He raised his hand, saying that although it would require considerable manpower and time, it was possible. It seemed he was willing to do it because it was Rayon's request. Then will my aunt's strength return as well? If the curse is lifted, her strength will return naturally, like water returning to its source. Facelin lowered his chin, saying it was possible if the curse was lifted. However, I'll need to call for more shamans. I don't think I can handle this alone. Facelin said they'd also need to find the source of the curse, so the strength of many shamans would be required. Spend as much as you need, just do it. I don't think money will matter. He shook his head, saying money wasn't important. They'll be happy to meet their benefactor, too. Me, yes, a swordsman who reached transcendence in his early 20s. Everyone is looking forward to seeing Rayon Sieghart. Transcendence. Rayon blinked at Facelin, who was smiling broadly. It seems you didn't know. Facelin tilted his chin as he saw Rayon's round eyes. Right now, rumors about you are spreading across the entire continent. Glenn returned to the audience chamber and sank deep into the throne, who, perhaps because Roan wasn't even present, a deep sigh escaped him before he realized it. I'm tired. He couldn't recall a time when he was mentally this exhausted. He felt like he could collapse right here and it wouldn't be strange. Well, he'd lost many comrades before, but it was the first time family had stabbed family. Sif stabbed Eris, killed Rimmer, and in the end was killed by Rayon's hand. Leaving aside the process, a friend had died, a grandson killed another grandson, and the mother was mentally shattered, so it was only natural that even he felt depressed. What hurt even more was not being able to do anything for Eris, who'd barely regained consciousness. Haya. Glenn let out an even deeper sigh, resting his head on the throne and covering his eyes with the back of his hand. He didn't even have the strength to go to bed, so he simply closed his eyes, about to drift off to sleep. Crackle. Glenn frowned as he saw a blue spear sparking in front of a pillar in the family residence. That spear was a magic spell for video conferencing, jointly made by Chamber and the Tower Master. It kept sparking, asking for permission to open a call. What now? Glenn clicked his tongue and snapped his fingers, and 4 suppressed windows shot up at once. Glenn, Sieghart family head. Hey old man, is that really true? Beast King Ogram, King Lekros, Archmage of Illusion Chamber, and Tower Master Larian's faces appeared all at once. What are you saying? Glenn's jaw trembled in shock, not expecting 4 Transcendents to stick their faces to the screen like that. Rayon, has he really reached Transcendence? Ogram pounded his hand, demanding an answer. That's why I'm contacting you. Has the Light Wind Division leader really become a Transcendent? The whole continent is buzzing with rumors. King Lekros swallowed dryly, saying he was dying to know. Old man, why are you keeping your mouth shut? Is our Rayon really a transcendent? Chamber smacked her lips, calling Rayon our Rayon. Oh, our side has been talking about it all day too. It's the first time mages have been muttering a swordsman's name. Larian blinked rapidly, saying the magic tower was abuzz with stories of Rayon. To reach Grandmaster in your early 20s was already a first in the continent's history, but transcendence. Even for Rayon, it's hard to believe. Chamber tapped the blue screen repeatedly, urging for an answer. No, Rayon can do it. He's on a different level from us. Agram's eyes shone with certainty and expectation. Who? Glenn let out a hollow laugh at the four transcendents practically pressing their faces through the screen. He didn't know where the rumor had started, but it seemed only the part about Rayon reaching transcendence had spread, leaving out Rimmer's death and Eris's loss. Don't laugh, answer us, old man. Chamber made talking motions with her hand, demanding a response. That's right, it's true. Glenn looked at each of them in turn and nodded. Rayon has stepped into the realm of transcendence. You. Agram raised both fists and let out a beast-like roar. Ha, history of the continent, no, history of all dimensions is being rewritten. Lekros laughed in disbelief. As expected, that's our Rayon. I knew he'd do it. Chamber forgot her earlier doubts and waved her hand with a wide grin. Ah, I want to study him. Larian smacked his lips, wishing he could study Rayon, who had achieved such an impossible feat. Who? Glenn exhaled as he watched the four of them react in their own ways. Is it really that great? Usually, those who reach transcendence become indifferent to most things in the world. Seeing them get so excited, he couldn't help but smile. No, this is how it should be. Even reaching Grandmaster at Rayon's age would cause a stir across the continent, but he had reached transcendence. He hadn't been able to properly congratulate him because of Rimmer's death, but it was certainly a great feat worthy of spreading rumors across the continent and throwing a festival. Doesn't this mean we'd have the upper hand in an all-out war now? Agram laughed, saying their strength wouldn't be lacking anymore. That'll be the case once you recover. Who knows how many transcendents are hiding over there? Well, either way, Rayon reaching transcendence is a cause for celebration. A cause for celebration. Chamber shouted that it was a good thing, munching on a lollipop. Ahem, does Rayon have a girlfriend? There's a real catch in the Raman tribe who can hold two bulls with one hand. Agram rolled his eyes, insisting on introducing a proper woman to Rayon. What nonsense. There's someone with ties to Rayon on our side, but she's rude, she's changed. She's a completely different person now. Chamber insisted that Rayon's match was in Balkan and shook her head. A mage suits a swordsman best. Larian rolled his eyes, saying there were plenty of good women in the magic tower as well. Ha ha ha. Glenn burst out laughing as Agram, Chamber, and Larian argued over Rayon's future spouse. Hearing their praise for Rayon seemed to ease the heaviness and fatigue in his chest. It was always that child who made him smile. Why are you laughing? At least tell us if Rayon has a girlfriend. Chamber and Agram narrowed their eyes, pressing for an answer. Not yet. Glenn gave a thin smile and resolutely shook his chin. I won't let him go to anyone. Dawn, a wind pushing back the night blue. Rayon opened the door to the 5th training hall and stepped inside. All the lights are off. In the past, even when he came at dawn, the lights were off and on. He hadn't realized it then, but it seemed Rimmer had always prepared everything for him. He was someone who never bragged. Rimmer would struggle for recognition over trivial matters, but when it came to important things, he remained silent and never spoke. Now that he was gone, the void felt even bigger. Still, you seem to be doing better than before. Wrath yawned long and shook his head. My heart is at ease. The more he grieved, the more it felt like he was dishonoring Rimmer, so he steeled his heart. That's a good mindset. For one who fights with a sword, death is inevitable. The living should focus on carrying on the will of those who are gone. I know. As the monarch of Devildom, I have lost countless subordinates. Meow, just as Wrath straightened his back to begin his story, a cat leaped down from the wall. How dare a lowly cat interrupt me? I'll rip open its feed bag. Rayon, the cat called Rayon's name with its mouth barely open. Kaya, Wrath, startled by the sudden speech, rolled his eyes and flopped like a freshly caught fish. Merlin, Rayon narrowed his eyes at the cat. There were no cats around here, so he had already suspected it was Merlin from the start. What is it? The spell is complete. The cat, possessed by Merlin, reached out a front paw. Let's wake your sister. It's already done, Rayon blinked as he looked at Merlin inhabiting the cat's body. You said it would take about 2 weeks. Merlin had said it would take about 2 weeks to wake Sha, but she finished much faster than that. It's not that he doubted her skill, but he was a little worried. Yeah, it's all done. Merlin stretched her back long like she was waking up and nodded. Are you really sure it's okay? Rayon knelt down and met Merlin's gaze. Nothing must go wrong with Sha. Rimmer was dead, and Eris was in a state where it wouldn't be strange if she never recovered. If something happened to Sha, while not just the Light Wind Division and Annex, but Sieghart itself was enveloped in darkness, even Sylvia and Glenn might collapse, so he had to prepare as thoroughly as possible. Yeah, everything's perfect. Merlin said there was no need to worry, gently wrapping her long tail around her ankle. The reason I finished so fast isn't a big deal. I just stayed up all night. She said she had been tuning the magic formula continuously since returning to Sieghart, pressing her front paw into the ground. You stayed up all night for over a week. Merlin smiled, saying it was the first time she had done something to help others. Ah. You can trust her, as I've said before, that madwoman's magical talent is no less than your swordsmanship. Wrath shook his face up and down over the bracelet, but even she is changing, working hard to lift the gloomy mood if it were before she met you. That madwoman would never have said that. He said it was fascinating and let out a hollow laugh. But this is what it is to be human. People influence each other. Wrath smacked his lips, saying he hadn't seen this good side of humans in a long time. I thought the same thing. Hearing she'd spent nights crafting magic to lift Sieghart's gloom, all Rayon could do now was trust her. Rayon put his hands together and bowed his head to Merlin. No need for that. There's no reason for us to talk like that. It's not like we're strangers. Merlin waved her front paw, saying it was fine. It's too early right now. Let's start tonight. She stretched out her 4 legs, saying it would be best to wake Jo when everyone was present. Then for now. Yeah, I came to let you know. Merlin said she wanted to tell him first and gave a bright smile. I said it's not necessary. Merlin waved her front paw, saying it was fine. Then I'll sleep a little too. Can't make a mistake later. She let out a long yawn, saying she needed to nap and recover her strength. If you come to the family residence around 7 p.m., that should be good. All right. He nodded, memorizing the time. And this one. Rayon looked at Merlin with wide eyes. Oh, do you have a request today too? Of course. All the animals I contract with have to get their requests fulfilled. Merlin nodded, saying she always granted the requests of any animal whose body she borrowed. This one wants some grooming. Cats can groom themselves, but maybe it's jealous of dogs. She said to take care of it and jumped into his arms. Then make it a baby seal cut. Pop. As Merlin lowered her front paw, her soul vanished and the cat's eyes began to shine blue. Meow. The cat raised its head from the floor, as if to hurry him up. Seal cut. Rayon looked over the cat, swallowing dryly. Its fur is too short to be a seal, though. Meow, the cat scratched fiercely with its front paws, insisting he do it somehow. I know nothing of this. Wrath, finding it bothersome, retreated into the bracelet. Rayon's mind went blank for the first time in a while. At the promised time, Rayon visited Sylvia's room. Knock, knock. He knocked with the back of his hand and called Sylvia. Mother, it's time to leave. Yes. Unlike her immediate reply, Sylvia did not come out for a long while. Mother, finding it strange, he opened the door and saw Sylvia sitting on the floor, her hands clasped together. I am just nervous. Sylvia's lips were so dry that vertical lines were visible as she trembled, saying her legs wouldn't move well. For a grandmaster to be like that, her heart must have been beating out of her chest. I'll help you. Rayon let out a short sigh and took Sylvia's arm, draping it over his shoulder. Sorry. It's all right, I completely understand. She was about to meet a daughter she'd thought dead, who'd nearly remained in an endless sleep. It was natural to be so nervous. Thud, as he helped Sylvia down to the entrance, someone tumbled down the stairs. Looking down, he saw Edgar with his head buried in the floor, shaking his legs. Sorry, I'm nervous too. Edgar said he'd missed a step from nerves and gave an awkward smile. My arm isn't working well. Could you help me too? Handle it yourself. Rayon ignored Edgar's outstretched hand and continued down the stairs. How cold. Raising a son is pointless. Well, I didn't actually raise him. Edgar joked, trying to lighten the heavy, tense mood. Geez, really. It seemed Sylvia relaxed a bit at Edgar's antics, loosening her stiff arms and legs and standing on her own strength. So is this gender discrimination, or is it favoritism toward mom? Rayon narrowed his eyes, watching Edgar slowly crawl down the stairs. They're similar. Even though Edgar was just as nervous as everyone else, seeing him gently lighten the mood made Rayon naturally think of Rimmer's face. Edgar talked much more, and Rimmer was lighter in personality, but there was something about them that was alike. It would have been nice if they could have spent more time together. Rimmer and Edgar could have become close friends, but it was a shame he'd never get to see it. Let's go. Rayon clicked his tongue briefly and opened the front door, stepping outside. They boarded the carriage that had been prepared and headed for the main residence. After receiving respectful greetings from the swordsman guarding the family house, they entered the audience chamber deep inside. Perhaps because it was prepared in advance, the red carpet that was always there had disappeared, and several layers of strange geometric patterns were engraved into the clean marble floor. You're here. Glenn nodded, as if it had been a long time. He looked more at ease than before. It seemed he had finally come to terms with Rimmer's death. Family head, we. That's enough. Just as Rayon, Sylvia, and Edgar were about to greet him, Glenn waved his hand as if it wasn't necessary. You all look extremely nervous. Frederick, checking on Jo, who was lying on the bed, gave a faint laugh. How is my sister? How is Jo? Rayon was about to ask about Jo, but Sylvia spoke first. She's in the best condition. This old body worked itself to the bone, so she has to be. Frederick waved his hand, saying Jo's condition was good and not to worry. Sylvia let out a deep breath, gripping Zha's hand, and Edgar supported her shoulder at her side. But Rayan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Karun standing by a pillar below the platform. Why is he here? Karun, whom he didn't think had any reason to be here, created a heavy tension in the air. Denier was suspicious, but he couldn't say Karun was entirely free from suspicion either. Did you come as well, Black Marshal Hall leader? Rayan approached Karun and bowed his head. There's nothing strange about it. I just wanted to see the child who will be a new member of Zeekart. I see. Karun folded his arms and replied with the indifference of someone obsessed with Zeekart. It didn't seem like there was any reason to worry. Oh, everyone's here. A clear voice rang out in the air as Merlin popped out. Then let's not wait, let's begin right away. Merlin said everything was ready and flicked her finger. The mana that was spread throughout the residence began to gather in her hand. Wait. Sylvia grabbed Merlin's wrist and shook her head. What will happen when Zha wakes up? She trembled, as if unsure how to face Zha once she awakened. Just think back to when you last parted with her. Your body will move naturally. Merlin held Sylvia's hand with a gentle gaze and stepped up to the magic circle. Then please bring your daughter over here. All right. Sylvia and Edgar, their hands trembling, carried Zha and laid her on the magic circle. The two of them stayed right next to the circle, hands clasped, ready to move at any moment. Then I'll begin. When Merlin pulled out the soul stone from her bosom, the many layers of magic circles drawn on the floor seemed to come alive and began to swirl around Zha. VMMM, the soul stone and dozens of magic circles resonated together, filling the whole main residence with a sea-like emerald light, spirit transfer. As Merlin chanted the incantation, the swirling circles merged into a single plane like a kaleidoscope, and the soul stone floating in the air melted into Zha with a blue glow. Flash, a brilliant flower of light bloomed above Zha's head like the great orbit of a galaxy, then settled down. Whoosh. With the magic circle slowly fading, Zha gently floated down to the marble floor. Zha. Edgar, Sylvia, and Glenn watched Zha with eyes so tense they seemed about to burst. The main residence was so silent that not even a breath could be heard. How did it go? Rayan couldn't help but ask Merlin, whose hand was lowered. Merlin let out a heavy breath and slowly opened her eyes. It worked. She'll wake up soon. She nodded, her gaze growing faint as if she would vanish at any moment. Ah. As Merlin tried to smile, her strength seemed to leave her and she collapsed backward. Are you all right? Rayan quickly moved to catch the falling Merlin. Don't worry, I just used a bit too much strength. Merlin waved her hand, saying it was nothing serious. Judging by her condition, she'd pushed herself to cast the spell. Merlin, you. Rayan was about to tell Merlin to take care of herself when a faint moan slipped from Zha's lips, and she slowly opened her eyes. Eyes the color of blood, just like Sylvia's, took in the world for the first time in 20 years. Ah. Zha slowly turned her gaze, and when she saw Sylvia and Edgar on her right, her lips trembled. Mom, Dad. With the pure, untainted voice and tone of a child, she reached out with trembling hands towards Sylvia and Edgar. Zha, unable to hold back, Sylvia and Edgar burst into tears and ran to hug Zha tightly, as if they would never let go again. Wah! Zha also sobbed like a child as she clung to Sylvia and Edgar, at last. Glenn, overwhelmed, covered his forehead and eyes with trembling hands and let out a long, deep breath. She's a girl whose body is grown, but her mind is still a child. Merlin lifted her head weakly and smiled. I thought it would be difficult for her to find her original age, so I used the soul stone to tune the magic so her mind could mature with her body. She waved her hand, saying it wouldn't take long for Zha's mind to grow up. And while she was brainwashed and acting as the Green King, I erased all the evil deeds she was forced to commit. I just wanted her to live happily from now on. Merlin looked at Zha with somewhat bitter eyes. It seemed she was reminded of her own past. I said, you don't need to thank me, I just... HMPH, Wrath quickly turned his head, unable to look at Zha and Sylvia. So sad, but it's a good outcome. He sniffled like slurping pasta and rolled his eyes. Rayan looked down at the hands of Zha, Sylvia, and Edgar, joined together as if they would never be separated, then lowered his gaze. One person left and another returned. If there is meeting, there is also parting. It felt like he understood a little more about what Rimmer had said about human life. You taught me until the very end. Rayan wiped away the tears at the corner of his eye as he looked at the star-filled sky outside the window. Even indoors, he felt as if that person's clear breeze was blowing in. After a time filled with tears, joy, and sorrow had ended. Yes, Glenn leaned back on the throne and looked down at Karun below the platform. So what is it you wanted to say? I'd like to make a proposal. Karun bowed, saying it was official business. If you think I'll approve everything just because it's today, you're mistaken. Glenn shook his head heavily, telling him not to take advantage of the situation. I have no such intention. Then speak. Glenn gestured with a firm look. Rayon Zeekart and the Light Wind Division. Without a care for Glenn's warning, Karun lifted his calm gaze. Please promote them to the Light Wind Palace. Light Wind Palace, Glenn repeated Karun's words. He narrowed his eyes as if it was a proposal he hadn't even considered. I don't care if the name isn't Light Wind. The way they fight, they suit Mad Dog more than Light Wind. Karun shook his head calmly. I just wish for the Light Wind division to be promoted to a palace. He straightened his back as he stated this was his proposal. You. Glenn looked at Karun, his gaze as sharp as a needle. What are you thinking? I am always thinking only of Sieghart. Karun raised his calm face. Rimmer is dead, and even if Eris returns, it will take a long time. He clicked his tongue as if displeased by this. I'm not someone who's concerned with emotions, but I do understand that those two were the ones who lightened the atmosphere. The heaviness over Sieghart now is because of that. Karun pressed his right foot into the marble floor. He lifted his chin, saying the appearance and recognition of a transcendent, especially one, so young would revitalize the entire house. Soon, rumors of Rimmer's death and Eris losing her power will spread. If just as word begins that Sieghart is crumbling, we officially announce that Rayon has reached transcendence and the Light Wind Division has been promoted to Palace, we'll be able to show Sieghart's prestige once more. Karun bowed his head, saying Rayon and the Light Wind Division must be promoted for this reason. Is that all? That is all, and... He raised his hand to his chest, as if performing a sword salute without a sword. I also believe that Rayon Sieghart is worthy of being a palace master, not just in power, but in achievements as well. Karun added that if not for this, he would never have made the recommendation and revealed a resolute gaze. You've changed. Glenn let out a surprised, hollow laugh. There's no sign left of the uncle who tried to crush his young nephew with force. No, I haven't changed. At that time, Rayon was not my nephew. Even if I went back, I'd do the same. Karun said he hadn't changed and shook his head. That's exactly why I say you have changed. Glenn smiled softly. The old you would never have acknowledged being overpowered by Rayon. If anything, you would have resented Rayon for making people say such things about you and sought revenge. He looked at Karun with warm eyes. But there's not a trace of those negative emotions in your eyes now. You're just. Glenn stood up from the throne and nodded. You're simply straightforward, like back in the days when you swung a wooden sword following me. He said it was the first time in a long while he'd seen such clear eyes and smiled faintly. I don't know. Karun's brows twitched with a reluctant expression. It took me a very long time to overcome my own demons, but you and Rayon overcame it so quickly it's almost ridiculous. You two are far better than I am. Glenn nodded to Karun as if commending him. Karun's lips trembled slightly, surprised at Glenn's words. You've changed a lot too, family head. Yes, it seems I have. The father and son, who had always been cold, looked at each other with eyes that were just a bit more transparent. I've said what I wanted. I'll take my leave now. Karun said he would be going, bowing his head to Glenn. I'll consider your proposal positively, and come visit me soon. I'd like to have a spar with you for the first time in a while. Glenn nodded, suggesting they cross swords lightly. Then I'll see you in 2 days. Karun replied and left the main house with slightly trembling steps. Changed, huh? Glenn smiled faintly as he looked at the main house Karun had left. I can't remember the last time I had a conversation like that with Karun. Both my change and his. The turning point for Sieghart's transformation was Rayon. As Rayon grew, so did Sieghart, going through various incidents and growing stronger. And the one who raised Rayon was none other than his own friend Rimmer. Glenn closed his eyes as he looked up at the calm night sky. Your disciple is changing Sieghart. As Karun was about to leave the main house, he met Denier coming down the stairs from the upper floor. Were you meeting with father? Yes. Karun paused and nodded. I heard you were present at J's awakening. That's something. Denier smiled faintly, sounding curious. I just wanted to see the child who would be the newest member of Sieghart. Karun said he only wanted to see her face. So what kind of child was she? I can't say yet. Physically an adult, but mentally like a 5-year-old. He said he would withhold judgment for now and waved his hand. I'll have to visit the annex myself soon. Denier smiled, saying he wanted to see his new niece. Surprisingly, you didn't show up. Karun narrowed his eyes sharply like a blade. What's so surprising? Baldur's always unpredictable, so it's no shock if he comes or not. But you always show up for events like this. What were you doing? Karun asked, his eyes sinking, while looking at Denier's hand behind his back. I was doing some research. Denier brought forward the books he'd had behind his back, saying he was looking for ways to help Eris recover her strength more quickly. They were books about shamanism. And why were you still at the main house? I heard everyone else had gone back. I made a proposal to the family head. A proposal. I asked for Rayon and the Light Wind Division to be promoted to Palace. Karun, thinking there was no reason to hide it, told Denier exactly what he'd just discussed with Glenn. You recommended Rayon as Palace Master. Denier let out a hollow laugh, as if it was unbelievable. That's right. Why? Because Rayon Sieghart is qualified. If Rayon becomes a Palace Master, that'll be a huge obstacle to your goal of becoming family head, won't it? He tilted his chin as if questioning Karun's intentions. If Rayon becomes the head after fair competition, it just means I was weaker than him. There's nothing to be dissatisfied about. A power without competition will rot and decay. I'd rather not become the family head than let Sieghart fall apart. and Karun shook his head, his eyes sharp as blades. I have no intention of losing to that kid. Ha. Denier gave a hollow laugh as he looked at Karun. You've changed so much, it's hard to get used to. I haven't cha. Karun started to say he hadn't changed, but remembering his conversation with Glenn just before, he stopped. No one stays the same forever. He admitted he'd changed and nodded. So I want to ask you, too. Karun turned his ankle to face Denier directly. What is it you're really looking at, Denier? Denier didn't answer, just drew a faint smile as he descended the stairs. I'm the same as you. I'm always looking at Sieghart, and I'll always follow Sieghart. With those words, he left the main residence. Karun watched Denier's back, then clenched his fist at his side. Frederick checked Merlin's condition after she'd lost consciousness, then smacked his lips briefly. How is she? Rayon approached Frederick and asked about Merlin's state. There's nothing wrong with her body. She just used up all her mana and ran out of stamina. Frederick shook his head, saying there was no serious problem. To drain that much mana, she must have felt pain worse than death, but she was smiling until the end. He furrowed his brow as if something was bothering him. Is something wrong? No, I'm not sure yet. Frederick said something was on his mind, but he wasn't certain. She's an odd one. Her body is like a human's, but somehow not quite human. He shook his head again. Rayon bit his lip as he looked at the sleeping Merlin. Even the saint can't figure her out. No one else kept themselves so hidden. Merlin never hesitated to sacrifice herself, almost as if her senses were broken. And curiously, she could empathize deeply with others even though she couldn't with her own pain. In many ways, she was a strange one. For now, all we can do is give her some nutritional supplements. Frederick clicked his tongue, apologizing. No, it's all right. Rayon said it was enough and bowed his head. Of course I'd come. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have checked on them. Frederick said it was fine, gathered his medical equipment, and stood up. See you later. I need to get some rest, too. With a tired face, he opened the door and went outside. Frederick paused as he reached the entrance. He glanced toward Sylvia's room, where the sounds of laughter and crying could be heard. With the whole family together, shouldn't you go join them? Frederick blinked, wondering why Rayon wasn't with everyone. As Merlin said, J's mind is still that of a 5-year-old. If she sees me, she'll be surprised. For now, it's better for her to be with mother and father only. Rayon looked upstairs and shook his head. He wanted to care for Ja, but to her, a suddenly appearing uncle as a younger brother would be shocking. Uncle, how could someone like you be an uncle? Frederick waved his head, saying only someone like Balder should be called that. Well, I suppose you're right for now. He left Rayon with a word of encouragement and opened the front door. I plan to rest for a while, but if anything happens, call me right away. Yes, see you then. Frederick said he'd finally get a good sleep for the first time in a while and left the annex. Rayon kept bowing until Frederick was gone, then closed the door. Upstairs, the voices of Sylvia, Edgar, and Ja could be heard. Hearing their laughter, Rayon found himself smiling without realizing it. I can't remember the last time I heard laughter like this. Since she became unable to wake, there had been no laughter in the annex. After Rimmer's death, it was as if a curtain of darkness had fallen, so it felt especially good to hear such pure laughter again after so long. Of course, a home where people live should be filled with laughter. Wrath nodded vigorously, saying he felt his own gloom lifting as well. But you're a demon. I've said it many times, I'm more human than you are. He knocked on his own head, telling Rayon to get a grip. Not right now, you aren't. Rayon gave a faint smile and returned to the guest room to check on Merlin. He thought about removing her mask, but decided to leave her as she was and lowered his hand. Did you notice anything odd about Merlin? Wrath looked at Merlin and smacked his lips. She just seems to be asleep. Why do you ask? He tilted his head, wondering if Rayon had noticed something strange. When Merlin finished waking Ja with her magic, she looked so faint it was like she was about to disappear. Just like he swallowed the words before finishing, remembering what it was like when he last saw Rimmer. And Merlin said it wouldn't be easy to wake Ja even with the soul stone, but she woke up so easily. That's strange. I was too busy checking on your sister to pay much attention to that madwoman at the time, but right now I don't sense anything in particular. Wrath shook his chin, saying he didn't know. That's a relief. Rayon tucked the blanket around Merlin and sighed. This feels suffocating. At times like this, sleep can help. At times like this, you have to swing your sword. Rayon licked his lips and left the annex, heading for the 5th training hall. Hey, can't we finally get some sleep? Isn't it about time you stopped your midnight rampages? After spending the night training in swordsmanship, Rayon only returned to the annex at dawn. Perhaps because she had woken up, he was able to focus on his training to the very end for the first time in a while. Erg, damn brat. Wrath groaned, his chin trembling, having been unable to sleep because of the sound of Rayon swinging his sword. Even if no one else curses you, I'll curse you myself. Should we start the party now? Rayon flicked his finger at Wrath, who was spitting out curses one after another. Party? Really? Wrath's eyes widened in disbelief. Yeah, I promised. Rayon nodded. Now that he'd said farewell to Rimmer and Jay had woken up, it didn't seem so bad to hold a small party to satisfy Wrath. But isn't that troublemaker still left? He let out a short sigh. It'll probably take a while. Eris still hadn't left Frederick's mansion, and whenever she woke, she fainted again. It would take a lot of time for her to stand up again. Don't worry, she'll definitely get back up. Rayon shook his head, saying he believed in Eris. Oh, of course, I'm all for it. Then how many boxes of ice cream? Listening to Wrath's mouthwatering anticipation, Rayon opened the annex's front door and stepped inside. Hajja stood at the entrance with her arms folded proudly. You're late, she shouted in a bright, childlike voice that he was late. Why is Jha here? Rayon blinked at Sylvia, Edgar, and Helen standing behind Jha. No, that's not right. Jha shook her head emphatically. Sis, big sis Jha. She stuck her lips out, insisting he call her big sis. Rayon's jaw dropped open. Sylvia and Edgar shook their clasped hands, signaling him to just go along. You said it yourself, she's still 5. Wrath snickered, telling Rayon to hurry up and call her big sis. Rayon swallowed dryly and stepped inside the annex. Be big sis Jha, big sis Jha. Well done, Jha raised her hand and patted her own head. Rayon's lips trembled and his eyes went vacant like run-ons. Qhehehe. Wrath clutched his belly and burst out laughing. No party for you. It's delicious. Jha grabbed her fork with a tiny fist and devoured the pasta, licking the sauce from her lips so cleanly it made everyone else's appetite stir. Rayon looked at Jha, who was gulping down pasta, then glanced at Sylvia and Edgar. What happened here? He had expected it would take a long time to get close to Jha, but somehow he'd been pulled by her hand to sit at the table together. He couldn't understand what had happened in just one day. We kept talking about you all day yesterday, so she'd get close to you as soon as possible. Sylvia gently wiped the pasta sauce from Jha's lips with a small smile. She was so happy to have a younger sibling, she stormed straight into your room. Good thing you weren't there. Edgar sighed, saying it was a struggle getting the excited Jha to sleep. Rayon let out a hollow laugh as he looked at the tired Sylvia and Edgar. It seemed that as soon as Jha heard she had a younger sibling, she wanted to meet right away. But she believes I'm really her younger brother. Even if she accepted that a sibling suddenly appeared, it was strange that a 20-something adult could show up claiming to be her younger brother, and she'd believe it without hesitation. From Jha's perspective, her body suddenly got bigger too. We explained that a lot of time had passed while she was sleeping. Sylvia nodded, saying it wasn't a complete lie, so it was the only way to explain it. I see. Rayon let out a soft breath as he looked back at Jha. Maybe because she's still a child, she has no preconceptions. With her mind still that of a young child, Jha seemed to believe everything Sylvia and Edgar told her without doubt. Then from now on, I'll... Stop, Jha put down her fork and raised both hands. You're not supposed to talk so much while eating. She shook her head, saying you should only speak after swallowing all your food. That's what Mom taught me. Sylvia bit her trembling lips as she looked at Jha. That's what I told her before she left. Moved, her eyes grew red. No crying while we eat. Jha waved her hand lightly, telling Sylvia to eat instead of crying. That's right. If Mom taught you, you have to keep the rule. Edgar nodded and wiped the moisture from Sylvia's eyes. Sorry. Rayon brought his hands together and apologized for talking too much. No, you have to call me Big Sister. Jha said she liked being called Big Sister and insisted Rayon add it to everything he said. All right, Big Sister. Rayon smiled and called her Big Sister as she wanted. It's amazing. When she wore her helmet, Jha's red eyes were so chilling they sent shivers down his spine, but now they were as gentle as lambs, full only of curiosity and affection. What do you like, Rayon? After swallowing a twirl of pasta, Jha tilted her head. Meat, tell her you like meat. Wrath yelled out his own preference. I'm not picky, but I like stew the most. Rayon ignored Wrath and said stew. Maybe because he'd only had cold food in his past life, he'd always craved warm, soupy dishes. Then eat this. Jha pushed the untouched bowl of stew that Sylvia had served toward Rayon. What about you, Big Sister? She smiled brightly, waving her sauce-stained hand. Mom told me. Now that I'm a big sister, I have to yield. Jha looked at Sylvia and nodded. That too. Sylvia gripped her trembling hands and let out a low moan. That's something I told her when I was pregnant with you. Unable to hold back any longer, she rushed to Jha and hugged her tight, not caring that her white clothes were getting food on them as if she'd never let go again. Mom, Jha blinked, as if confused by Sylvia's sudden embrace. Hey, no fair hugging without me. Edgar couldn't take it anymore, stood up, and hugged both Jha and Sylvia at once. Hey, you're not supposed to get up while eating. Jha frowned, scolding them for breaking table manners, but didn't push them away. Rayon too. Jha waved for Rayon to come over as well. Me. Rayon blinked, pointing to himself. Come on, Rayon. Sylvia, still sniffling, reached out her hand. She's right. It's not every day the whole family gets to hug together. Who knows if we'll get the chance again. If Jha says later not to mix my laundry with Dad's, I'll just die. Edgar beckoned him over, saying there might not be another chance to hug Jha. No, I'm fine. Rayon tried to refuse with an awkward laugh, but... Rayon, come here. Jha pouted, her eyes welling up as if she might cry. Are you going to make her cry? Are you going to make your big sister, who accepts a weirdo like you as her little brother, cry? Wrath wagged his tail in the air, sounding delighted. Rayon. Just Sylvia and Edgar all looked at him with puppy-like eyes, as if waiting for him to come over. Young master, aren't you going? Helen and Judith also clasped their hands, as if urging him to go to Ja. Rayon drooped his shoulders, then slipped between Sylvia and Edgar to hug Ja. All right, I'll let it go just for today. She declared she'd let the breach of table manners slide and patted her own head. Even though it was the second time, for some reason it didn't feel bad at all. Pew-hee-hee. Wrath burst out laughing, flying wildly as if he knew this would happen. Rayon frowned at Wrath. Just think of it as you already finished all the ice cream. After what was probably the most exhausting breakfast he'd ever had, Rayon headed to the guest room where Merlin was, her breathing stable. Yesterday, with all her mana gone, her breathing had been uneven, but now it was calm. It seemed her mana was recovering naturally and her condition was improving. However, she still hadn't woken up, likely because her physical strength was still depleted. She must have really pushed herself. Normally, she'd have woken up the moment you walked in. That's true. Rayon gave a small nod. He was worried about Merlin, but what he'd felt yesterday was only intuition, and Frederick had said she was fine. For now, all he could do was wait for her to wake up. Just as Rayon was about to leave the room, a faint voice came from behind. Turning back, he saw Merlin slowly opening her eyes. Rayon, is this a dream? Merlin blinked, as if unsure if she was dreaming as soon as she woke up. Are you conscious? How's your body? Rayon walked back to the bed and looked at Merlin. Ah, it's real. Merlin's eyes widened as she pulled the blanket over her face. Merlin, go away. For almost the first time ever, she told him to leave. What's going on? Was that crazy woman acting like this? Wrath's eyes went wide in confusion. How can I show my just woke up face? Merlin kicked under the blanket, saying he shouldn't have come now, but you're wearing your mask. That is my face. She insisted the mask was her face and told him to move farther away. Oh. Rayon scratched the back of his head and let out a hollow laugh. Anyway, you're okay, right? Huh, are you worried about me? Merlin peeked out from the blanket just enough to show the wrinkled forehead of her mask, grinning. Rayon couldn't tell what exactly she considered her face or why she was embarrassed. You collapsed suddenly. Of course I was worried. No need to worry. I'm perfectly fine. She pulled a fist out from the blanket, saying she was fine. She seemed okay, but she was the type to never care about her own body, so Rayon couldn't fully trust it. It's embarrassing to show my bare face, but it feels good to be worried about. Merlin said she was happy as she squirmed under the covers. Merlin. Rayon put his hands together and bowed his head. No need to thank me. We're not strangers. Sometimes when she joked like that, Rayon got chills and was left speechless. Was that a joke? Wrath shook his head unconvinced. And really, don't worry about my body. It's just fatigue and mana depletion. Merlin stretched her arms high. Ah, I should sleep a little more. I'm still tired. She said she'd greet you later, so please introduce her well and waved her hand. All right, rest up. After watching her hand, Rayon left the guest room. He asked Judith to look after her, then went out to the yard. As he was about to do some light stretches, he felt a gaze from behind. She was peeking at him from behind the door. It's like I have a cat. She probably thought she was hiding, but she was so tall for a grown woman that she was in plain sight. Phew. Rayon let out a small sigh and began practicing basic sword forms without any aura, but since he was now a transcendent, mana in the air followed naturally, and a blue glow flickered like constellations. Wow. Zhu immediately forgot she was hiding and darted out, grabbing a branch stacked by the firewood. I know how to do that. Dad taught me. Just as Rayon tried to stop her, Zhu beamed and swung the branch. At her gesture, a surge of aura erupted from her dantian, splitting the ground and cutting the lake in half. Whoa, Rayon darted forward using supreme harmony steps, blocking the sword strike Zhu sent out. If he hadn't, it would have reached the foot of Mount Buckming behind them. I forgot. Goosebumps rose on his skin. He had completely forgotten, but Zhu still possessed the body and aura of a grandmaster. How am I supposed to handle this? It was as if a child was wielding a sword that could kill anyone, had to think about how to control it. Hey, big sister. As Rayon approached, Zhu frowned. It's not coming out. Zhu said her aura wasn't coming out, tilting her head in confusion. Rayon extended his senses to examine Zhu's body. As she said, her dantian was locked tight and her aura wasn't moving. What's going on? He blinked, not knowing the reason when Zhu waved her hand. Why isn't it working? She frowned, looking up at the sky. Big sister, Rayon called her, furrowing his brow. Who are you talking to? Can't you see Rabara? Rabara knows you. Zhu blinked her big eyes, as if surprised Rayon didn't know. Rabara. Rayon repeated the name and let out a breath. The girl from the soul stone. Wrath clapped his hands loudly. Right, the soul that had been inside the soul stone, a girl who had died with deep resentment. The soul that had once been filled with malice, but whose curse was lifted just by playing with her, who finally told her name Rabara. Did they really meet? He had hoped that Rabara would become Zhu's friend after being purified. Now it seemed that wish had come true, and a deep joy and relief welled up in his chest. Rabber said Rayon is a really good person, that you play with her. She smiled, saying that was why she'd been able to approach him right away. But now Rabbara is getting in the way. She scrunched her nose, looking dissatisfied. Judging by the situation, it seemed Rabbara was suppressing Zha's aura. Big sister. Rayon met Zha's eyes and nodded. You can't use that sparkling power carelessly. Why not? Someone could get hurt. From now on, I'll help you practice often, but you have to promise to only use it when I'm around, okay? He held out his pinky finger, asking for a promise. Okay, I promise. She quickly hooked her pinky with his, as if eager to play together. But will you play with me every day? All right, then let's start right now. Rayon, you're it. She immediately ran off, declaring a game of hide and seek. Her ability to change the subject was almost unbelievable. She really was a child. 1, 2, 3. Without a chance to refuse, Rayon turned around and started counting to fulfill his duty as seeker. After counting aloud to 60, he turned back. He suppressed his senses to play along for real, but Zha was clearly visible hiding right behind a tree. What do I do with this? Zha looked convinced she was hidden, cheeks flushed and grinning, but her body was far too big to actually be concealed. KK Coop. Wrath snorted, barely holding back laughter. Where could she be? Rayon forced himself to look away and started searching for Zha, who was in plain sight. Heh. Even the maids watching from the side couldn't help but laugh. Hey, 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 hey. Wrath cackled, as if paying Rayon back for every hardship he'd ever faced. You're getting only hard bread for dinner tonight. The next day, Rayon headed for the main house's training hall, summoned by Glenn. You're here quickly. Glenn nodded as if pleased. Greetings, family head. This isn't an official matter, so there's no need for a formal greeting. He waved Rayon over, signaling for him to come closer. What is you doing? Glenn glanced sideways. She fell asleep after having a snack. Rayon smiled faintly, saying he'd left her sleeping. She really is just like a child. Yes, it's as if she's returned to that age. That's good. Glenn looked up at the air and nodded. 5 is the cutest age. I'd regret it if I miss seeing my granddaughter at that stage. He smiled softly, saying it would be a shame to miss such moments. That's true. Rayon's brows softened a bit. Even though Zha's body was that of an adult woman, her actions were so innocent and childlike that just watching her made him smile. My mother and I talked about you, so you can visit soon. She's so cheerful you'll get close in no time. Really? Glenn's eyes widened with anticipation. Yes, she's the complete opposite of me. Rayon nodded, assuring him it was true. Ahem, then I'd better go tomorrow. Glenn smiled in genuine anticipation, the corners of his lips trembling. So why did you call me here today? Rayon blinked, glancing around the training hall. Since their spar had been postponed, he wasn't sure why Glenn had summoned him now. There's something I want to show you. No sooner had Glenn said it than the doors to the training hall opened and Karun entered. He had the air of a commander facing a battlefield. I'll be sparring with him today. With a subtle smile, Glenn nodded his chin. Let's see how far you can keep up. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. How far can I go? Rayon repeated Glenn's words to himself, clenching his fingers. What did he mean by that? Karun Zeekhart had shed the skin of inferiority and become an entirely different person. Now there was no reason for them to be at odds, so Rayon didn't understand why Glenn wanted him to watch how far he could go. Still, he couldn't ignore Glenn's words. He always seemed to speak casually, but there was always meaning behind it. I'd better do as he said and watch closely. Even aside from Glenn's intentions, just observing a spar between transcendents would be a huge help. Rayon resonated the ring of fire to heighten his focus. There's an uninvited guest. Karun clicked his tongue as he looked at Rayon standing beside Glenn. Despite his words, he didn't look displeased. I invited him, so he's not an uninvited guest. Glenn shook his head calmly. If you're uncomfortable, I'll send him away, but since you're here, I thought he might as well watch. He shrugged, leaving the decision to Karun. It's fine with me. Karun gave a calm nod. I didn't plan to reveal my full strength to you anyway. He flexed his fingers, saying he'd intended to hide his true abilities from Glenn. Is that so? Glenn nodded with a faint smile. Then let's not waste time, let's begin. He brushed off his hands lightly and walked to the center of the training ground. Understood. Karun looked at Rayon for a moment, then quietly drew his sword. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched Karun's stance. He's gotten even stronger. Not much time had passed since Karun reached transcendence, yet the gap between then and now felt immense. He hasn't just gotten stronger, he definitely has. Wrath scrunched his nose as he looked at Karun. Really? Yes, when he first became a transcendent, his level was unstable, but now he's managed it, and something about him has grown even further. Wrath nodded, saying Rayon would understand if he watched. I'll go first. Karun raised his sword with an elegant posture, like a noble. A dignified yet sharp energy rose along his blade. Go ahead. Glenn nodded calmly, drawing his heavenly tremor. His gaze turned as sharp as the radiance on his blade, making it clear he didn't intend to go easy. Rumble. Even before the sound of their footsteps shaking the ground had died away, Glenn and Karun collided at the center of the training hall. Clang. Sparks burst from the air as their swords crashed, and black cracks appeared in the space. True to their natures, Glenn and Karun didn't yield an inch, clashing head-on. Glenn smiled as he saw Karun's aura wrapping the blade as thin as silk. You're now worthy of being called a transcendent. He nodded, looking pleased with his son's growth. You can use more strength if you wish. Karun pressed Glenn with sharp energy. It's just a light spar, so there's no need to get too serious. Despite claiming it was a light match, Glenn pushed Karun back with intense thunder energy. Boom! Unable to withstand the force in Glenn's heavenly tremor, Karun was blasted backward, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Surely you're not done already. Glenn tilted his chin in a provocative manner. No, this is just the beginning. Karun twisted his ankle so hard his shoe creased, then stepped forward. His movements were swift yet direct, brimming with sharpness. He intended to win with the swordsmanship he'd built up, without any cheap tricks a noble swordsman's resolve. Slash! Karun's strike, carrying that resolve, pierced through the thunder shield Glenn had raised, driving the blade in sharply. Good, Glenn smiled as he received Karun's sword. Even when facing a transcendent sword imbued with will, his heavenly tremor didn't waver. Sword field creation manifestation of the Sword King. Karun announced the name of his technique, bending his wrist and arm in a straight line. His graceful, linear strike aimed straight for Glenn's vital points with exhilarating force. Chi-ing, fast, sharp, firm, and grand. Karun had honed these four values to the utmost to reach transcendence. The ideal swordsmanship Buran pursued was now embodied in Karun's hands. This is exciting. Glenn responded to Karun's blade with a deep laugh. Strength, speed, and exquisite swordsmanship crashed together, sending shockwaves everywhere. Rumble, Rayon swallowed dryly, watching Glenn unleash destructive lightning and Karun unfurl noble currents. So this is a duel between transcendents. Glenn and Karun didn't give an inch, exchanging deadly techniques as if fighting to the death. Even if Glenn wasn't using half his true power, it was shocking to see Karun keep up like this. Spear sword form. Karun thrust his sword, which had been drawn back, forward. The energy swirling around the blade spun fiercely, forming a point of ultimate power. Thunderfire Crimson Lotus. Glenn scraped the ground with his heavenly tremor and raised it high. The thunder roaring along the blade blossomed into a grand crimson flower. Kwai-ang. The clash of ultimate moves from both transcendents made the whole training ground tremble as if it might collapse, but neither showed any intention of stopping, trading even faster and fiercer blows. Ruar. It felt to Rayon as if he was right there in the fight with Glenn and Karun. His crimson eyes flashed as he moved his fingers endlessly, as if determined to master every technique from both of them. Kai-ang. After nearly 30 minutes, the spar finally ended, and Glenn and Karun both lowered their swords and stepped back at the same time. Oh. Unlike Glenn, who was still composed, Karun was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, as if he'd spent all his strength. Are you satisfied now? Glenn sheathed the heavenly tremor and nodded at Karun. Yes, that cleared my mind a bit. Rayon. Glenn looked at Rayon with a faint smile. What did you think? Karun, too, wiped the sweat from his brow and turned his attention to Rayon, as if curious for his answer. Rayon nodded to Glenn and Karun in turn. Not everything is possible just because you're a transcendent. Reaching transcendence doesn't mean you're suddenly capable of anything. A transcendence battle is about honing the weapons you've refined until now to their sharpest edge. For me, that would be the 10,000 Flames cultivation. The 10,000 Flames cultivation, which contains the essence of all swordsmanship, the authority of demon kings, and the power of emotion Rimmer had taught him. Those two values were what he needed to pursue from now on. It seems you've reached an even higher level since I last saw you, Black Martial Palace Master. Did you have some enlightenment? Rayon offered genuine congratulations to Karun. Karun gazed quietly at Rayon and then nodded. I killed an ancient dragon. Excuse me, when the White Blood cult attacked Sieghart, the thing that broke the walls was a dragon's breath. To get revenge, I sought out a dragon's nest nearby. He suddenly began explaining what had happened. I almost died. I thought it would be easy since the family head slays them like lizards, but a true dragon is on another level. Its very presence was equal to a transcendence, but once it becomes an ancient dragon, it gains unique abilities. Karun nodded, saying that fighting a life-and-death battle with an ancient dragon had brought him to his current state. If you ever meet one, be careful. Unexpectedly, he not only told Rayon how he'd grown, but even warned him about ancient dragons before sheathing his sword. Well, you and Aris already took down the light dragon together, so maybe you didn't need my advice. Brushed off his shoulder and turned away. Rayon, still a bit dazed, bowed his head. Karun wasn't exactly friendly, but he'd answered honestly and even given advice, so Rayon wasn't sure how to react. Rayon. Glenn, seeming quite pleased, approached with a gentle smile. You're having a small party at the annex tomorrow, right? Yes. Rayon nodded, looking at Glenn. Better to hold it the evening after tomorrow. I can come then. Glenn gestured, saying he'd be able to attend if it was then. All right. He'd been explaining about both grandfathers to Zhe, so having the party a day later was actually better. Rayon nodded. Is there something you have to do tomorrow? Oh, a guest will be coming the day after tomorrow. Glenn waved his hand, saying he was waiting for someone, a guest. Rayan glanced at Karun, who was straightening his clothes. Not me. Karun turned away with a frown, as if he had no intention of joining such a party. Rayan watched Karun leave the training hall with graceful steps and let out a breath. He's impossible to read. He flicked his finger at Wrath, pointing to Karun. Do you have any idea what's up with him? Maybe he's just hungry and lost his mind. Not everyone's like you. 2 days later, while Rayan was suffering through the greatest agony of his life playing house with Ja. Bang, 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 a knock shook the annex doors as if they'd break them down. Rayan, Edgar, hearing the familiar voice, Rayan stepped out to find Rictor in the entryway. Hair swept back as if he'd hurried all the way. I heard Ja woke up. Where is she? Rictor's wrinkled fingertips trembled as he demanded to see Ja. Grandfather. Rayan's eyes widened at the sight of Rictor. They hadn't even sent a letter yet, since it took so many steps to contact Rictor at the Holy Land of the Holy Sword Alliance. How had he gotten here so quickly? Father, how did you? Sylvia and Edgar also gaped in surprise. I contacted him. Glenn emerged from behind Rictor. I'd been looking into ways to wake Ja, so I sent a letter right away. Glenn smiled faintly, saying he'd had a separate way of keeping in touch with Rictor. Sylvia bowed, welcoming Rictor. HMPH, looks like I got here a bit early now. Edgar winced as Rictor kicked him in the rear. So where's my Ja? Rictor looked around with barely contained excitement. Yes, go call Ja. Glenn nodded, just as eager to see her. Understood. Rayan nodded lightly to Glenn and Rictor. Good thing. He was glad he'd explained not only about Glenn but also about Rictor to Ja. With her personality, she'd not only accept both grandfathers but might even turn them into her minions. Ja, big sister. Rayan turned to call Ja, who was peeking from behind the door. Come on out, okay. With her hair in pigtails by her own stubborn insistence, Ja nodded and came out into the hall. Ah. Rictor's eyes grew red, as if just seeing Ja awake was enough to fulfill his life's wish. Glenn bit his trembling lip, unable to contain his delight at how cute Ja was. I explained yesterday, right? The man with mom is Grandpa Glenn and the one with dad is Grandpa Rictor. Rayan gently nudged Ja's back and sent her over to Glenn and Rictor. Grandpa. Ja glanced between Glenn and Rictor with her wide eyes. She gave a bright smile and bowed her head. Hello, Ja. Rictor finally burst into tears, spreading his arms wide, while Glenn, though seemingly calmer, couldn't hide the tremble in his hands. Come here. Still, watching the two of them compete even now was a little ridiculous. How many children are in this house? Wrath let out a hollow laugh, unable to comprehend the scene. Ja looked between Glenn and Rictor with her big eyes, seeming to ponder whom to go to. You can go to whoever you like more, big sister. Rayan grinned mischievously and wiggled his finger. He'd already explained everything about Glenn and Rictor, so he was curious whom she'd choose. Who I like more? Yeah. As he nodded, Ja suddenly grabbed his hand. Then I like Rayan the most. Ja pulled Rayan into a hug, saying she had to take care of her younger brother. Hugged tight in Ja's arms, Rayan quickly lifted his gaze. Rumble. Just a second ago, Glenn and Rictor's eyes had been shining with anticipation and affection for Ja, but now they had turned as fierce as wild beasts. Crackle. What was even more absurd was that even Sylvia and Edgar were glaring at him with eyes full of rising fury. This isn't what. Feeling the icy tension filling the annex, Rayan took a deep breath. Hehehe, you dug your own grave. Wrath burst out laughing, as if he was having the time of his life. From today on, I'm making your big sister my underling. This is entertainment. He cackled, saying he hadn't seen anything this funny in ages. At the party, all you're getting is hard bread. A small party held in front of the annex lake. Sylvia approached the innermost table, carrying a steaming pot. Warm up from the inside first. She smiled as she served warm stew to Glenn and Rictor. Rayan likes stew, so when it comes to this, I'm more confident than anyone. Sylvia spread her hands, saying her stew wouldn't lose to the main house's food. Yes, the stew is quite good. Glenn accepted the stew bowl, but couldn't take his eyes off Ja. Even when I went back to the main house, I kept thinking about the annex stew. Rictor also accepted the stew with a smile. He nodded gratefully and took Sylvia's hand. To daughter-in-law, Sylvia's eyes widened in surprise. I'm not quite ready to be called daughter-in-law. With a child that young, of course you are. Rictor smiled softly as he watched Ja, who had her nose buried in a plate of pasta. Come on, she's just not a daughter-in-law. Father, you may not realize, but even Sylvia is already ka. Edgar, mumbling that she shouldn't be praised too much, was struck on the forehead by Sylvia and toppled backward. Geez, Sylvia dusted off her hand after hitting Edgar's forehead and frowned. He already talks too much and it's all nonsense. She lightly kicked the fallen Edgar, telling him to watch his mouth. Ah, father, is this even right? You deserve it. Rictor clicked his tongue at his fallen son as if he had no interest. Glenn also shook his head in exasperation. Daddy, that's funny. Ja clapped with a giggle as Edgar whimpered on the floor, and even the maids burst into laughter they had been holding back. Really? Want me to do more? Edgar rolled on the floor by himself, as if just seeing Ja laugh made him happy. Yum, tasty. But Ja, having already lost interest in Edgar, focused on the cream pasta Helen served her. At this rate, she'll be a handful later. Edgar massaged his temples, wondering how he'd get Zha's attention in the future. Really, it's nice to see this. Dorian, watching Zha's table filled with laughter, let out a voice tinged with emotion. Yes, it was worth going out to find the soul stone. Burin nodded deeply, feeling both pride and longing. Rayan looks happy too. Runan twirled her fingers as if conducting, watching Rayan's faint smile. Martha looked at Zha and Sylvia, who was caring for her, with a gaze full of distant longing. Let Grandpa peel the shrimp for you. This beef is tender. Want to try it? Is there anything else you want? Rictor, Glenn, and Sylvia pushed food toward Zha as if just watching her eat made them full. After bowing to Glenn, Rictor, and Sylvia, Zha handed the food she received to Rayan. Rayan, eat, they say everything is delicious. With a bright smile, she took care of her brother even more than herself. Gulu. Glenn, Rictor, and Sylvia shot sharp looks once again. Rayan, how did you win over Zha? Yes, why does she like you so much? Sylvia and Edgar frowned as if they couldn't understand. Ah, it's probably because of the friend who's with her. Rayan waved his hands, telling them to calm down. Friend, what do you mean? Glenn and Rictor motioned for him to explain in detail. When we went to get the soul stone, Rayan explained how Rabara, inside the soul stone, ended up staying with Zha. I see. It's not a bad thing. Both have suffered, so they can comfort each other. Glenn and Rictor nodded, saying Zha and Rabara could be good friends, so that's why she accepted you so quickly. Sylvia nodded as if she finally understood. Son, I didn't expect this from you. Sneaky. Edgar rolled his eyes jokingly, saying Rayan cut in line. Fortunately, the chilly air between the four of them slowly calmed down. Then you'll have to be even better from now on. Thinking of it as having two granddaughters isn't so bad. Glenn and Rictor nodded, deciding to pay more attention to Zha. Rayan softly smiled as he looked at the four people sticking close to Zha. It's nice to see. The annex was always filled only with himself, Sylvia, and the maids. But now the two grandfathers, father and sister who he never thought would come, were all gathered. He used to think just his mother and the maids were enough, but he was wrong. The annex became a happier place the more people filled it. Rayan enjoyed the greater happiness blossoming in the annex with a radiant smile that surpassed tranquility. Nuo. Stop smiling and move your hands already. No, I'm not eating. I'll just have Nadine bread later. Rayan swallowed only the stew Zha had given him, saying he wasn't interested. This is torture. Wrath looked over the buffet, trembling his jaw. NGH, I was wrong. Please eat. He even apologized for mocking Rayan and begged him to eat. You're the one who said you'd throw this party. Wrath, tail drooping, urged Rayan to keep his promise. Even pretending to be pitiful's grown a lot. Rayan picked up his fork, watching Wrath swaying tail beneath him. I'll let it slide just this once. Then try that pizza first. The shrimp is perfectly cooked. Wrath panted, urging Rayan to grab the pizza. Don't nag. Rayan pushed away the clinging Wrath and put the shrimp pizza in his mouth. Ah, the bread is crispy and savory, and the shrimp is plump, simply incredible. Wrath grinned, saying the taste was exactly as he expected. Of course, his way of describing flavors was still simple and bland. Anyway, Rayan smiled faintly as he ate all the food Wrath wanted, and even inhaled the ice cream served for dessert. Kuuk, Wrath patted his round belly and let out a small burp. Are you satisfied now? This king does not know satisfaction. He shook his chin as if he was still a bit unsatisfied. This is the first time I've seen you overeat like this, sir. Well, the food at the annex really is delicious. Dorian, who was stuffing food into his mouth just as much, kept moving his fork and knife, cutting up meat. It's not a fancy taste, but it's something you crave every now and then. Burin said he somewhat agreed as he sipped his tea for a palate cleanser. Yeah, it's warm. Runan, saying it was warm, ate nothing but the beaded ice cream from start to finish. She was still someone you couldn't really understand. Well, it's tasty. Martha nodded with a somewhat bitter look. She let out a small sigh and bit cleanly into the meat on the bone. I'm leaving now. Martha, just as Martha said she was heading back and stood up from the table, Sylvia called out to her. Come over here. Sylvia waved at Martha, beckoning her over. Huh, why me? Play with Zha for a bit. She smiled brightly as if she wanted Martha and Zha to get along. Big sister, big sister. Zha's eyes sparkled as she called Martha big sister, clearly taken with Martha's mature and elegant appearance. Ah no, I'm not a big sister. Martha blinked vacantly, as if unsure whether to be called an older or younger sister. Me too. Runan, holding a plate full of ice cream, sat next to Martha. You're a younger sister. Zha, finding Runan both pure and cute, immediately called her a younger sister and giggled. I'm not a younger sister. Or am I? Runan stared blankly at the air above. Just go along with it for now. Sylvia put her hands together, asking Zha and Martha as if for a favor. The four women chatted about small things and shared light laughter. Now. Rayan nodded quietly, watching the Light Wind Division enjoy the party with no worries. I think it's okay for me to leave now. After slowly closing and opening his eyes, he approached Glenn, who was looking out over the lake with Rictor, head of house. Ahem. Glenn only cleared his throat and kept his gaze fixed on the lake, not answering. Head of house, Rayan called Glenn again, but he still didn't turn around. You brat. This isn't an official setting, you know. Rictor clicked his tongue lightly, saying Rayan still had no tact. Ah, grandfather. Rayan rubbed the back of his neck and called Glenn grandfather. Ahem. As if his ears had just opened, Glenn slowly turned around. Yes, what is it? Rayan let out a small, awkward laugh and shook his head. At least he's not angry. That's a relief. He had worried Glenn might be upset because of Ja, but he wasn't, and Rayan let out a sigh of relief. I plan to leave for Cephia within this week. Rayan put his hand to his chest and said he wanted to return Rimmer's sword to Cephia. This might be the last time, so I'd like to go with the Light Wind Division. He bowed his head, asking for permission. Glenn glanced at the Light Wind Division standing behind Rayan. It seems those kids have accepted it now. He nodded, looking proud of the Light Wind Division for letting Rimmer go so well. Right, it's only right to send back that kid's sword at least. Glenn told him to be careful and lowered his hand. Rayan bowed his head and expressed his gratitude. See him off well and come back. Rictor, who seemed to have heard the story from Glenn, patted Rayan's shoulder with a calm look. Okay. Rayan, just as Rayan nodded, Jo approached him. Eat more, you have to grow big. She handed him the beaded ice cream, repeating the words Jo and Edgar had said to her. Say As Rayan glanced around, Glenn, Rictor, Sylvia, and Edgar all gave him fierce looks again. I wanted to be the first to do that. Rayan, son, don't cut in line. The four adults all trembled, clearly wanting to be the first person Ja ever fed. Hurry up. She didn't care about their looks at all, bouncing on her feet as she urged him to eat. Thud, thud, thud. She was so strong that powerful waves rose on the lake and the ground trembled. Unable to betray Ja's expectant gaze, Rayan had no choice but to eat the ice cream. Rayan. Glenn, Rictor, Sylvia, and Edgar all bit their lips, giving him even colder looks as if he were their enemy. Kehehehe. Wrath shook his bursting belly and let out a roar of laughter. Now your time as the cute one is over. He snickered, saying Rayan would now only get scolded. I was never in charge of being cute. That's why they say you have no tact. Sigh. Rayan left the still bustling annex, carrying a bundle of food and ice cream. I'm exhausted. It was definitely happiness to be with his family, but it was also true that it drained his energy. If he stayed at the party any longer, he felt like he'd melt into a puddle, so he hurriedly left the hall. But why did you pack food to take with you? Wrath tilted his head as he looked at the bundle in Rayan's hand. Oh, is it a present for this king for breakfast tomorrow? If that's the case, I'll accept it with a generous heart. It's not for you, Rayan brushed Wrath off, telling him not to get carried away. I'm giving it to Aunt and Merlin. Eris and Merlin are currently resting at Frederick's mansion. It's uncertain whether the two will be awake, but since they can eat it later, I plan to leave it in the hospital room. Wrath shook his head silently. Sometimes you really are quick-witted. It's not quick-wittedness. It's just the obvious thing to do. While preparing this party, I did feel guilty, wondering if it was okay to go ahead when Eris and Merlin still hadn't fully woken up. But if I kept delaying, a big battle could suddenly break out and force me to cancel, so I just held it as quickly as possible. It's a shame. If Rimmer, Eris, and Merlin had joined the party, it would have been much more enjoyable, so I let out a sigh without realizing it. No, let's not think about that now. Rayan shook off his heavy thoughts and headed toward Frederick's mansion. As I was about to open the door and go inside, someone was coming out first. Rayan, Denier Sieghart. He smiled, as refined as if drawn by moonlight. I heard the party was still going on. What brings you here? Denier looked at the still active annex and gave a gentle smile. I brought some food, but may I ask what brings you here? Rayan narrowed his eyes at Denier. I came to see my sister. Denier nodded, saying he came to see Eris. You let me know that she'd woken up. I stopped by just in case, and she really was awake, so I was lucky to be able to talk with her. He smiled, saying he was fortunate. Is that so? Rayan bit his tongue as he looked at Denier. How was Aunt? He glanced at Denier, asking about Eris. She didn't seem bad. She can't push herself yet, but I think she'll be up soon. Denier gave a gentle smile and raised his hand. Take good care of her. Well then. As if he'd said everything he needed, he waved and walked down the stairs. Oh, give my regards to Ja too. Tell her uncle will come see her later. With those words, Denier disappeared in the direction of the main house. Rayan narrowed his eyes as he watched Denier's back. I still don't know what he's thinking. Denier was suspicious in many ways, but he had never actually done anything. Even if I wanted to be wary, there was nothing to point to which left me feeling stifled. What do you think? As I said from the start, that kind of guy is the real problem. You can't tell if he's an ally or an enemy. Wrath narrowed his eyes, saying he just wanted to beat him up. It looks like it seemed necessary to have someone keep an eye on him. Since I would be leaving for Cephia this week, I needed someone who could keep Denier from making a move or at least watch what he was doing. Someone who isn't outranked and is simple A person suddenly came to Rayan's mind. After seeing Denier off, Rayan entered Frederick's mansion. There are a lot of guests today. Frederick greeted him, waving his hand with his index and middle fingers pressed together. Did the party end well? It's not over yet. Rayan shook his head, saying it was still in full swing. Then why are you here? Frederick waved his hand, telling him to go back and have fun. I brought some food and dessert. Rayan unwrapped his bundle and set the buffet dishes and beaded ice cream he had prepared on the table. Please eat now. I brought it fresh, so it should still be warm. I actually was getting hungry. Frederick licked his lips at the sight of the steaming dishes. As I thought, you're the only one who takes care of me. Even that so-called friend of mine is too busy stuffing his own face to even show up. He snorted, grumbling about Glenn. It's nothing. Rayan bowed his head, thanking Frederick for staying in Sieghart. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here either. You don't have to say things like that. Frederick clicked his tongue. To be honest, I do miss wandering from place to place, but I've decided I'll only go traveling again after making sure Eris is fully healed. He gave a soft smile, saying he couldn't just leave a patient behind. Well, let's eat then. Frederick pondered what to pick first and reached for the pizza. Kang, he doesn't know how to eat. With buffet food, you're supposed to start by warming your insides with hot soup. Wrath frowned in disappointment. Didn't you say to eat pizza first? That was only because this king was starving because of you. If anything, you should warm up your stomach even more then, right? La 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 la. He hummed and turned his head as if he didn't hear. Whatever. Rayan chuckled and picked up the other 2 bundles. I'll go give some food to Aunt and Merlin as well. All right. Eris's internal injuries have mostly healed, so she should be able to eat regular food. Merlin, it's even better since she needs to regain her strength. Frederick nodded, telling him to deliver the food. Yes. Rayan thanked Frederick again and knocked on the door of Eris's room first. Come in. Hearing Eris's voice, he opened the door. Rayan called out to Eris but widened his eyes. She was on the floor doing push-ups. He hadn't expected her to be exercising and his mouth dropped open. Rayan. Eris caught her breath, surprised to see Rayan and not Frederick. Is it really okay for you to exercise? Rayan set the food bundle on the table and looked at Eris. It's fine. Eris nodded awkwardly with a smile. I felt my body stiffening up just sitting still, so I tried moving around a bit. She rotated her shoulders, saying her condition wasn't bad. Eris lowered her gaze to her toes, like someone burdened by guilt. It was only natural to visit. Rayan shook his head and opened the bundle, laying out the food on the table. They're having a small party at the annex, so I brought some food. I heard. They said it was to celebrate your waking up. Eris nodded as if she already knew. I should have joined too, sorry. She still seemed apologetic. It's all right, you can come next time. Following Rath's advice, Rayan handed Eris the warm stew first. With trembling hands, Eris received the bowl of stew. Let's see, it's good. She forced a smile as she took a spoonful. Rayan closed his eyes briefly, then took Eris's shaking hand. I understand that you feel guilty toward me and the Light Wind Division, but we've already said goodbye to our teacher. He shook his head, saying that not just himself, but everyone in the Light Wind Division had accepted Rimmer's death. Master smiled and left, satisfied to have saved you and Dorian. He held Eris's now violently shaking hand even tighter. If you keep avoiding us and acting so distant, that would be an insult to both Master and the entire Light Wind Division. Rayan nodded calmly, meeting Eris's wavering gaze. A Sieghart swordsman who grips a sword always has death at his back. Eris looked at him, biting her lip. Rayan, you're so steadfast. I'm envious and a little regretful. Rayan let out a small sigh, understanding what Eris meant by envy and regret. All right, I understand everyone's feelings. Since everyone says that, I should pull myself together, too. She thanked him and began eating all the stew in her hand. Everyone, Rayan murmured, looking at Eris. Yes, Denier came and told me something similar to what you said. Eris pointed to a fruit basket on top of the wardrobe. He always seemed empty inside, but today, when he encouraged me, it felt genuine. She smiled softly, saying she saw Denier in a new light. That's why I was working out, trying to encourage myself, even if just a little. I see. Rayan nodded calmly, keeping his composure. Denier gave her advice. What exactly is that guy? What is he thinking? I don't know. If Eris said that much, there must have been some sincerity in Denier's words. It was hard to figure out what Denier was thinking or aiming for. Why is he trying to get Aunt back on her feet? Honestly, for Eris to return would take a long time, and there was no guarantee she'd regain her original strength. From an enemy's perspective, there's no real value in using her, so I can't figure out his intentions. So is he not an enemy? No, if he wanted to use her as a hostage, it'd make sense to get her back on her feet. As Rayan tilted his head in thought, Eris shook her chin. And there's one more. Eris raised her finger. One more. There's someone else who keeps making things troublesome for me. As she sighed, the hospital room door swung open. Rayan, it was Merlin. She stepped in, half wearing her mask, stomping her feet. You should come to me first. I was waiting to see when you'd come. Why haven't you come yet? She complained, asking why he was only spending time with Eris. Eek, Wrath gulped in fear, even though Merlin didn't appear as an animal anymore. That's her. Eris chuckled and pointed at Merlin. She said she came here to recover after waking up, but instead of focusing on that, she comes to chat with me every day. I'm exhausted. She shook her head, saying it was tiring to hear so many strange stories from Merlin. Auntie, that's so mean. We had fun together. Merlin muttered and nudged Eris with her elbow. Seeing them, it was clear the two had become close. I brought yours, too. Rayon smiled and unwrapped the bundle of food he'd prepared for Merlin. My hand hurts. Merlin shrank her shoulders, claiming her fine hand now hurt. Your hand, yeah, so. She leaned forward and parted her red lips. Will you feed me? Ah, Merlin closed her eyes, asking to be fed directly. There she goes again. Eris looked at Merlin and let out a wry laugh. But really, with a face like that, I don't know why she keeps wearing a mask. She shook her head, saying Merlin's looks didn't lose out to Run-On or Martha. As soon as the topic of her mask came up, Merlin fell silent and firmly adjusted her mask. Merlin, oh right, I have fruit too. She excused herself for a moment, then brought back a fruit basket identical to the one in Eris's room. This is. Your uncle brought it, Merlin smiled, saying Denier gave it to her. He was really considerate. She nodded, saying he seemed like a good person. Auntie, let's eat together. Merlin put her food on the table, making a small buffet. To think the Queen of Fear, Merlin, could be so cute. Eris said it was amazing and let out a laugh. I'm not like this with just anyone. Merlin said it was because Rayon was there, giving a bright smile. Rayon, you're really lucky with women. Eris smiled faintly as she ate her ribs. It's not luck with women, it's just my luck. Merlin frowned, saying she alone was enough. No, it's Demon King luck. Wrath shook his head vigorously, saying he was the greatest blessing of all. Sure, think whatever you like. Rayon shook his head and looked at the 2 fruit baskets Denier had brought. Denier Sieghart. The next day at noon, Rayon stood in front of a massive building, so lavish it was almost overdone, and took a short breath. When he knocked on the silver iron doors standing guard over the building, the grand doors opened with a deep sound and a middle-aged man with an intelligent air bowed his head. We've been waiting for you, Light Wind Division Leader. The middle-aged man slowly raised his head and introduced himself. I am Gatarn, General Manager of the True Martial Palace. I'm Rayon from the Light Wind Division. Rayon bowed back to Gatarn. This way, please. The Palace Master is waiting for you. Gatarn said he would guide Rayon and led him into the True Martial Palace's main building, which was almost laughably extravagant. Yes, Rayon followed Gatarn into the corridor, glancing around. There are a lot of decorations, but there's no sense of order. It's all over the place. Originally, high-class ornaments should be placed in balanced arrangements, swords with swords, armor with armor, and artwork with artwork. But here, luxury items were just scattered everywhere. Didn't feel like the true martial palace of Sieghart, but more like a marketplace. It's a bit noisy, isn't it? Gatarn smiled, as if he understood. The palace master only cares about what he likes, so it ends up like this. He shook his head, saying Baldur didn't really listen to others. I see. Rayon nodded to Gatarn and licked his lips. I definitely came to the right place. Buying flashy things means he likes to show off, and leaving them scattered afterwards means he's stubborn. I definitely found the right person to keep Denier in check. This is the palace master's office. Gatarn stopped in front of Baldur's office, which was as grand as Glenn's audience chamber. I'll open the door. He knocked firmly on the iron door with his fist, then pulled the handle. Palace Master, I've brought your guest. Ah, really? Baldur, Palace Master of True Martial Palace, was reading a thick book with rimless glasses when he let out a small sound of admiration. Gatarn and Rayon both said nothing. Both knew that display was just a flimsy act. The weather was nice, so I was reading and time just flew by. Baldur put down the spotless book and let out a hearty laugh. He tried to sound casual, but it was too transparent. Greetings, Palace Master. Yes, come in. He stretched out his hand, gesturing to the sofa to his right. Rayon sat down on the sofa next to Baldur. For you to come find me, that's a surprise. Baldur's acting had already slipped, and he was speaking in his usual blunt tone. I'll step out. Gatarn, looking embarrassed, lowered his gaze slightly and left the room. I came because I have a request for you, Palace Master. As soon as Rayon sat down, he got straight to the point. A request, huh? Baldur nodded as if he'd been expecting it. Go ahead. If it's for my nephew, of course I have to do it. Rayon wetted his lips. That reaction actually made things a little more awkward. But right now, there was no one he could trust except Baldur. I'd like you to keep an eye on the Palace Master of the Black Tortoise Palace. Denier. Baldur called his older brother Denier by name without hesitation. Yes, as you know, Lady Eris still hasn't regained her strength, but Denier seems to be trying to use some untested spells, and it worries me. Rayon sighed, saying that Denier was trying unproven healing spells on Eris and giving her mysterious tonics. So in short, he's acting like a total quack. Baldur summed up everything Rayon explained with the single word quack. To have his words believed so easily really had come to the right person. Ah yes, he's definitely a quack. Rayon nodded with a faint smile. It's true, that guy's always been so single-minded that he can't see anything else. He looks like a blank slate on the outside, but he's stubborn as a mule. Baldur snorted, saying Denier only looked respectable on the surface but was ignorant on the inside. Right, in any case, there's no one in Sieghart but you who could handle something like this, so that's why I came to you. Rayon bowed his head, asking for this favor. Right, that's true, isn't it? Baldur's mouth curled up, clearly pleased at the suggestion that only he could do it. It's something I could easily do. but these days I'm so busy developing my new martial technique, I don't know if I'll have the time. He glanced at Rayon and mumbled about how difficult his training was going. If you'd let me review your new martial technique when I return from my mission, I'd be happy to do so. Rayon nodded immediately, having planned for this level of compensation from the beginning. Really? Balder stood up in surprise, not expecting Rayon to agree so quickly. Yes, of course. I'd be the one gaining from your busy time after all. My nephew really knows how to speak up. Fine. I'll even keep track of how many pieces of bread that guy eats. He shouted for Rayon not to worry, patting him firmly on the back. A secret? Why? Denier is acting for Lady Eris's sake too, so I don't want to embarrass him. Rayon put his hands together, asking only for Balder to watch out for anything strange. You. Balder furrowed his brow and stared at Rayon. Did he catch on? Honestly, Rayon thought his answer was a bit clumsy, so he'd worried, but it looked like Balder had caught on. Palace Master, what I mean is. You're a good kid, Balder declared him kind-hearted and gave Rayon a hearty slap on the shoulder. Rayon swallowed dryly as he watched Balder's eyes shine. Is this really okay? Even as everything went just as he wanted, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Wrath let out a sigh, dumbfounded. Does that human even have a brain? After leaving True Martial Palace, Rayon headed straight for the 5th training ground. Are they training? Even though the break period wasn't over, he could hear shouts and the sound of swords cutting through the air from the 5th training ground. Well, this is the fun part of training. Now that they had become masters and could fully express their movements, the swordsmen probably found training enjoyable too. The only human who finds training fun is you. Wrath waved his hand dismissively, telling him not to spout nonsense. Really, I'm still having fun right now. It wasn't a lie. Every time he swung his sword, he could feel himself growing, so he genuinely looked forward to training. That's why you're crazy. Of all the humans I've seen, you're the craziest. Wrath frowned, saying it felt like half of Rayon's brain was made of swords. That's not true. There are plenty of other strange people, like Balder, who I just saw. Yeah, that iron head really is something. There's Merlin, too. That madwoman. Wrath let out a low groan, unable to argue. After convincing Wrath, Rayon opened the training ground door and stepped inside. Just as he sensed from outside, every Light Wind Division swordsman was training with their sword in their own spot. Oh, Division Leader, you're finally here. Dorian ran up to Rayon, grinning. He bowed, saying it was really delicious. Showing up after lunchtime, Division Leader, you're really starting to slack off. You need to stay sharp, Keck. Crane clicked his tongue, but Martha smacked him on the back of the head and he collapsed forward. Why did you hit me? Crane clutched his head, tearing up as if he was genuinely hurt. That's you, isn't it? Martha glared down at Crane, frowning. That guy gets up at dawn, trains, then comes here to train Agan's a real freak. She shook her head, saying he'd already finished both early morning and regular morning training. Oh, you noticed all that. You really keep an eye on the division leader, don't you? As expected. Just drop dead, gah. Crane teased Martha with a giggle and got stomped by her boot. It's obvious. Back when we were trainees, he was always the first to arrive and the last to leave. Burin said he almost died trying to match Rayon's pace, his shoulders trembling. I pride myself on my perseverance too, but that guy was on another level. He shook his head, saying just thinking about it still made him sweat. I just slept. Run-On stretched with her hands clasped, saying she always slept soundly. No one expected anything from you, sleepyhead. Martha wrinkled her nose, looking exasperated. Dorian blinked in surprise at Run-On's talent. And when you put it that way, it's true. Burin nodded, acknowledging Run-On's talent. I'm a genius. Run-On looked at Rayon, making a V sign with her index and middle fingers. Well, you are a genius. Rayon nodded, smiling at how cute Run-On looked, boasting about herself. Even more of a genius than the Rakshasa woman, Run-On glanced at Martha, curling her lips into a slight smile. Seeing normally expressionless Run-On sneer, Martha's face turned red. Genius, my foot. If we actually fought, I'd win. Martha drew her sword, saying they should settle it right now. Challenging a genius, you're not a genius. Run-On and Martha pressed their foreheads together and growled. Ooh, a duel between Martha and Run-On. It's been a while. Lately, Run-On's always been winning, right? I wonder how it'll go this time. The Light Wind Division swordsmen, expecting a good match, made a makeshift arena with smiles. Rayon smiled as he watched the Light Wind Division gather in groups and chat. It feels like things are back to the way they were. With Martha and Run-On bickering, Crane getting beaten up and crawling on the ground, and Dorian handling supplies, it felt just like the 5th training ground before Rimmer died, when everyone was laughing. Rimmer valued this place so much, he even made the password to his personal safe the 5th training ground. It was comforting to see his favorite training ground return to its original form. Attention for a moment. Rayon clapped his hands to gather the noisy swordsman's attention. You all know we need to go to Cephia to return our teacher's sword, right? He looked around at the Light Wind Division. Yes, we're ready. Burin said he'd finished preparing so they could leave anytime and lowered his hand. You said it'd be this week. When are we leaving? Martha rotated her shoulders, asking for the date. I was planning to go tomorrow. Rayan glanced at the light wind division, twisting his lips. But seeing your current state, I think you all need a bit of work. A bit of work. Dorian's lips trembled as if his instincts sensed danger. You've all lost a lot of your edge. If you go see the Sword Saint looking as listless as you do now, our teacher will get scolded, so let's have a little let's have a spar. Rayan smiled dryly, tapping his sword sheath. Why you were about to say, let's have a beating, and changed it to spar at the last second, weren't you? You definitely meant to say. Crane, you're first, right? With a nod, Rayan drew the heavenly drive, still in its sheath, and brought it down on Crane. Ag. Crane, true to his master rank, drew his sword immediately and tried to defend, but he couldn't withstand the force of the heavenly drive in its sheath and collapsed to the floor. See, he's completely out of it. How am I supposed to block a transcendent sword, Keck? He tried to protest, but Rayan punched him and Crane rolled over, eyes white. That's it for Crane. Rayan crooked his finger, calling for the next person. This isn't sparring, it's just violence HNG. Dorian grumbled a complaint and rolled to the right. Oh, so you're using mind's eye. Rayan smiled, unmoving. I was sure you'd hit my thigh. Dorian blinked, saying he saw it with his mind's eye, so why didn't Rayan move? If you rely too much on your senses, it won't work. Even mind's eye can't see everything. Just now you flinched because you were scared of my killing intent. Rayan gave him clear advice, then struck Dorian's waist just as he tried to dodge left. Guhek. Dorian clutched his side, collapsed, and rolled on the ground. You really have gotten weaker. This won't be fixed in a day or two. Next. Rayan called for the third person, crooking his finger. All the light wind division swordsmen looked at Rayan's beckoning finger and had the same thought. The madman has returned. They realized the sparring maniac, who'd been quiet for a while, was back. Their faces all turned pale. It seems this king's first impression was correct. Wrath shook his head at Rayan. You really are the craziest human I've ever seen. After wrapping up light sparring with the light wind division, Rayan went to the office. There you are. He bowed to the gambling monster, who had his feet up on the desk and was drinking. I just left you alone to kill the kids so I could finally have a drink in peace. The gambling monster tossed a peanut into his mouth, saying it was a rare moment of relaxation. Should I drink with you then? You're no fun. He waved his hand. That damned gambler was a good drinking buddy, though. He clicked his tongue and finished the last of his drink. Is that so? Then I guess I should take this back. Rayan said it was a shame, pulling a golden liquor bottle from his dimensional pouch. He'd bought the fine alcohol as a gift for the gambling monster at a coastal city. Liquor, what kind, huh? Bob Barshian, how did you get your hands on something this rare? I picked it up at a pub when I went to eat. It looked good. He shook the bottle, saying he thought the gambling monster would like it. All right. Well then, hurry up and... But you said you didn't want to drink with me. Rayan sighed, pulling the bottle away. Why, you just never get drunk. The gambling monster quickly shook his head, saying it wasn't that he didn't want it. If I collapse before you do, it's just embarrassing. He admitted he was actually scared of losing in a drinking contest and bit his lip. I'm joking. Rayan smiled and handed over the bottle. Ooh, the gambling monster immediately opened the bottle and sniffed the aroma. This is it. He took a long breath, as if the smell alone could get him drunk. Let's see. The gambling monster tapped out the dust from his glass, poured the glowing, sunset-colored drink and sipped slowly. That's good, perfectly aged. He leaned back in his chair, looking satisfied, eyes closed. Could I have a glass too? Rayan pulled a glass from the cabinet and held it out. It's a waste on someone who doesn't get drunk. The gambling monster clicked his tongue but poured Rayan a drink. Rayan smiled and downed it in one shot. The strong, burning taste made him scrunch his face. Here. The gambling monster pushed a dish of peanuts forward, telling Rayan to eat. It's bitter. I really don't think I'm much of a drinking partner. Rayan grinned and grabbed some peanuts. He still didn't understand what was enjoyable about drinking, but right now he just wanted to share a drink with the gambling monster. Don't mind my jokes. For a drunk, just having someone there is enough. The gambling monster smiled faintly, saying just being together was good enough. Rayan put down his glass and bowed. Even after Rimmer's death, the gambling monster kept coming to the 5th training ground and accepted the sadness of all the swordsmen who came. Did that guy really leave with a smile? The gambling monster narrowed his brow, pouring another drink into his empty glass. Yes, he left with a bright smile without any regrets. I think it's because he trusted you. Rayan nodded, smiling. You and that guy, both of you, are such a hassle. The gambling monster bit into peanuts, annoyed. Since you're annoyed, I have another request. A request? Yes, it's important. Rayan looked the gambling monster in the eyes and bowed. From now on. Sis, when you swing the sword, don't grip it too tightly. Rayan gently loosened his fingers wrapped around the wooden sword. Don't use your whole hand, just your fingertips. That way you can move the sword how you want. Okay, following Rayan's advice, she relaxed her grip and brought the sword down. Wooong. Even though no aura moved, the sound of the air splitting burst out and a sharp gust from her sword sliced across the lake. It was possible because she still had the body of a grandmaster. Wow, that feels good. Smiled, saying she liked it. Well done. Rayan nodded, saying she did great. Now you're the one protecting this house. Can you do it? Yes, she nodded, saying to leave it to her. But aren't you going to protect it, Rayan? I'm just going to see off my master for a bit. Master, she blinked, not knowing what that meant. He's the one who made me a better person. He also helped me meet you. Then I want to say goodbye too. She raised her hand, saying she wanted to greet him too. I'll let you meet him someday. Rayan smiled softly, saying now wasn't the time. Okay, I understand. She didn't really get it, but looking at Rayan's face, she nodded, sensing something from his expression. Then I'll protect the house. Come back soon. She straightened her back confidently, declaring she would guard the annex herself. Rayan said he was counting on her, then walked over to Sylvia and Edgar, who were sitting at the garden table. I'll be going now. All right, always be careful. Sylvia squeezed his hand and nodded. Send him off well. Edgar looked down with a bitter gaze at Rimmer's leaf sword tucked at his waist. It's a shame I can't go with you. Merlin, sipping tea between Sylvia and Edgar, let out a short sigh, sounding disappointed. Is that so? Rayan gave a small laugh as he saw Merlin's sparkling eyes. Nonsense. Wrath furrowed his brow deeply. That madwoman is definitely going to follow you. He grumbled, sure that Merlin would tag along, no matter what animal form she might use. I agree. Rayan let out a short laugh and nodded. Even though Merlin said she'd rest because she was tired, she was definitely going to chase after him. Come to think of it, where did Lust go? Since Lust still hadn't shown up, he figured she must have gotten lost and gone off in a different direction. Shouldn't she be able to find me by sensing the energy in this bracelet? No, she's the type to sense it on the right, but head off to the left anyway. Wrath muttered that Merlin alone was enough trouble and not to worry about it. That bad still, since Lust hadn't revealed her true identity and there were few who could beat her in terms of strength, it didn't seem worth worrying over. Well then. Rayan said goodbye to the three and left the annex, heading into the 5th training ground. The Light Wind Division swordsmen were already lined up in rows in front of the platform. Step. Rayan walked with a steady stride and climbed onto the platform. Looking into the razor-sharp eyes of the swordsman, he began to speak. This is our last journey with our teacher. He nodded as he grabbed Rimmer's sword at his waist. It's not just a farewell. Take this time to organize your hearts, hoping that you'll meet again in another way someday. Yes, and remember, this is also a journey where we must show who we are to the one he left behind. Steel your minds as if you were going to the battlefield. We will keep it in mind. The Light Wind Division swordsmen, just like him, placed their hands on their swords and answered in short, resolute voices. Then let's move out. Rayan stirred the air with powerful energy as he stepped down and passed through the center of the Light Wind Division. Whoosh! The Light Wind Division swordsmen, their sharp aura swirling around them, followed right behind him, determined not to fall behind. Cheryl, leaning against the tiger rock like Rimmer used to, let out a heavy sigh. They must be leaving now. She bit her lip as she watched the Light Wind Division swordsmen depart from the 5th training ground. They're better than me. Roan looked at the Light Wind Division and clasped his hands together. I still can't bring myself to let Rimmer go, but it seems the Light Wind Division members have already come to terms with it, at least a little. He laughed awkwardly, saying he was embarrassed by his age. It can't be helped. After all, we spent so much time with that damned guy. Cheryl furrowed her brow deeply. She, too, hadn't yet fully accepted Rimmer's death, her complexion still clouded with grief. A swordsman always lives with death on their back. Standing atop Tiger Rock, Glenn spoke with gravity. But when that swordsman dies, the death they carried on their back becomes a blade that stabs into the hearts of those left behind. Glenn said he was still coming to terms with the blade Rimmer had left behind and told them to endure. That's right. All those left behind can do is accept it. Despite saying she accepted it, Cheryl clenched her fists so tightly her arms trembled. That bastard. Unlike the strong front she showed in front of the Light Wind Division, Cheryl's eyes reddened. He really was a good man. Roan looked up at the blue sky, gently patting Tiger Rock. He used to come to my workplace all the time and stir things up before leaving. That's not a good man, that's just a madman, isn't it? Cheryl let out a hollow laugh, incredulous. I worked alone a lot, so maybe he spent time with me because he thought I'd be lonely. Sometimes, when I couldn't suppress my killing intent, he'd even spar with me. Roan nodded, saying Rimmer often stopped by to help in various ways. Him, yes. Most would assume if he wasn't at the 5th training ground, he was at the gambling hall, but Rimmer wandered all over Sieghart, spending time with many people. He had a talent for making people happy just by being around. Roan said Rimmer was lighthearted, yet deeply sincere. His eyes would sparkle especially when talking about the Light Wind Division. He was always boasting about Rayan and the other swordsmen. He did the same with me. Whenever Rayan accomplished even the smallest thing, he'd rush over to the head house and make a fuss all day. He was like a father bragging about his child learning to walk. Glenn smiled softly, saying he could relate. The one who would have been happiest about Rayan reaching transcendence would have been him. So I'm sure he left with a smile. He licked his lips, as if regretting not seeing that smile himself. Cheryl bowed her head, listening to their stories. Oh, and there's one more thing. Roan looked at Cheryl and raised his index finger. When he talked about you, Cheryl, he was always really happy. Huh, about me. Cheryl tilted her head in confusion. He'd talk about what you two said to each other and how you fought, and often asked me for advice. Roan lowered his eyes and then looked up again, saying the people who made Rimmer happiest were Cheryl and the Light Wind Division. I heard the same thing. Glenn nodded at Cheryl. Whether you embarrassed yourself or did something well, he'd come to me and chat about it. He told her that most of Rimmer's chatter was about Cheryl and the Light Wind Division. That idiot. Cheryl gritted her teeth, hiding her face behind her hair. Why didn't he ever say that to me? She muttered with a trembling voice, resentment toward Rimmer in every word. Glenn and Roan, sensing her feelings, simply waited silently. Honestly, I wanted to go. Cheryl grabbed her shaking wrist as she watched the Light Wind Division leave the 5th training ground. I wanted to deliver his last keepsake myself, but I thought it was only right to yield to the children who lost their teacher. She lowered her eyes where longing and bitterness mingled. Even if others don't, Rimmer will know. Glenn reassured her, patting her shoulder. No, that idiot wouldn't know, for now. Cheryl sighed and wiped away the tears that welled in her eyes. I just hope those kids can overcome their sadness and come back. She waved her hand toward the departing Light Wind Division, as if to say goodbye. Yes, if it's the Light Wind Division, I'm sure they'll return even stronger, when that day comes just as Rimmer hoped. Glenn nodded deeply, his eyes dark and heavy. Rayon and the Light Wind Division will be able to be promoted to the front line. Why is that? Rayon pulled his knees up, watching the gently burning campfire. What do you mean? Wrath licked his lips, having finished his meal and a night snack during his watch. I still don't feel like I've truly reached transcendence. Even though he'd finally reached the level he'd always wished for, he didn't feel a sense of accomplishment at having grown stronger. Instead, he only felt a greater urge to climb higher. A mountain always looks tall before you climb it, but once you're at the top, it looks small. Wrath waved his round finger side to side. You've already climbed the mountain called Transcendence, so of course it seems small. If you'd stayed a Grandmaster, it would still look like a massive wall. I suppose that's true. Rayon nodded as he looked at Wrath floating like a cloud. Besides, since that ear guy died, you've only been looking straight ahead. Like a racehorse running with its blinders on, Wrath sighed briefly. Because of Rimmer's death, you're pushing yourself, determined never to lose someone again. He shook his head, saying that if that wasn't the case, Rayon wouldn't have trained all night even during the party. That's probably true. Rayon let out a heavy breath. Just as Wrath said, he wasn't enjoying the level of transcendence, was only running higher and higher. Now, I don't want to lose anyone. It wasn't just the Light Wind Division. Rayon didn't want to lose anyone in Sieghart. He wanted to become as strong as Glenn and resolve everything himself. That's unexpected. Rayon looked at Wrath and let out a small laugh. I didn't know you understood me so well. This king went through it too. Wrath turned his gaze away, as if he'd experienced something similar. You went through the same thing. Now that I think about it, before, just as Rayon was about to ask Wrath about his past, he heard someone sobbing on his right. He turned to see Yua, who was on night watch with him, burying her face in her knees and quietly crying. Yua. Rayon approached Yua and placed a hand on her shoulder. What's wrong? I was thinking about Sir Rimmer. Yua shook her head without lifting her face. When I stood watch like this, he'd always wake up in the middle of the night and come talk to me. I started crying before I even realized it, just remembering him. She sniffled, saying that just thinking of Rimmer made her cry. Don't cry. Julius, who was also on night watch, bit his lip as if he missed Rimmer too. We can't let ourselves waver. We have to stay strong so he can leave us without worrying. Even as he tried to comfort Yua, Julius's face flushed red as he fought back his own tears. Ha! Rayon sighed softly as he looked at Yua and Julius, both struggling to hold back their tears. Come to think of it, I never properly congratulated them. Yua and Julius broke through the wall of master out of anger over Rimmer's death and awakened their aura. Though they hadn't stabilized enough to use it freely yet, they were certainly masters now, but Rayon realized he'd never congratulated them. Well, same goes for me. He himself had reached transcendence but hadn't had a chance to celebrate and didn't really want to. But those two were different, and a sense of guilt crept in. Then just for today, let's cry. Rayon sat between Yua and Julius and pulled their heads into his embrace. They were clearly adults now, but to him, they were still young ones who needed comfort. Hwang. Yua beat her chest and sobbed loudly, while Julius, holding back as long as he could, let out big tears. From the Light Wind Division's tent, where the others were already sleeping, the faint sound of sobbing could also be heard. Rayon tightly gripped Rimmer's sword and closed his eyes. As expected, or rather, it's only natural that the teacher's absence feels this empty. He thought everyone had come to terms with the loss, but it was clear a part of everyone's heart still missed Rimmer deeply. Realizing just how much Rimmer meant to the Light Wind Division made Rayon both sad and, strangely, a little happy. Feeling the cool, comforting breeze blowing for the Light Wind Division, Rayon closed his eyes. Rayon let out a rough breath as he looked out at the green world. The great forest Cephia, the elves' sanctuary, spread out before his eyes. Seeing the dense natural mana and endless undergrowth, he couldn't help but picture Rimmer's face. He was an idiot then too. Back then, Rimmer had forgotten he was an elf and for the first time showed what it was like to communicate with the forest. It was ridiculous, but it was such a Rimmer-like thing to do that Rayon found himself smiling. Yua trembled her lips, recalling how she'd once joked, asking Rimmer if he was really an elf. How do we get in here? Martha frowned as she looked at the forest, which seemed to offer no entry. They say it's a natural maze. If we don't have the vice leader, isn't it impossible? She waved her hand, saying she hated getting lost. They know we're coming, so if we wait here, someone should come to greet us. Burin replied calmly, folding his arms. It smells nice. Ranan said she liked the scent of the forest and hugged the still shivering Yua. Let's wait. Like Burin said, a guardian will come. Rayan said they should wait here and step back. He was here to return Rimmer's keepsake and didn't want to disturb the forest needlessly. But even after waiting for over an hour, no elves appeared, nor was there any sign of animals. Isn't this strange? Crane frowned, saying it was taking too long. You're right. The elves wouldn't forget an appointment, even if it's not the teacher. Dorian nodded, saying something felt off. Our teacher's an elf too. Ah, at Burin's words, Dorian gasped and covered his mouth. Let's go in. Rayon rolled his wrist and stepped forward to the great forest. They say it's a maze, so how are we supposed to find the path? Martha narrowed her eyes, asking if it would be okay. I think I can open the way. Rayon nodded and reached toward the brush, just like Master did. Recalling how Rimmer had opened the way, Rayon summoned Garanua's wind and used it to link up with the natural mana spread throughout the great forest, forming a path. Whoosh! As Garanua's wind permeated the mana of the forest, the thick brush parted left and right, opening a path inside as if it had a will of its own. Rayon's fingertips trembled as he looked at the gently swaying trees and leaves, as if they were welcoming him. Reproducing the scene Rimmer once showed with his own strength felt strange. What? Crane's jaw dropped. You could do that too, division leader. He shuddered, as if wondering if Rayon had elf blood. Don't be stupid. Martha shook her head. There's a scent of the vice leader. Runan sniffed the air and nodded. That's right. I was just copying what Master did. Rayon nodded, saying he'd opened the path just like Rimmer, using the wind. You really are. Martha let out a sigh as if she couldn't believe it. Let's go in. We should get to Cephia before nightfall. Rayon took the lead and was about to head into the forest. Rumble. From deep within the great forest, a massive shape rose up, big enough to block out the sky, then vanished in a flash of golden light. Rayon narrowed his eyes as the sky suddenly brightened. A dragon. What was that? That really was a dragon that just disappeared, right? Martha frowned as she looked up at the clear sky. Why is there a dragon in Cephia? She bit her lip as if she felt uneasy. Dragon. Burin clenched his fist, a fierce hostility in his eyes. He still seemed to harbor anger toward the dragons who had destroyed Sieghart's walls. A gold dragon. It was even bigger than an adult dragon. Runan nodded, saying it was an ancient-class gold dragon. Then, isn't that a dragon lord? Dorian gasped, his eyes trembling. A dragon lord is a gold dragon and also the biggest, right? It's not the lord. Rayon lowered his gaze and shook his chin. The dragon lord is even bigger than that gold dragon. He had encountered the true form of the dragon lord several times and knew its size. The gold dragon that disappeared a moment ago was ancient class, but not the lord. That's right. Wrath nodded quickly. Unlike that old guy, this one looked fresh. HRRK, why are you drooling all of a sudden? Rayon looked at Wrath, who was wiping his mouth, tilting his head. The flesh of that lizard looked so tender that I started drooling without realizing it. Slurp. Wrath was already daydreaming about roast dragon meat, drooling continuously. Sorry, but it's already gone. Rayon sighed coldly. Give it up. There were actually many things he needed to ask the dragons. Why did they destroy Sieghart's walls? Why did they side with the 5 demons? What were they really hiding? He needed to get revenge and find answers, but there was no way to chase after a dragon that had already vanished. Just like Karun's warning, there was no guarantee of victory either. I just feel like I'll get to eat no meat it again. Slurp. Wrath blinked drowsily, longing for roast dragon. This glutton, Rayon shook his head and looked back. Let's go. We'll find out once we get inside. He beckoned to the light wind division and entered the path that had opened among the trees and brush. Remembering the last time he came with Rimmer, he headed toward where Cephia was. Stop. About 30 minutes into the forest, Rayon stopped walking. What is it? Burin's hand went to his sword as he quickly scanned their surroundings. Someone's coming. Rayon lowered his hand and relaxed his fingers. Though still far away, he could sense the faintest presence approaching from ahead. It was the movement of elves, able to blend with nature like wild animals. As they stood waiting, the thick brush on the opposite side parted and elves bearing bows and swords appeared. They were the guardians who protected Cephia. Their beautiful faces, always enough to leave anyone speechless, looked even more striking as the sunlight filtered softly through the forest. Greetings to our benefactor. The blue-haired elf leading the guardians bowed his head to Rayon. It was Arian, Rimmer's friend and the chief of the guardians. Ever since Rayon summoned Ifrit and saved Sephia, Arian had called him a benefactor. Greetings to our benefactor. The other guardians bowed their heads to Rayon following Arian's lead. Hello, how have you all been? Dorian and Yua waved as they greeted familiar faces, though neither looked cheerful since they had come to deliver sad news. It's been a while. Rayon bowed in return to Arian and the guardians, and I apologize. We waited outside the forest, but no one came, so we ended up entering on our own. Even if they were invited, it felt like they'd forced their way in, so Rayon apologized first. No, we should have come. We were late because something happened. Unlike last time with Rimmer, Arian shook his head politely. Was it something to do with the dragon? Rayon asked, seeing the irritation in Arian's eyes. So you saw it. Arian let out a short sigh, sounding awkward. That's right. We had an unexpected visitor. He admitted the dragon's presence since there was no point in hiding it after being seen. Could I ask what happened? I'm sorry. Arian firmly shook his head. No matter how much you've done for us, there are some things that are too personal for us to share. He clasped his hands, apologizing for not being able to say more. No, I shouldn't have asked. Rayon waved it off to Arian. I heard what happened. Arian's lips trembled slightly as he looked at Rimmer's sword at Rayon's waist. So there's one thing I want to ask. Go ahead. Rimmer, is it true he's really dead? Yes, it's true. Rayon took a deep breath and said he'd personally sent Rimmer off. I see. Then, as expected. Arian's face darkened as if he were under a shadow, and the guardian's mood grew heavy as well. Something strained. Rayon furrowed his brow at the sudden heaviness in the air. It was nothing like what Rimmer had said about elves accepting death naturally. Definitely strange. Wrath nodded in agreement. When that fire demon appeared and the elves died, it wasn't like this. He was talking about the time of the Crimson Flame demon's attack, narrowing his eyes. So our teacher really was a special existence to them. From the look in Arian's and the Guardian's eyes, it seemed Rimmer had been special to all of them as well. I'll guide you to Sephia. But before that, may I ask just one more thing? Arian turned as if to lead the way but then stopped. What was his last moment like? He looked back as if he desperately needed to hear it. He was smiling as if he'd let go of every regret. Rayon recalled the last look on Rimmer's face and gave a bittersweet smile. Arian's eyes lightened just a little as he nodded and moved forward. This is frustrating. Watching Arian's back, Rayon bit his lip. If someone as elf-like as Arian was in this state, he worried how Cian, who was even more influenced by people, might react. Sigh. Rayon gripped Rimmer's sword and let out a long breath. What should I do, master? Sephia's true sanctuary, where the world tree puts down its roots. No, an elf who shone gold as if wrapped in sunlight slammed her hand down. That is something we absolutely must not accept. She shook her head, saying it was unthinkable. Cian, Starin, the guardian of Sephia, called the golden-haired elf and let out a brief sigh. He looked as if he'd reached the end of his year's muscle gone, wrinkles etched deep into his face. The situation isn't good. If there's a sudden attack, there's nothing we can do right now. But grandfather, Cian stomped her foot, biting her lip. Don't just get angry, think calmly. Starin shook his head gently. I'm getting weaker even as we speak, and you can't summon Elrim anymore, right? That's. Cian bit her lip, unable to argue. Since the last war, Elrim and Ifrit descended while the spirit realm was still unstable, so the two spirit kings haven't been able to answer your calls. Right now, Sephia has lost both its sword and its shield. Starin shook his head, clenching his trembling fist. Then we should ask for help like from Sieghart. There are others from the Five Kings as well. Cian balled her fists, suggesting they reach out elsewhere. For how long? Starin let out a short sigh. To protect this place, you'd at least need a transcendent. But no one can keep sending transcendents here, with war possibly breaking out at any time. And Sieghart isn't in a good place either. He sighed, saying they'd heard about Sieghart's situation. Cian, you have to protect your own tree with your own hands. If you keep borrowing someone else's strength, the land itself will wither. Starin shook his head, saying there's a limit to what you can borrow from others. For now, we should try to think from multiple angles. Just as he was about to continue, Reran approached and bowed. Guardian, excuse me for interrupting, but Sir Rayon is on his way. Sir Rayon? Cian's head shot up in surprise. He's already here. Yes. While you two were talking, Arian went out to greet him. Reran nodded, saying they'd arrive soon. I see. Starin nodded and slowly rose to his feet. We'll finish this talk later. He told them to go meet Rayon and open the door to head for Sephia. All right. Cian bit her lip and nodded. She looked up at the world tree and then stepped outside. It wasn't a village built in the forest, but a forest itself turned into a villagia mysterious sight. Rayon gave a slight smile as he saw the unchanged Sephia. It's still the same here. Though there were places burnt in the battle with the Crimson Flame demon, it seemed the power of nature had restored everything. Actually, not everything is the same. Unlike before, the energy of nature seemed to seep right into his skin. It felt like a new sense he could only feel now that he'd reached transcendence. Just standing still makes it feel like my aura is rising. Perhaps because of the world tree, dense mana naturally melted into his body. Pure mana filled the circuits throughout his body, but he couldn't be happy. the one who would have been happiest for him, was no longer by his side. Greetings, benefactor. The elves at the village entrance bowed their heads to Rayon. Their faces, like Arian's, didn't look bright. It's been a while. Rayon pressed his lips together and bowed to the elves. Hello, how have you been? Dorian and Yua, who had come here before, greeted the elves as well. Good to see you. It's a different feeling from when he was with us. Hello. Burin, Martha, and Runnan also nodded at the elves, who blended into nature. The Light Wind Division, not forgetting why they'd come to deliver news of Rimmer's death, kept a solemn air and didn't let their gazes wander. As Rayon nodded in satisfaction at the Light Wind Division, the elves at the front of the village stepped back, and Starin and Cian walked forward. Cian's eyes were red, as if she was suppressing her sorrow, and her shoulders trembled. Starin looked as if he'd aged decades in the time they hadn't seen each other. Their emotions came through so clearly it made Rayon's heart ache. Greetings, Guardian. Rayon bit his lip and bowed deeply to Starin with the Light Wind Division. Rise. Starin spoke gently, shaking his chin. He waved his wrinkled hand as if pleased. Sir Rayon. Cian gave a small nod, her sleeves tucked in. The fact that she didn't call him handsome this time made Rimmer's death feel even more real. Come with me. Starin gestured lightly and turned. The strength in his steps had faded, and it made Rayon's chest tight. Yes, unable to say all he wanted, Rayon simply followed Starin. He stopped in front of a small house that didn't fit the image of a guardian's residence. All right. Leaning against a tree that seemed to reach the sky, Starin nodded. I heard that he died, but the cause wasn't written clearly. You've been through a lot. Can you tell me what happened? He seemed to have already sensed Rayon's level and nodded, asking him to explain. Yes, I'll start from the beginning. Rayon nodded, his lips trembling slightly. Having comforted the others on the way here, now that he had to bring up what happened again, the words wouldn't come out. As he tried to steady his breathing, he felt a warm presence on his back. Runnan, as if she sensed his emotions, gently placed her hand on him. It's okay. Runnan nodded, as if telling him to take his time. With a small smile, Rayon pushed down his emotions. I'll start from the beginning, in the last war. Rayon explained everything that had happened so that Cian and Starin could understand the whole situation. Ah. Cian's jaw trembled, as if she'd never imagined something like that could have happened. I see, so he really did die. Starin let out a short sigh. But why did it end up like that? Arian narrowed his eyes, looking like he didn't understand. I'm sorry. Rayon knelt down before Starin. If I had been a little more composed, a little stronger, this wouldn't have happened. I'm truly sorry. He bowed his head, his lips trembling. Delivering the news of his master's death to his master's family was nothing like simply realizing it himself. A stabbing pain filled his chest, his hands and feet trembling. It's all right. He died protecting all of you, so I'm sure he was satisfied. That's why he left with a smile. Starin reached out softly and placed his hand on Rayon's shoulder. And as you've heard before, elves become one with nature in death. It's not an end, but a new beginning. He shook his head gently, telling Rayon not to worry. That's not why we're so worried. Arian sighed heavily, as if frustrated. Then. When an elf dies anywhere, their soul returns to the world tree, is purified, and then merges with nature. But Cian bit her lip and shook her head. My brother's soul still hasn't come back. That's why everyone was so worried, she explained. That damned fool. He makes us worry, both alive and dead. Starin furrowed his brow deeply. Rayon looked at the troubled faces and placed his hand on the requiem sword, swallowing dryly. Wait, does that mean, is the elf really still stuck in here? Then that means his soul is. Starin placed his hand on his forehead, his expression stiff. Is it bound by the curse? He clenched his teeth, as if imagining Rimmer's soul in pain. That seems the most likely. Cian nodded with difficulty. If we go by Sir Rayon's words, it's probably trapped in the space engraved with that blood curse. She let out a heavy sigh, saying it didn't seem like a good situation. Then we need to go find him right now. I can't just stand by and watch him suffer, even after death. Arian declared he would go himself, thumping his chest. You don't have the ability to see souls. Cian or I have to go, but right now neither of us can move. Starin narrowed his eyes, saying Arian should know that well. Then how about hiring a human shaman? It's a high-level curse that could instantly snatch away Eris Sieghart's power. A normal shaman won't be able to solve it. He shook his head, saying it wouldn't be easy by any means. It's not a dungeon, feels like it's here. Without the Soul Requiem Sword's help, Rimmer couldn't have even appeared in my mental world. If he didn't go to the world tree after dying, there's a high chance he's still inside the Soul Requiem Sword. I think Master is inside here. Rayon held out the Soul Requiem Sword. What do you mean? Starin furrowed his brow in confusion. You mean that guy's in that sword? Arian's eyes widened, not understanding Rayon's words. It might be hard to believe, so there's something I haven't told you. Rayon let out a short sigh and lowered his hand. In truth, when I lost consciousness underground in that dungeon, he explained how he collapsed protecting the Light Wind Division and met Rimmer in his mental world. There are many souls inside the Soul Requiem Sword who are favorable toward me. I think they helped me meet Master. He handed over the Soul Requiem Sword, asking them to check for themselves. Starin stepped back after staring at the Soul Requiem sword. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to see it right now. Instead, he pushed the dazed Cian forward. This child can check. Did you really see my brother there? Even though she was suddenly pushed forward, Cian didn't get embarrassed and asked about Rimmer. It seemed the only thing on her mind was Rimmer. Yes, if not for that, Master wouldn't have been able to appear in my mental world. Rayon nodded and handed the Soul Requiem sword to Cian. So this is the Soul Requiem sword. Yes, that's right. It's a demon's sword, but to an ordinary person. It was made by the continental craftsman Kuberad Jayton to comfort those killed by the White Blood cult, but because so much resentment remained, it eventually became a demon's sword. Cian suddenly brightened, launching into an explanation of the Soul Requiem sword. No one could use it, but when Sir Rayon took it in hand, it finally shone and became a greater sword than any other. She rattled off her explanation as if she knew the sword even better than anyone. Rayon swallowed dryly at Cian's sparkling eyes. Right, she's always been like this. Knowing everything about me, of course, she could write a book within Sia. He felt like he was seeing Cian's true self for the first time in a while and smiled. I am sorry. After finishing her explanation, Cian blushed as if just realizing her own actions. It's fine, but how did you know such detailed information about the Soul Requiem sword? I don't think I ever mentioned that. That's. Her trembling eyes turned to look behind herself. Whistle. Turning around, Dorian was forcing a whistle. Of course, back when you found that thing, only your wallet was beside you. That's only natural. Wrath cackled. Sigh. Rayon let out a sigh, watching Dorian break into a cold sweat. Don't blame Sir Dorian. I forced him to tell me. Cian shook her head, her voice shrinking. No, I was just curious. Rayon smiled at the slightly brighter mood. Then I'll take a look. Cian, her face still red with embarrassment, accepted the Soul Requiem sword. Woo-um. A blue spirit aura quietly rose from around her, enveloping the Soul Requiem sword's crimson blade. This sword. Cian lowered her eyes and took a deep, heavy breath. I knew it, but it's truly filled with sorrow. Her red lips trembled as if she could feel the resentful spirits lingering in the sword. None of them were able to die peacefully. If it weren't for you, Sir Rayon, I think it would have gone berserk long ago. Cian's face paled as if she was reading the memories of the lingering souls. She smiled faintly, feeling Rayon's emotions through the sword, but the negative energy is still much stronger. Oh, brother. Cian's eyes shot wide as she stared into the Soul Requiem sword. He's here, my brother's soul really is inside the sword, she screamed, saying Rimmer's soul was dwelling within the Soul Requiem sword. Phew. Rayon let out a breath of relief. He'd worried Rimmer was trapped elsewhere, but he was still inside the sword. That guy. Starin also gave a relieved, helpless laugh. Our vice leader is really amazing, truly amazing. Burin gave the Soul Requiem sword a weary round of applause. He's probably sleeping. Runan nodded, saying that was just like Rimmer. Yeah. Maybe he forgot to come out because he's napping. Martha shook her head, saying it was so typical. He's not sleeping. Cian hugged the Soul Requiem sword to her chest, biting her lip. Brother was comforting the lingering souls inside this sword. He's enduring even as their resentment clings to his own soul. She shed the tears she'd been holding back, saying that Rimmer was consoling the souls within the Soul Requiem sword. Rayon looked at the Soul Requiem sword glowing red and gripped Rimmer's sword. Even there you can't sit still, can you? Just as he looked after him in the light wind division in life, Rimmer was now comforting the lingering souls inside the Soul Requiem sword. Vice leader. Yua sat down on the floor and began to cry. Really, why does he always make people cry? That's what I'm saying. When he was around, all he did were lame jokes. Dorian and Crane choked up, crying with their fists over their mouths. An unexpected rainstorm fell in the corner of Safia. Footsteps echoed damply in a pitch-dark cave where not even a speck of light could enter. Going to sleep right away. A man wearing a bizarre serpent helmet tipped his chin at the vast darkness ahead. Rumble. From the other side, a deep darkness rippled and golden diamond-shaped pupils opened. It was the eyes of the dungeon's master dragon. What is it? The dragon glared at the man in the serpent helmet with sharp, irritated eyes, as if annoyed his rest had been disturbed. In Safia, where you just went to warn them. The man in the serpent helmet waggled his finger with a languid posture. Rayon Zeekhart showed up. The elves welcomed him. Are you just going to let that be? He smiled faintly inside his helmet, implying he knew exactly who Rayon was. Screech. The dragon's pupils narrowed to knife-like slits. So in the end, they ignore my warning. From the endless darkness of the cave, a ghastly howl like a human scream rang out at the transcendent being's fury. That's right, you can't just leave them alone, can you? The man in the serpent helmet curled his long lips, as if he was looking forward to the fun ahead. Looks like I'll be going to Safia for the first time in a while. After telling the light wind division to rest their exhausted emotions, Rayon returned to Starin's house. In the small home that served as the guardian's dwelling, Starin and Cian were waiting. Starin let out a long sigh, saying his grandchild was always rude. Not at all. I'm the one who owes everything to him. Starin smiled faintly, as if pleased to hear praise for his grandchild. But what will happen to Master's soul now? Rayon asked as he stroked the Soul Requiem sword he'd taken back. As soon as the sun rises tomorrow, I'll send Brother's soul to the world tree. Cian said they needed to take it out, or else Rimmer's soul could also become a lingering spirit if it stayed like this. I thought so. Rayon pressed his lips together. He couldn't speak with or feel Rimmer anymore, but it was a bit regretful that he would be truly gone now. Still, sending him off is the right thing to do. Wrath looked at him with subdued eyes. Even though you could have saved that pointy-eared guy's soul, you decided to let him go. That's right. If he'd asked Merlin, it might have taken a long time, but it would have been possible to bring Rimmer back. But coming back in another body wearing a helmet was something no one would want, so he gave up. Whether human or elf, following the flow of nature is always best. Cian, sensing his feelings, explained with a trembling voice. It seemed she was getting nervous again as her voice began to shake. I understand, Rayon nodded, saying he understood. Oh right, with all that happened, I never got to properly congratulate you. Starin clapped his hands with a laugh. Congratulations on reaching transcendence. I don't think I could face you now. He nodded grandly, saying this was an achievement that would go down in the continent's history. Transcendence, does that mean you awakened? Cian's eyes widened as she finally realized. Yes, I was lucky enough to reach transcendence. I had no idea because your energy is so calm. Her mouth dropped open in genuine shock. He's already adapted to the state of transcendence. He can handle the energy of nature even better than us elves. That's probably why the great forest opened its path. Starin gave a faint smile, saying such cases were rare. Transcendence. To think you've reached transcendence. I have to write this down. With a gasp, Cian pulled out a book and pen from somewhere and began scribbling notes furiously. So it's finally begun. Starin sighed briefly as if used to this. Begun. Until word came that Rimmer had died, she took notes about you like this. She said she'd turn it all into a book, and not a single part wasn't exaggerated. He frowned, saying it was basically a novel. Ahaha. Rayon let out an awkward laugh as he watched Cian, now possessed, furiously scribbling with madness in her eyes. Once she's like that, there's no stopping her. Starin flicked his finger, saying they should just leave her and go out. Ah, yes. Rayon scratched the back of his head as he followed Starin out of the Guardian's home. He was already worried about how over-the-top Cian's new book would be, but I'm glad she's back to her old self. I was worried for a while because she was too serious. Starin bowed his head, thanking Rayon for helping Cian return to her usual shy self. No, I didn't do anything. Rayon waved his hands, insisting he really hadn't done anything. You're the same as ever. Starin laughed, saying Rayon hadn't changed at all. Guardian. Rayon's expression hardened as he listened to Starin. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Today, Starin's entire body was covered in wrinkles like tree bark, and he seemed constantly worn out. Even after the purification ritual, he hadn't looked this exhausted, so it made Rayon worry. Transcendence really is something. You can even sense this. Or can you see it all? Starin looked at his reflection in the lake and smiled faintly. Guardian, I'm not in pain, it's just that my end is near. He turned around and nodded calmly. Unlike the endlessly growing world tree, it's simply time for me to return to the earth. Ah, Rayon bit his lip as he looked into Starin's serene eyes. If it were an illness, he could fix it, but if it was the limit of a lifespan, there was nothing to be done. Don't make that face. I've lived long enough. Starin let out a short laugh, saying there weren't many races who lived as long as a high elf. Guardian, but it is a bit sad to leave Cian alone. As you know right now, she can't even call her closest friends. That's right. Rayon nodded heavily. Ever since the last war, all connection with Elraim and Ifrit had been completely severed. It seemed they were focusing on restoring the spirit realm. So please come visit her and be someone she can talk to, even if it's just once in a while. She'll really appreciate it. Starin bowed his head, asking Rayon to look after Cian. Please don't say that. Rayon waved his hands and shook his head. It's something I should obviously do. He had received so much from Starin, Cian, and Rimmer that it didn't even make sense to call it just being there, for companioning by their side was only natural. Starin grasped Rayon's hand tightly, sincerity in his touch. The wrinkles on the back of his hand made Rayon's heart ache. Really, you don't need to worry. For me and Sieghart, Safia is not a stranger. Rayon spoke his mind honestly. Because of various incidents, the temporary alliance with Safia had been delayed, but he truly considered the elves here to be his companions. Rayon. Starin, slightly surprised, couldn't continue speaking, and his wise old eyes trembled. You must be tired. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Rayon said he would return at dawn when it was time to send Rimmer's soul off, then left for his lodgings. Starin watched Rayon's back for a long time, then let out a short breath and returned to his house. This is where Sir Rayon broke the wings of the angel knights. Cian was still furiously scribbling notes about Rayon. Heh. Starin walked over to Cian, who was lost in her imagination, and gave a small smile. You might just be right. He stroked his absorbed granddaughter's head, smiling without a single wrinkle of worry for the first time in a while. At dawn the next day, the moment when the world was filled with the most mana, Rayon and the Light Wind Division followed Starin into the sanctuary where the world tree's roots were planted. Rayon steadied his breath and lifted his gaze. The world tree soared high, almost covering the entire sky, wrapped in the mana of nature, shining with radiant, elegant light. It looks even bigger than before. Dorian rubbed his eyes and breathed out in disbelief. You've got a good eye. Starin smiled and nodded. The world tree is still growing. If it ever fully matures, it might really reach the sky. Just as he said, the world tree was larger than before. If you didn't strain your eyes, you couldn't see the top. But lately, its growth seems to have slowed a bit, almost as if something is blocked. Is there a reason? I don't know for sure. I have to leave that to Cian now. Starin shook his head, saying the purification rituals of the world tree would now be entrusted to Cian. I plan to check it slowly after you all leave. He told them not to worry too much and shook his head again. I'll begin now, but before that, Cian approached Rayon in the Light Wind Division, holding the Soul Requiem sword. Please say your last farewells to brother. She bowed her head, asking them to give Rimmer a proper send-off so he could leave peacefully. Rayon looked at the Soul Requiem sword, his lips trembling. He bowed his head, sincerely expressing his gratitude. We're going to live terribly long lives, so don't worry and go on. Martha gripped her trembling hand tightly and bowed. Burren performed a formal sword salute just as he would for Glenn. Sieghart will be safe with us, so I hope you rest peacefully there. Run-on blessed Rimmer's long rest with tears streaming down her face. Ooh. Why I will miss you, damn it, Dorian and Yua sobbed, while Crane and Julius furrowed their brows and bowed their heads. After each of the Light Wind Division members gave their farewells, the Soul Requiem sword returned to Cian's hands. Cian, with tears in her eyes, placed the Soul Requiem sword at the roots of the world tree and stood up. Woo-woom. A sea-like blue light rose around her, swirling around the Soul Requiem sword filled with resentment. It seemed she was using the power of the world tree and her spirit power to draw Rimmer's soul out of the Soul Requiem sword. But Cian suddenly furrowed her brow, her lips trembling. What is this? Cian stared wide-eyed at the Soul Requiem sword, as if she couldn't understand what was happening. Hurry up and come out. What's wrong? This damn idiot won't come out. She gritted her teeth, her tears dried up, and stared at the sword in disbelief. You idiot, get out here, you're being a nuisance. That's just like that pointy-eared guy. Wrath laughed delightedly. Rayon blinked as he watched Cian wrestling with Rimmer inside the Soul Requiem sword. Is that elf clinging like a leech again? Ah, seriously. Cian, frustrated, punched the air and then sat down on the spot. Instead of tears, annoyance and confusion lingered around her eyes. Why won't you let go, like a stubborn caterpillar? You idiot brother. Cian pleaded for him to come out, using her spirit power to tap the Soul Requiem sword, but Rimmer didn't show even a hair's breadth of his soul, as if he absolutely refused to appear. Starin let out a dry breath as he looked at the strongly vibrating Soul Requiem sword. He used to be so diligent, but he came back a scoundrel. He shook his head, saying Rimmer's personality had gone off the rails. He was never really normal, to be honest. Arian clicked his tongue briefly. A guy who was supposed to become head of the Guardians left the forest to follow Humensch was crazy from the start. He wrinkled his brow, saying it was unbelievable. But I don't think Rimmer's stubbornness is a bad thing. There must be a reason for it. I think so too. Starin nodded with a gentle smile. He put his hands behind his back, saying he trusted Rimmer. This isn't the time for you both to be laughing. Cian stomped her foot at Starin and Arian. Sorry. Starin and Arian shrank their shoulders, startled by Cian's scolding. Is there a problem if Master stays inside the sword? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Soul Requiem sword. If he's staying by his own will, shouldn't we just leave him be? If it were an ordinary sword, it'd be fine. But Cian let out a heavy sigh. It's not good for my brother to remain in the Soul Requiem sword. She shook her head, looking at the world tree, its blue glow fading. Is it because the Soul Requiem sword is a demon sword? That's right. Then I don't think you need to worry. Just as you felt, Cian, the souls in the Soul Requiem sword aren't evil. Rayon stroked the Soul Requiem sword and shook his head. If anything, they're just pitiful. The souls in the Soul Requiem sword were simply ordinary people who died at the hands of the White Blood cult. Even as lingering spirits, they didn't want to harm others and had helped Rayon several times. Even now, they'd accepted Rimmer's soul and sent him as far as his mental world, so there was no way they would harm him. I know that too. Cian conjured a clear droplet in her palm. Then why, no matter how kind or good they are, lingering spirits are still lingering spirits. The droplet on her palm bristled with dozens of spikes like a chestnut burr. Lingering spirits are pitiful souls who can't leave this world because of lingering resentment. By nature, they're filled with negative energy, and even if they don't want to, they end up harming other souls. Cian gripped a sword formed from water, sighing. It's like a giant monster with an attribute causing harm to people regardless of its will. Hearing Cian's explanation, Rayon remembered the red dragon turtle that devoured the Earth's energy when he received the heavenly drive from Balkan. On the other hand, my brother's soul is pure. Like Sir Rayon said, he has no lingering attachments, so if he just comes out now, he'll be able to return to Mana with the World Tree's blessing. She put her hands together and gazed at the World Tree. It's certainly good that my brother is comforting the lingering souls, but if this keeps up, it will harm his own soul. She said this was what she was worried about, her fingertips trembling. Does Master know that too? Rayon swallowed dryly, leaning forward. That's right, tell that stubborn vice leader. If you say his soul could get hurt, he might come out. Martha raised her voice, saying he shouldn't just sit still and at least try talking to him. That's right. Vice leader can be surprisingly dramatous if you say it's dangerous. He might come out. Burren bowed, pleading. Hurry. Run-on hurried over to Cian, her dull eyes swirling with worry. That's not possible. Cian bit her red lips tightly. I can't communicate with souls either. She shook her head, saying that while she could use spirit power to draw out Rimmer's soul, she wasn't a shaman or priest capable of holding a conversation. And my brother should realize it too. Just like black paint spreading on a white canvas, he should feel his soul changing. Cian let out another sigh, saying that's why she didn't understand him even more. Rayon frowned as he looked down at the Soul Requiem sword. Why? Why is he staying inside the Soul Requiem sword? Rimmer had left with no regrets and told them to live happily, so Rayon couldn't understand his current behavior. Does he just want to comfort the lingering souls even a little longer? For now, that was all Rayon could think of. Rimmer was more caring than he looked, always putting others before himself. Cian, do you know why Master is staying inside the sword? I'm not sure. If I had to guess, the first reason might just be because he's having fun. Cian let out a hollow laugh, as if she couldn't believe her own words. That's possible. Martha nodded, saying it seemed very likely. The second is probably what I mentioned before to comfort the lingering souls. Cian stroked the Soul Requiem sword, pressing her lips together. I think that's right. Vice leader is really soft-hearted. Dorian sniffled, saying there couldn't be any other reason. And lastly, Cian looked around at Rayon and the Light Wind Division, because he wants to be with the Light Wind Division, even just a little longer. She said this might be the biggest reason, her eyes welling up. Oh, Vice Leader. The Light Wind Division either held their heads or let out heavy sighs, sadness in their eyes. That's possible too. Rayon nodded as he patted Yua's shaking shoulder. But that can't be all. Rimmer had tried to leave the Light Wind Division with no regrets and even shared the words all meetings must end with him. He wasn't the type to ignore the order of nature just to stay with the Light Wind Division. Could there already be a problem with his soul? That's not it. Wrath calmly shook his head. That guy's soul is as strong as his mind. He'll be fine for quite a while. Then why is he doing this? Like that little sister of his said, maybe he just wants to be with you all a bit longer. Or... Wrath narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sword. He might be sensing something only a soul can see. Something only a soul can see. That's right. Souls have another set of eyes. Wrath said Rimmer might be staying in the Soul Requiem sword because he was seeing something different from the rest of them. For now, let's head back for today. Starin looked up at the sun rising into the sky and shook his head. Since the World Tree's energy had settled, it seemed he wanted to wait until next time. Yes, understood. Rayon licked his lips and picked up the Soul Requiem sword. As he tried to sheath the sword and leave the sanctuary, the Soul Requiem sword began to resonate and vibrate intensely, as if refusing to go back in. Could it be that it wants to stay here? There was no other reason for the sudden outburst. Rayon called out to Starin and Cian as they were about to leave. Would it be all right to leave the Soul Requiem sword here for a while? I'll stay as well just in case. He bowed, saying he thought Rimmer wanted to stay near the World Tree. Yes, do as you like. Cian, you stay with him. Yes. Cian's eyes went wide at the sudden request. Eek. She hid her face behind her hair as soon as she made eye contact with Rayon, her shyness flaring up again. See you later, then. Starin waved lightly and left the sanctuary with the Light Wind Division. Let's rest for a bit. Rayon smiled softly and leaned against the World Tree. Yes. Cian took a seat next to him, covering her face with her bright golden hair like melted sunlight. She seemed to have reverted to the shy girl he first met in Safia, which was a relief. Sir Rayon, can I ask you something? Yes, go ahead. Rayon nodded at her. The serious look in her eyes through her hair told him it was something important about Rimmer. This feels a little more sentimental. Maybe it was because he now had Ja as a sister too, but he wanted to look after Cian more. Just as he was thinking he'd answer anything, Cian's lips slowly parted. When you cut down the second apostle to get the soul stone, what sword technique did you use? She abandoned her shyness and suddenly brought up the event of slicing down the second apostle. I didn't cut them down in one strike. It only looked simple, but it wasn't easy. If I'd made even a small mistake, I could have been the one. You did cut them down in one strike. What sword technique was it? No, it's not. One strike, Rayon's jaw dropped. It was as if, in Cian's mind, he had already cut the second apostle in a single blow. He couldn't help but think Cia had taught her well. Then let's say it was Azure Crimson Invincible Blade. Cian's gaze clearly said her mind was made up and he just needed to answer, so he mentioned his personal favorite technique. With blood on your cheek and the back of your hand, and your eyes full of sorrow, you used Azure Crimson Invincible Blade, right? Cian exclaimed happily and started furiously scribbling more notes in her book. Rayon's kind gaze, as if he were looking at Ya, went cold. Honestly. Wrath shook his head at Cian. There really are no normal women around you. He couldn't believe that Shy Girl could change so much just because of her writing. Sigh whatever. Rayon let out a sigh and sat down. Seeing Cian's mood improve, even if just a bit, made him feel at ease. Tap. Now it's staying quiet. The Soul Requiem sword, satisfied with remaining by the world tree, stopped both its ringing and vibration, lying still as if it were dead. But why does it want to stay here? As he pondered the reason and tilted his head, it seemed as if the red blade of the Soul Requiem sword flashed with a blue light. No, it's not that I'm seeing it. It's absorbing the natural energy from the world tree. Just like catching rainwater with a small cup, the natural energy flowing from the world tree was dripping and gathering within the Soul Requiem sword. Cian. Rayon called out to Cian, who was madly scribbling away. Yes, ah yes, do you have something else to say? Cian blinked wide-eyed like a rabbit and nodded. Can the mana of the world tree calm the negative energy of the lingering souls inside the Soul Requiem sword? Well. She followed her finger down to the Soul Requiem sword. It's possible. No, it really seems like it is. Cian dropped her pen and nodded. People think that lingering souls only exist to harm others, but that's not really true. Then what are they? A normal soul can't become strong just by gaining resentment after death. They're called lingering souls because they destroy even their own existence to gain that power. She bit her lip, saying that the souls within the Soul Requiem sword must still be suffering terribly. Then Master. Yes, I think my brother wants to reduce the pain of the lingering souls even a little, so he's staying in the sword and near the world tree. Cian's hands shook as she insisted that had to be it. Brother. Unable to hold back anymore, she let a blue droplet fall onto the book full of words. That pointy-eared guy, he's doing something impressive, even more than he did when he was alive. Wrath nodded broadly, looking proud. Yeah, Rayon smiled faintly as he felt the breeze around the world tree, as if Rimmer had stirred it himself. I don't know why he's even cooler now that he's gone. After leaving the Soul Requiem sword by the world tree, Rayon went to find Starin. He told him why Rimmer was staying inside the Soul Requiem sword. I see. Starin brushed his white hair back from his forehead. That busybody, it's just like him. He's the same even after death. Though his words were curt, he smiled deeply, proud of his grandchild. That's right. Rayon nodded with a small smile. That's exactly the kind of thing Master would do. He later learned that Rimmer used to find trainees at the 5th training ground who hadn't officially become swordsmen and comfort them, even helping them find their path. Since he was such a warm-hearted person, it was no surprise he wanted to lessen the pain of the lingering souls even now. I think once the wounds of those souls heal a little, he'll come out on his own. Then we'll just have to wait a bit. Starin agreed, nodding. Oh, by the way, I was a bit late because things were hectic. Rayon unfastened Rimmer's sword from his belt and held it out to Starin. He bowed, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Starin looked closely at Rimmer's sword, then shook his head. Since the Soul Requiem sword is in Saphia's sanctuary now, you hold on to this sword for a while. And he slowly got up from his chair. There's actually something I want to give you. Starin walked out the door, motioning for Rayon to follow. Something he wants to give me. Starin left Saphia and headed into the great forest. Unlike other elves, he didn't move the forest itself instead. He walked naturally through the thick trees and brush as if he were simply another part of the woods. Rayon let out a quiet sound of admiration as he followed behind Starin. So you can follow the flow of nature like that, true to his elven nature. Starin breathed and moved as if he himself were in harmony with the world. It was completely different from other transcendents who forcibly drew in the energy of nature. I'm learning something new again. Others might not be able to, but with his ring of fire, Rayon felt he could try to imitate Starin's breathing and movement. But where are we going? Rayon frowned at Starin's back, which never seemed to slow down. He hadn't expected them to go so far, but Starin pressed on, as if he would cross the entire great forest. HMPH, I thought he'd just hand you some martial arts manuals, but this is turning into a hassle. Wrath grumbled, annoyed that he wouldn't even get dinner. I thought so too. Rayon also figured Starin would just hand over a manual or teach him some martial arts, but now that they'd gone so far, it didn't seem likely. But that pointy-eared old man, he's the grandfather of that pointy-eared guy, so pointy-eared old man fits, doesn't it? Wrath stuck out his lower lip as if to say not to argue. Anyway, so, he's got much weaker. It really does seem like his end is near. Wrath nodded, saying Rayon could probably sense it too. I know. Rayon bit his lower lip. I can see it. He didn't need to feel it with his energy like Wrath, just looking with his eyes. He could tell Starin's body was aged. Didn't seem like he had much time left. Damn, when it came to the limits of lifespan, there was nothing to be done. He had come to announce Rimmer's death, but it felt like he was about to witness someone else's end as well, and his heart ached. Will Cian be able to handle it? As he worried whether Cian could bear losing both her brother and grandfather, Starin stopped walking. He turned around in front of a hill where sharp rocks jutted out. Guardian, why did we come here? Rayon tilted his head. He looked around, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary, which left him confused. Come over here. Starin pointed behind the sloping hill. It seemed he wanted Rayon to look where he was pointing. Ah, yes. Rayon nodded and walked over to Starin. In the shadowy spot behind the hill, he could see some round shapes sticking up. Fruit, 3 red fruits about the size of small plums, swayed in the evening breeze. They're called sagan fruit. Starin looked down at the sagan fruit and smiled gently. It's not an elixir that's packed with mana or boosts elemental power, but it has a great effect in calming a person's mind and strengthening their soul. He carefully picked the fruit and placed it in his hand. I've heard of sagan fruit before, but how could something so precious be here? Rayon swallowed dryly as he looked at Starin's hand. Since sagan fruit strengthens the mind rather than the body, it was rarer than the highest grade elixirs. He would have never imagined finding it in such a secluded shadow. Humans and elves alike always seem to only look up. Sometimes, good things come from looking down. Starin's advice was about more than just fruit. It sounded like life wisdom. Of course, it seems you already understand that well enough. He smiled gently, as if to say he had been watching Rayon's efforts from behind. Ah, sorry. It's a compliment, a compliment. Starin shook his head, saying there was no need to apologize. To reach transcendence at your age, it'd be natural to get a bit arrogant or lazy, but you're always looking upward. It's amazing. But sometimes look down too. You might find something there as well. He gave Rayon heartfelt advice as he offered the sagan fruit. Are you really giving this to me? Give it to your aunt and your sister. It won't make much difference to a warrior, but for those mentally exhausted, it will help greatly. Starin placed the sagan fruit in Rayon's hand, asking him to deliver them well. But why 3? One's your errand fee, you eat it. He waved his hand lightly, saying it tastes good too. Did he say it tastes good? Try it now, I'm starving. Wrath shouted, licking his lips in curiosity. Rayon elbowed Wrath aside and bowed to Starin. Since the elixir was for Zhao and Aris, he couldn't refuse. I thought you'd pass down martial arts or ask for a spar, but I never expected such a great gift. I'll definitely deliver them to the 2 of them. He sincerely thanked Starin again. Ha, you've gotten greedier since I last saw you. Starin clicked his tongue. Ha, what do you mean? Rayon blinked at Starin, not understanding why he'd suddenly been called greedy. I gave you 3 sagan fruit, and you still want martial arts on top of that. No shame at all. And no, not at all. Rayon quickly raised his hands. I'm joking. You're way too serious with adults. Try to be a little more easygoing like your master. Starin smiled, saying he should show a lighter side like Rimmer sometimes. Ah, that's a bit. Rayon shook his head firmly. Kuhahaha. Starin burst out laughing, curling his lips upward. Yeah, I can see that. He nodded, saying it made perfect sense. I know there's a lot I could learn from Master, but I definitely don't want to resemble his flippant or carefree side. You really don't need to. Your own lunatic streak is already worse than his. Wrath flicked his finger, saying there's no need to suppress Rayon's madness any further. That's not true. Yes, it is. No way am I crazier than Master. As Rayon shook his head, Starin took the bow and a single arrow slung across his back. All right, let's see how much you've grown. It seemed Starin truly intended to spar as he notched an arrow to his bow. Ah, that's not what I meant. You must know as well as I do, I don't have much time left. He shook his head, his right hand holding the arrow trembling slightly. I can control the energy of nature all I want, but my body can't withstand the strain anymore. If not now, I won't have a chance to teach you. Starin gestured for Rayon to draw his sword. You know, right, if he's coming at you like this, it would actually be rude to refuse. Wrath's gaze grew solemn, as if telling him to hurry and draw his sword. Yeah. Rayon bit his lip and nodded. Then I'll gratefully accept your teaching. Rayon drew the heavenly drive and pointed it at Starin. For my final sparring partner to be Yao, what an honor. Starin smiled, saying he was happy to face the future absolute, and smiled with his wrinkled lips. I'm coming then. Realizing Starin was going to teach through battle, Rayon made the first move. Bang, holding the heavenly drive with a narrow grip, he raised red severing slash toward Starin's waist. The white blade flared violently, as if erasing the seasoned elf's presence. Fast and strong, Starin let out a small sound of admiration and twisted his bow diagonally. The shimmering blue bow neutralized the flames of red severing slash and gently pressed down the heavenly drive. Kuwang, Rayon's heavenly drive, raised upward, didn't even reach Starin and struck the ground. Perfect defense. To deflect his strike with just the bow there was a reason he was safe as guardian. All right, then properly this time. Rayon narrowed his eyes and circled to Starin's left. From his blind spot, he stabbed with whirling flame along the sword 10,000 flames cultivation, whirlwind, F-whoosh. In the instant the spiral flame pierced in, Starin disappeared like a ghost and reappeared 5 steps away to the left. It felt more like a clone technique than footwork. Now try blocking my arrow. With a gentle smile, Starin drew his bow. A blue glimmering arrow instantly shot right for Rayon's face. Thwip. Rayon used supreme harmony steps to dodge to the right, but Starin's arrow followed as if it had eyes, releasing a fierce wave of energy. Kayang. Rayon parried the arrow aiming for his left chest with Frost Pond. Screech. But the blue arrow struck by Frost Pond didn't break or deflect, it floated back up and tracked him again. Harmony Bow, the archery technique, freely controlling arrows like sword control, was the absolute domain of an archer. Then I'll do it too. Rayon released the heavenly drive. By opening his upper dantian, he used the secret of sword control. The heavenly drive floated on its own, blocking Starin's harmony bow as it tried to pierce his throat. Crack! Transcendence level sword control and harmony bow clashed, creating a massive shockwave and splitting the air with a dark blue fissure. That's the sword control you used to avenge that one, isn't it? Starin nodded, pleased. Even after mixing the styles of various warriors, it still feels harmonious. You've polished your sword well. He nodded, saying it was excellent. Master's teachings helped greatly as well. Rayon used the wind of Garanua he'd learned from Rimmer to push away Starin's harmony bow. You've incorporated my grandson's martial art. Then, as his grandfather, I can't lose. With a thin smile, Starin flicked his finger. His arrow spun in a vortex and shot toward the heavenly drive. Quang! Sword control and harmony bow clashed again, thunder echoing through the night sky. He really can't use his full strength right now. Starin's condition wasn't good, and the energy in his harmony bow wasn't that strong. Feeling he had completely overwhelmed him, Rayon lifted his gaze. But Starin's arrow didn't just block the flames in the heavenly drive, it was actually pushing them back. Amazing, isn't it? Starin smiled thinly at Rayon's wide eyes. Your energy is overwhelming, yet it doesn't push mine back. Why, yes, that's right. Rayon spoke with trembling lips. It's nature. Starin raised his hand. It looked as if the whole world was reflected in his wrinkled palm. Transcendence is the realm where you can connect with all things in this world. If your own strength isn't enough, you can borrow the energy of nature. Dragons, for example, can do that from the very beginning. He waved his finger, saying what matters in a transcendence battle is how far your existence can reach. At first, it won't go smoothly. Whether you force nature's energy or borrow it, it's not easy. But for someone like you, it won't take long, huh? Starin stopped his advice mid-sentence, mouth agape. Wind from the great forest was gathering atop Rayon's heavenly drive, so that's how it works. It's a bit hard, but I think I get it. Rayon nodded, saying he understood through feeling. Why, you got it immediately. Starin's jaw dropped in disbelief. In fact, before coming here, I watched our head of house and the central martial palace master spar. Both used not just their own aura, but also the energy of nature, and after seeing you move today, I think I finally get it. Rayon bowed, saying he realized it after watching Starin move in harmony with nature. Kuhahaha, Starin laughed, brushing back his white hair. You really are just like he said. He, your master, my grandson. He gazed down at Rimmer's sword with clear eyes. He always said Rayon would surpass all expectations, and it was true. Starin nodded, saying nothing had changed. But you're still quite unrefined. You could go further, right? Of course. Rayon answered confidently and raised the heavenly drive. Then let's go again. Yes, with a sense of nostalgia, Rayon enjoyed an all-night training session with Starin. As soon as the dawn-long sparring with Rayon ended, Starin returned home and sank to the floor. It's not easy. Just a few hours of sparring and teaching left his whole body aching as if with muscle pain. It meant he'd overexerted himself. In his primer, even just a few years ago, could have fought all day without issue, but now this overwhelming fatigue told him his time was near. Still, it was enjoyable. Maybe it was because he'd taught a young transcendent raised by his grandson. The satisfaction far outweighed the exhaustion or pain. As he prepared to sleep in a good mood, a white envelope fell before his eyes. What's this? Starin raised a trembling hand and opened the letter. The moment he read it, he let out a sigh, but his gaze grew even more resolute. After burning the letter, Starin left his house and headed for the northern edge of the great forest. When he climbed the yellow hill wreathed in chilling air, a woman in a golden coat turned to face him. Diamond-shaped pupils like a snake-eyed dragon in human form. You're late. The dragon tilted her chin arrogantly. The sun hasn't risen yet, so I'm on time. Starin clicked his tongue. And today isn't even the day we were supposed to meet. Wasn't that 4 days from now? After returning, I realized there was no reason to give you more time. The dragon lowered her hand, saying it was best for both sides to settle things now. Am I wrong? It seems you've already made up your mind too. That's right. Starin nodded calmly. So your answer? My answer is no. Safia will stand with neither the dragons nor the 5 kings. He flatly rejected every proposal the dragon made, leaving not the slightest crack. Safia isn't in any position to protect itself right now, is it? The dragon bared her white teeth in a thinly veiled threat. Do you really think the 5 kings would risk their lives for you? That doesn't matter. What's the point of clinging to life after betraying trust? Those who abandon faith fall into ruin. Starin shook his head, saying he didn't want to live like the Dark Elves. Threaten, retaliatito as you will. As long as I live, I'll block it all. He straightened his back, leaving no room for regret. Retaliate, huh? The dragon tilted her head. That's good, because it's already begun. What do you? As Starin turned, scarlet flames erupted from the great forest surrounding Safia. Kugagagugu. The so-called dragon, mediator of the world. Starin deeply furrowed his brow as he watched the flames and poisonous miasma burning throughout the great forest. How could you stoop to such a petty trick? It's for the sake of that very mediation. The dragon nonchalantly waved its hand, looking over the great forest engulfed in flames. Matarus. Starin called out the dragon's name, his voice filled with fury. Don't call my name with your worthless mouth. Even a high elf is nothing but a worm after ignoring our warning. Matarus brushed its hand as if swatting a bug, its gaze truly that of someone looking at an insect. Why go this far? Starin glared at Matarus with a piercing gaze. Stop hiding behind your mediation nonsense and tell the truth, Rayon Sieghart. Matarus dragged Rayon's name from its lips. Accepting Sieghart, the enemy of dragons, into Safia was proof you had no intention of listening to us, so I have no choice but to do this. She shook its head, saying the elves started this fight first. Rayon only brought back my grandson's relic. He had nothing to do with my decision. Starin slammed his hand down, telling it not to spout nonsense. The reasons don't matter anymore. Sieghart is a group that must disappear for this continent. Matarus quickly changed the subject. Seeing it so casually brush aside what didn't benefit it, a thick vein bulged on Starin's forehead. Mediator, guardian, nothing but filthy lies. Starin gnashed his teeth as he watched the burning forest. You're just a dirty swindler, just as Rayon said. He repeated Rayon's words, unslinging his bow. You've been tainted by humanity's filth. Matarus nodded as if it expected it. It looked at him as if it were watching a zealot brainwashed by a cult. Your choices are wrong. Starin narrowed his eyes and notched an arrow. Rayon Sieghart, whom you fear, won't stand by and do nothing. It's not fear, just disgust. And you're gravely mistaken. Matarus sneered and shook its head. What? I'm not the only ancient dragon here. It spread its hand, declaring that today Safia would be erased from the world. If you think I'll just watch. Blue light, infused with Starin's conviction, flickered above his arrow. Can you manage that with that worn-out body? Matarus raised a golden radiance in its palm, mocking him. It's not my body that's old and diseased, but your soul's. Starin pulled the bowstring tight, unleashing his unyielding resolve. Fwang. Rayon sat up in bed, eyes still closed. He tried to get some sleep after finishing his training with Starin, but he felt a foreboding mana approaching Safia, to sense something that far away even while asleep. Wrath yawned and licked his lips. It's safe to say you're truly a transcendent now, so it wasn't just my imagination. Rayon let out a short sigh as he looked out the window. It's not just one or two. They're monsters, but not ordinary ones. Most were monsters, but their auras were much stronger than typical wild ones. There seemed to be several master-level ones as well. Rayon grabbed the heavenly drive and Rimmer's sword leaning against the wall and stepped outside. The elves were still enjoying the calm dawn, unaware of the threat. Division leader, didn't you just get back from training? Why are you up already? Dorian, rubbing his eyes and eating snacks, tilted his head. You must be tired after training with the Guardian. You should get more rest. Arian, preparing for his shift, nodded, saying he should sleep more. Enemies are coming. Rayon put both the heavenly drive and Rimmer's leaf sword at his waist, his eyes narrowing. What enemies? Arian's eyes went wide in confusion. There's a massive group of monsters moving through the great forest. They're moving incredibly fast. It seems they appeared using spatial movement. If that's the case, the Guardians should have sent word. They've already been taken out. I can't sense any elves outside. Rayon bit his lip. He tried to find the elves' presences among the monsters, but felt nothing. It seemed the enemy had figured out the layout and dealt with the Guardians first. So Rayon is right. Cian, wrapped in her blanket, rushed up to Rayon. The spirits told me the forest is collapsing. She trembled, saying the number of monsters kept increasing. In no way. As Arian stared in shock, flames and lightning began to erupt from places all over the great forest. There were special monsters capable of using magic. Prepare yourselves. We don't have much time. Rayon gripped his sword, watching as the forest was soaked in flames. Understood. Perhaps because he'd experienced similar situations before, Arian erased his panic and ran to the Guardian's quarters. I'll go wake the Light Wind Division. Dorian nodded vigorously and ran toward the Light Wind Division's lodgings. Will we be all right? Cian, clearly worried, trembled under her blanket. We'll be fine. Rayon nodded calmly, trying to reassure her. And the Guardian, he was about to mention Starin but closed his mouth. Is he fighting outside Safia? Starin, who should have been in Safia, was instead radiating his energy from the northern great forest. His presence was raging as if he were in an all-out battle with someone. Grandfather. Cian, feeling the shockwaves reaching even here, realized Starin was fighting too, and her hands trembled atop her blanket. He'll be all right. He's still strong. Despite his calm words, a flood of worry surged inside. After training all night with him, Starin must be exhausted. I have to protect this place. Even if Starin had been drawn outside, Safia's defenses wouldn't be easily breached. There were sure to be other attacks besides the monsters, so Rayon needed to stay and defend the elves here. As Cian let out a sigh filled with anxiety, the Light Wind Division and Guardians gathered in the village center. Leader, what's happening? Burren frowned as he looked at the sky, filled with black smoke. Monsters? Seriously. Martha scrunched her nose, asking what part of the great forest monsters had come from this time. Even Run-On, awakened from sleep, was showing rare signs of anger. As you can see, it's a monster attack. But these aren't ordinary ones. They're moving in formation like a trained army. The monsters approaching Safia weren't moving like chaotic wild beasts. They were systematically tearing down the forest as if acting on someone's orders. If they tried to just push through with brute force as usual, they'd risk leaving gaps open for an ambush, so it was necessary to decide how to respond. Yes. At Rayon's command, the light wind division roared fiercely, enough to blow away the flames. Just what I needed to wake up in the morning. This is perfect for a warm-up before breakfast. Martha licked her lips, pleased. Don't get too cocky. This could be dangerous. Burren advised the swordsman, raising both tension and confidence. Though Run-On showed her rare anger at being awoken, she raised a wall of ice to block the incoming heat approaching Safia. Then what about you, leader? Don't tell me you're just going to rest here after sending us out. Shut up and move. Martha smacked Crane's mouth and followed the Guardians heading south. We're moving out too. Burren and Run-On also headed south where the most monsters were, planning to split up when necessary. I have a bad feeling about this. Cian bit her finger, her shoulders trembling. Nothing will happen. Rayon gripped her shoulder over the blanket and shook his head. I'll block them all. Kugagagugu, a horde of black orcs charged together with an ogre in iron armor. Normally, these wild monsters would fight each other, but now they were advancing in a united assault, just as the leader said. Martha snorted and rotated her sword hand. These aren't normal. The black orcs and ogres here were bigger and had fiercer energy than any they'd seen before. Not only did they form ranks, but even as individuals, their strength surpassed anything seen in the wild. QA. With the force of the light wind formation, Martha's strike pulverized the charging black orcs, leaving them as nothing but pools of blood. This isn't even enough for a snack. Martha snorted and turned to face an ogre approaching from the left. F-whoosh, a crimson fireball dropped toward her head. Kiyek, it was magic cast by a black orc mage hiding in the rear. Kaya, the black orc mage tried to unleash the fireball on Martha's head, but the spell never finished. Slash. Run-On's frost blade suddenly appeared and severed the black orc mage's neck. I don't need your help, you know. Martha frowned at Run-On. You're supposed to be on the west side. She waved her hand, telling her to leave. You're so dishonest. Run-On licked her lips and shook her head. Save the jokes for later. Focus on the battle now. Burren sliced through the ogre in one clean stroke, nodding lightly. Why do you keep stealing my prey? Martha gnashed her teeth, frustrated. Arian let out a hollow laugh at the scene. Wasn't Sir Rayon supposed to be the only exceptional one? He shook his head, surprised at the strength of the still young light wind division. We'll have to split up now. Stay focused. Just as Burren tried to give a final bit of advice while moving west. Kugagagugu, the ashen clouds covering the sky split apart, and a colossal black dragon soared above the great forest. Goo-woo, black poison gathered in the black dragon's jaws and then poured down toward Safia like a waterfall. It was the black dragon's ultimate weapon, venomous breath. The thick poison twisted the very air, and the trees and shrubs that made up Safia withered and died instantly. Kugagagugu. The venomous breath was so wide in range that it fell even on the heads of the light wind division and guardians already outside Safia. Shit. How do you stop that? It's over. The light wind division and elves, watching the dragon's breath that seemed like a natural disaster, were plunged into despair. At that moment, golden flames erupted from the center of Safia. Qang, a single slash split the sky. With a crimson slash that burned away the poison, Rayon soared into the sky. Sensing the monster's coordinated movement, Rayon narrowed it down to two possible enemies, dragons or Eden. The guardian beasts raised by dragons to protect their lairs were stronger than normal monsters and moved in disciplined formations like soldiers. Eden also had the power to control monsters, so they were fully capable of causing what was happening now. But this time, it has to be dragons. He'd seen a dragon when he entered the great forest, and Arian had avoided talking about it. Judging from the situation, there was definitely a problem between Safia and the dragons. Cian, did a dragon by any chance? As Rayon tried to ask Cian about the dragon, he felt a terrifying concentration of mana gathering in the sky behind the storm clouds. Dragon, it was the classic phenomenon when a dragon gathered mana to unleash its breath. Boom. Without hesitation, Rayon drove the heavenly drive and Rimmer's sword into Safia's earth. Sword field creation, divine demonic harmony. Because the dragon's presence was above him, he immediately opened his sword field and stomped into the ground. SSSSSS. With the divine sword and demonic sword forged from sun and moon raised, he soared into the sky, and there, burning away the clouds as it poured out venomous breath, was the black dragon. It was smaller than the gold dragon he'd seen earlier, but it was definitely an ancient dragon. All of it, swing your sword as if you're erasing all that spreading poison. Wrath instructed that only then could he block the miasma. Got it. Rayon surged forward through the spreading wings of poison, unleashing extreme 10,000 flames cultivation. Rayon Sieghart swordsmanship form 7, void slash. The blazing red divine blade split the space filled with poison. SHHHHHH. The venomous breath about to engulf Saphia and the great forest was sucked into the rift created by the slash. KGH. Even as he forced the breath into the fractured space, the pressure pouring down on him didn't lessen. The shockwaves from the dragon's ultimate weapon were so overwhelming it felt as if his shoulders were being crushed and his flesh torn open. But if he stopped his sword here, the remaining poison would kill the elves and all the light wind division. He had to stop it no matter what. Zzzzzzzzzing. Gritting his teeth, Rayon swung the divine sword all the way across the horizon. The venomous breath was ultimately swallowed up by the crack in space, unable to fall on Saphia, and vanished into the flames. What is this? The black dragon's enormous jaws trembled, as if it couldn't believe its venomous breath had been neutralized by a single human sword. Wrath. I take back what I said yesterday. A blue fury flickered across Rayon's scarlet eyes. I'll let you eat that roasted dragon you always wanted. The poison will season it nicely, it'll be delicious. Whoosh, Rayon wrapped Garanua's wind around the tip of his black dragon robe. Like the incarnation of wind itself, he soared toward the black dragon. How dare you? The black dragon, true to its status as an ancient dragon, erased its momentary panic in an instant and summoned 10 black spears that rippled with darkness. Enormous black spears rained down like pillars from the great hall, descending as streaks of light. Venomous spears. Wrath narrowed his eyes at the black spears falling like thunderbolts. Just touching those spears will dissolve your life force. Poison on them is extreme. If you only focus on their size, you'll die. He lowered his voice, saying even deflecting them with a sword would be dangerous. Then I'll just burn them. Despite Wrath's warning, Rayon didn't back down. Instead, he accelerated and unleashed the flames of his divine sword at the venomous spears. 10,000 flames, cultivation, heavenly flame, flame dragon break. The flames clinging to the divine sword split like the edge of a canyon and then soared up, taking the form of a dragon. The power of 10,000 flames cultivation, heightened by reaching transcendence, devoured the black spears. Kua, the high-grade poison magic, venomous spears, didn't even have a chance to unleash its full toxicity before it was devoured by the flaming dragon and disappeared. Now it works. Rayon licked his lips as he watched the poison melt within his flames. I can fight even against an ancient dragon like this. Glenn and Wrath had both shown mystical feats in the past, cutting down or freezing massive attacks empowered by Transcendence will. Back then, he hadn't understood how it was possible, but now he did. It was the art of Transcendence, who could draw on the mana of nature. What is this? The black dragon let out a thin groan. Its eyes trembled in disbelief that even high-level magic could be erased so easily. SSSSSS. Rayon leaped into the air and stood level with the black dragon, aiming the demonic sword and operating Glacier at full power. Fwa. On the blue blade of the demonic sword, a world tree of frost sprouted, blooming with thousands of flowers. 10,000 flames cultivation, heavenly flame, frost lotus. A field of frost lotus flowers unfolded, filling the sky with a spectacle like a constellation of ice flowers. Wuong. The black dragon narrowed its diamond-shaped eyes and summoned advanced defensive magic to protect itself, a venom annihilation barrier to ward off enemies with poison, and the wheel shield to repel attacks with lightning. Rayon tilted the demonic sword, sending the frost shards that filled the sky raining down on the black dragon. Kugagagugugu. The waves of aura from the frost lotus were both graceful and fierce, but the two shields conjured by the black dragon didn't shatter, they simply froze white. Rayon Sieghart, you're even more dangerous than I heard. The black dragon seethed with rage and began to mold a sphere of poison, shimmering green. Even from a distance, the poison seemed stronger than the venomous spearsit made Rayon's head throb. Is now really the time to be preparing an attack? Rayon twisted his lips into a smirk and charged straight at the black dragon, wrapping his swords in light-style wind. Rayon Sieghart swordsmanship form 2, mid-air cannon. The pull of gravity, operated from both the divine and demonic swords at once, drew the black dragon's massive body in like a black hole. What is this? The black dragon tried to spread its wings in alarm, but Rayon released the heat and cold stored in the blades. Qang. The venom annihilation barrier and wheel shield, frozen stiff, shattered simultaneously, and blades of flame and frost pierced the black dragon's wings. Gah! Startled by the sudden pain, the black dragon lost control of the poison sphere it was forming. It's not over yet. Rayon didn't miss the opening. He traced a diagonal path with the divine sword raised and the demonic sword lowered. 10,000 flames cultivation, flawless sea of flames. A wave of fire and frost rose above the sky, wrapping around the black dragon's entire body. Protect me. The black dragon didn't even have time to cast a proper shield, instead uttering an urgent dragon chant. Mana from the surroundings gathered, forming 5 shields. Crackle. The shields didn't contain poison, but even the blades of fire and frost couldn't break them. As expected of a dragon chant, their defense was exceptional. Let's see how far they can last. Rayon gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength and aura into striking down the shields the black dragon had raised. Kuang. With a body and aura further strengthened by transcendence, the might of his sword strike shattered all the mana shields the black dragon had conjured. Stop him. The black dragon quickly generated another shield to avoid losing its head, but Rayon's power twisted its wings, and the beast plummeted to the ground. Shield, shield. The black dragon desperately tried to regenerate shields to hold out, but it couldn't withstand Rayon's power, which far surpassed human limits. Cruo. In the end, it crashed into the western Great Forest with only a single thin shield left. Kuang. When the enormous dragon struck the earth, the ground twisted, the entire Great Forest shook, and a brown dust cloud soared into the sky. What a brute. Wrath narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Can't you do it with a bit more finesse? For a lizard like that, brute force is the answer. Rayon clicked his tongue and approached the spot where the black dragon had fallen. There's no reason to let it live. The black dragon had unleashed venomous breath on Saphia without warning. It meant to kill every human and elf here, so there was no reason to spare it. Now you're calling it a lizard, too. Wrath giggled, clearly pleased. Well, after seeing what those lizards are really like, it makes sense. But don't overdo it. If you beat it too much, the meat will get tough. Even now, he was thinking about roasted dragon. Time to finish him. As Rayon moved toward where the black dragon had fallen, black pellets shot out from the brown dust cloud. They were small, but the poison was so strong it stung his fingers. Of course. Rayon smirked and raised a wall of flames. The flaming shield incinerated all the incoming poison pellets. A lizard that's lived for thousands of years wouldn't go down that easily. He nodded and lowered his hand, letting a blue wind blow away the swirling dust. KRRRGH. The black dragon, its wings scorched and frostbitten, was coughing up blood. Even after using dragon tongue magic, it hadn't absorbed all the shock and was badly wounded. Rayon Zeekhart, I hadn't heard you were this strong. The black dragon's massive jaws trembled, genuinely shaken. It's good you know now, of course. Rayon planted his feet in supreme harmony steps, both swords raised, though it's a bit late. Just as he rushed in to behead the dragon, its mouth opened wide. Disruption of perception. The black dragon chanted an unknown dragon spell. For dragons, even a simple chant could create new magic, but this one was different. Is it something else? Sensing danger, Rayon stopped and lowered his posture. As he did, a blue energy surged from the dragon's throat area. It was thin as a thread, but unlike before, he felt no killing intent from it. Whoosh. Rayon slashed with his divine sword at the oncoming blue energy, but the dragon's magic didn't burn, it surged even faster. What is this? Since it didn't burn, it didn't seem physical. He quickly made a decision and retreated using Supreme Harmony 3 steps. I don't know either. If it's immune to sword slashes, it's probably a mental spell. Wrath frowned, saying he'd never seen a visible mental type spell before. Then for now, just avoid her. Rayon tried to keep dodging, but the magic overtook him and seeped into his shoulder. He exhaled and checked his body. Nothing. Even after being hit by an ancient dragon's magic, he felt no shock or changes in his body. What did you do to me? He gripped his swords tighter and glared at the black dragon. Kehahaha. The dragon, blood dripping from its mouth, grinned. Its huge laughter made the forest tremble. Now you're finished. What does that? Distort. Just as Rayon tried to ask, the black dragon uttered the strongest chant yet. Thunk. It felt like being hit on the crown with a hammer. His vision went black, then cleared again. What just happened? He gasped, then saw a black sphere the dragon had fired flying toward his chest. That won't. He tried to burn it with his sword, but his toes and ankles twisted instead of his arm and shoulder. Thunk. The venomous sphere struck Rayon, sending him tumbling across the ground. What the? He stared in disbelief as venomous blades rained down on his shoulder. He tried to push off the ground with his legs to dodge, but this time his elbow and wrist twisted. Rayon was hit repeatedly by venom spheres and coughed up blood onto the blackened ground. This is. Finally noticing, the black dragon sneered at him. You changed my senses. Rayon frowned, glaring at the dragon. My arm moves, but my legs react. My legs move, but my wrist turns. My senses are twisted, correct. The dragon nodded, grinning widely. Humans, especially swordsmen like Yao, depend heavily on their senses. This distortion spell was designed to fight transcendent humans. She licked her lips in satisfaction, saying it was well worth preparing. Magic like that can't be possible so easily, can it? Rayon bit his lip, glaring. An inescapable mental spell that distorts senses. Was this the unique power of ancient dragons that the previous patriarch had warned about? No absolute magic like that could exist without a price. It must use some restriction gained through transcendence. You're right. This spell can only be used on one target, and the sensory changes aren't just for you. Not just one, then. Correct, my senses are twisted as well. The black dragon, convinced of her victory, even explained the spell in detail. What a pain, such a sly black lizard trick. Wrath frowned in irritation. I need to take time and figure out the changes. Like that lizard said, martial artists rely on their senses. Even as a transcendent that didn't change, he needed to quickly analyze how his body had changed. Why'd you make magic just to kill people? Rayon spoke, trying to memorize each twisted sensation. Humans are no different from cockroaches infesting this world. The dragon's eyes narrowed in hatred. Did something happen to you? From our side, it always looks like you start things first. Rayon looked up with a weary breath. Do you worry about the ants you step on with your shoes? The dragon sneered, calling humans bugs. No matter how long you stall, it's useless. A human can't break distortion. She fired more venomous weapons, sure of her victory. Rayon stepped back. But while talking, he had already identified most of the twisted senses. For now, from here, Rayon tried to escape the poisonous zone entirely with supreme harmony steps, but this time his Danshan's aura wouldn't move. Thunk, a pain like his mana circuit had been twisted froze his body, and a venomous spear sliced across his waist and thigh. No way. Rayon's lips trembled, now tinged black, as he looked at the black dragon. My mana circuit too, correct. The black dragon nodded with a mocking grin. I've twisted your mana circuit as well. It'll take you days to figure out the answer. She laughed, saying he'd only find that answer in excruciating pain. It's not like I'm avenging that fool Kaibar, but I'll make sure your death is as miserable as possible. With that, the black dragon summoned a barrage of poisonous weapons. Whoosh. Black weapons dripping with malice poured down toward Rayon. Kayang. Rayon used only the divine sword's flame and the demonic sword's frost to fend off the torrent of venomous magic. What a mess. Without upper Danshan aura movement, there was a limit to drawing on nature's mana. Unless he figured out the sensation of his twisted mana circuits, he wouldn't be able to break free from this poison wave. For now, his only option was to fend off the black dragon's spells using only his swords and swordsmanship while he searched for the sensation of his mana circuit. Kairiring. Blocking the onslaught of venomous blades, he focused even harder. Each time he got his mana circuit wrong, the pain became an awakening stimulant, further sharpening his concentration. Kugugugugu. Rayon set both swords, resonating the ring of fire to its peak. No one's better at enduring than me. It's pointless, the black dragon, convinced the outcome was already decided, conjured ever greater waves of poison to press Rayon. Crackle, black spots rose on Rayon's skin and his limbs began trembling like a drunk's. It was the typical look of someone poisoned. He didn't show it outwardly, but he was surely in severe agony inside. Not screaming despite being poisoned by dozens of toxins is worthy of praise. But now it ends. Saying this was the end, the black dragon raised her hand. Massive venomous orb hovered over Rayon's head, threatening to engulf all of Safia. I'll melt you in this elven sanctuary together. She muttered about showing him a hell within hell and brought down her ultimate magic. Crack! Just as the massive poison sphere was about to consume Safia, a crimson gleam flashed in Rayon's eyes. Crack! The divine sword's flame and the demonic sword's frost simultaneously soared, shattering the venomous orb into dozens of fragments before it could crush Safia. Kugugugugu. Fragments of poison burned and froze, falling harmlessly to the ground. What is this? The black dragon's massive jaws dropped in shock. Thump, Rayon didn't miss her confusion and launched into supreme harmony steps. KRRK, begone. The black dragon tried to push him away with dragon tongue, but Rayon shattered the spell using nature's mana and advanced. Eek, she desperately conjured walls and absolute shields of poison, but Rayon cut them down, moving even faster across the ground. As if making a last stand, the black dragon gathered one last venomous breath, not at full power, but still released it. You're too late. Rayon thrust both blades toward the oncoming breath. The harmonious strike of gold and silver split the breath, shredding the black dragon's scales. Thunk, the black dragon's neck twisted as if it would snap, and her massive body lost strength, crashing to the ground. Kieg. She let out a deep groan, her whole body trembling. How did you break my magic? She shook her head in disbelief. Your magic wasn't broken. Rayon shook his head calmly. What, then how? I memorized it all. He declared that he'd memorized every change in both his body and mana circuits. Thousands of changes. You memorized all that in this short time. The black dragon let out a pained groan, finding that even harder to believe. It wasn't difficult. Rayon nodded, raising the divine sword. I don't have the hobby of tormenting enemies. I'll finish you cleanly. Wait, I'll cure you of the poison. You'll die if I don't. If you spare me, I'll never appear before humans again. I won't die from lizard poison. Rayon sneered, extending the divine sword's flame. Telepo Kieg. The black dragon tried to teleport away, but Rayon disrupted the flow of mana and severed her neck. I by a mere human. Her jaw trembled in disbelief as the light faded from her eyes. Who? Rayon lowered both swords, letting out a long breath. It worked. Memorizing all the changed sensations in such a short time was impossible for a normal person. so he'd used the clarity of mind like still water, entering his inner world to memorize every change in his body and mana circuits, then returned. It was only an instant outside, but inside he'd spent quite a bit of time. But pushing himself so hard left his mind in tatters. He felt like he could collapse and sleep right there. Honestly, that was insane. Wrath shook his head in disbelief. I've got a lot to say, but handle the poison first. It's not ordinary coming from an ancient dragon, it's fine. Rayon lowered his hand and the traces of poison began to fade from his body. With poison resistance and the ring of fire handling it, I don't even need an antidote. At the peak, the ring of fire would purge any harmful energy on its own. Damned ring, it's always the ring. Wrath ground his teeth, recalling all the times his rage had failed to affect Rayon. Well then, next. As Rayon prepared to move to help Starin, applause sounded from behind. As expected of Rayon Sieghart, every time I see you, you're even more incredible. Rayon silently looked back, then widened his eyes. A man wearing a green snake helmet was walking out from behind the black dragon's corpse. You. He had sensed someone approaching from behind a moment ago, but never thought it would be Eden, much less someone with a snake helmet. That snake helmet bastard. Isn't this the fourth time now? Wrath frowned, wondering why he kept coming back to life. Yeah, the color is different every time though. After the gold face snake, red demon snake, and blue death snake, now it was a green snake. He wondered just how far this was going to go. It was so absurd that he even started getting curious about the next color. What's even funnier? They kept getting stronger. The presence of the man wearing the green snake helmet had surpassed Grandmaster, reaching transcendence. Though he was lower than himself, it was certain he had broken through the wall and left the level of a normal human behind. How strange. He's definitely a different human and his temperament isn't even similar, but he feels like the same guy. Wrath shook his head, saying the existence itself was bizarre. Yeah, there's definitely something going on. Just like Wrath said, the ones wearing the snake helmet before had all died, and this green snake helmet now was someone else. But the ones who wore the snake helmet all remembered everything that happened with him, so he started to suspect that they were either the same person or shared the same mind. This time it's green, huh? Rayon frowned as he looked at the man wearing the green snake helmet. You noticed right away. The man in the green snake helmet smiled thinly, fiddling with his helmet. What exactly are you? Rayon turned his jaw as he aimed the divine sword. For now, just call me Green Snake Demon. The man in the green snake helmet called himself Green Snake Demon and flicked his hand. He seemed less frivolous than the last one he saw. I wasn't asking for your name. Then what are you curious about? Green Snake Demon tilted his head crookedly as if to tell him to go ahead and ask. I'm asking what you really are. Rayon raised his gaze sharply like an awl. A moment ago you said you're satisfied every time you see me change. That means you kept facing me, but this is my first time seeing you. He twisted his lips as he spoke in a cold voice. The ugly helmet is the fourth though. That's something you asked before, isn't it? Green Snake Demon nodded lightly. The answer is simple. Just think however you want. Believe I'm the same person or not, it's up to you. He shrugged as if Rayon could think whatever he liked. He clearly didn't intend to answer. More importantly, Green Snake Demon clicked his tongue as he looked at the black dragon's corpse. Even if it hadn't been long since it became an ancient dragon, I didn't expect Jira Pirate to die this easily. Should I have moved a bit faster? He gave a dry laugh as if still not believing the black dragon had died. Moved faster? What were you after, joining hands with a dragon? Rayon asked, lacing his question with murderous intent. Isn't it simple, just burning this place down? Green Snake Demon dusted off his hands as if it were obvious. The World Tree? That's what I couldn't do because you stopped me last time. He smacked his lips, apparently referring to the time he attacked Saphia as the red demon snake with the crimson ghost. Do you really share a mind with the dead ones? Rayon looked at Green Snake Demon, lowering his brows. It's not sharing. My mind is fully my own, though the next one will be different. Green Snake Demon muttered something cryptic in a calm tone. He was clearly different from the previous ones. Well then. Rayon was about to say something to Green Snake Demon when he looked north. Starin's presence had dropped significantly compared to before. It looked like he was losing. On top of that Green Snake Demon guy is hiding something. If he'd done something before coming here, he must have planted or taken something from Saphia. It was best to cut him down quickly and go help Starin. I have a lot of questions, but no time. I'll finish this fast. Rayon aimed his divine sword at Green Snake Demon, swirling with killing intent. This time I thought I'd be ahead, but I didn't expect you'd still be on top. When Green Snake Demon snapped his fingers, crimson flames shot up into the sky above Saphia, and a gigantic red dragon appeared. I'm glad I asked Madaris to send one more. He nodded with satisfaction. If it's 2-on-1, holding you back shouldn't be impossible. Rayon bit his lip as he looked at the red dragon hovering in the sky. It's old, but not an ancient dragon. Judging by the red dragon's size and mana, it was just shy of reaching the peak of elder dragons, but thankfully it wasn't at the ancient dragon level. But the problem is it's a red. The Red Tribe possessed the greatest might among dragons, and right now they were in the forest, the perfect battlefield for it to unleash its full power. Oh, 2 roast lizards, and with different flavors. Wrath even clapped as if this was great. Even in this dangerous situation, Rayon found himself laughing wryly. You got caught off guard, you fool. The red dragon's eyes narrowed in irritation, seemingly more annoyed at being defeated by a human than angry about its kin's death. A flood of fiery mana began to gather above its pitch-black throat, like lava. Still, I'll have my revenge. The red dragon unleashed the hellish fire it had gathered. The breath of Flame's dragon's most powerful breath crashed toward Rayon like a thunderbolt. Ruyumble. Unlike the black dragon, it didn't spread wide but was concentrated on a single point, so the pressure was immense. Rayon's feet dug into the ground, and the hand holding his sword trembled. Try to block it, then. Green Snake Demon leaped far back, seemingly intent on saving his strength. He vanished from sight in an instant, moving as if riding the wind. Whoosh. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the lava-like breath rushing toward him. What a hellish heat. Even with fire resistance, it felt like his skin was cooking in the dragon's breath. If not for the ring of fire, he wouldn't have been able to stay here at all. Boom. Gritting his teeth, Rayon charged into the breath of flames. Resonating the ring of fire at its peak, he unleashed Glacier's frost magic sword to perform the Azure Sky Sword. Crash. The breath that seemed it would destroy the great forest clashed with Glacier's frost, locking in a contest of heat and cold in midair. Steam billowed everywhere, and a white snowfield spread across the land. Crackle, the skyward strike, carrying the majesty of the heavens, shattered the heat and began to freeze the breath of flames itself. Giant blue icicles soared up as if to pierce the sky above the forest floor. Lies. The red dragon's eyes quivered, unable to believe its full-powered breath had been blocked. How can you freeze a breath of fire? Go play somewhere else, rookie. Rayon used the frozen breath as a stepping stone to leap into the sky. Before the stunned red dragon could react, he slashed at its neck with Silver Lotus Dream. Crack! The blade of the divine sword, blazing red, pierced through the red dragon's scales and was about to smash its heart when a green wind-infused blade shot up. Clang! It was Green Snake Demon. He reappeared from the ground, blocking Rayon's sword with his own. I can't let you kill this one too. I'll have to step in here. When Green Snake Demon lowered his chin, a powerful wind blew, pushing Rayon away. What if I don't want to? Resisting Green Snake Demon's wind with transcendental will, Rayon pressed the demonic sword down on the divine sword. Crack! Though he couldn't shatter the red dragon's heart, he inflicted a deadly wound on its neck before retreating. Grah! The red dragon howled in agony, its massive body writhing as if just that injury was unbearable. I didn't expect you to come in that deep. Green Snake Demon frowned, saying Rayon had a terrifying personality. Savage. He clicked his tongue, remarking that Rayon seemed to have grown more aggressive. But you're not scared, are you? At Green Snake Demon's shout, the red dragon, still writhing in pain, turned with a vengeful glare. Not at all. I'll kill that bug with my own hands. Red Dragon, using healing magic to recover, revealed eyes burning with murderous intent. VMMM, high-level spells formed in succession around it, and as expected of the Red Dragon, their power seemed on par with the Black Dragon that had just been killed. Kying, Green Snake Demon too, now seemed intent on fighting seriously, gathering green winds onto his sword. I don't like your wind. Rayon frowned deeply as he looked at the wind swirling on Green Snake Demon's sword. I'll shatter it right now. Huh. Cian let out a long sigh, lowering her hand. This is hard. Even though Rayon had removed most of the poison, she couldn't block the miasma carried by the wind. Having summoned 4 highest-level spirits at once to protect all of Safia, she'd exhausted so much spirit power that her head was spinning. But I can't rest yet. Cian narrowed her eyes as she watched Rayon, the Red Dragon, and Green Snake Demon fighting in the sky. If I stay here, Rayon won't be able to use his full strength. There were many elves and children here who couldn't fight. Rayon needed to be able to fight at his best, and to prepare for any possible emergencies, she couldn't stay here. Everyone moved to the sanctuary. Cian opened a gap in the sanctuary she'd made to protect the World Tree and called the remaining elves in the village. But if we put the World Tree in danger because of us? It's fine, the World Tree always puts us first. She spoke firmly to the hesitant elves, pointing the way to the sanctuary. She seemed like a different person from the one who'd trembled in front of Rayon. Ah, understood. Everyone into the sanctuary. Kids first. The elves, emboldened by Cian's words, started moving toward the sanctuary on unsteady legs. Sir Rayon. Cian clasped her hands as she watched Rayon extinguish the fire dragon's flames. Please. She prayed that no one would die, then entered the sanctuary last. Good. Rayon nodded as he watched the elves enter the sanctuary. It had been tough controlling his attacks so no magic or sword strikes would fall on Safia, but now he could fight properly. What are you looking at? Green Snake Demon frowned and swung his sword. With a single swing, hundreds of wind blades rushed at Rayon's vital points. Explode, clang. Rayon simultaneously unfolded Flame Barrier and White Flame Island, blocking both the wind blades and Inferno Burst. but the impact was so strong, he couldn't help being pushed back. Having trouble with 2-on-1, are you? You won't be able to block it this time. Green Snake Demon raised a blade infused with all the wind in the air, and the red dragon condensed its breath once again. Finish it, fine by me. Rayon kicked off the air as if being forced back, then surged toward the red dragon and Green Snake Demon, lifting the divine sword over his shoulder and swinging the demonic sword from his waist, stepping with supreme harmony steps at full force. Chi-ing. As if a dying star was having its final explosion, grand flames and frost erupted over the fading divine and demonic swords, as if to blanket the heavens. Rayon Zeekart swordsmanship form 6, Divine Demonic Harmony Azure Crimson Invincible Blade. The ultimate secret of swordsmanship at the level of transcendence appeared in the world through the blades of the divine and demonic swords. Crash, flame and frost, which should have clashed, instead formed an uncanny harmony, splitting apart the red dragon's breath and green snake demon's wind blades all at once. Whoosh. The blackened sky split under the immense wave of mana, and a black dragon-shaped vortex soared up between heaven and earth. But since the red dragon and green snake demon had also gone all out, even the wave of azure crimson invincible blade couldn't cut them down and vanished powerlessly. Is this even possible? A mere human. The red dragon let out a tired breath, unable to believe Rayon's strength. My hands shaking. Green snake demon also flicked his hand, seemingly out of strength. But at least it's over. Now that sword technique is finished, you can't unleash power like that again, huh? He was trying to encourage the red dragon, but suddenly widened his eyes. What the? Rayon's hand, which should have been holding a sword, was empty. The moment he realized it, a sword flew in from his right sword control, slicing through space. Green Snake Demon hurriedly gathered the wind to block the incoming heavenly drive. Clang. He barely managed to defend, but the power of the sword control was so strong that he couldn't avoid internal injuries. Black blood spurted from his mouth. Help me over, huh? Green Snake Demon was turning to ask for help when he saw a leaf-shaped sword glowing blue stuck in the red dragon's throat. You're kidding. Rayon Zeekart had fired not one, but two techniques of sword control from the start, and unlike Green Snake Demon, the dragon hadn't dodged and ended up sacrificing its neck. Grrr. For a dragon, the heart is a vital spot, like a human's heart. With its heart destroyed, the red dragon couldn't keep its body upright and crashed to the ground. Boom! The red dragon, who looked down on being killed by a human, died alongside Jira Pirate, eyes rolled back. I thought our levels were similar, but I didn't expect such a difference in power. Green Snake Demon trembled, his lips bloody as he looked at the corpses of the red and black dragons. Phew. Rayon exhaled, bent halfway over, the scent of blood in his breath. Thank goodness it worked. He'd fired off two sword control techniques at full strength the instant divine demonic harmony ended, targeting both at once, and managed to get one. It would have been better if Green Snake Demon died too, but for now, getting even one was good enough. Of course, I'm exhausted. He'd fought at full power multiple times in a row, even journeyed through the mental world, so both his mind and body were worn out. His body felt heavy as if soaked, and he'd used a ton of aura, but he kept a calm gaze, not letting it show. Your advantage is over. Rayon picked up the returned heavenly drive and Rimmer's sword and shook his head. I won't bother with words. Let's finish this. Just as he was about to attack Green Snake Demon, boom, something shot in from the north and crashed into the center of Safia. Turning his gaze, Rayon saw Starin staggering in a cloud of dust. At the same time, a noble-looking man with golden hair and eyes appeared at Green Snake Demon's side. Are you ready? The blonde man flicked his chin at Green Snake Demon. Of course I am. Green Snake Demon clicked his tongue and nodded. When the blonde man snapped his fingers, Safia crumpled like a piece of paper in his hand, unleashing an enormous explosion. Crash! With a golden flash, space split open, and the sanctuary barrier hiding the world tree was torn apart. What is this? Cian and the elves, standing guard before the world tree, widened their eyes in shock. So you're Rayon Zeekart. The blonde man, who appeared to be a dragon, raised his chin arrogantly. To kill two of my kin in such a short time, you must die here. He lifted his head, murderous intent flickering in his calm eyes. Another hopeless fight, huh? Green Snake Demon smirked as he swung the sword in his hand. A hopeless fight. Rayon curled his lips as he looked at Heavenly Drive and Rimmer's sword. I've been through worse more times than I can count. He raised golden flames on Heavenly Drive and Rimmer's sword as he murmured, I'll show you what Zeekart's swordsmen are made of. All these different flavors are coming at once. Wrath licked his lips as he looked at the man who appeared to be a gold dragon. It's like picking whichever scoop you want from a bowl of ice cream. He rambled that it would be perfect if there was a refreshing blue dragon as well. He's different from the other lizards. Rayon frowned at the powerful presence emanating from the gold dragon. I don't know if I can win in this state. The aura of the blonde man before him was on a far higher level than the black dragon he'd fought at the start. Even at his full strength, he couldn't be sure of victory, so his chest tightened with tension. Goo. As Rayan controlled his breathing and called forth his focus, Starin, who had crashed down onto Safia, approached. I'm sorry. Starin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, letting out a rough breath. I think it's finally time my body won't move as I wish anymore. He hung his head, muttering apologies. You saved Safia, but I... It's all right, Rayan turned and shook his head calmly. If I just cut them down here, it's over. He spoke even more confidently than he felt, so that not even Starin could read his own emotions. Yes, let's stop them here. Starin, encouraged by Rayan's words, clenched his fist until his knuckles turned red. That guy's name is Martyrus. He's the strongest of the Gold Tribe, aside from the current lord. He said even among ancient dragons, Martyrus was dangerous, and his hand gripping the bow trembled. Judging by how his entire body was stained with blood, he had truly fought for his life. From here on, I'll fight in front. You protect us from behind, Guardian. Rayan. Starin bit his lip as he watched Rayan step forward to face Martyrus with a smile. This guy Rayan wasn't telling him to fight, was asking for help. He was treating this war as his own, trying not to burden Starin. Even after fighting 2 ancient dragons and that snake-helmeted human, having exhausted much of his strength and stamina, he still put Starin first. That made Starin's heart burn with emotion. All right, I'll watch your back, no matter what. Accepting Rayan's consideration, Starin raised his bow high. He no longer felt the pain of torn muscles or ripped flesh. The only thing left was the determination to protect his grandson's disciple, even at the cost of his life. After all that, you still don't know your place. Martyrus snorted and shook his head. No matter what you do, the World Tree in Safia will disappear today. With a flick of his finger, black flames rose around the World Tree. It was a high-level spell, the Flames of Hell. VMMMM, Martyrus not only erected a wall of flames, but also summoned gigantic monsters from a subspace, pressuring the elves near the World Tree. Monsters here too. The elves, startled by the sudden appearance of monsters, cowered in fear. With almost no fighters left, everyone was forced back by the flames and monsters. Martyrus, Starin shouted as he watched flames begin to burn the World Tree's roots. Why are you going this far? You started it. Isn't it only right to destroy the seeds of a race that will become enemies? Martyrus cocked his head, as if wondering why Starin would even ask. The World Tree doesn't belong to just the elves. You know full well it affects the entire continent. I'm removing pests that ruin the world. That's a sacrifice worth making. He nodded calmly, without the slightest hint of shame. Martyrus. Starin ground his white teeth, shaking with rage. These lizard bastards get pettier as time goes on. Wrath furrowed his brow, saying he wanted to jump out and rip Martyrus' teeth out himself. So basically. Rayan tilted his chin as he looked down on Martyrus. You're burning the World Tree just to cozy up to the 5 demons. So much for being arbiters of the world. He let out a mocking laugh, waving his hand up and down. From now on, any dragon who calls themselves an arbiter or mediator, I'll rip their tongue out. No matter how you look at it, you're nothing but cheap swindlers. Rayan raised an eyebrow, saying they were worse than lizards crawling on the ground. I should shut that mouth of yours first. Martyrus flexed his brow, then raised his fingers. From his fingertips, condensed light formed into golden arrows, flying at Rayan with invisible speed. Clang, Rayan raised Heavenly Drive and created Flame Barrier to block the arrows of light shot by Martyrus. Heavy. Even with Flame Barrier, the force was enough to make his fingers tremble. The beams of light were thin and small, but their power seemed equal to the sword strikes of transcendence. That was just the beginning. Martyrus said it was only a greeting and generated bundles of light arrows, firing them in a volley. Their number had increased, and their power and speed seemed even greater than before. I have to block them. Rayan clenched his teeth as he watched the arrows of light fly toward his vitals. Blocking them was a loss, but he couldn't dodge if he wanted to protect Starin, whose mobility was now reduced. Clang, 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 clang. Rayan wielded dual sword style with the fangs of insanity and blizzard sword art, cutting down the light arrows created by Martyrus. His weary shoulders and forearms tingled as if stabbed, but he bit his tongue and cleaved through every beam of light. Now's my chance. The green snake demon nodded slightly and vanished into the dark clouds. He reappeared silently at Rayan's left, thrusting a blade filled with condensed wind. Rayan detected the green snake demon's movements but didn't respond, focusing only on erasing Martyrus' light. It's over. Just as the green snake demon's blade was about to stab into Rayan's waist, a blue-tinged arrow flew from behind. Boom! The arrow Starin shot not only deflected the green snake demon's sword, but also pierced through the volley of light arrows coming from the right. How dare you? Starin narrowed his brows as if to say he would never allow it. Please continue to do your best from here on as well. Rayan nodded without even looking back. Green snake demon, you handle the old elf. I'll kill this human. Martyrus ordered the green snake demon to take care of Starin as he formed a golden orb above his right hand, a sphere of light device that brought a magician's illusions into reality. That sounds best for now. The green snake demon nodded and quietly retreated, vanishing from sight wrapped in wind. Rayon. Don't worry about me, just focus on Martyrs. Starin calmly drew his bowstring, saying a kid in a snake helmet was nothing to worry about, of course. Rayon replied that he would trust Starin, then unleashed Frost Pond toward Martyrs. A blade of frost shot out from Heavenly Drive toward Martyrs' neck. Kayang, just as the blade of frost and Heavenly Drive were about to sever Martyrs' neck, a golden flash burst from the orb he created, blocking both strikes at once. How crude. Martyrs sneered as the light that blocked the attack split into dozens of rays, all falling toward Rayon's vital points. They were even faster and more powerful than the arrows of light he'd fired earlier. You approached on your own, so there's nowhere to dodge. As he said, there were too many beams of light, too fast to block them all. In that case. Rayon twisted his lips and raised Heavenly Drive. I'll just erase them all. He created a barrier of flames along the blade of Heavenly Drive. The flame that seemed to slice through the air wrapped around Martyrs' light. 10,000 flames cultivation Heavenly Flame, myriad incense of heaven. The original flame that devoured darkness consumed the golden dragon's light and exploded in a violent blast. Qang. Rayon didn't miss the gap created by the explosion of myriad incense of heaven and charged at Martyrs. Physically and mentally exhausted, he had to finish this as quickly as possible. Tu Wung, stepping through the air with supreme harmony steps, Rayon stabbed at Martyrs' blind spot with Rimmer's sword. I knew you'd do that. Martyrs, as if he'd been waiting, nodded without any sign of panic. Humans always just charge in like wild boars. At his flick, the orb condensed into a small bead, then expanded, creating a tidal wave of light. The sky over Safia became a golden sea, a terrifying surge of light. Kyriring, Rayon crossed Heavenly Drive and Rimmer's sword diagonally, slashing down like a bolt of lightning. 10,000 flames cultivation flawless sea of flames. A wave of flame and frost split the tide of light, drawing inferno burst. FYI. The crimson sword strike, flowing like a dream, cut through Martyrs' neck. But no blood spurted out. Using light, Martyrs had left a clone in his place and already retreated. HMPH. Martyrs raised his right hand overhead, the orb stretching out to become a radiant blade of light. Holy Flame Sword. He brought the Sword of Light, forged with both hands, down in a massive blow. It wasn't swordsmanship, but its power rivaled the techniques of transcendence. Chi-yiging. Rayon slashed upward at the pouring light blade with severing slash. Pajajijic. The blade of flame and the blade of light collided, sparks exploding through the sky. He's endlessly compressing mana. Rayon narrowed his eyes, watching the blade of light endure severing slash with sheer mana. This is my chance. Pouring the mysteries of sharp sword and swift sword into severing slash, he twisted his left wrist holding Rimmer's sword, a white wave that erased gold. The counter technique that erased the opponent's martial arts Rayon Sieghart swordsmanship formed 5 white shadow slash. Whack. The moment white shadow slash erased Martyrs' light blade, Rayon added explosive force to severing slash and aimed for Martyrs' heart. Quajijujuk. Just as the flames of severing slash were about to cleave the golden trickster's chest, the scattered light turned into a shield and blocked the strike. Martyrs again poured out a vast amount of aura to stop the attack. If nothing else, the sheer amount of mana he could control was overwhelming. No, that's not the only problem. It wasn't just about the amount of mana or his magic skill had overwhelming experience. Martyrs' combat experience was on another level, far beyond the black dragon or red dragon he'd just fought. He could see why Starin was being pushed back, even if he was exhausted. You do seem to have the skill to kill those two. Martyrs nodded as if acknowledging it, but that's all. He said the games were over and created a new orb of light in his left hand. Let's see how long you can last. Rayon twisted his lips as he stared at the flashing orb. You'd better start counting how long your head stays attached. The black flames, it's the flames of hell. There are monsters too. There's nowhere to run. Elves who had entered the sanctuary cowered helplessly as hellfire and monsters closed in. Are we just going to die? Someone will protect the world tree, right? Some elves, having given up on life, simply sat down and waited for death. Payang. While everyone despaired, Cian threw off her blanket and stepped forward. VMMM. From her fingertips emerged the highest grade water spirit in the shape of a unicorn and the highest grade wind spirit in the shape of a butterfly. Qa. The spirits read her heart, cutting down monsters with wind blades and pushing back the black flames with a blue downpour. Lady Cian, what are you all doing? This is Safia, and the sanctuary. She gritted her teeth and pointed to the sky. Outsiders are risking their lives, so why are you looking for a guardian and giving up? Do you think the world tree would want you to just sit and wait for death? She stomped her foot, urging them to come to their senses. The only ones who can protect our land are us. Cian shouted for everyone to move on their own, her eyes shining with determination. But we can only summon lower spirits. I can only shoot ordinary arrows. Even if we want to fight, we can't. That's not an excuse. Cian shook her head firmly. If we've been driven this far, whether it's a lower spirit or throwing stones, it doesn't matter, you have to fight. She yelled for them to risk their lives and fight, then charged into the oncoming horde of monsters. Ruyumble, the third earth spirit she summoned, split the ground, dragging the monsters under. Huff. Cian panted heavily, clutching her head. Continuously blocking the miasma over all of Safia and commanding the spirits had brought her mind to its limit. Her vision blurred as if she might collapse any moment. To the end, just as she bit her lip and tried to stand again, young elves stepped forward and summoned small water spirits. Pea, spirits as young as the children sprayed water like leaky bladders. One alone meant little, but together the waves managed to push the flames back, if only a little. Seeing this, the elves bit their lips and one by one stepped forward, each summoning a spirit and joining the fight against the monsters. There was fear, but no one gave up or retreated. Don't worry, I won't let anyone die before me. Cian encouraged everyone to fight together and lifted her head. Nicely said, princess. Martha leapt out from the flames, slashing the neck of an ogre approaching the world tree. Even if others help, you have to protect your own home yourselves. She nodded, saying she liked the way Cian thought. She's not a princess, she's the next guardian. This isn't a kingdom. Burin shook his head, cutting down a charging horde of orcs from the right. Yeah, Cian, well done. Run-On brushed away the burning black flames with frost, gently patting Cian's head. Next guardian, don't act so disrespectfully. Burin trembled, embarrassed by Run-On's gesture. This place is even rougher. Dorian muttered that Safia was more hellish than anywhere else and shook his head. No, it's safest where the division leader is. Crane licked his lips, watching Rayon fight in the sky. Enough chatter, everyone focus. Burin glanced at the Soul Requiem sword lying beneath the world tree, then shook his head. I won't let Teacher's homeland disappear. Let's go. With Martha's cry, the Light Wind Division began their counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. Rayon bit his lip, blocking the endless bombardment of light. There's no opening. Mardarus was as skilled and experienced in battle as Rayon had expected, never giving a swordsman a chance to get close. It's not just because he's experienced. My movements are strange. It was more than just physical and mental exhaustion. His body felt heavy. Even when he could see it, cutting or blocking the light magic wasn't easy. Kairang, Rayon narrowed his eyes, cleaving through the wave of light surging like clouds. Wait, come to think of it, Starin also said he felt much worse than usual, making it hard to face Mardarus. No matter how tired he was after sparring with Rayon, it was odd for a transcendent to say such a thing. Let's check. Having trained all his life, Rayon knew his body better than anyone. He decided to find out whether he was truly exhausted or if there was some external factor. Wuong. Dozens of rays of light burst from Mardarus's orb, aiming for Rayon's vital points. Thunk. Rayon used Supreme Harmony steps to move left, trying to escape the net of light, but suddenly his body felt heavy and slow. Crash. He thought he could get away, but his body weighed down and he couldn't dodge, forced to block the net of light. Huff. Rayon wiped blood from his lips and shook his head. What did you do to me? Just now his body and aura slowed, even if only slightly. It was definitely due to some external force, not his own condition. You actually noticed. Mardarus exhaled in surprise. You really are different from that old elf. He nodded in admiration. Don't mumble. Just answer the question, lizard. I have no reason to tell you. Mardarus wrinkled his nose in irritation and flicked his fingers. The orb in the air spun fiercely, scattering shards of light in all directions. It was like all the stars in the night sky pouring down at once. Kua. Rayon swung the swords in both hands in staggered timing. Using the dual sword technique he learned from Shurl, he tried to cut down all the oncoming light. Again, just now, a light spell he thought he could reach past by heavenly drive and pierced his side. The pain didn't matter, was more concerned with how it happened. Kying. He fully unleashed 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier. After blasting away all the light with an explosion of heat and cold, he lifted his head. I get it now. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked up at Mardarus, standing as if at the edge of the sky. It's gravity, isn't it? At first, he thought it was some curse on his body, but it wasn't. Mardarus was manipulating the gravity of the space Rayon stood in, making his body and aura sluggish. Strangely, because he wasn't using mana to control the gravity, it took Rayon longer to figure it out. You have sharp senses. Mardarus nodded in acknowledgement. Being able to subtly manipulate gravity is impressive, but it doesn't matter now that I've figured it out. Rayon twisted his lips as he stared at Mardarus. Is that so? Mardarus scoffed, and his body was soon wrapped in magnificent light. Ruyumble, a massive form, cast a shadow over the sky. The ancient dragon Rayon had seen when first entering the great forest was now glaring down at him from the sky. I've had my fun, now let's end it. As soon as Mardarus's calm voice rang out, Rayon's body slipped out of his control and plummeted to the ground. Rumble. It wasn't subtle gravity control anymore, it was overwhelming, transcendental gravity. He couldn't move. Crash. Rayon crashed into the ground of Safia, just like Starin had, coughing up blood. Gah. Starin, who'd been fighting the green snake demon, also couldn't resist the gravity and rolled to the ground beside Rayon. You were gravely mistaken. Martyrs laughed coldly. Gravity manipulation is an ability I gained after becoming an ancient dragon. That's why I don't control it with mana. If I can control it minutely, then exerting overwhelming force is even easier. He shook his head, saying he just wanted to see humans struggle. Light has no mass, but gravity still affects it. I'll kill you without letting you lift a finger. Martyrs pressed down on everything around the world tree with gravity, lifting his chin. I can't stand up. My hands and feet won't move. The Light Wind Division swordsmen and elves, who had seized the upper hand, were frozen in place, unable to do anything. Starin, his strength spent, coughed up black blood. The strain on his fading body hit him even harder than the others, so this is the end. The green snake demon, bleeding from the shoulder where Starin had wounded him, licked his lips. Goo-woo. Martyrus held everyone down with gravity and opened his massive jaws. From deep in his pitch-black throat, golden light began to gather. It was a breath attack likely all the breaths he could use in a day gathered at once. Ruyumble. Rayon bit his lip as he watched the golden breath gather overhead. What should I do? The gravity was so strong he could barely lift the hand holding his sword, let alone gather his aura. This breath was far more powerful than the black dragons or red dragons. He didn't know how he could block it. Is there anyone who can help? Rayon looked at Wrath. I guess I have no choice. I'll step in. Wrath nodded without hesitation, saying he'd help even though his soul body hadn't fully recovered yet. Wrath. You as Rayon bit his lip and looked at Wrath. Whoosh, the leaves of the world tree, which had been drooping under the pressure of gravity, revived, spreading vibrant green light. From the soul requiem sword, touched by that light, a breeze rose and brushed against Rayon's shoulders and back. Rayon breathed in the nostalgic scent of wind, as if Rimmer himself were supporting his shoulders. Descending isn't possible at the moment. I'll push my power into you. It's all right. Rayon shook his head at Wrath. What do you mean, I'll do it? He forced his leaden knees up and straightened his back. It's my turn now. He had always received help. He was saved by Glenn. Wrath descended and helped him through crisis after crisis. And beyond that, countless others' help had made it possible for him to live as he did. Even after reaching transcendence, failing to protect others and waiting for help would be throwing away his own value and future. Todno was the time to walk forward on his own feet and with his own hands. Martyrus, filled with murderous intent, unleashed the holy radiance breath toward the world tree. The overwhelming force of the breath tore apart the sky, shattered the ground, and sent everything flying. Rayon looked not just at the breath before him, but at a world filled with it, gripping Heavenly Drive and Rimmer's sword tightly. He spun the ring of fire to the limit and opened the domain of transcendence. What I learned by reaching transcendence wasn't just the aura of nature. The reason he finally reached transcendence at the last moment was human emotion. He filled his two swords with the sense of that moment, when he realized all human emotions and became something beyond human. Kuwang. He stomped the ground, shaking the earth. He poured the fire of 10,000 flames cultivation into Rimmer's sword and the frost of glacier into Heavenly Drive. Aura rising along the elegant blade signaled the dawn of a new era in a golden glow. Sword field creation. Genesis blade. A golden aura, like a wild blaze, soared up and collided with the holy radiance breath pouring down, filled with gravity. Rayon's sword field creation and Martyrus' breath collided, sending a golden pillar surging up as if linking heaven and earth. The clash of overwhelming power scattered sparks in all directions, black cracks tearing across the sky and ground. As expected, Rayon bit his lip as he watched the holy radiance breath pour down, as if to destroy the world. Am I being pushed back? With gravity added to the holy radiance breath, even Genesis blade couldn't break through completely. Even when he cut it down with sword field creation, the breath kept pushing back against him. Rayon. Wrath looked at him with anxious eyes. It's all right. Rayon calmly shook his head. I knew from the beginning this wouldn't be easy. Even if he fought Martyrus one-on-one at his best, defeat was likely. Being pushed back while exhausted like this was only natural. Foolish wretch. Martyrus, thinking he'd secured victory, let out a mocking laugh and poured out an even stronger breath of holy radiance. The pressure grew so intense it felt like his bones would shatter. HMPH. The green snake demon licked his lips without letting his guard down, perhaps remembering what happened before. Sorry, but Rayon gripped the ground with his toes, thrusting Heavenly Drive and Rimmer's sword forward. I still haven't brought out everything I have. Facing the terrifying pressure of the holy radiance breath, he dredged up every emotion lying at the bottom of his soul. Gulu, sloth, envy, gluttony, lust, and most of all, wrath. Into the blade of Genesis, pressed back by the holy radiance breath, Rayon infused the authorities of the Demon Kings. The Demon King's authorities were powers originally drawn from negative emotions, but for Rayon, it was different. Just as the wielder of a sword determines whether it saves or kills, the authority of the Demon Kings that bloomed in his hands became a darkness to save people and merged with Genesis. The the brilliant golden color of Genesis changed. No longer the dawn of a rising sun, but the hue of a setting sun after enduring the years, the true will of a swordsman who has realized the world unfurled along the two blades. Jojojojojok, the sunset light that withstands the night, a dusky golden slash embracing both light and darkness through the holy radiance breath. Chwaak, no matter how much mana Martyrus gathered, it was useless. This new value embodied in his sword field creation, even cut through the gravity supporting the breath as it advanced. What is this? For the first time, a flustered voice burst from Martyrus's huge jaws. The eyes that had been certain of victory looked as though they might split apart. As expected, you don't just go down quietly. The green snake demon nodded as if he'd known this would happen. That's how Rayon Sieghart should be. Don't just stand there, help me take him down. Sensing danger as Rayon's sword pressed on, Martyrus yelled at the green snake demon for help. Will you be all right? What about the pride of a dragon? Just shut up and go, all right. The green snake demon nodded lightly and let the wind carry him. He appeared at Rayon's right, moving on a slender gust. Don't take it personally. You killed us 3 times already. His eyes cold, the green snake demon thrust his wind-clad sword at Rayon's chest. Chiik. Just as his blade was about to pierce Rayon's heart, a blue-tinged arrow flew in and a crimson magic circle appeared. Quang. The red magic circle blocked the green snake demon's attack, and the blue arrow slammed him away. The green snake demon groaned and looked up to see an old woman in a mask standing before Rayon. Don't interfere with my man's fight. I'll protect this child, even if it kills me. Starin, coughing black blood, drew his bow. The blue glimmering arrow he nocked was filled with desperate resolve. It's hard enough with just one guardian. The green snake demon raised his hand and backed away, signaling he'd retreat. Chiiking. Rayon paid the green snake demon no attention, focusing solely on the battle with Martyrus. Drawing together the joys and sorrows of transcendence and the authorities of the demon kings, he unleashed an even sharper sword field creation. Finally, the full-powered holy radiance breath from Martyrus ended first, and the flow of mana he'd forced together also stopped. Chiiing. But Rayon's sword had not stopped yet. Wrapped in an aura sharp enough to slice the world itself, it soared into the sky. Martyrus swallowed dryly, seeing Rayon's sword technically a chill running down his spine. This is dangerous. More than just a surge of power, the killing intent in that slash was intense. One mistake dodging it and he might end up buried here like the other dragons. It was better to block it head-on. Martyrus invoked multiple top-tier defensive spells, each labeled absolute. He summoned 4 spheres of light and built a massive wall of mana. If it's this much, he thought he could block it easily, given that Rayon's sword was weakened. But Rayon's slash shattered the wall of spheres and all his defense spells like glass slicing straight for his neck. Puwak. He managed to twist his head in time, but couldn't stop the flesh from being ripped open. A chunk of flesh as large as a house burst open and blood rained down like a storm. Martyrus beat his massive wings, letting out a howl that shook the entire forest. Such pain. It was the first time in his life he'd felt such pain. He'd fought countless battles with humans but never suffered a wound like this. But Martyrus let out a low groan, shaking his head. I'm still alive. Just before Rayon's strike landed, he shifted his dragon heart down from his throat. The wound was massive, but he avoided death. Now it's my turn. He still had plenty of mana and stamina left, but the human's stamina and mental strength were already at their limits. After healing the wound he just received, he'd be able to kill them all without much trouble. As Martyrus healed his neck, he summoned a new surge of gravity at Rayon. It was a power that consumed a great deal of willpower, but this was no time to hold back. Guru. He pressed down on Rayon with gravity and summoned a gigantic spear of light capable of erasing all life below. FYI, Rayon swung both swords desperately. Hundreds of flower petals bloomed on the blades, scattering thousands of flames. Tricks like that won't work. Martyrus manipulated gravity to detonate the flames scattered in the air. He didn't want even a spark to reach him. Quagwagwagwang. Thousands of fire fragments exploded, filling the air with thick gray smoke. Whoosh. Taking advantage of the obscured vision, Martyrus brought down 10 spears of light from above. Where the spears landed, powerful explosions erupted an advanced linked spell, Divine Wrath. Ruyumble. As Divine Wrath poured down on the world tree, a single sword rose through the gray smoke. A silver blade filled with powerful mana. The ultimate realm of swordsmanship humans called sword control. Quajujuduk. The sword control fired by Rayon Sieghart instantly shattered Divine Wrath and sped toward Martyrus. Martyrus concentrated gravity to suppress heavenly drive, but the fierce will imbued in the sword couldn't be stopped. Stop. He was forced to block not only with gravity, but also by shouting a dragon tongue command that consumed his willpower. T2jujuduk. Heavenly drive trembled as if longing to keep advancing, but under the pressure of gravity and dragon tongue, it slowly lost momentum and began to fall, still struggling to the end. just as Martyrus was about to summon divine wrath again. Behind the sinking heavenly drive, a leaf-shaped sword, filled with wind, shot out. Esto. Just as he tried to utter the dragon tongue, the leaf sword vanished and then shot up right in front of his neck. Puwuk. Rimmer's sword slashed through Martyrus's throat at a speed he couldn't react to, just below his voice box, the exact spot where he'd hidden his dragon heart. Ah. Martyrus's head twisted as dark red blood spurted from his mouth and wound. His wings folded and his gigantic body slowly began to fall. Martyrus crashed down as quickly as the gravity he'd unleashed, slamming his head in front of the world tree he'd tried to burn himself. Qang. Huff. Rayon coughed up dark blood and fell to his knees. He clenched his powerless hand into a fist as he watched the life fade from Martyrus. It's done. He had managed to wound Martyrus with sword field creation, but it wasn't a fatal blow. The dragon still had the strength to keep fighting. To avoid giving Martyrus the chance to heal, Rayon fired a sword control with heavenly drive, then hid Rimmer's sword behind it and sent them together. As Martyrus used all his power to knock aside heavenly drive, he let his guard down, and Rimmer's sword pierced his weak spot with Garanua. It was a gamble, but it worked. I can't believe I lost to a mere human. Martyrus's massive eyes quivered, still unable to accept what happened. Dragons say the same thing every time they die. I'm sick of it. Rayon twisted his lips and stabbed his gaze into the eyes of Martyrus, whom he had disliked from the beginning. Kua! Martyrus screamed, shrill and torn, unbecoming of a dragon with such a massive body. Now I feel a little better. Rayon exhaled a rough breath and slowly reached for Rimmer's sword as it descended. Wait, let's make a deal. If you spare me, I'll give you information. Gold and jewels, anything you want. Martyrus showed a pathetic side, nothing like the proud dragon who looked down on others as insects. He was even more pitiful than a worm. I don't make deals with worms. Shaking his head resolutely, Rayon slashed Martyrus's neck. Martyrus couldn't even scream properly before his life ended. Huff. Rayon dropped both swords and collapsed on the spot, unable to even hold them anymore. I can only call it luck. In truth, if both had been at full strength, Martyrus would have won. The gap between them was that wide, but because of that gap and his exhaustion, Martyrus underestimated him. It's not luck, it's skill. Wrath shook his head with a rare, long smile. I can't call you a rookie anymore. He patted Rayon's shoulder, apparently quite pleased and even approving, which was rare. Ha. The green snake demon gave a hollow laugh. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. He shook his head, seemingly still not believing Martyrus had been defeated. 3 dragons. Even if one was only an elder, the other 2 were ancient dragons and you took them all out by yourself. It's unbelievable. The green snake demon narrowed his eyes, saying Rayon had changed more than he could have imagined. Shut your mouth. Merlin sent a bolt of lightning at the green snake demon and pressed a finger to her lips. Don't interrupt while Rayon is enjoying his victory. You've changed even more. The green snake demon clicked his tongue. I'd better withdraw for today. It would be troublesome to die here. He said he'd have to run and flicked his finger. Where do you think you're going? Merlin snorted, surrounding the green snake demon with a magic circle. T-Tujujuduk. Starin also drew his bow, fully determined not to let him escape. Let him go. Rayon weakly waved his hand. If we try to take him down now, there will definitely be casualties. Even if the green snake demon was wounded and exhausted, he was still a transcendent. Rayon himself couldn't move a finger now, and Merlin alone couldn't stop a transcendent. Starin was badly wounded as well, so fighting further would be reckless. Yes, understood. Merlin nodded brightly, but kept the magic circle up just in case. Wise choice. The green snake demon nodded, as if it was a good decision. One thing though, how did you end up working with dragons? Rayon lifted his chin, looking at the green snake demon. He knew he wouldn't answer anything else, so he asked the question he was most curious about. It wasn't hard. Dragons already hated you. You mean hatred of humans and Sieghart. The green snake demon muttered something cryptic, then wrapped himself in wind like a cloak. Sieghart, what does that? Next time one of us dies. Without answering, he vanished on the wind. Is it over? Dorian collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Seems like it. Burin sat beside him, wiping cold sweat from his brow. The tree survived. Run-On bowed her head, praising the world tree for enduring to the end. I killed hundreds of monsters, but you took down 3 dragons by yourself. Martha shook her head in disbelief at the corpses of dragons in 3 different colors. I can't believe it. How did you even do it? She shook her head, not understanding. Rayon slowly turned his gaze to the soul requiem sword stuck in the roots of the world tree. Yeah, I didn't do this alone. When the world tree was filled with brilliant radiance, a wind from Rimmer's soul requiem sword blew through. It felt as if he was still worried for them, not yet able to move on, so Rayon fought to the end to let him leave without regret. Now you can rest easy. Hoping Rimmer could finally move on without worry, he closed his eyes, then opened them to see a blue message appear before him. You have achieved an impossible feat. All stats plus 40. New trait, Trait Legend of Snow. The reward message popped up much faster than usual. Goo, Wrath let out a scream at the message. What is this? Why are they giving it so quickly? It's like they were just waiting for you. I know, Rayon smiled faintly. Well, it's fine, you never look at them anyway. Wrath breathed a sigh of relief as if it didn't matter. No, I think I can look now. Ever since Rimmer died, he deliberately avoided looking at the messages, but now he felt he could. What? Why would you? Just don't look. Wrath shook his head, telling him to ignore them forever. I'm just a little satisfied, that's all. Rayon fell in the warm wind of the world tree, smiling bitterly as he overcame his regrets. Master still hasn't come out. The first thing Rayon heard after waking from unconsciousness was that Rimmer's soul was still lingering inside the Soul Requiem sword. Yes, Lady Cian tried to draw him out, but he refused to leave the Soul Requiem sword until the end. Arian shook his head as if he couldn't believe it. I think she got frustrated because she ended up throwing the Soul Requiem sword. He lowered his voice, saying Cian had thrown the sword onto the ground. Sorry. I was just so frustrated. Cian, hiding her face under a thick blanket, glanced nervously. I think my brother just really likes that sword. She sighed, saying it seemed like Rimmer wouldn't come out unless he wanted to. He's changed so much since being here that I really can't figure out what he's trying to do, Starin muttered, adjusting the bandages wrapped all over his body. It was like he couldn't understand his own grandson, whom he'd raised with his own hands. Rayon let out a wry laugh as he looked at the Soul Requiem sword lying on the table. He must have something in mind. Rimmer was never as simple as he appeared. For him to cling to the Soul Requiem sword like that, there was definitely some other reason. Rayon nodded calmly. I'm not going to worry either. There's too much pain just thinking about a grandson I never saw for years and then died on me. Starin snorted as he glanced at the Soul Requiem sword. Sir Rayon, are you all right? Cian peeked out from the blanket with worried eyes. I still have some internal injuries, but nothing that'll leave any lasting damage. Thank goodness. Cian let out a sigh of relief, saying she'd been really worried. Rayon bowed his head to her. He'd heard she'd helped with his recovery using a water spirit and wanted to thank her. And you worked hard too. I didn't do anything. When I was fighting the dragon, you encouraged the elves and helped protect the world tree. Lady Cian, you've changed a lot. If Master saw you, he'd be really happy. Cian had thrown off her blanket, stepped forward, and protected the world tree, rallying the elves who'd given up on life. It was worthy of the next guardian and had been a big inspiration for him as well. I saw it too. You did great. Starin patted Cian on the shoulder, saying he was proud. Cian, not expecting the praise, collapsed to the floor with a silly grin. It's really nothing. A weird giggle came from inside her blanket. She'd changed, but in some ways she hadn't changed at all. Oh, and there's something else I need to say. Rayon let out a small sigh as he looked at the three. It's about Master. He told them that Rimmer hadn't just become lazy after coming to Sieghart, but had helped many people and even supported orphanages regularly. That boy. Starin smiled softly, apparently pleased to learn his grandson's true heart. He always thought of himself as a true elf when he was in Safia, but to me, he was as nosy as a human. Nothing's changed. Arian gave a small laugh, saying that was just like Rimmer. Cian suddenly seemed inspired, pulling out a notebook from under her blanket and jotting something down. Is she writing about Master? Thinking she might be recording something about Rimmer, Rayon glanced at her notebook, but all he saw was handsome Rayon written over and over, so he quickly looked away. I suppose you should get some rest now. Starin, embarrassed by the handsome Rayon scribbles, gently wrapped an arm around Cian's waist and nodded. You've worked hard, please rest. Arian bowed his head as he left the room with the other two. As soon as he was alone, Rayon flopped back onto the bed and stretched out his arms. I'm alive. Now that things were quiet, he actually felt the relief of survival and let out a small laugh. That was really dangerous this time. Wrath peeked up from the bracelet. If that lizard had fought properly, you'd have been the one buried in the ground. Yeah, Rayon nodded. I know. Just as Wrath said, Martyrs' full power was far beyond his own. If he hadn't exploited the dragon's carelessness, he'd have died. Why didn't you use my power? Wrath narrowed his eyes as if still puzzled. Did you get cocky just because you became a transcendent? I just didn't want to see you coughing again. Rayon gave a faint smile and shook his head. What? You only just recovered enough to stop coughing. I didn't want to make you start hacking again. Wrath had consumed his own soul to help Rayon in the Light Wind Division. He didn't want to keep forcing his friend to make sacrifices, so he wanted to handle it himself. Lio. Wrath blinked in surprise at the unexpected answer. For a brat to worry about me, you've still got a long way to go. Wrath yelled loudly, but his eyes were watery and his cheeks were flushed pink. He looked extremely pleased. Well, it's not a bad way of thinking. It's right to protect what's yours yourself, of course. Yeah, Rayon chuckled at Wrath's embarrassment. I guess I'll have to start recognizing you now. I suppose it's about time. If even you admit it, the sun must be rising in the west. Rayon lightly patted Wrath's head, which was wagging its tail. so I guess I should get started. What are you starting? Oh, is it time for roast dragon? I've been waiting so long, my neck almost stretched out. Wrath licked his lips in anticipation. No, not that. Rayon shook his head hard and called up the messages he'd left unread until now. So many messages appeared at once that his entire field of vision turned blue. What? Wrath's jaw dropped as he saw the flood of messages. Why are there so many? Wouldn't you expect it? He hadn't checked them until now, but he'd reached Transcendence and defeated both a Transcendent and 2 ancient dragons. It wasn't strange for there to be enough rewards to cover his vision. Let's see. First, he checked the rewards for reaching Transcendence. You have reached the realm of Transcendence. Ring of Fire has reached 9 star. 10,000 Flames Cultivation has reached 9 star. Glacier has reached 9 star. All stats increase by 70 points. The rank of trait Water Resistance increases. The rank of trait Fire Resistance increases. The rank of trait Water Affinity increases. The rank of trait Fire Affinity increases. The rank of trait Divinity Bloomed in Darkness increases. The rank of trait Demonic Energy Adaptation increases. The rank of trait Wrath Unleashed increases. There were so many lines that just checking the rewards for reaching Transcendence made his eyes hurt. Wait, 70 points. He'd received 50 points from a reward before, but never 70 at once. The sheer increase was so ridiculous that he felt his body tingling pleasantly, and 7 traits rose, too. Not only the traits connected to 10,000 Flames Cultivation and Glacier, but also those used in the dungeon. The wave of joy was dizzying. Wrath's jaw dropped as he looked at the messages. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is it really 70? He rubbed his eyes as if he thought he was seeing things. This is insane. 70 at Auntie's that even possible. If you're shocked now, you're in trouble. Ignoring Wrath's flailing, he checked the rewards for defeating Beorn and Bardiel. You have slain 2 Transcendents. You have killed a Celestial for the first time in 1,000 years. You have accomplished an impossible feat. All stats increase by 50 points. A new trait Heaven Slayer is created. A new title Transcendent is created. Perhaps because he'd taken down 2 Transcendents at once, his stats rose by 50 points. With a total of 120 gained, even he was stunned by the numbers. So Heaven Slayer, he set the stat increase aside and checked the new trait, Heaven Slayer. Decreases the aura resistance of Celestials, allowing you to inflict even greater impact. Not bad. It reduced the aura resistance of Celestials. Since he'd surely face them again, it would be useful. And then finally, he checked the details of his new title, Transcendent. A noble title granted to those born human who ascend to the heavens. Ability enhances the mastery of all fully learned martial arts. Rayon's eyes widened as he read the title's ability. Is this real? A title that increased the mastery of every martial art he'd learned. For someone like him, who'd mastered countless sword arts, this was more important than any stat or trait. He could hardly believe it. KK. Wrath drooled as if he'd stuffed himself on roast dragon. Any more and his eyes would probably roll back. Just hang in there. This is the last batch. Rayon patted Wrath's back and checked the rewards from his latest feats. You have accomplished an impossible feat. All stats increase by 40 points. A new trait Authority Amplification is created. The rank of trait Snowflower Armor increases. The rank of trait Ambush increases. The rank of trait Snowflower Absorption increases. The rank of trait Snowflower Spear Thrust increases. The reward for slaying the dragon was also enormous, an increase of 40 points in all stats and a new trait, Authority Amplification. Just from the name, he could guess the gist of it. Authority Amplification allows the authorities wielded only by demon kings to be fully manifested in a human body, just as he expected. It was a trait that narrowed the gap between Wrath's authority and his own. He must have gotten it by harmonizing the demon king's authorities in his final sword technique. Kaya, Wrath's scream rang out after a long time. This is too much for one day. It's like my whole spine was pulled out. He gagged, saying his head was spinning from losing so much. That's 160 points in total, 2 new traits, 1 title, and 11 trait upgrades. This is insane. I didn't get it all at Oncythes are 3 different sets of rewards. Shut up, Wrath smacked Rayon's head. You said you wouldn't rely on me, but now you're sucking me dry. It's not me, it's the system. Rayon rubbed the back of his head, then at least tell it to stop. Wrath furrowed his brow, saying maybe it would listen if Rayon told it to. Is there any reason to refuse? Rayon tilted his head. Since it gave rewards on its own, he didn't see the point in rejecting them. You damn brat, Wrath shouted. I take back everything I said. I'll call you a brat forever. Cute. Just then, a small hamster slipped through the treehouse window, beaming with a smile. Why are you grinning to yourself, Kayak? Wrath shrieked and toppled over in shock at Merlin's sudden appearance, coughing so hard his eyes rolled back. Merlin. Rayon let out a rough breath as he looked at Merlin in hamster form. I was watching you to see when you'd wake up, and you kept nodding and smiling to yourself. It was so cute I couldn't help but come in. Merlin giggled, saying she'd been watching and found him adorable. Wait, your real body is here, so why come as a hamster? My real body is too shy. She clasped her hands and swayed her shoulders bashfully. Shy, Rayon blinked in a daze. You how why? Thankfully, Rath's mood recovered the next day. Ah, so sweet and nice. Are their fruits really that different from ours? Rayon wondered as he bit into a juicy apple pie. Zieghart's baking might have been better, but there was no way they could match the flavor of these fruits. The elves' energy makes the fruit sweeter and tastier. Rath nodded as if this was obvious. Now, let's go for the main course. It should be ready soon. He grabbed Rayon's shoulder, eager to go eat meat. All right. Rayon smiled lightly and headed to the outskirts of Safia. In a huge stone oven, a slab of meat as thick as a rock was roasting. D-Division leader, is it really okay to eat this? Dorian, who'd built the oven with Merlin, trembled as he looked at the dragon meat. I'm fine with gold and red, but I think I'll skip the black. Crane shook his head, saying he didn't want to get poisoned. I don't get it we eat this when there's so much other food. Burren frowned, not understanding. Rich kids these days talk too much. When you hunt a beast, you eat the meat first. Martha smacked Crane and Dorian on the back of the head, telling them not to complain. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Run-On, cheeks flushed pink from fruit wine, waved her fork and knife. As expected, you're my ice cream girl and beef girl. Rath nodded in satisfaction at their attitude. I'm excited. Even I've never eaten 3 kinds of dragon meat at once. He flared his nostrils, laughing at the ever-improving aroma. So, we're really eating it. Starin came over, letting out a hollow laugh. Ah, sorry. Elves must be sensitive about this. No, not at all. Survival of the fittest is also nature's law. We don't mind. He shook his head, saying it was no problem. It's just that eating dragon is a rare experience. Starin laughed, saying he'd never thought about it that way. We had so many spoils, we didn't know what to do. 3 dragon hearts, countless valuable teeth and bones, it worked out well. He said it would take ages just to sort out all the loot. I plan to make swords and armor from the teeth and bones. It'll take a lot of time. Want me to introduce you to someone? Starin gestured as if making an offer. Introduce? Yeah, a dwarf named Borgos. He's pretty famous as a craftsman. Ah, I know him. Rayon nodded right away. He made my swords. He'd already met Borgos, master of the Grey Hammer Guild, when he visited Dorian's home. Then that's great. I'll contact him for you. But aren't elves and dwarves supposed to be on bad terms? That depends on the individual. Starin shook his head, saying he was close with Borgos. Rayon bowed to Starin. Honestly, I always thought Martyrus was just a quiet neighbor. I never imagined things would turn out like this. He sighed deeply, looking at the roasting Martyrus meat. Martyrus lived around here. Yeah, his lair was less than 2 days away. Starin pointed north, saying no elf could not know it. I see. Rayon licked his lips. Rath narrowed his eyes at Rayon. That's the look you get when your desire is overflowing. He shivered, saying it was the same face Rayon made when absorbing his stats. Well. Rayon flexed his long fingers, staring north. Looks like I'll be getting a lot more loot soon. Loot? There's more loot besides the dragon meat. Ah. Starin, tilting his head as if confused, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Why, you don't mean you plan to visit Martyrus's lair? It's not that I'm thinking about it. I've already decided to go. Rayon shook his head lightly. It's only natural to collect treasure that has no owner. Just as crows collect shiny things, dragons are known for hoarding gold and jewels. According to old legends, back when the dragon lords ruled the continent, humans and monsters offered dragons jewels and gold coins. If Martyrus was an ancient dragon, he probably had a mountain of gold and jewels. I suppose you're right, there would be treasures there. Starin cleared his throat and nodded. But as an elf, I'm not sure it's worth bothering with. That kind of remark suits you, Guardian. If anyone else had said something like that, Rayon would have called them a two-faced human, but Starin was an exception. Despite holding the highest position among elves, he lived more frugally than anyone. But people need money. Besides, wouldn't it be fun? Fun. Starin tilted his head again, not understanding. Aren't you curious what the dragons would think if we used the gold and bones of the dragon that attacked us to make weapons to kill other dragons? Rayon grinned and shrugged. Even if you have dragon bones and teeth as materials, you'd need an astronomical amount of money to make equipment. If we raid a dragon's lair, it'll help a lot in the wars to come. Making dragon-killing weapons with their own bones and gold, I like the sound of that. I'd love to see the look on their faces. Starin stroked his chin and gave a broad smile. It's a great idea. I want to take care of myself and join that fight. You will. I'll make sure you get to see it. I'll even raid other dragon lairs and send equipment to Safia. Rayon nodded calmly. Oh, other dragon lairs. Starin's eyes widened. You mean you're going to raid all 3 lairs? Of course. I might leave the red dragon for now since I don't know its name, but the black dragon was an ancient dragon, so its lair's location must be known. Given the black dragon's hatred for humans and the fact that it was an ancient dragon, someone surely knew where its lair was. Even if it wasn't the Light Wind Division, it was only right to send another unit to recover it. That's right. It's only natural for the victor to take the spoils. Martha shouted, stomping her foot. Will there be ice cream balls? Run-On licked her lips, showing no interest in money. There definitely won't be. Crane shook his head firmly. Raiding a lair is that something a Zeeghart swordsman should do. Isn't that just stealing? But if it saves a lot of lives, it's the right thing to do. Burn frowned in thought as if he was watching Karun. Whatever the others do, we have to check out Martyrs' lair at least. We should report it to the family first. Rayon looked up at the sky, thinking of his family after such a hard fight. I already sent the report. Burn nodded lightly. You did? Yeah, I figured the family head would worry, so I sent the report after making sure you woke up. He said it was fine to contact them later and waved his hand. Rayon gave a faint smile. Unlike his former Vice Division leader Rimmer, who never reported things, Burren's initiative made him feel strangely moved. I really need to pick a new Vice Division leader. After saying goodbye to Rimmer, Rayon had been thinking about it. In terms of strength, Run-On was the strongest, but she wasn't the type to take the lead. Martha had drive and initiative, but her head heated up too quickly to lead everyone. No matter how he thought about it, only Burren was fit to lead the Light Wind Division in his stead. Woo! Dorian, who had been eagerly grilling dragon meat, started drooling. Lair, gold, jewels, supplies. He was already sparkling with golden eyes as if he'd already stepped into Martyrs' lair. What are you doing? The meat's going to burn. Wrath, uninterested in gold bars, frantically waved his hands, urging him to turn the meat over. As if waking up, Dorian quickly flipped the meat at Wrath's words. I think this is almost done. Crane placed a piece of red dragon meat with the red hue completely gone onto a plate. Since you wanted it, division leader, you should try it first. He offered the steaming red dragon roast to Rayon as if to say, you ordered it, so you try it first. That's right. But Rayon grinned, stuck a fork into the meat, and pushed it into Crane's mouth. It's always Crane who eats first in Light Wind Division. Ugh, Crane wanted to refuse, but he couldn't match Rayon's superhuman strength, so the meat ended up in his mouth. He scrunched his face, clearly dreading it, but then his eyes widened as he chewed the dragon meat. Why is it so good? Crane devoured the rest and licked his lips. Really, it's actually good, Martha laughed in disbelief. If you're lying. I'm not, it's got an amazing grilled flavor. I've never had anything like it. Crane urged Martha to try the dragon meat herself. I'll go first. Run-On stepped up and tried the dragon roast. Delicious. Though it wasn't ice cream, she gave a big thumbs up to express how good it was. Martha, not wanting to lose to Run-On, frowned and took a bite. It really does have a great fire-grilled taste. Totally different from beef. She said it was really tasty and started eating more. It's true. It's really good. I never imagined dragon meat could be this tasty. Other Light Wind swordsmen also praised the red and gold dragon meat as they ate. Nice, it's great seeing everyone enjoy the dragon meat. Wrath beamed, delighted by how much everyone liked it. But they're not eating that one. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the pile of black dragon meat to the right. No one dared touch it, worried about being poisoned. Fools. Black dragons have strong poison resistance, but their bodies aren't full of poison. Whatever was there is gone after roasting. Wrath shook his head, saying any remaining poison would have burned off. If the others won't eat it, then you should. I can't wait any longer. He waved his hands frantically for Rayon to eat. Fine, fine. Rayon nodded, picked up a piece of the untouched black dragon meat and put it in his mouth. First, a salty wave of flavor washed over his tongue, followed by a flood of rich juices. It felt like the entire inside of his mouth was filled with sticky dragon breath. Yeah, that's it. This is why you eat dragon. Wrath exclaimed, trembling his fist and dancing in the air at the flavor. Are you okay? Dorian glanced at Rayon, asking if there was any poison. Yeah, seems like it's all gone. Rayon smiled and nodded, and the other swordsmen began to eat the black dragon meat. Handsome Rayon leads everyone without fear, even with food. Cian hid behind a tree, scribbling in her notebook, not showing her face. Just hearing handsome Rayon made his head hurt. That book is scarier than any dragon. Rayon shook his head and was about to eat another big bite of roasted black dragon when the trait Gluttony has been activated. The trait Poison Resistance has increased in proficiency. The trait Poison Resistance has advanced in rank. A sudden reward message popped up. Both Rayon and Wrath blinked in surprise at the message. What? Why are your traits increasing? Wrath opened his mouth in disbelief. It was strange I didn't get poison resistance from the rewards, but I'm getting it now. Rayon smiled at the reward message. Apparently Gluttony's authority let him gain the black dragon's poison resistance. Then he put down the black dragon meat and tried the red dragons. Yeah, red dragon really is the best for fire flavor. It's like the meat itself is infused with fire. Wrath stuffed his cheeks, his anger forgotten, and beamed. The trait Gluttony has been activated. The trait Fire Resistance has increased in proficiency. Same as before, the proficiency in fire resistance rose, though the rank did not. Wah. Wrath, happily chewing, opened his eyes wide. It wasn't just the black dragon. He looked dumbfounded. It didn't happen with the blue one before. I didn't have Gluttony back then. Arg, Wrath clutched his head, unable to believe it. What happens if I eat the gold dragon? Wait, ignoring Wrath, Rayon smiled and took a bite of the gold dragon's meat. So good, it's so tender it melts like ice cream. Wrath's eyes glazed over with bliss. The trait Gluttony has been activated. The trait Light Resistance has been acquired. The trait Light Resistance has increased in proficiency. As expected from gold dragon meat, a resistance to light was gained. So that's how it works. Rayon grinned. It looked like tonight's dinner would let him max out all 3 resistances. I should just eat it all. Don't eat it all. Wrath jumped in front of him. Really? Rayon crossed his arms, acting indifferent. Wrath glanced back at the steaming meat, eyes trembling. I really don't mind. Are you sure? Arg. Wrath drooled, head lowered. So I really shouldn't eat it. Just one. He held up a finger. Okay. Rayon nodded, eating the black dragon again. So good, maybe it's because I can't eat it often. Wrath moaned in bliss, his words as bland as ever. The trait Gluttony has been activated. The trait Poison Resistance has increased in proficiency. Arg, Wrath screamed at the message. Stop, no more. He shook his head. Got it. Rayon put the meat down without regret. Guess we should head back. He felt he'd received plenty of rewards already and didn't mind what happened next. There, Wrath waved frantically. Oh, one more bite, okay? No, don't eat it, okay? Just eat, don't eat. Wrath's eyes filled with tears of frustration while his mouth watered with hunger, and he clawed at his head. What do you want from me, system, you angelic bastard? A small cave entrance, barely large enough for 1 or 2 people to enter. An old goblin named Bobber let out a thin sigh in front of the cave. Why hasn't he come? Mardarus, who said he'd destroy Saphia in return, hadn't appeared for 2 days. Even the distant great forest seemed only slightly scorched, not wiped out. What in the world? Bobber, frowning, was pacing in front of the cave when... Here, yes, with an expectant voice, a black-haired woman and an elf appeared. Human, Bobber recoiled in fear. It had been hundreds of years since a human entered Mardarus's lair. A talking goblin, that's a first. The black-haired woman smiled at him. How dare you set your lowly foot here? This is the lair of Mardarus, Lord of the Mountains. I know, she smiled as if it were obvious and drew her sword. You know, and you still came. If you draw your sword here, you'll incur Mardarus's wrath. Bobber shook his head frantically. Mardarus was gone and most of the guardians had left with him, but bluster was all he had. How can the dead get angry? The black-haired woman smiled and shrugged. Dead. Master Mardarus is dead. The old goblin's jaw trembled. Yeah, he was delicious. The woman licked her lips, saying she'd grown fond of dragon meat. Don't lie, there's no way he could be killed by a human. Enough, go join your master. She raised her sword, promising a painless death. Can't dodge. The only reason he was left to guard the lair was because he was clever and good with languages. He had no hope of stopping even a low-ranked guardian, much less that gleaming sword. Wait, as Bobber closed his eyes, bracing for death, a calm voice came from down the hill. He looked up, trembling, to see a gold-haired, red-eyed human standing right in front of him. It's good to have a guide. Bobber's jaw trembled. This human's presence was as heavy as Mardarus's. You'll help, right? The gold-haired, red-eyed human gave him a cool smile. Why, yes. Bobber could only nod. Mardarus's lair, in contrast to its narrow entrance, was enormous, like the whole mountain range had been hollowed out. It was even bigger than Saphia, but there was not a single item or treasure inside. It was just a huge empty cave. What the? There's nothing here. Martha frowned at the empty lair. No ice cream. Run-On hung her head in disappointment. I told you there wouldn't be any. Crane clutched his chest in frustration. Maybe he was just frugal. Burren stroked his chin as if he'd expected this. Yes, that's right. The old goblin who introduced himself as Bobber bowed his head. Master Mardarus was always frugal, focusing only on sleeping and not really gathering treasure. He shook his head, saying Mardarus was different from other dragons and didn't collect human treasure. Really, Rayon narrowed his eyes at Bobber. Seems a little off. It felt like acting, but it was hard to tell with a goblin's face. He also couldn't interrogate him roughly, since a regular goblin might just die on the spot. Might be true, though. Rayon spread his aura through the whole lair, but didn't sense any hidden space. See, I told you, let's just go grill more meat. Wrath scowled, wanting to go eat. Can we really? Wrath's lips quivered as he remembered the rewards from the meat. Don't eat. No, eat. Wrath flopped to the floor, battling with himself like playing rock, paper, scissors in a mirror. Should I look for the other dragons' lairs instead? He was about to look for the black dragon or red dragon's lair when Dorian, sniffing the ground, suddenly started. There's a smell, a supply smell. Dorian, eyes spinning, pulled out a pickaxe and started smashing the cave floor. What are you doing? Martha frowned at him. It's here, I'm sure of it. When the ground didn't break, Dorian tossed aside the pickaxe and swung his aura-infused sword. Quang! With his full strength, the cave shook and the ground split open. And in the dim light of the cave, a faint golden glow appeared. Under the broken ground, gold bars were stacked like marble tiles. Rayon and Bobber's eyes met. Well, this is... So it was here, huh? Rayon grinned and stomped his foot. Quang, the thick floor shattered, and brilliant golden light filled the lair. Rayan let out a hollow laugh as he looked at the floor of the lair, which was covered entirely with gold bars. No wonder it felt like there was no empty space. Since the ground beneath was completely filled with gold bars, it was only natural that even his senses couldn't find any hidden treasures. To think he laid out gold bars as flooring and slept on them, this is ridiculous. He's simply built different from people. He himself had gathered enough wealth to last a lifetime, yet before the field of gold bars laid out by Madaris, he could only feel small. He was nothing more than a firefly under the moonlight. Crazy. Martha gasped as she stared at the gold bars. The entire floor was made of gold. Just how much did he pile up here? She frowned, saying she never could have imagined something like this. I never thought I'd see a mountain of gold bars with my own eyes. It's impossible to even calculate how much this is. Burin let out a breath as he grabbed a gold bar the size of his forearm. Even he, who usually saw wealth as nothing more than rocks, seemed amazed. How many ice creams is this? Run-On, uninterested in the gold bars themselves, could only think about ice cream. Having gone several days without any, she seemed to miss it greatly. It's not about how many ice creams. You could buy every single ice cream shop on the continent and still have some left over. Crane's jaw dropped at the amount, his chin trembling. This is strange for this king to say, but Wrath shook his head as he watched Run-On, who was licking her lips. Doesn't the ice cream girl seem a bit odd? He couldn't help but smile, finding it odd that Wrath was only realizing this now. Yuhehehe. Dorian burst into a bizarre laugh as he looked at the gold bar flooring he had found. Supplies. A supply of money. I can fill anything. With his eyes rolling back halfway, he started juggling 3 gold bars. Why is everyone crazy? Well then. Rayan picked up a gold bar bigger than his head like a club and approached Bobber, the goblin guardian of Madaris. How about you explain now? He smiled chillingly, as if warning the gold bar wouldn't stay still if Bobber said anything foolish. Bobber rolled his eyes, then fell to his knees. I'm sorry. He immediately admitted his fault, bowing his head. If he hadn't, Rayan would have smashed his head in, but he was quick on the uptake. Where exactly do the gold bars stretch from and to? They're laid out over this entire space where Lord Madaris sleeps. Bobber, already terrified, replied immediately. This entire space. Rayan whistled as he looked at the part of the floor that hadn't been broken yet. If Bobber was telling the truth, it meant gold bars were even laid at the entrance. Smiling at the harvest beyond his imagination, his lips curled up on their own. What about the rest? He tossed the gold bar in the air and caught it, tilting his head. Bobber swallowed dryly, meeting Rayan's gaze. Can I fool him? Of course, this lair wasn't only stacked with gold bars. There were also hidden jewels and treasures, but he didn't want to hand them over to the human who killed Madaris. Bobber tried to look as pitiful as possible, rubbing his hands together. I smell something. This isn't all gold bars. The green-haired human started sniffing everywhere like a dog. That one. That plump, green-haired human was the monster who had found gold bars in the floor that even the scary blonde human hadn't discovered. Just seeing his twisted eyes made Bobber's heart feel like it would leap out of his chest. It's not the floor. The green-haired human sniffed the ground, then pressed himself to the wall like a dog. His nose started getting closer to Madaris's secret space. It's definitely this way. Hick, as Dorian's eyes shone fiercely, chills ran down Bobber's spine. That, over there. Bobber hurried his short legs to point to Madaris's vault before Dorian could get to it. That's the lizard's vault. The goblin moved faster than anyone to save himself. Young master, is this the spot? Dorian nodded vigorously at the wall Bobber pointed to. He even changed how he addressed Rayan and licked his lips. That wallet is scary today too. His eyes are rolling. Wrath trembled as if feeling fear toward Dorian for the first time. Me too. Rayan swallowed dryly and opened his eyes. The word lizard just saved your life. Why yes, Rayan walked past Bobber and looked at the wall he indicated. This side is packed too. Even behind the wall called the vault, the space was completely filled, so there wasn't anything suspicious. How did you find this place? He motioned to Dorian, baffled. It smells. The smell of supplies. Dorian muttered incomprehensibly about the smell of supplies. It seemed his mind's eye had awakened a strange sense. Rayan shook his head, then struck the wall with his fist. Though he didn't use much strength, his physical abilities had grown so much that the lair's wall collapsed entirely. Kugagagugugu. From behind the falling debris, a cascade of dazzling jewels poured out. Jewels fell on top of the gold bars, radiating an even more brilliant light. The wall was filled with jewels too. What nonsense. He was a dragon full of greed. Martha and Burin let out hollow laughs, unable to believe it. There are swords and weapons too. Run-On, uninterested in jewels or gold bars, let her eyes shine at the weapons in between. He acted so high and mighty, but he was just a lizard no different from a crow. Crane kicked a gold bar, muttering that it was disgusting. Oh, is this the Balrac's gem that was thought lost? And this emerald isn't just any emerald, it's dwarven made. Dorian gave an unsolicited explanation, panting with excitement over the jewels. At this rate, Rayan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sea of gold bars on the floor and the wave of jewels pouring down. No need to worry about war supplies now. Though continent's artisans and dwarves were proud and not easily swayed by money, with this much wealth, he could probably buy even their pride. Not just the light wind division, but I might be able to give every Zeeghart swordsman a sword made from dragon bones. With the corpses of 3 dragons and the funds in this lair, it seemed possible. D division leader. Dorian drooled as he looked at Rayon like an addict in withdrawal. Take it. Yes, sir. As Rayon gestured with his hand, Dorian's eyes lit up with joy as he began pouring gold bars and jewels into his belly pouch. Yuhehehe. Shoving the jewels in with a bizarre laugh, Dorian looked like a true madman. Is it really okay to leave him like that? He's definitely insane. That's creepy. Even Martha stepped back from Dorian's madness. Well then, Rayon approached Bobber again with a bright smile. Where's the other vault? There isn't one. This really is the end. Bobber shouted with certainty, immediately dropping to his knees. Really? Rayon spun his finger as if about to call Dorian. It's true. You don't need to call him. Bobber trembled, more afraid of Dorian than of Rayon. Rayon smacked his lips as he studied Bobber's eyes. The reaction was different from before. It seemed that Wall really was the end. Honestly, it would be strange if there were more. No matter how much of a dragon he was, having more wealth than this wouldn't make sense. The goblin's words seemed true. Then let me ask you something else. Rayon met Bobber's eyes and nodded. Why yes, what? You know the dragons who attacked Safia with Madaris this time, right? Ah yes, Jira Parrot and Cabaravarn. Bobber promptly revealed the names of the Black Dragon and Red Dragon. Just as expected, they were connected to Madaris. I heard close dragons sometimes have their guardians interact too. Is that true? Yes, they sometimes send or trade unnecessary treasures. Bobber blinked as if wondering how Rayon knew. Then you must know where those two's lairs are, right? Rayon tilted his chin lightly. Of course, Bobber's chin quivered as he realized what Rayon meant. He's trying to take even more. This human is greedier than a dragon. After extracting the locations of the 2 dragons' lairs from Bobber, Rayon returned to Safia. Did you get what you needed? Starin smiled thinly as if asking if he'd brought it safely. Yes, much more than I expected. Rayon said he'd worked hard gathering it, pulling out his subspace pouch. So I'd like to share some with Safia. No need. Starin shook his head firmly. We don't know the value of gold or jewels. It's better for you to take them and use them. He shrugged, saying they'd just get ripped off anyway. That's true. Rayon smiled and lowered his chin. Then I'll send weapons and armor made from dragon bones and scales. That should be all right. Yes, please. Starin nodded, saying he'd gladly accept such a gift. I sent a letter to that dwarf, so Zeeghart should be hearing from him soon. He's always focused on his work, so it might take a while. He clicked his tongue, saying Borgos never read letters promptly. Rayon took out an orb emitting 7-colored brilliance from his subspace pouched dragon heart he'd obtained. Why? Starin's eyes widened, asking why Rayon took out the dragon heart. I'd like to give this to you, Guardian. Rayon offered the dragon heart to Starin without any hesitation. I can't accept it. You got all of them yourself. Starin bit his lips, saying it was too heavy a gift for him. If you hadn't drained Madaris's stamina, I couldn't have one. Besides, Rayon smiled gently at Starin. You said you wanted to protect Safia a little longer. The mana in this dragon heart is no different from the energy of nature rate, will give you great strength, Guardian. If Starin obtained the dragon heart, it would slow the rate at which his power was fading, letting him remain in this world a bit longer. He wanted to help, since Starin had said he wished to stay just a little more. Starin gazed at the dragon heart, letting out a low hum as if struggling with the decision. One more thing. Rayon raised a finger. I hope to solidify the alliance between Zeeghart and Safia. Please help us in our war. He bowed respectfully, asking for Starin's help. Rayon. Starin's aged eyes trembled as he looked at the bowing Rayon. He's not saying to fight together, but to help us. This child really is different. Now that Madaris had died in Safia, the entire elf race was drawn into the continent's conflict. Starin himself had wanted to ask to join first, but Rayon didn't ask to fight Todger, asked for help. Hearing such considerate words even in this situation made his heart settle warmly. All right. Starin made up his mind and took the dragon heart from Rayon's hand. Let's fight together. I'll survive to the end and protect Safia and you. He nodded heavily, saying he'd finish what his grandchild couldn't. Rayon smiled softly and stroked the soul requiem sword at his waist. Are you really giving that precious dragon heart to that old pointy ear? It's not just out of sentiment. It'll help us too. Starin was one of the strongest among transcendents. He was above even the leaders of neutral factions, so having him remain in the world would greatly help balance the powers, and I'll return this sword. Rayon knelt on one knee and handed Rimmer's sword to Starin. No, you keep it. Starin shook his head calmly. Pardon, that sword looks better in your hand. Since an alliance needs proof, that's best. When Rimmer's sword returns to Safia, let's consider that the end of our alliance. He smiled, saying Rayon should keep it as proof until then. Then I'll have to pass it down for generations. Rayon laughed as he sheathed the sword at his waist. For generations, so now you finally want to stay with me. A hamster under a tree suddenly raised its paw. Kaya, Wrath screamed and hid in the bracelet. Merlin. Rayon clutched his pounding chest, breathing heavily. So that's where you were, suddenly popping out again. He pleaded for her to give him a warning, but she never listened. Yup, I had something to do, something to do. I'm in the middle of investigating right now. I'll tell you later. Merlin shook her head, saying she'd explain later. Then why did you come out? Since you and I are talking about the future, obviously I had to come out. Oh, sorry. I'm going. She beamed about having Starin as the efficient, then left the hamster's body. She's a peculiar one. Starin let out a hollow laugh, seeming unable to get used to her. Me too. Rayon nodded and shook his head. Handsome Rayon presents a dragon heart to the guardian of the elves and takes him as a subordinate. As soon as the tension eased, Sian's voice came from behind. Hearing her nonsense about making her grandfather a subordinate made Rayon's heart pound more than seeing Merlin. Is it really okay to leave her alone? I can't control her anymore. Starin shook his head, saying it was getting harder to handle his granddaughter. Let's just take care of this side. As you said, I've divided up the dragon corpses, but how do you plan to take them? Starin furrowed his brow, saying the dragons were too large to move easily. You'll need at least dozens of mages. I'm not sure yet. Rayon tilted his head and called for Dorian. Can you really do it? Of course. Dorian nodded and walked over to the dragon corpses behind Starin. In no time at all, the bones, teeth, and scales of the 3 dragons had all gone into his belly pouch. They all fit. Where does that pouch even end? That's not a wallet, it's a warehouse. An infinite warehouse. Huh, nice. My stomach feels full. Dorian caressed his pouch with a blissful smile, even as the 3 transcendents stared in astonishment. Naturally, the legend of Rayon Sieghart would record this too. Handsome Rayon Sieghart commands the god of supplies. Rayon and the Light Wind Division left Safia and immediately returned to Sieghart. They had so many items and reports that there was no time to relax. You're back. Grand General Ilion nodded thinly. I heard you killed 3 dragons. Is that true? Yes. Somehow it just happened. Rayon nodded with a smile. Every time you go out, you come back with a new achievement. No one can keep up with you. Ilion muttered as if exhausted and let out a dry laugh. Go ahead inside. The head of house is waiting for you. He opened the outer fortress gate, telling Rayon to go straight to the family head. Rayon gave a polite greeting to Ilion and the guards before heading toward the main building. Did he really take down 3 dragons at once? And 2 of them were ancient dragons. He just became a transcendent, so how can he already be at that level? He's always done the impossible, but this is really astonishing. It's hard to believe. The swordsman standing along the avenue couldn't stop talking, stunned by his achievement. There used to be a lot of insults, but now I don't hear any. Crane smiled, satisfied with the admiring glances of the swordsman. Of course not. Who would mess with a transcendent? Martha snorted, saying it was only natural. You don't need to care about others' opinions or words. Now or before, the Light Wind Division is just the Light Wind Division. Rayon told the pleased Light Wind Division to hold their heads high as they entered the audience chamber. The audience chamber doors were already wide open, and the executives stood by the white pillar. Rayon let out a steadying breath and stepped onto the red carpet into the audience chamber. After confirming the whole Light Wind Division had followed, he knelt and bowed his head toward Glenn, who sat on the throne. Greetings, head of house. Greetings, head of house. Rise. As their greeting ended, Glenn's voice rang out from the dais. His voice seemed to tremble slightly, as if he was nervous. Ah, yes. Wondering what was strange, Rayon raised his head and saw Glenn's lips trembling for the first time in a long while. Rayon let out a faint moan as he watched Glenn's lips twitch like a freshly caught fish. Why is he acting like that? He had seen Glenn's lips tremble before, but never so violently as today. It looked like his lips might fall off. The old geezer must be feeling on top of the world. Wrath snorted, saying it seemed Glenn had finally regained his vitality. Realizing his lips were trembling, Glenn hurriedly raised his hand to cover his mouth. Yes. I received a general report that you killed the dragons, but I haven't heard the details. Could you explain it yourself? He lowered his chin, asking Rayon to explain not just for himself, but for the other executives present. Hey, nephew, is it true you took the heads of 3 dragons? Balder waved his hand, urging him to speak. I heard 2 of them were ancient dragons. The guardian must have helped, right? Denier narrowed his eyes, saying it would be impossible alone. Karun didn't say anything, but watched Rayon with sharper eyes than usual. Maybe it was just his imagination, but it felt like Karun was glaring. 3 dragons. Even with the guardian's help, that's an incredible feat. How did you do it? We'll have to face those things more in the future. Not just the 3 lords, but even the heads and division leaders fixed their gaze on him, full of curiosity and anticipation. Then I'll give my report verbally. When we arrived at Safia, we saw the gold dragon leaving the great forest. After that, Rayon gave a detailed account of the war at Safia to Glenn and the Sieghart executives. And that's how I was able to behead Madaris in the end. He recounted only the facts without exaggerating like Cian's stories, so the rumors actually downplayed it. As expected of my nephew, Balder grinned broadly and gave a thumbs up. The rumors were downplayed. Even Denier couldn't hide his surprise. Karun's gaze grew even sharper than before. It wasn't the hatred from before, but a strange chilliness. Ha, you've really become a monster. We should have spent our entire fortune to bring you to our side during the selection. At this rate, you've reached true transcendence. Even the vanguard can't keep up with you now. The executives, seemingly shocked by Rayon's exploits, became noisy as if they'd forgotten Glenn was on the platform. KHHP. Meanwhile, Glenn started trembling, not just his lips, but also the hand covering his mouth, seemingly overwhelmed with satisfaction. Head of house. Rayon blinked as he saw Glenn's arms and legs trembling. Excellent. Glenn raised a finger and forcibly pressed down his uncontrollable lips. 3 dragons, saving Safia by killing 2 ancient dragons as well as an achievement that's hard to put into words. He nodded, openly delighted to finally praise Rayon. The Light Wind Division also did well. Without you all, Safia would have fallen even with Rayon there. He made sure to praise the Light Wind Division for their accomplishments in the Great Forest. I still have a few more things to report. Rayon raised his hand as Glenn finished speaking. More, there's even more. Balder licked his lips, urging him to continue. Yes, go ahead. Glenn leaned forward, his eyes full of anticipation. After defeating Mataras, the guardian of Safia said his lair was nearby, so. Rayon explained about clearing out Mataras's lair after the Dragon War, giving the dragon heart to Starin, and solidifying the alliance with Safia. You looted the dragon's lair. Balder clutched his forehead and burst into laughter so loud it seemed it would shake the audience chamber. Of course you did. That's my nephew, always so decisive. He even applauded, saying he liked Rayon's way of handling things. Quiet, Balder. Karun muttered that this was in front of the head of house and blocked Balder's mouth. Oddly enough, his previously sharp gaze had softened a little. Good choice. Glenn put his hands together, looking at Rayon. No, it's just that the lair was nearby. You did well in that too, but what I meant was giving the dragon heart to the guardian. He nodded, looking truly proud. If you run alone, you can go fast. But if you run together, you can go farther. Helping the guardian and making Safia an ally is a greater gain than killing 10 dragons. Glenn said this was something only the Light Wind Division could have done, and smiled faintly. Karun nodded at Glenn's words, looking thoughtful. At this moment, even Denier was harder to read than him. It wasn't something I did after much consideration. It just felt like the right thing to do. Rayon shook his head at Glenn. Honestly, he felt more like he wanted to take care of Starin, Rimmer's grandfather, than bring Safia in as an ally, so he felt awkward being praised. I see. Glenn smiled warmly, saying that whatever the reason, what was done well was still well done. And raiding the dragon's lair is also commendable. There hasn't been anyone like you in 1,000 years. Ah, that wasn't me, it was Dorian who did it. Rayon pointed to Dorian behind him. He found every place Mataras had hidden gold bars and treasures. And no, it was just luck. Dorian waved his hands, sweating nervously, so unlike when he'd acted like a madman searching for treasure. Still, you did well. Glenn nodded, saying Dorian had worked hard. Hiek. Dorian sat down on the spot, dumbfounded at being praised by the head of house. We divided up the dragon corpses and brought them in pieces. Since there's so much, once the artisans are ready, we'll be able to supply every Sieghart swordsman with a sword forged from dragon bones and uniforms made from scales. He added that he had already contacted the dwarves in Safia. Then I get to use a dragon bone sword too. With 3 dragons, there's more than enough for everyone. I'm more excited that it'll be made by dwarves. The executives looked at Rayon and the Light Wind Division with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Good, the dragon you killed was so smashed up there was nothing left to use. Balder elbowed Karun and grinned. Shut your mouth if you don't want to die. Karun ground his teeth, saying this was in front of the head of house. Denier smiled kindly at himself and Martha, as if saying they'd worked hard. No hint of negativity showed on his face. If it was an act, he was a greater monster than Rayon. There's one thing I have to say. Glenn raised a finger toward the executives. The Light Wind Division's journey to Safia was, strictly speaking, not an official mission. It was an unofficial task to deliver the belongings of the Vice Division leader. In other words, the loot obtained there is not Sieghart's, but yours. Even so. He looked not just at Rayon, but at the whole Light Wind Division, furrowing his brows. You're saying you'll use the gold and dragon bones to provide weapons and gear for Sieghart, of course. Rayon nodded without the slightest hesitation. Why? The question came not from Glenn, but from Denier, whose eyes were as dark as a lake at night. For someone who usually didn't come forward, it was unusual. I mean we. Rayon looked at Denier and Glenn, then stroked the burning sword emblem engraved on his chest. Because we are Sieghart swordsmen. He bowed his head as if to say what other reason was needed. Glenn dropped his hand from his mouth, letting it fall as his lips curled so much they nearly touched his ears, trembling. The question was bad, but the answer is satisfying. Karun erased all sharpness from his gaze and nodded with genuine delight. That's right, a sense of belonging makes people stronger. Balder clapped his hands, also looking pleased. Sieghart swordsman, huh? On the other hand, Denier, who had asked the question, stroked his chin with an unreadable expression. No matter how unofficial the task, we can't help but reward the Light Wind Division for such achievements. Glenn flicked his fingers as if he didn't need to ask the others' opinions. Yes, I already prepared it. Roan chuckled and brought up a wide tray lined with gold plaques onto the platform. I will award every member of the Light Wind Division a gold plaque and personally pass down martial arts to Division Leader Rayon Sieghart. For the first time, Glenn publicly announced he would teach Rayon martial arts himself. Huff father. Balder's eyes widened in disbelief at the idea that Glenn would teach personally. The head himself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think he more than deserves it. Me too. What happened this time might change not just Sieghart and Safia, but the continent's history. The executives looked back and forth between Glenn and Rayon, stunned. Does anyone have any complaints? Glenn looked down with eyes that seemed ready to kill anyone who objected. And no, of course not. I'm all for it. I think it's a fitting reward as well. Karun calmly brought his hands together as if it was only natural. Denier didn't open his mouth as if he had no interest in this area. Ahem. Division leader of the Light Wind Division, come to my training hall today. Father, Rayon's probably tired today. Today, at Glenn's shout, Balder withdrew his neck like a turtle. Now no one could stop the grandfather who declared he'd teach his grandson martial arts himself. After everyone had left the audience chamber, KKHP, a rain of laughter fell from the head of Sieghart's throne. Are you really that pleased? Cheryl let out a sigh, seemingly dumbfounded. Wouldn't you be? All the grandchildren are outstanding, but young Master Rayon is especially so. Roan laughed, saying it was a bumper crop of grandchildren. I know, but I still don't like seeing him laugh like that. Cheryl frowned, calling it a creepy laugh. I've just gotten in the habit of suppressing laughter. Glenn cleared his throat and tried to straighten his face. I don't know about the laughter, but I can understand the joy. Cheryl smiled faintly as she looked at the carpet where Rayon had stood. I never thought Rayon would grow this much. She said she expected to be surpassed someday, but not so quickly. I didn't think that child would surpass the wall in his 20s either. But that's not why I'm happy. Glenn slowly shook his head. Even after reaching transcendence, he hasn't changed, walking his own path and looking out for others. I'm just taken with that. He smiled faintly, saying Rayon taking care of Starin and Safia was admirable. That's true. His character as a person is greater than his martial talent. Cheryl agreed and looked up. I still can't forget the way he protected Lady Sylvia during the trial. Roan said he still remembered the young Rayon who protected Sylvia, chuckling softly, at times like this. As everyone recalled Rayon with gentle smiles, Cheryl clicked her tongue. If that damned slacker was here, he'd tell him to be honest, wouldn't he? Cheryl mentioned Rimmer's name but couldn't help smiling. And then, Roan nodded with a smile. The head would have struck him with lightning. After that, Glenn continued, wiggling his finger. He would have made a scene demanding paid leave. Hey, nephew, as Rayon exited the head's hall, Balder waved from where he was leaning against the wall. You're amazing. That decisiveness must run in the family. He pounded his own shoulder as if the earlier praise hadn't been enough. Ahaha. Rayon smiled awkwardly and shook his head as Karun emerged from behind Balder. Central Martial Palace Lord. Balder was surprised to see even Karun waiting. Come this way for a moment. Karun led the way behind the head's hall. Why is he suddenly like that? Balder cocked his head, oblivious as always. Let's go. Rayon clicked his tongue and followed Karun. Did you bring Madras' head? Karun turned near the foot of Buckmang Mountain, his gaze sharp as if ready for war. Yes, I brought the head intact without separating the teeth or horns. Can I see it? His voice was low as if it was something very important. I don't have it on me. May I call my subordinate, of course? Karun nodded. Dorian. Rayon gestured to Dorian, who was loitering nearby. What is it? Did Madras do something to you? Balder frowned, finally sensing the seriousness. Karun didn't answer, just waited for Dorian to approach. What's going on? Take out Madras' head. Madras' head. Yuha. Dorian stared blankly at Karun before nodding in surprise. Oh, okay. With trembling eyes, he pulled Madras' head from his belly pouch. The sight of a dragon's head, as big as a house, coming from such a tiny pouch was mysterious. Karun examined Madras' head, his gaze even sharper than before. He didn't just look at the outside, but measured the length from the tip of the nose to the horns with his hand, inspecting every detail. Central Martial Palace Lord, what is this about? Rayon swallowed, realizing how serious Karun was. After measuring, Karun gave his first deep smile of the day. The one I killed was 2 hand spans longer. He tilted his chin, clearly proud of his win. Rayon looked at the satisfied Karun with a cold, unimpressed gaze. What's with this guy? What do you mean what? He's just another lunatic. Wrath shook his head, saying everyone around Rayon had a screw loose. Rayon's mouth hung open as he looked at Karun, who was wearing a victorious smile. Is this really that man? Was this really Karun Sieghart? Karun had once been consumed by inferiority, constantly belittling and insulting both Rayon and Sylvia. But after realizing his faults and sincerely reflecting, he overcame that inferiority and reached transcendence. He was a man with deep affection for Sieghart and unwavering pride as a martial artist, someone Rayon respected in his heart. Never thought he'd be seeing him in such a petty light. Is that what you should be saying to your nephew who just came back from slaying dragons? Baldur furrowed his brow, his expression making it clear he couldn't believe it. Besides, Rayon took down 3 dragons. That's different from someone who nearly died just trying to kill one. You don't understand. No matter how many small ones you catch, it doesn't matter. What's important is how big the one you caught was. Now that I think about it, maybe he has a point. Baldur suddenly muttered that size was important, as if he'd been infected by Karun's thinking. Wait, no, if your nephew slayed dragons, just praise him. He swung his elbow, telling himself to snap out of it. HMPH. Karun easily dodged Baldur's jab and placed his hand on Madaras's horn. What was this ancient dragon's special ability? It was gravity that could be used without mana. He could freely control the intensity, from the slightest pull-up to enough force to crush me. Rayon let out a brief sigh, saying it had been a tough fight. If you hadn't told me that ancient dragons had special abilities, I would have been in real danger. It wasn't a lie. If Karun hadn't told him before he left for Safia about the special abilities of ancient dragons, he would have fallen for Madaras's tricks and the black dragon's sensory shifts. No, even if I hadn't told you, you would have figured it out yourself. What's wrong with that big-eyed guy? Big-eyed guy, because he's the father of the sharp-eyed one. Big-eyed guy fits, right? Wrath scrunched his nose, calling Karun the big-eyed guy. Now that all that inferiority in those fierce eyes is gone, he just seems like an idiot. He shook his head, saying he didn't get it. I don't really get it either. Rayon nodded. He didn't understand Karun's behavior at all. I'm proud to have the Zeekhart name after mine. I'd die for that. Karun took his hand off Madaras's head and looked at Rayon. Today I felt that same spirit in you. It means a bit of Zeekhart pride has settled in your soul too. He patted his own shoulder and turned away. Whatever happens in the future, keep holding on to that feeling. Welcome back. With those last words, Karun walked back toward the head's hall. Father, what did you say to Rayon? Burin approached Karun with a nervous look. Nothing much, more importantly. Karun narrowed his eyes and looked Burin up and down. What did you learn from this mission? Just how lacking I still am. I agree. I'll look after you instead of the head of house. He grabbed the back of Burin's neck and dragged him off to the central martial palace. What's with that guy? Baldur shook his head, unable to understand Karun. Rayon clicked his tongue, watching Karun walk away. Was that his way of giving me a compliment? Knowing Karun's personality, he couldn't approach warmly, so he must have found this awkward way to encourage him. Watching that guy makes me hungry from all the thinking. Baldur patted his huge belly and looked at Rayon. I heard dragon meat is delicious. Got any left? He wiggled his fingers as if asking for some. Of course. Dorian, yes sir. At Rayon's nod, Dorian pulled out dragon meat from his belly pouch. Baldur gratefully took 3 pieces of dragon meat, and also. Lowering his voice, he placed the meat on his shoulder. About what you asked me. Just as he was about to continue, a gentle voice interrupted. Behind Baldur's massive frame, Denier and Martha were walking over. Looks like you're having a serious talk. Am I interrupting? Denier waved lightly, looking at Baldur, who had stiffened up. Serious? No way, I was just asking how to grill this meat. Baldur snorted, pretending it was nothing. Oh, dragon meat, huh? It's hard to grill, but the taste puts even the finest beef to shame. Martha gave a thumbs up, saying it was better than expected. Dorian, you have any more meat left? Plenty. Dorian nodded and pulled out 3 more kinds of dragon meat. Denier nodded to Dorian and Rayon. What brings you here? Baldur raised an eyebrow. You've been following me around lately, so I wondered why you weren't here today. Let's go back together. Denier shrugged, saying they should head back together. If that's all, wait a bit. I've got one more thing to get from my nephew. Baldur waved them on ahead. All right, Denier nodded lightly, glancing at Rayon. You did well, get some rest. He smiled kindly as always and turned away. Martha waved as she left arm in arm with her father, Denier. There was a faint hint of unease in that scene. Anyway, as for what I was saying earlier, there wasn't anything strange. Baldur frowned as he watched Denier walk away. In fact, he used his time so efficiently it was almost annoying. He even schedules meals and walks. You're not visiting my aunt. I stop by almost every day, but despite your worries, there's never any sign of weird spells or anything. He shook his head, saying it was just a normal hospital visit. Rayon bowed his head to Baldur. Don't mention it. If you need anything else later, just ask anytime. Baldur waved and left. Dorian. Rayon called Dorian while watching Baldur and Denier walk away. Can you tell me what you sensed from the people who came by earlier? Since Dorian had mind's eye, he might have noticed things Rayon hadn't. Dorian tilted his head, hand to his mouth. The central martial palace lord felt like a straight sword, but now the blade feels softer, like a flexible sword. The true martial palace lord was just, appetite. He let out an awkward laugh as he described Karun and Baldur, and from the black tortoise palace lord. Dorian clicked his tongue and shook his head. I didn't sense anything at all. He admitted he couldn't sense anything from Denier. I see. Rayon sighed, watching Denier disappear from sight. Seems like he caught on to Baldur's intent too. He's not an easy one. If he could be caught by something like this, the head of house would have seen through him long ago. Denier Zeekhart was a man who couldn't be easily read. Even now, Rayon couldn't tell what he was thinking. Still, I'll need to keep him in check. He couldn't afford to let his guard down no matter what. He needed to be prepared. Dorian, can I have some meat too? Rayon reached out for some meat. Yes, Dorian happily handed over 3 types of dragon meat, smiling. Taking things out seemed to be what made him happiest. Oh ho, is this an offering for this king? Wrath arrogantly lifted his chin as if he was finally being offered tribute. Keep dreaming. Rayon brushed off Wrath and headed for the annex with Ewa and Julius. Chatting with the kids, it wasn't long before the annex appeared, warm smoke rising from within. Madam, sisters, Ewa burst through the door, announcing their return from the mission. Kugugugu, with a crash like the stairs collapsing, Je rushed out and hugged Rayon. Rayon, you're late. Je shook her head, asking why he was so late. But I kept the house safe for you while you were gone. She rubbed her head against him, wanting praise. Rayon, I heard all about your exploits from your father-in-law. You took down 3 dragons. Sylvia and Edgar waved and smiled, welcoming him back. Good work, sis. Rayon stroked his head and bowed his head. I'm home. As expected, the only place he truly felt at peace on the whole continent was the annex. This is a present. He waved the dragon meat he'd gotten from Dorian. Not you. Ah. After finishing dinner with his family, Rayon collapsed onto the bed. After a bath and a full stomach, he just wanted to sleep. KHM. It's a pity I couldn't eat dragon roast, but the annex food was still delicious. Wrath smacked his lips, satisfied with the meal. Nothing beats home cooking. Home cooking, huh? Wrath really seemed to think of the annex as home now. Home wasn't a word to be used lightly. Wrath had mentioned it before, but never as naturally or comfortably as now. But what will you do about that? Wrath swished his tail and looked down. That, the lizard heart. He pointed to the subspace pouch lying atop the dresser. An ancient lizard's heart contains power beyond your imagination. Even the dragon's special abilities come from that. Wrath warned that Rayon should be careful with it. I've already decided who to give one to. As for the other. Rayon glanced at Wrath and shook his head. I'll hold on to it for now. I might need it someday. Who are you giving it to? That's. As he was about to answer, he sensed someone at the window. Looking over, he saw Glenn tapping on the window with his finger. Grandfather. Rayon blinked and opened the window. What brings you here? He'd been expecting to meet Glenn at the training grounds tonight, so he hadn't thought he'd come here. I decided to take a walk. Since I'm out, let's walk to the training ground together. Glenn gestured for him to come along and turned away. Understood. Rayon grabbed his heavenly drive, soul requiem sword, and Rimmer's sword and quietly left the annex. He caught up to Glenn, greeted him, and walked alongside him. Now that I think about it, I went to return that sword and ended up bringing it back. Glenn looked at Rimmer's sword at his waist and smiled faintly. The Guardian told me to keep it as proof of Sieghart and Safia's alliance. Rayon shook his head, saying Starin never took the sword. Oh, and. He drew the soul requiem sword from his back with a short sigh. My master hasn't left yet. He hasn't left. What do you mean, actually? Rayon explained that Rimmer's soul was still dwelling in the soul requiem sword. Kahahaha. Glenn burst into rare loud laughter. That's just like him. Shirl will like hearing that. He shook his head, calling him that troublesome elf. What was the relationship between the Heavenly Sword Division Lord and my master? Rayon cautiously asked about Rimmer. It's not my place to say. Glenn shook his head, saying he couldn't talk about his subordinates' private lives. Ask him yourself. Though he'll probably run away. He smiled faintly, as if he could picture exactly how it would go. It's not easy for me to ask. Rayon scratched the back of his head. You've changed a lot, too. Glenn said Rayon seemed to have gotten better at reading people. I still have a long way to go. People say I'm clueless every day. Strangely, it didn't feel awkward talking to Glenn anymore. It wasn't like they could talk deeply, but Rayon felt a little closer to him. As they chatted, they arrived behind the head's hall at the training ground before they knew it. Have you mastered the Azure Sky Sword? Glenn gazed at the darkening sky. I haven't fully mastered it, but there's no form I can't use now. Having reached transcendence and improved in all swordsmanship, Rayon no longer struggled with any part of the Azure Sky Sword. As long as he had enough practice, he could master it all. Then it's time to move on. Move on. Somewhere in the sky, there's always lightning. The martial art I'll teach you now. A red bolt of lightning flashed across Glenn's eyes. Is the Sword of Thunder that I created recently. Sword of Thunder. Rayon let out a quiet groan as he met Glenn's intense gaze. Since the head of house created it, I'm sure it's powerful and well crafted, but I don't know if it'll suit me. Right now, he wielded the attributes of flame, frost, wind, and even the earth attribute aura he gained from the Sword Saint. No doubt, Glenn's Sword of Thunder would be destructive, but Rayon wasn't sure it would actually help, since he had already mastered 4 different attribute auras. Too much power can become a poison. He had mastered flame and frost, was becoming familiar with wind, but still had a long way to go before fully adapting to earth. He worried whether he could properly make use of thunder in his current state. You've learned more than just a few attributes, so it's understandable you'd think that way. Glenn nodded, as if he'd already predicted Rayon's thoughts. As you said, most transcendents focus on 1 or 2 attributes. But it's not because they don't want to learn more. It's because learning a new attribute takes a tremendous amount of time and effort. He furrowed his brow, saying that someone who had learned the flame attribute would need at least 3 times longer to learn frost. But you, Rayon, are different. A star of expectation flickered in Glenn's crimson eyes. Even back when you were an expert, you wielded flame and frost freely. After becoming a master, you contained both in your sword field, and now you've created sword techniques that even embody the wind. He nodded proudly as he continued. Even so, your vessel isn't full. If you complete Earth and master the Sword of Thunder, your class will be even higher. Glenn smiled, saying he'd never seen anyone with a vessel for martial arts as large as Rayon's. It might seem chaotic now, but when the auras and martial arts you've mastered become one, no one will stand above you. He looked up at the dark night sky, saying Rayon could even surpass himself. I don't think that's possible. Rayon shook his head firmly. Even if I trained my entire life, I'd never reach that level. After reaching transcendence, Glenn's level felt even more unreachable. Just watching him was overwhelming. Rayon shivered as he realized how high the head of house stood, holding up Sieghart. No, you can do it. Glenn shook his head without a hint of hesitation. You might even transcend shackles and laws themselves. He smiled, saying he thought Rayon wouldn't be bound by causality like himself. I agree for once with that old geezer. Wrath waggled his finger, saying it was rare for him to be in accord with Glenn. If you've got that cheat ring, you'll be able to master thunder swords or whatever sword you want. He muttered that the vessel had grown with the ring of fire reaching 9. But don't get careless. If the chance comes, I'll take over your body. Tomorrow, too. Not tomorrow, anytime the chance comes. I was planning to grill Dragon tomorrow. Guess that's not happening. Rayon licked his lips, sounding regretful. Actually, I might be busy tomorrow, so it's fine. No, too dangerous. I'll just eat the food in the dining hall. I said eat it. I won't take over. Have your dragon barbecue. Wrath shouted for Rayon to have his barbecue, saying he wouldn't interfere for the next couple days. He talked about stealing the body, but Rayon was pretty sure Wrath had already given up. If you understand, let's begin. Glenn put his hand on the Heavenly Drive's hilt. The sword technique is called Heavenly Thunder Art. Heavenly Thunder Art. It's not just an aura cultivation, but a martial art that links to sword techniques like a true sword art. He gripped his hilt, saying he'd gotten the idea from the martial art he used. As I said, it's meant to connect with Azure Sky Sword, so watch closely. Glenn slowly drew the Heavenly Drive. He aimed at the ground with his blade and drew a short breath. F-woo-whoosh. For a moment, Rayon blinked and Glenn's sword was already touching the sky. The clear night now dyed with black clouds. Crackle. Within the black clouds, the eyes of a thunder dragon filled with scarlet lightning. Sizzle. As Glenn quietly brought down the Heavenly Drive, a beam of red lightning filling the sky gathered into a single sword and stabbed downward. Kuang. A strike that transcended the very concept of speed crashed in front of them, releasing a tremendous shockwave. Even bracing himself, Rayon was pushed backward. This is the 10th form of Heavenly Thunder Art Violent Thunderstorm. Glenn shook off the Heavenly Drive, saying it was the first special move of the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Rayon exhaled as he looked at the black hole left before him. The speed and power are unbelievable. Glenn had compressed a sky full of thunder into a blade thinner than the edge of a sword and unleashed it. Despite the massive shockwave, only a small hole remained proof of Glenn's overwhelming control and mastery. Rayon had seen plenty of swordsmanship and magic that used lightning, but never such overwhelming power. Even if he used Sword Field Creation Genesis Blade, he didn't think he could block it. And not bad, Wrath stuttered, shaking his head. That old geezer should be getting weaker, but he just keeps getting stronger. Wrath licked his dry lips, looking genuinely startled. Are you admitting defeat? Nonsense. The Demon King never loses. Wrath shook his head furiously. What do you think? Will you learn it? Glenn spread his hands as if to say he'd do as Rayon wished. Wouldn't be a swordsman if I backed out after seeing this. Rayon let out a short breath and nodded. I'll learn it. To turn away after seeing what Glenn had shown him would be a disgrace as a swordsman. That's the spirit. Glenn's eyes shone with pride, as if he knew Rayon would answer that way. Then I'll teach you the formulas and forms of Heavenly Thunder Art. Standing there, Glenn recited all the theory in one go. Rayon resonated the Ring of Fire, memorizing every word. The method isn't that hard. For someone like Glenn, he could have made it much more complicated, but it was as easy to understand as intermediate swordsmanship. It was clearly a martial art created with teaching others in mind. Next are the forms. After finishing the formulas, Glenn stepped forward with his heavenly tremor. He demonstrated every posture from the 1st to the 12th form in detail, then sheathed his sword. It really is the perfect match for Azure Sky Sword. Just as Glenn said, Heavenly Thunder Art sword forms paired perfectly with those of the Azure Sky Sword, easily understandable formulas and familiar sword forms. If Rayon wasn't mistaken, Glenn had made Heavenly Thunder Art for him. It has to be. Glenn didn't need to create any more martial arts for himself. He could express peak swordsmanship with just a swing. The fact that he'd created such a well-organized martial art must mean it was for someone else. You'll be able to put more value into your sword than I ever could. I look forward to that day. Glenn told him to draw all possibilities with his sword, then sheathed his heavenly tremor. Rayon lifted the heavenly drive and bowed. I'll master heavenly thunder art and use it to help Sieghart. That's good to hear, but I didn't teach you for Sieghart. I did it for you. Glenn stepped closer and placed a hand on Rayon's shoulder. Think about yourself a little, too. He smiled softly, telling Rayon to have a little more room in his heart, like that master of yours who even after death is still resting in that sword. Ah yes, Rayon let out a laugh as he stroked the Soul Requiem sword. Now let's start again. Glenn said he'd fix Rayon's stance, then took a step back. Please take care of me. Rayon bowed deeply and drew the heavenly drive. The entire night passed, and only when the late sun finally rose did Glenn lower his hand. That's enough. He nodded, looking satisfied. Your stance is good. Now you can train on your own. I thought I'd have to teach you for days, but you grasped the basics in just one night. He let out a dumbfounded laugh. Your vessel keeps getting bigger. Glenn narrowed his eyes, saying Rayon could probably learn even more than thunder. Really? Glenn's lips trembled as if delighted to hear Rayon call him grandfather. Glenn was so moved by Rayon catching his intentions that he momentarily stopped breathing. Right, go and rest. Why, you worked hard all night. He waved, panting as he tried to hide his emotion. You worked hard too. Rayon said he'd return again and left the training grounds. That's a crazy sword art. He raised lightning along his fingers, smiling faintly. Power, speed, control, nothing's lacking. Heavenly Thunder Art's strength was its lightning fast speed and overwhelming force, but more than that, its control was grand and intricate. Even a fellow transcendent would have trouble blocking it after seeing it once. To learn a sword art like this in a single night, even I can't believe it. No matter how skilled, learning a supreme sword art in one night should be impossible. Even the old him would have needed at least a week to master the forms. He never thought he'd learn Glenn's Heavenly Thunder Art overnight. With his ring of fire at 9 stars, Rayon felt like he was becoming a true monster physically and mentally. This is just broken. Wrath shook his head, exasperated. Where the hell did you even get that cursed ring? I have no idea either. He let out a quiet sigh, glancing at Glenn in the middle of the training ground. His face and ears flushed red. The closer I get to others, his heart ached. Glenn saw him as a natural genius, but the secret behind his talent was the ring of fire. The only reason he could master sword arts, accumulate multiple attributes at once, and never slow down his learning was because of the ring. To explain the real reason, he'd have to reveal his past life, and he wasn't sure he could do that. It's better not to, but there's a part of me that wants to tell the truth. He wanted to keep living as Rayon Sieghart, but guilt made him want to tell the truth to those who believed in him. Whatever happens, the first will be. He glanced at Wrath, who was still humming about grilled dragon. It'll be that guy. Whatever Wrath might think to Rayon, Wrath was the closest one. Before telling anyone else, he should tell Wrath first. What are you looking at? Wrath waved his hand as if to say, just go grill some meat, enough out of you. Rayon snorted and turned away. Rayon bickered with Wrath as he headed for the annex. He hadn't even recovered from his travels, but after a night of training, all he wanted to do was collapse onto his bed. He hurried back, but as he passed the back of Frederick's estate, he heard someone's breathing. That sound, Rayon stilled his presence and entered the small garden behind Frederick's estate. He hid himself and glanced up. There was Eris, running laps in the garden. Huff, huff. Her forehead and shirt were soaked with sweat. She'd been running hard for some time. Still can't sense any aura. Even though Eris's energy center was empty and her muscles felt hollow, she was still running desperately. The resolve on her face was clear. She's already up. He'd seen her doing push-ups indoors, but hadn't expected her to be outside running yet. She really is my aunt. Even after losing all her strength, betrayed by the son she'd so desperately sought, Eris had picked herself up and kept moving. Rayon felt true respect. That woman's spirit is as strong as ever. Wrath nodded in admiration. Right, I made the right choice. Choice, what do you mean? Rayon didn't answer, as if telling Wrath to just watch. Rayon. Eris stopped running and opened her eyes wide. What brings you here so early? She looked away, still feeling guilty. I was coming back from learning swordsmanship from the head of house. Oh, I heard that after you killed the dragon, Father would teach you swordsmanship. She applauded, congratulating him with no trace of bitterness. Even after losing all her strength, she praised him with no sign of envy. I also brought a gift for you from Safia. Rayon smiled softly, pulling out his subspace pouch. Will you accept it? Of course. If my nephew gave it to me, I'd eat even a loaf made of mud. She spread her arms, ready for anything, though her feelings weren't fully healed. Rayon nodded, taking out a rainbow-hued dragon heart from his pouch. A dragon heart. Eris lowered her outstretched hand, staring at it. Why are you giving me this? It's the heart of the dragon I killed. I wanted you to have it. No, Eris waved her hand violently, as if she couldn't understand. I'm just a fool who lost all my strength after being stabbed by my son. My actions got your master killed. How can you give me something so precious? She told him to take it back, shaking her head. I'm giving it to you because you're my aunt. Rayon grabbed her wrist as she tried to pull away. You helped me even when you didn't need to. You gave me the dragon heart after we killed Kaibar without hesitation. I learned that from you. Eris had always helped him without asking for anything in return. He wasn't hoping for anything either, just wanted to ease her pain, even a little. You look best when you're proud and upright. Rayon placed the dragon heart in her hand with a smile. You still need to get revenge on Darius, and you made a promise to Martha. He bowed, asking her to come back as Eris Sieghart, ruler of the pirates. Eris bit her lip and looked down at the heart in her hand. Tears began to well in her eyes. I hope I see you back to your old self next time. She bowed her head, her voice trembling. It's nothing. Rayon gently waved his hand and turned away. As he left the garden, Rabwin bowed deeply from the door. Rayon returned the bow and headed back to the annex. So that crazy woman was the one you were giving the lizard heart to. Wrath nodded, saying he understood. She's helped me so much. There's a demon who's helped you even more, you know. Wrath smacked his lips as if waiting to be asked. What do you want then? The king shouldn't have to say it. Nadine bread, you lunatic. Wrath shouted, swinging his fist. I wouldn't eat that even if you gave it to me. It's got to be a 6-syllable food. Anyone could guess it. 6 syllables, Rayon snapped his fingers. Whole roasted Nadine bread. Why would you roast Nadine bread, you lunatic? Wrath wrinkled his brow, dumbfounded. Then what is it? You know exactly what I mean. Didn't you say I was clueless? I really have no idea. You'd be better off dead. I've nearly died a lot, but you always save me. Kaya, as Rayon teased Wrath, someone came running up from behind. Division leader. He turned to see Chad, the Shadow Agent's division leader, running with a white envelope. Shadow Agent's division leader. It's a letter for you, division leader. Chad, out of breath, handed him the letter. I meant to deliver it yesterday, but I was busy. Oh, it's fine, Rayon smiled as he accepted the letter. Borgos. His eyes widened when he saw the name on the letter. It was from Borgos, the dwarven artisan Sterin had mentioned. That was fast. Sterin said it might take a while, but the reply had arrived almost as soon as Rayon returned to Sieghart. Does that mean he's interested? Dragon bones, teeth, and scales were materials even artisans rarely touched. Rayon opened the letter, expecting good news. But the moment he read the single line inside, Rayon's red eyes trembled. Help me. Help me. Rayon furrowed his brow, reading the single line in the letter again. Is he serious? He hadn't built a deep connection with Borgos, but he knew Borgos wasn't the type to make light of things or play jokes. For someone he barely knew to send a letter like this, he must truly be in serious danger. Shadow Agent's division leader Chad peeked at the letter, letting out a startled breath. If he wrote only "help me," I don't think it's a joke. He nodded gravely, having the same thoughts as Rayon. Do you have any information on the Grey Hammer Guild? The Grey Hammer is the artisan guild led by Borgos, the one who sent that letter. Chad lowered his gaze apologetically. I'm sorry. The Shadow Agents Division has been focused on collecting information about the 5 demons and 6 kings' war across the continent, so we don't have anything on the Grey Hammer Guild. He bowed, apologizing for not being able to help. No need to apologize. Rayon shook his head calmly. It's only natural he wouldn't know. Right now, the Shadow Agents Division barely had enough time to keep an eye on Sieghart's territory. It was only natural they didn't have information on an unrelated guild like Grey Hammer. Actually, maybe it's good they don't know. If there were no reports, it likely meant this matter wasn't connected to the 5 demons, which could be a relief. Should I try the black market? Rayon glanced again at Borgos' rough handwriting. No, there's no time for that. To send such a letter without any explanation must mean it was extremely urgent. He decided it would be better to head to the Grey Hammer Guild and gather information on the way. You plan on going, don't you? Chad's eyes sparkled as if he'd guessed Rayon's thoughts. Yes, I owe him, and we need the dwarves' help. Rayon nodded. Sieghart's own artisans can't process dragon bones and scales. There were very few artisans capable of making weapons out of dragon bones, teeth, and scales. He needed the help of Borgos, and the Grey Hammer Guild had definitely wanted to help. Then I'll gather information and send it to you. Chad immediately bowed, saying he'd prepare right away. Rayon bowed back. Chad waved his hands and hurried off toward the Shadow Agents Division. We're practically family. Rayon watched him go, then turned toward the annex. But how was he supposed to tell them he was leaving again, when he hadn't even been back a full day? Sylvia and Edgar would understand, but he was worried about how Zhe, still young and sensitive, would react. Rayon let out a long sigh as he trudged toward the annex. With this king's mighty brain, my prediction. Wrath licked his lips as if looking forward to something. You might get smacked. I'd like to say you're wrong. Rayon swallowed dryly as he saw Zhe waving at him from the front of the annex. But you might be right. I really didn't know Rayon that well. Glenn shook his head as he looked from Shirl to Roan. I thought he was simply Sieghart's greatest talent, but he's more than that. The best on the continent, no, maybe the best in history. He blushed, remembering all the times he'd been shocked while teaching Rayon that day. He understands 10 things if you teach him 1, and 20 if you teach him 2. Even though he's my grandson, it's like watching a monster grow. Glenn gripped the armrest of the throne, saying Rayon's martial talent was only growing stronger. He's on another level. That phrase fits him best. What he's shown so far is only a taste of what's to come. Glenn slouched into his throne, his eyes glazed with admiration for his grandson. Heh heh heh. Roan applauded Glenn. I'm also amazed by young Master Rayon's growth. Most warriors focus on maximizing their strengths, but Rayon raises his strengths while overcoming his weaknesses. He nodded, saying it was a rare combination of talent and effort. Exactly. Even the greatest geniuses have weak points, but Rayon just erases them. Glenn couldn't help clenching his fist. The throne's armrest crumpled like paper. Don't you agree? He motioned to Cheryl, blinking as if seeking her agreement. You're right, there's no one like Rayon. Cheryl quickly nodded, eyes wide. Ahem. Glenn blushed all the way up to his forehead, letting out a pleased laugh at the praise for his grandson. Roan. Cheryl slipped over to Roan's side as Glenn was distracted. How do you keep reacting to him like that? He said the same thing 5 times now. Ever since early morning, Glenn had gathered both of them and had been repeating the same things over and over like a magic recording. At first, it was impressive, but now it was exhausting. Cheryl couldn't believe Roan was still able to respond normally. The Division Lord is often away on missions, so you might not know. Roan gave her a gentle smile, but 5 repetitions is normal for the head of house. He said Glenn could sometimes repeat Rayon's praise 10 times in a row, smiling quietly. Oh. Cheryl put her hands together and lowered her head. You've really been through a lot. Heh heh. Roan just smiled, not denying it. Cheryl, Glenn called her name, raising an eyebrow. Are you listening to me? Of course, she nodded quickly. Then which form of heavenly thunder art surprised me most? The second one, she answered instantly since it was the 5th time Glenn had asked. Wrong, it was the 4th. Glenn shook his head sternly. You were surprised by the second form, but it was the 4th that really shocked you. What's the difference? If you can't tell, that's your problem. He raised an eyebrow, exasperated. I don't get it. As Cheryl rolled her eyes, a knock on the door rescued her. Head of house, may I come in? At the sound of Rayon's voice, Glenn's expression instantly relaxed. He cleared his throat, nodding. Come in. His voice trembled with happiness. I'm sorry to bother you when you must be tired. Rayon opened the door and blinked. Division Lord, he'd expected Roan, but not Cheryl. You came at a good time. Really. For some reason, Cheryl waved with the happiest expression he'd ever seen. So what is it? Glenn's lips trembled like a fresh-caught fish. I came because I have urgent news, just now. Rayon let out a short sigh and explained about the letter from Borgos, the Grey Hammer Guild's Borgos. Glenn stroked his chin. He's not human, but he's not the type to speak nonsense. I think so too. We didn't spend much time together, but he left an impression. While the other dwarves had been amazed by the drake, Borgos had instantly grasped the situation from its wounds. For such a level-headed man to send a plea for help, the situation had to be dire. Then. Yes, I want to go. Rayon bowed his head, saying he had to. Are you taking the Light Wind Division? No, I plan to give the swordsman some rest. There's a chance it's a trap. With the possibility of a 5 demons trap, he couldn't risk taking everyone. He would only take those who could survive without his help, just the 3 team leaders and the Walletno, the quartermaster. He clasped his hands, saying only 4 would go. Good plan. I'll keep that in mind myself. Glenn nodded slowly, saying he'd consider it. Then. Cheryl raised her hand toward Glenn. Should I come with you? She shrugged, as if asking what he thought. That sounds good. Glenn nodded, approving the idea. Are you sure? Rayon's eyes widened. I'd love it, but aren't you tired? Right now, Cheryl was the busiest person in Zeekhart. He didn't want to take away her rest. It's fine. Cheryl moved closer, shaking her head. Staying here is more tiring. She jabbed her elbow at her side, insisting she wanted to go. Then it's settled. Heavenly Sword Division Lord Cheryl will come too. But. Glenn narrowed his eyes, staring at Rayon's hair. What happened to your hair? His hair looked as if a mouse had chewed through it or a bird had nested in it. Ah. Rayon awkwardly tried to flatten his hair with his hand. My sister. His parents had supported him leaving, but Je had started a fight, unable to accept it. She was so strong he couldn't stop her, and she'd grabbed handfuls of his hair. When he explained what happened, Glenn's eyes darkened. Head of house, it's nothing. We didn't really fight. He tried to explain it was just you acting out, but Glenn's face didn't lighten. Why is he like that? As Rayon tilted his head, Cheryl leaned over and whispered, I think he's jealous. Rayon's eyes widened. Jealous? Was he jealous of getting his hair pulled, or of pulling someone else's? He couldn't tell and could only laugh awkwardly. Wrath shook his head at Glenn. No one's normal around here. The Light Wind Division quarters next to the 5th training ground. Most swordsmen had returned home, so it was quiet except for one especially noisy room. Gathered a lot, but used up a lot too. Dorian scowled as he checked his belly pouch. I'll have to restock everything. They'd gotten loads of dragon bones, scales, and teeth in Safia, but also used up a lot of supplies defending against enemies. He'd be busy for days restocking. Stonewall, healing salve, holy water. As he listed what he needed, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? He opened the door, but no one was there, only a note on the floor. What's this? He picked it up and read it. It was a letter from Rayon saying to get ready to leave. Always so sudden. Dorian sighed and put the note on the desk. No time, no date. Just like Rimmer, Rayon had disappeared after leaving only a note. Guess I'll have to restock even faster. Not knowing when Rayon would show up, he hurried to restock his supplies. Just as he finished his memo and was about to get up, there was another knock. What now, This time it was Rayon himself, already dressed for departure. D-Division leader. Dorian's eyes went wide with surprise. You're ready, right? Rayon nodded as if urging him to hurry. What? It hasn't even been 30 minutes since you said to get ready. That's plenty of time. But I need to pack supplies. He clutched his head, saying he needed more time. If you just spring this on me. I told you ahead of time, it's only been 30 minutes. Even the vice division leader would give at least half a day. Dorian yelled that it was unfair. 30 minutes is plenty. A swordsman only needs 10. That's for you, I'm the quartermaster. If I don't have enough, my limbs tremble and my chest tightens. He begged for more time to get supplies. That's fine. You can pack when we get there. What, how? He could only tilt his head in confusion. The destination is... Rayon smiled at Dorian's innocent eyes. Your house. A gloomy, shadowy seashore. Sun blazed across the continent, but only cold moonlight filled this place. Behind his back, a young man gazed at the shore. Beneath his mask, only white moonlight could be seen. As he enjoyed the stillness, a man in a green snake helmet appeared. You must have been busy. The man in the green snake helmet, the green snake demon, narrowed his eyes. As you know, I had a lot to handle. The masked youth, the Fallen, nodded. I heard you failed again. The Fallen clicked his tongue, sounding regretful, though his tone was too calm. I thought I could catch Rayon Sieghart this time. The green snake demon sighed, his voice trembling in the dark night breeze. He showed up much stronger than we expected. He's outside the laws of the world now. He gave a bitter laugh as if still unable to believe it. I heard he reached transcendence. Not even you and the ancient dragons could stop him. The Fallen slowly turned his gaze. He faced both me and the ancient dragons at the same time and didn't falter. Madarus might have won if he hadn't let his guard down, but he made a mistake. The green snake demon mocked the now dead ancient dragon. He gets stronger with every experience. He's even more dangerous now. Of course, he's not the same person who was captured by our branch. The Fallen nodded as if in agreement. I actually had a chance to take him down with me, but Merlin interfered again. The green snake demon's snake eyes narrowed. Unfortunate. The Fallen brushed his hair back, sounding disappointed that neither Rayon nor the green snake demon had died. You treat human life lightly, don't you? The green snake demon's gaze sharpened. You only reach completion through death, don't you? The Fallen looked at him with pity. You seem pleased. Did things go well? The green snake demon eyed the Fallen. Like a true snake, you're sharp. The Fallen nodded calmly. I got the best result I could have hoped for. That's good. I managed to gain something too. The green snake demon smiled, saying he'd gotten at least a little from this. I think I know what that is. The Fallen smiled thinly, as if he could read the green snake demon's thoughts. But Merlin, always Merlin. She's caused me no end of trouble. He stroked his sharp chin, his smile growing sticky. I can't just leave her alone anymore. I'll be going now. Rayon waved to Sylvia and Edgar, then glanced behind him. Sis, I have to go now. He let out a heavy sigh as he looked at Ja, who was hanging on his shoulder. You can't go. Ja shook her head vigorously, determined not to let him leave. I kept my promise and protected home, so why are you leaving again? She pouted, upset at the thought of leaving the annex. It's not about whether I want to go or not, but it feels like my bones are going to break. Since Ja was hugging him with all her strength, the parts of his collarbone and ribs where her arms touched felt like they might shatter. But because of what he had said before, he couldn't push her away and just had to endure. This time it won't take many nights. Rayon promised to return as soon as possible, putting his hands together. I'll definitely bring you a present too. His voice rustled with a warm tone like autumn leaves. He truly looked like he was dealing with a child. A present. The moment Ja heard the word present, she quickly looked up. Her eyes sparkled like rubies. What kind of present? That's a secret. Since he hadn't actually thought of anything yet, he diverted the conversation. Just seemingly tempted by the word present, began to loosen her grip around his shoulders. Rayon isn't leaving because he wants to. Sylvia gently patted Ja's back, sensing the opportunity. That's right. Rayon is only going out on a mission for our sake. That's why he even lied about the present Ka. He flew so hard that he slammed into the annex's fence. Fortunately, Ja seemed not to have heard Edgar as she looked around and got down from Rayon's back. I'll be back soon. Please look after the house again this time. Rayon lightly patted Ja's head, smiling gently. Okay, but... Yeah, I'll definitely bring a present. He said present again as he glared at Edgar stuck in the wall. Okay, leave the house to me. With renewed energy from the promise of a present, she put her hands on her hips and nodded. Her expression was still childish, but her presence was like that of a general roaring on the battlefield. It might not be a bad idea to teach my sister swordsmanship when I return. Since her energy was so strong, it would be good to properly teach her how to control and use her strength. I'm really leaving now. Rayon waved to Sylvia and Ja, who was in her arms, and left the garden. Just like your sister, she's stubborn. She's going to be trouble in the future. I can already see the future. It's not really troublesome. Rayon shook his head calmly. Rather, it gives me a sense of stability. If it were his past life, he might have agreed with Wrath, but living this life and learning the value of family and bonds made Ja's whining feel cute. Are you becoming more human? I was always human. HMPH, you were originally a celestial. Wrath snorted, saying Rayon didn't have a human identity at all. Let's not curse. Rayon tapped Wrath's nose and smiled. Realizing that even as a celestial, he now felt cursing was unpleasant, he thought he had changed a lot. To think there's someone who can make Rayon Zeekhart, the Light Wind Division leader, so flustered. I'd better be careful. Burin, waiting outside the garden, smiled warmly, finding the sibling relationship endearing. So behind that innocent smile is the martial power of a grandmaster. That's chilling. Martha licked her lips, saying she wanted to spar with Ja. I'm a bit jealous. Run-On muttered, staring at her own back. Let's get going. There's a lot to pack when we go home. First, we need to stock up on supplies and make sure to grab all the essentials. Dorian started listing all the items he wanted to bring from the Safia Trading Company, as if he wanted to gather everything in the world. I knew the kids were unique, but this is chaos. Cheryl shook her head as she looked at the division leaders and Dorian, all saying whatever they wanted. It's because the one who taught them is the most unique swordsman of all. Rayon laughed as if it was obvious and stepped forward. That's true. Cheryl smiled wryly and followed behind. After finishing dinner, Rayon was enjoying a brief rest by the campfire when Cheryl came over. It seems you've gotten used to sleeping outdoors. Cheryl sat by the fire and shrugged. When I first took you out, you seemed pretty clueless. I was fine. They were just slow. Camping was basically my life. Having lived as an assassin for so long, he was well versed in camping. If he seemed awkward, it was probably because of the Light Wind Division members. Now that I think about it, you fought our Vice Division leader from the beginning, didn't you? We didn't fight, we arm wrestled. Yeah, I thought you weren't normal from then. Cheryl laughed, recalling the past. How is he doing? Still just building muscle. I guess he doesn't want to lose in arm wrestling. She clicked her tongue, saying he seemed more obsessed with muscle than martial arts. I think I get it. Rayon smiled faintly and looked back at the fire. Hey. After a brief silence, Cheryl spoke slowly. I heard the Soul Requiem sword contains that bastard's soul. Is that true? Yes, it's true. Rayon nodded, meeting Cheryl's trembling eyes. Lady Cian tried to release Master's soul, but it was rooted in the Soul Requiem sword and wouldn't come out. Can I see the sword for a moment? Like someone making a difficult request, Cheryl lowered her head and swallowed. Of course. Rayon nodded and handed her the Soul Requiem sword. Normally, you shouldn't hand over a cursed sword, but he felt it would be okay with Cheryl. Cheryl accepted the sword with trembling hands. You bastard. She stared at the crimson blade of the sword, releasing emotions she'd held back. Cheryl gripped the sword with both hands and leaned her forehead against it. Because of the flickering campfire, it looked as if she was leaning on Rimmer. After holding the Soul Requiem sword for a while, Cheryl raised her head, her expression a bit more relieved. She bowed her head sincerely, returning the sword to Rayon. Rayon, holding the still warm sword, lowered his voice. What was the relationship between Master and the leader of the Heavenly Sword Division? Cheryl blushed at the unexpected question. Her normally composed face seemed to crack. Well, She couldn't answer right away, nervously fidgeting with her shoulders and rolling her trembling eyes. Rayon, we're ready. You said we have to arrive before dawn, so let's go. As Rayon waited for Cheryl's answer, Martha waved her hand, urging them to leave. Okay, just a minute. Rayon nodded, trying to get Cheryl's answer, but she was already next to Burin in the lead. Let's go. It could be dangerous if we're any later. With her face still red, Cheryl rotated her ankle, motioning for them to hurry. Rayon clicked his tongue. It looked like he'd have to ask about Cheryl and Rimmer's relationship another time. So what's going on here? Did Cheryl like Master more? While he tilted his head in confusion, Martha slapped him on the back. Sometimes there are things you don't need to ask about. Idiot. Run-On stuck out her tongue, agreeing as she passed by. What does that mean? That's why you're not human. Wrath clicked his tongue in disappointment. I mean, just say, foolish celestial. Even if I'm a celestial, just give me an answer. Dumb celestial, you don't know either, do you? The great city of Loken in the southwest of the continent. Though night's thick blanket covered the entire city, the office of the Safia Trading Company's head remained brightly lit. Adi Safia, the lonely owner of that light and head of the Safia Trading Company, busily moved around his office, writing countless lines. The late hour, which split light from darkness, seemed to announce a momentous time for the head of the continent's most influential trading company. Chairman, the old butler Ligwin bowed his head respectfully. It's late. Wouldn't it be better to rest now? He clasped his hands in front of him, saying Addies shouldn't overdo it. Normally, you'd be right. But this time, something important is happening. Addie shook his head firmly, saying he appreciated the advice but couldn't take it. Dorian, my son is returning, so I can't be careless with the preparations. He couldn't hide his smile at the thought of seeing his son again. This late-night light wasn't a symbol of his conviction as a chairman, but of his affection as a father. You must be happy. Ligwin shook his head, saying it had been a while since he'd seen Addie's smile like that. I don't know what you're talking about. Addie's lips twitched like someone from the north. You're definitely smiling. Ligwin shrugged as if to offer him a mirror. That's not it. I've just heard rumors about my son's achievements, so I'm a little excited, that's all. Addie's waved his hands, denying it, but couldn't hide his smiling lips. But when will he get here? He lowered his eyebrows, finding it hard to wait. A letter arrived today, so even if he takes a dimensional gate, he'll probably arrive tomorrow or the day after. Ligwin nodded, saying there was no need to hurry. Yeah, that's probably right. Addie's agreed, thinking a little patience would be good, and sat down. Ligwin put his hand to his ear and frowned. What's wrong? Addie's narrowed his eyes at Ligwin. Well. Ligwin exhaled and looked out the window. Sir, the young master and the light wind division leader are here. What now? Yes, they've already passed through the main gate. Ha. Addie's eyes widened in disbelief. I didn't think they'd get here this quickly. Let's prepare to greet them. Ligwin quickly tidied up the mess Addie's had made in the office. With every movement, dust vanished, revealing the office's original neat state. Addie straightened his wrinkled clothes and sat at his desk with a pen in hand. While he pretended to work, a knock came at the door. Chairman, the young master and guests have arrived. The butler's voice came from outside. Come in. Addie's nodded, lowering his voice as much as possible. Dorian, but the moment he saw his son, he couldn't help but gape. His always chubby son had slimmed down, looking more dignified than any swordsman he knew. Of course, compared to Rayon coming in behind him, he lost a bit of luster, but he was impressive to ordinary people. Father, Dorian, excited by the reunion, rushed over. Addie's lowered his eyebrows. Normally, he would have pushed his son away to make him stronger, but seeing him changed like this, he felt a soft spot and wanted to hug him. Yeah, he's worked hard. Seeing the effort his son must have put in, he decided to let his guard down just this once. Dorian. As Addie spread his arms to hug his son, Dorian suddenly stopped and pulled out a small note. There's a lot I need. First, fire-resistant stone walls, external and internal medicine, holy water, camping tents and beds. While Addie's awkwardly held his arms out, Dorian rattled off all the supplies he needed. The anticipation in Addie's eyes turned cold. We also need a hammer and sawek. Stop it. Rayon pulled the endlessly demanding Dorian back and bowed to the dazed Addie Safia. Chairman, it's been a while. Addie's massaged his temples, bowing back as he came to his senses. It's been a while. Light Wind Division Leader, Heavenly Sword Division Leader, welcome. He extended a polite greeting to Shirl as well as Rayon. Sorry for visiting so late. Shirl bowed apologetically. It's fine. I was working on paperwork anyway. Addie's waved a sheet of paper with nothing written on it, not realizing in his fluster that it was blank. But coming so quickly makes me think something urgent happened. Yes. Do you have any information about the Grey Hammer Guild? Rayon stepped forward and asked. Since Locken and the Grey Hammer Guild's territory were not far apart, it was likely Addie's had news. I haven't met Borgos this year. At the end of last year, when I sent a gift, he said not to contact him for a while because he had something important to do. Addie shook his head, resting his arms on the desk. As you know, craftsmen sometimes suddenly lock themselves away in their workshops. I thought it was normal, but now it seems something's wrong. Yes, I didn't write this in case of misunderstanding. Rayon took out the letter from Borgos and showed it. It's definitely his handwriting, but... Addie's frowned as he looked at the letter. He's not the kind of person to send something like this. He said Borgos would die alone before asking for help from someone he didn't know well. He must have been desperate. Then maybe we should go right away. Please wait, I already sent my son to check on the Grey Hammer Guild, so he should be back soon. Addie said it was about time and gestured for them to sit on the sofa. Understood. Rayon nodded gravely and sat on the sofa as Ligwin guided him. Then I'll go take care of the supplies. Dorian, looking anxious, glanced back and forth between Addie's and Rayon. Do as you wish. Addie's glared at Dorian and waved his hand dismissively. Yes, sir. Dorian saluted and left the office. What do you think of that boy? As soon as Dorian left, Addie's asked about him. He's scatterbrained and timid to be a swordsman. Rayon spoke calmly about Dorian's usual self. I thought so. But now he's built up enough resolve and skill to overcome that fear. No matter what anyone says, he's a splendid Sieghart swordsman. I see. Addie smiled faintly, clearly pleased by Rayon's sincere praise. He's a friend I can trust with my back. That much. Yes, I mean it. Ha ha. At the same time he laughed in surprise. Sounds of things breaking echoed throughout the trading company building. This brat, just how much? As Addis frowned and got up, the office door opened and Dorian's older brother, Dylan Safia, entered with a brown bearded dwarf. Father, there's big trouble. Dylan took heavy, ragged breaths as he walked in. Calm down, I can't calm down. He shook his head and pointed to the dwarf next to him. Most of the dwarves of the Grey Hammer Guild, including Lord Borgos, were captured by monsters. Dylan trembled as he said the dwarves had been attacked at their base. Addis looked at the dwarf. Is that true? Yes. The dwarf hung his head, his chin trembling. What happened? Addis slammed the desk, demanding an explanation. Monsters came up from under the burning land where we built our workshop. We tried to stop them, but their strength was overwhelming. The dwarf grabbed his head, saying it was a hopeless force. Then you should have asked for help. Martha frowned. Dwarves don't usually borrow others' strength. They try to solve things themselves no matter what. Addis shook his head, saying dwarves only ask for help when their entire race is in danger. What kind of monsters were they? Giant worms? No. They spoke like us but were huge, had crimson wings, and wielded flaming swords or whips. The dwarf clutched his head, saying their weapons had no effect. Flaming swords or whips? Rayan narrowed his eyes at the dwarf's words. Were there monsters like that? He racked his brain but couldn't think of any. Just as he was about to ask again, Wrath scratched his nose and shook his head. Why? Those guys seem oddly familiar to this king. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. What? Rayan hurriedly turned to Wrath. You know those monsters. A moment ago, Wrath had muttered that he seemed to know the monsters wielding flaming swords and whips. He wasn't one to speak nonsense, so if that was true, it likely meant the monsters that attacked the Grey Hammer Guild were demons. That's right. Wrath nodded, narrowing his eyes. But there's still not enough information. Listen a bit more. He gestured with his round hand for Rayan to get the dwarf to talk. All right. After telling him to wait, Rayan turned to the dwarf. What is your name? He asked for the dwarf's name to help him relax. My name is Huh. The dwarf's eyes widened as if recognizing Rayan. Rayan Sieghart, you know me. Didn't you speak with our chief here? He stroked his soot-blackened beard, saying there was a time when he dealt with Borgos. Ah, sorry for not recognizing you sooner. My memory. Rayan bowed apologetically. Thinking back, he recalled seeing a dwarf with a beard curled up like that. No, it's only natural since we never introduced ourselves. My name is Palenton. The dwarf introduced himself as Palenton and nodded. I only remember you because the chief would always ramble about you when bored. From the way he spoke, it seemed Palenton didn't know Borgos had asked Rayan for help. But why are you here? Lord Borgos sent me a letter. The chief, yes. Rayan nodded and showed Borgos's letter. That letter. Palenton's beard trembled with emotion just from seeing the envelope. Do you recognize it? The chief agonized over that letter before sending it, so it went to you. He squeezed his eyes shut, overcome by emotion at the sight of the letter. What does it say? Rayan exhaled and showed him the contents. Help us. Palenton read the letter, then closed his eyes tightly. Feeling the emotion in those words, Palenton fell to his knees and wept. Please tell us in detail what happened. Rayan said he could only help if he understood the situation, meeting Palenton's gaze. All right. Palenton nodded and struggled to his feet. From his movements, it looked like he had a serious injury to his abdomen. Our Grey Hammer Guild's workshop is in a tunnel beneath Blazing Furnace Mountain. We built it there to use the heat of the earth, but at some point, that heat started acting up, so As usual, we lost track of time while working, but strangely, the flames of the furnace began to rage out of control. What's this? Palenton set down his hammer, frowning. When forging, having consistent flames was just as important as intense heat. The flames fluctuated so wildly that it was impossible to keep working. Did something happen outside? Palenton threw off his bandana and went outside. The other artisans, sensing the same thing, were standing around with their scorched hammers. Palenton, your furnace is acting up too. The chief's apprentice approached with a short sigh. Yes, I can't control the flames. Same for us. The fire surges and dies down, so we can't control the thickness of the metal. He frowned, saying everyone was having the same issue. That's odd. Palenton looked toward the tunnel they'd dug to channel the mountain's heat. Something different seemed to be rising from below. Are monsters coming again? This is starting to get scary. What's all the noise? As everyone anxiously stared into the tunnel, Borgos stomped over. Chief, the flames are getting wilder. Something's wrong. Palenton approached Borgos and pointed to the tunnel. Looks like the monsters living off the heat of this burning mountain are acting up again. Borgos frowned, saying it was probably those monsters. Probably, but it's never been this bad before. Reinforce the wall and prepare for battle. He ordered them to fortify the wall by the tunnel and ready their weapons. Yes, sir, understood. The dwarves and guild artisans raised their shining hammers, letting out a shout so loud the mountain shook. After 2 days of repairs and preparations, just as Borgos predicted, monsters began crawling out from the tunnel. It was a familiar sight, but something happened that no one expected. Giant lava worms known as the volcano's nightmare. massive red dragon turtles that melt steel with their heat, enormous army ants impervious to sword slashes, and mid-sized monsters like ruby flies that suck human flesh. All kinds of monsters poured out in a flood. It was as if red lava was surging up. Crazy. Why are there so many? It's not just a lot. There's a ton of huge monsters, too. How are we supposed to handle all that? The dwarves and artisans gripped their hammers and axes, hands shaking in fear. Kung, as panic spread, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the top of the wall. Don't be afraid. Trust in the wall and hammers forged by our own hands. It was Borgos. With unwavering eyes, he roared at everyone to fight. I'll stand in front. He swung his thunderous hammer, and golden lightning fell, ripping apart the body of a giant lava worm charging at the front. Kujujujuju. Emboldened by Borgos's display, the dwarves set up their gleaming gray cannons. The iron cannons, said to be more powerful than magic cannons, were the dwarves' strongest weapons. Kwang. The cannons fired in unison, blasting apart the monsters swarming below the wall, leaving not a scrap of flesh. But there were so many monsters that some still made it over the wall. Trust the chief and fight. Palenton swung his hammer fiercely, smashing the body of a giant army ant climbing up the wall. How dare you come here? Don't let a single one get through. Believe our wall won't break. Other dwarves and guild warriors fought beside Palenton and Borgos in a battle of blood and steel. Nothing can stop true artisans. Palenton clutched the hole in his abdomen, grinning. He was seriously wounded, but he smiled because he was glad no one had died. Enough with the nonsense, start cleaning up. Borgos, who was even more injured and couldn't move his right arm, looked after everyone like a true chief. Go rest. Palenton snorted and kicked Borgos on the rear. You think I'm as weak as you? I could fight for another month. Borgos clicked his tongue and poked Palenton's wound. Gah! Palenton screamed, unable to hold back, and the other dwarves and artisans laughed at the sight. Everyone was injured, but their faces were bright. The war with the monsters was over, and they could finally return to forging steel. But safety did not return. Uoo. The furnace flames grew even more uncontrollable, and a chilling sound echoed from deep within the tunnel. It seems the monsters didn't attack us. Borgos shook his head in the meeting room. They were fleeing from something below. He bit his lip, saying something unknown was down there. We need to rebuild the wall before anything else. Borgos sighed, saying they had to repair the destroyed wall first. Understood. I'll make sure it won't break this time. Palenton shouted to trust him, pounding his chest. You plan to work with a hole in your belly. You're no better, chief. You can't use your right arm. I still have my left. Borgos hit Palenton on the head, telling him to get it together. Go out and fetch some materials. He jerked his chin, telling him to gather repair materials from outside. But Palenton narrowed his eyes at the letter Borgos was holding. What are you looking at? A letter from that damned pointy-eared guy. Starin, huh? Borgos only used that term for Starin, the guardian of Safia. I guess this is fate too. As if making a decision, he wrote a short note and tied it to the leg of the bird that had come from Safia, sending it off again. No time to waste. Move as fast as you can. Palenton, take the youngsters and gather materials. No arguments. Fine, I'll be quick. Despite his serious injury, Palenton hurried to gather materials for the wall and returned underground. But by then it was already too late. Lava, as if oozing from the abyss, was burning the workshop, and hellish flames of swords and whips rained down on the artisans. Human skin was flayed, flesh sliced cruelly, and screams echoed through the underground. Run, don't ever come back here. Borgos turned back. With his thunderous hammer, he struck the ground, collapsing the stairs to the underground workshop and submerging the lava that threatened Palenton. Palenton bit his lip until it bled. He wanted to fight alongside Borgos, but he was worried about the young ones behind him. Go, hurry, get out. Palenton gestured for the weeping artisans to escape. Just as he was about to leave the tunnel, a red whip lashed out. Chia. If he'd been even a second slower, he would have been dragged down by the whip, but fortunately he managed to escape. Kung. The entrance to the tunnel was completely destroyed, sealing off the Grey Hammer Guild's base. The whales continued underground, but blazing Furnace Mountain was silent as if nothing had happened. As Palenton and the young artisans trembled in fear, Dialon climbed up the mountain. That's what happened. Palenton finished recounting everything and bowed his head. His face showed guilt for not being with his comrades and fear of the monsters. Rayon frowned, looking at Palenton's trembling shoulders and the blood seeping from his leather armor. You really know these things. I can't be sure yet, but their viciousness matches. Wrath nodded, saying their behavior seemed familiar. So demons then, that's right. And among the demons they're quite renowned. Who are they? Balrog. Wrath uttered the name Balrog with a short sigh. They're among the top 10 in strength and ability among the demons. That strong. Rayon narrowed his eyes. If Wrath spoke of them that way, they must be truly formidable. Do they have any weaknesses? Me. Wrath raised his nose high. As long as this king exists, that's a weakness for them. He nodded, saying it was simple. You've started talking a lot these days. What? How dare you say that to this king, monarch of devildom? Anyway, Rayan narrowed his eyes, looking at Palentun. Doesn't seem like a trap. Based on Palentun's account, everything was sudden. Especially with Sterin sending Borgos a letter and Borgos reaching out to Rayan for help, there was zero chance of this being a trap. Of course, it could still be some plot by those 5 demon bastards. Since there could be Black Tower involvement with the demonic world, he couldn't let down his guard. What do we do now? Palentun gripped his head, feeling helpless. Let's go. Rayan calmly stood up. Whether we can save them or not, we won't know until we try. Palentun looked up at Rayan, his chin trembling. You're going after hearing all that, even knowing how dangerous they are. If I didn't move after hearing that, my mother and the family head would smack me in the back. Rayan nodded, saying it was only right to go. Well said. Cheryl chuckled, stepping up beside him. Demon or whatever, they're not immune to blades. She flexed her fingers as if ready to give it a try. A small spark of hope lit up in Palentun's eyes, which had been filled only with despair. Rayan followed Palentun toward the Grey Hammer Guild's workshop on Blazing Furnace Mountain. Hugh, it's hot. Martha fanned herself, frowning. The geothermal heat is strong here. If it's this bad here, just how hot is it up the mountain? Buran frowned, sounding worried. Runnan, already worn out from the heat, let out a weak groan, shoulders slumped. It's not usually like this. The geothermal heat keeps rising. Palentun shook his head with a deep sigh. It might be because those things are controlling the heat. He bit his lip in frustration at the thought. Rayan looked at the rocky mountain in the distance and jerked his chin at wrath. So Balrog is a kind of species. That's right. They're not just strong, they're ferociously wild. Some could have become demon kings but chose not to. Wrath shook his head, saying they were battle maniacs. They could be demon kings but didn't. One even gave up the throne just to fight as he pleased. Wrath snorted, saying they were arrogant. Then Rayan clicked his tongue briefly. All the dwarves must have died. Not necessarily. What if it had been those pointy ears that were attacked? They'd all be dead, but since they're dwarves, some probably survived. Wrath raised his hand, telling Rayan to wait. What do you mean? Like that dwarf said at first, Balrogs wield flaming swords and whips. They're born with those weapons, but they can also be enhanced. So they might be keeping the dwarves alive to enhance their weapons. He nodded, saying that was a strong possibility. Let's hope so. Rayan nodded gravely and looked at Palentun. Let's pick up the pace. Of course, despite his injuries, Palentun nodded as if it was nothing. Let's go. Rayan took the lead, guiding everyone up Blazing Furnace Mountain with Garanua's wind. Here it is. Palentun pointed at ground twisted and blackened as if lava had solidified, his eyebrows trembling. This was originally the entrance to the Grey Hammer Guild. He bit his lip, looking at the collapsed ground. This is the entrance. Buran exhaled in disbelief. It's completely sealed. We'll have a hard time getting in. Martha ground her teeth in frustration. I hate this place. Runnan scattered shards of frost to keep the others from getting overheated. I only came for supplies. Dorian trembled, not understanding the situation. You remember that sword, the one Lord Borgos' apprentice made for you, right? Rayan jerked his chin at Dorian's sword. Dorian could have got other swords, but he always stuck with this one. Yes, I remember. Dorian gripped his sword tightly and nodded heavily. Phew. Rayan twisted his lips, staring at the ground below. There really are monsters frighteningly strong down there. Below this ground, there were monsters swirling around lava like it was water. Their presence and heat were so intense that he couldn't sense any other life. Your top priority is to rescue people. Let's begin. Rayan stomped his foot, chin raised. Kuung. A shockwave shook all of Blazing Furnace Mountain and crimson flames erupted from below. Fire, get back. The warriors Dylan and Addy sent panicked, retreating from the surging flames, but Rayan instead reached out toward the searing flames. FWA. Silver frost burst from his hand, freezing all the flames and heat. It was the miracle of a transcendent who commanded the mana of nature. KWDUDUK. Rayan shattered the frozen flames, then opened the gate to hell with a blue hand. As white steam rose, the stifling heat began to subside. Stay behind me. With cold eyes, Rayan drew the heavenly drive. The voice of an absolute being who had reached transcendence subdued everyone's anxiety. No one will die. Rayan cooled the stifling heat in the tunnel so everyone could enter, then glanced west. Why are you looking over there? Is something there? Martha cocked her head, wondering why he was looking in another direction. It's nothing. Rayan lowered his gaze and stepped inside the tunnel, where the heat had finally died down. Palentun had said there used to be stairs shaped like swords, but now only hideously melted lumps of steel remained. The intense flames must have melted everything away. Now that I'm inside, I can feel demonic energy. Unlike outside, inside the Grey Hammer Guild's base, he sensed the demonic aura of the Balrogs rising from below. However, the energy wasn't as thick as the heat. If anything, it felt closer to the aura of a skilled warrior. Seeing the destroyed sword-shaped stairs he'd crafted himself, Palentun bit his lip until it bled, overcome with emotion. No one's here. He clutched his head, staring at the underground village that had been melted by lava and flames. It was like his last bit of hope had finally collapsed. Damn it, damn it. Palenton pounded the ground and shouted in rage, and from within the flames and molten lava that had devoured the village, red-skinned demons burst out. Kaya, Kiai, they were about the size of goblins but moved faster than skilled swordsmen, each holding a flaming spear. In terms of power, they were as strong as high-ranking monsters. What are those? Red goblins. Dorian stammered in fear, backing away from the unfamiliar monsters. Those are red vests, that settles it. Wrath snorted at the sight of the red-skinned demons. Red vests, they're the lowest-ranking demons who serve the Balrog, entranced by its power. Just as I suspected, the ones in this underground lair are Balrogs. He flicked his hand as if there was no longer any need to check. They're just cannon fodder. Rayon slashed at the onrushing red vest with the heavenly drive. F-whoosh. As his blade struck the ground, a blue flash exploded and the red vest was blown to pieces. All that remained was the trail of burning footprints left by the red vests. Trash like you. Burin sent a bitter wind slicing through the red vests in their flames, wiping them out in an instant. Goblin wannabes, seriously. Martha snorted, driving her sword down and flattening the red vest before they could even approach. Ugly. Run-On stabbed her snowflower sword into the ground, spreading frost everywhere. The arms and legs of red vests who tried to charge from behind were instantly frozen solid. Kaya, Kie, sensing their overwhelming disadvantage, the red vest tried to escape back into the lava, but a flash of blue split the air. Shayak, it was Shirl. A massive sword strike from her twin blades sliced through both the red vests and the flames they were hiding in. Palenton. Once he confirmed the red vests were gone, Rayon approached Palenton. The monsters who attacked this underground village are down in that tunnel. He pointed to a large hole torn open in the ground, where the lava and flames had parted. Palenton looked at the blood-stained ground where his comrades had fallen, trembling. I don't think I can go down there. It wasn't the Balrog that scared him, but the fear that all his friends might truly be dead. Don't worry. Rayon placed a warm hand on Palenton's shoulder, giving him a reassuring smile. If they're still alive, I'll get them out no matter what. He nodded, telling him to trust him. It'll be okay. Our division leader always keeps his word. That's right. He might look soft, but he's a warrior through and through. Martha grinned, telling him to watch closely. Yeah, I'm sure we can save them. Run-On bowed her head, holding up a shield of frost so Palenton and the others wouldn't get worn out from the heat. The fact that she was speaking more than usual showed she was doing her best to comfort him. Show some respect to your elders. Burin frowned at Martha and Run-On. I apologize for the kids, but they all mean what they say. I'll do everything I can to help, too. He offered a formal salute, reassuring the anxious Palenton. They've grown up well. Shirl watched Burin, Martha, Run-On, and Dorian from behind, nodding softly. To think those bumbling brats could become so dependable. She smiled deeply, genuinely proud of their growth. Exactly, Wrath nodded, clamping a hand over his mouth. They really have. They were all such idiots, and yet. Sniffled, overcome with emotion. You didn't raise them, you know. Anyway, Rayon grabbed Wrath by the tail and pulled him forward. There's not going to be some Demon King-level Balrog down there, right? Even if he had reached Transcendence, beating a Demon King-level monster would be impossible. He needed to be sure. If that thing had made it to the human world, it would have already appeared and gone after your grandpa. That bad, huh? Plus, it loves showing off, so there's no way it would be hiding down here. Wrath shook his head, saying there was no Demon King-level Balrog below. Then we should be fine. Rayon rolled his wrist, confident he could handle it. You can feel that Balrog's energy below, right? And you still say it's fine. Wrath raised his chin, interested. You said its weakness is you, didn't you? Rayon grinned as he readied the heavenly drive. Then it should be scared of me too, and if it's not. As frost from glacier formed in his palm, his lips twisted into a cool smile. I'll make sure it is. Kuhu, Wrath smirked, delighted by Rayon's answer. It's been a while since you've said something I actually like. He clapped approvingly. But why did the Balrog appear here? Rayon narrowed his eyes at Wrath. Didn't you say it's not easy for them to leave Devildom or enter this world? That's right. It's not simple. So how did the Balrogs get here? He couldn't understand how they crossed dimensions that even demon kings couldn't easily travel. The dwarves had used this land for centuries without disturbing the geothermal energy more than necessary. It made no sense for a Balrog to show up here. You've gotten sly. Why do you think? Wrath snorted as if Rayon already knew the answer. Some bastard summoned them, obviously. On a hill west of Blazing Furnace Mountain, the shadows of the rocks rippled, and a white-haired man and a blue-haired woman emerged. Who are those humans, other than the dwarves? The white-haired man narrowed his black pupils. Probably. The blue-haired woman exhaled and opened her mouth. Rayon Zeeghart, the one who supposedly reached Transcendence recently. The white-haired man furrowed his brow. Yes, the only young warrior with golden hair and red eyes who gives off that kind of energy is Rayon Zeeghart. The woman nodded confidently. Why is he here? Is it connected to the Grey Hammer Guild? A few years ago, we clashed in this area because of the Drake incident, when we accumulated demonic energy here. The Drake's corpse was given to the Grey Hammer Guild, so it's probably because of that. She recited the events as if she had seen them herself. To think that brat who barely managed to handle a vice branch master reached transcendence in less than 10 years. Unbelievable. The man let out a hollow laugh. What will you do? The woman bowed, ready to follow any order. What happens if Rayon Sieghart fights the Balrog? Even if he's a transcendent, he's only just begun. He won't be able to defeat the Balrog. But since the Heavenly Sword Division leader is nearly transcendent as well, they shouldn't die. She narrowed her eyes, saying they could at least escape. Since I'm out of the tower for the first time in a while, I should bring back a gift for the tower master. The man stained his fingernails black and melted back into the shadows with a sly grin. Rayon lowered the blazing flames that had reached overhead, frowning. The heat keeps getting stronger. Even with wind and cold air pushing back the heat, the endless waves of fire and lava were wearing everyone out. It's like swimming in lava. This is insane. Martha gritted her teeth, pushing her sweat-soaked hair back. Buran, exhausted, fidgeted with his uniform, debating whether to undo a button. I see bead ice creams. Run-On, ever vulnerable to heat, hung her head and stuck out her tongue, looking like a half-melted popsicle. Still, she kept the shield of frost up to protect Palentan and the others. This is why I'm here. Dorian wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled out fire-resistant robes and water bracelets from his bag. Once everyone put them on, their faces began to relax. This is when you're really useful. Buran, Martha, and Run-On smiled, praising Dorian. Hee, it's nothing. It's my job. Dorian scratched his head bashfully. At that moment, the red smoke cleared and the end of the tunnel came into view. Goo-woo. On the barren land washed by flowing lava, demons both large and small stood in military ranks. The dwarves and human artisans stood on the melted steel, pounding their hammers. The irregular sound betrayed their terror. Whoosh! Blue flames swirled above the churning heat, gathering to form the throne of a demon king. Sprawled back in that towering throne, with his chin resting on his hand, was a demon radiating a presence as if he ruled the entire world. 5 horns sprouted from his brow, and wings of living flame unfurled from his back. In his flashing blue eyes, a longing for endless battle burned. The lesser demons jeered at the humans, while the massive demon king watched, unconcerned. The scene looked like something out of an ancient painting of hell. Oh, no way. Dorian gripped his sword, hands trembling. Those bastards. Martha clenched her teeth, raising her sword. Ha. Run-On frowned in fury, sending frost swirling to protect the dwarves and humans suffering in the flames. That one is impressive, even among Balrogs. Wrath nodded, saying the one on the throne was exactly as he'd sensed from above. Yeah, just as Wrath said, the energy radiating from the Balrog on the throne was greater than Rayon's own. Even from a distance, he could feel his skin burning. Rayon, can we fight? Buran bit his lip, trying to control his anger. Of course. Rayon stared at the Balrog on the throne and nodded. Fight however you want. As soon as he gave the signal, Buran, Martha, and Run-On charged forward. Even Dorian, on the verge of tears, rushed at the demons. I'll handle the small fry. Quagwagwagwa, is that? Borgos, chained with flaming shackles, opened his eyes wide at the sight of the demons being cut down. Chief, are you okay? Despite his bleeding abdomen, Palentan ran up and grabbed Borgos' hand. P. Palentan, how? I'm back. With the one you called for, he pointed to Rayon. Ah. Tears welled in Borgos' experienced eyes. Rayon Sieghart. He trembled, overwhelmed not because he survived, but because the other dwarves and artisans were being rescued. Chi-yang. As Buran, Martha, and Run-On pushed back the demons and erased the flames, a thunderous sound echoed. Kuwang, the blue flame throne crumbled, and the Balrog rose to its full height. As it spread its burning wings, a terrifying aura filled the entire cavern. Its presence was even more overwhelming than when it had been sitting. F-woo-woosh. With every step of the Balrog's clawed foot, waves of fire rolled out, and the lava on the ground seemed ready to explode. Gugugugugu. A massive surge of power erupted from the Balrog's body, shaking the entire cave. Eza, this strong, insane. You brought me such fine prey. The Balrog looked down at Palentan, flexing its jaw. I'm glad I let you go. He raised his flaming sword as if he'd sent Palentan away on purpose. Balrog. Rayon stepped onto the lava-boiling earth. With every step, the ground froze and a silver glacier spread beneath his feet. What's your name? Rayon stood in front of the Balrog like an unshakable pillar in a storm, tilting his chin. I don't give my name to a mere human. The Balrog sneered, raising the corners of his mouth. Fine, then. Rayon nodded, lifting the heavenly drive diagonally. Frost formed on the blade, casting a silver glow that erased the heat. Shaya, the heavenly thunder art in the azure sky sword combined, red lightning streaked across the silver sky, slicing past the Balrog's neck. Then die nameless. Rayon brought his sword down and the Balrog's head fell. Quietly, elegantly. Thud. A single strike, Borgos stared at the Balrog's severed head, his bloodied lips trembling. That monster fell to a single blow. He had experienced that demon's power firsthand. The demon, who had crushed his legendary thunder hammer with a single finger, and burned everything the Grey Hammer Guild had built with just a spark. He couldn't believe that Monster's head had been severed in one strike. It wouldn't be strange to call him a new sword saint. He'd heard the rumors that Rayon had reached transcendence, but he hadn't expected him to be already so stable in that realm. Such terrifying Talenthiz growth was rewriting the continent's history. That's it. Martha clapped her sword-wielding hand against her palm and nodded. That's what it takes to be Light Wind Division leader. She stomped the ground in satisfaction. So now he's using lightning too. Burin shook his head in disbelief. Flames, frost, wind, earth, and now lightning, what's next? He shrugged, half joking but also genuinely curious. Today, Rayon is truly amazing. Even while she was busy protecting the injured dwarves and artisans, Runon's violet eyes never left Rayon's back. Ha. Cheryl let out a breathless laugh after cutting down the last remaining demon. That swordsmanship just learned it from the family head. Is this even possible? She recalled Glenn's delight